Dragon Emperor Martial God Chapter 844 to Chapter 900. Haha, I'm sorry to make you laugh. He is the principal of the high school where Tian studied. Tian became the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province, which also made him famous. He didn't know what his surname was and even wanted to get close to me at this time. When Secretary Wang went out, Li Jiujiang was boasting shamelessly. He was shamelessly showing off his superiority and trying to stick gold on his face. His subordinates, although they all knew what was going on with Li Tian, the top scorer of the college entrance examination, they all catered to Li Jiujiang's liking. One by one, they tried to flatter Li Jiujiang. Unexpectedly, after Secretary Wang came in with a serious face, everything changed. Huh? When Li Jiujiang heard Secretary Wang's words, his heart immediately skipped a beat, because Secretary Wang was Li Jiujiang's personal secretary. They had worked together for nearly 10 years. The degree of tacit understanding between them had long gone beyond the level of understanding. It could be said that Secretary Wang knew everything about Li Jiujiang, no matter how much cash or savings he had, or how many mistresses he kept outside. After so many years, Secretary Wang had become his shadow. Since Secretary Wang told him that something big had happened, it must be something big. Li Jiujiang had a bad feeling in his heart. He thought to himself, did someone dare to make trouble? But this was a super 5-star luxury hotel, and they had booked the entire 5th floor tonight. Who was so reckless and dared to make trouble here? Li Jiujiang's mind flashed like lightning, and his expression changed several times in an instant. He suddenly stood up and said to everyone, I'm really sorry. I have something to deal with at the last minute. You can talk first. After that, he left his seat and walked to another room. Secretary Wang naturally followed him. This was another separate room in the luxury suite, which was used for guests to rest and chat. The room was also frighteningly large, and the soundproofing effect was very good. When the door was closed, people outside could not hear what was said inside. Secretary Wang followed Li Jiujiang into the separate room and closed the door. Li Jiujiang suddenly stopped and did not sit down. He turned around directly and lowered his voice as much as possible. He asked in a deep voice, Little Wang, what is so serious? Just say it. Secretary Wang didn't bother to beat around the bush. He got straight to the point. Sir, there are 2 things. First, there are 6 special guests. They don't have invitations, but they came uninvited. They even gave us a check for 20 million yuan. What? 20 million? When Li Jiujiang heard this, he was shocked and felt his head buzz. It wasn't that Li Jiujiang wasn't excited. It wasn't that he hadn't accepted a gift worth 20 million, nor was it that he couldn't accept it. It was just that he shouldn't have appeared on such an occasion. With such a huge gift, unless it was a transaction of power and money, where both parties hit it off and there was no third person present, it had to go from one's hand to another's hand without anyone noticing. How could it be given so openly? He was afraid that others wouldn't know, and from what Secretary Wang said, the other party sent 6 of them at once. A special guest? What kind of special method was it? What about the other matter? Li Jiujiang's expression darkened, but he did not ask further. Instead, he asked about something else. The corner of Secretary Wang's mouth twitched, and he said hesitantly, Little Tian was just slapped at the entrance of the banquet hall. What? When Li Jiujiang heard this, he was like a cat that had its tail stepped on. He almost jumped up from the ground, and his voice rose an octave unknowingly. What did you say? Did I hear wrongly? Little Tian was slapped again? At the entrance of the banquet hall? Damn it, who dares to hit my nephew? Now. There was no longer any joy on Li Jiujiang's face. His face fell instantly. How was this a slap to his nephew's face? This was simply using the sole of a shoe to slap him, the head of the Department of Education. Moreover, this wasn't the first time. This was the second time in less than a month that Li Tian was beaten up. Why did Li Jiujiang want to deal with Ling Yun? Naturally, it was because Ling Yun had beaten up his nephew Li Tian before the college entrance examination. He was so scared that he didn't even dare to take the college entrance examination. Li Sanjiang and Li Jiujiang were brothers. Both of them were high-ranking officials with generous salaries. However, Li Tian was the only child in their family. Furthermore, Li Sanjiang got his son at an old age. When he was in his 40s, he married a singer and had such a precious son. Ever since he was young, Li Tian had always been pampered. He was a precious treasure that he was held in the palm of his hand and feared to fall. He was a master who dared not pluck the moon from the stars. Who dared to touch even a finger of his? However, Ling Yun and a few others dared to mess with him and beat Li Tian up for more than half a month. When Li Sanjiang found out about this incident in Hudong, he exploded in anger and reprimanded his brother over the phone for nearly an hour. However, reprimanding was one thing, but he never asked why Li Tian was beaten up. He only asked Li Jiujiang to find the person who beat up his son no matter what and punish him to death. It could be seen that Li Sanjiang spoiled and sheltered his son to such an extent that it made one's hair stand on end. That was why Li Jiujiang used such a despicable and vicious method to deal with Ling Yun, but now, everything was perfect. He was going to enjoy his nephew's celebration tonight, but before the banquet even started, Li Tian was slapped again under Li Jiujiang's nose, and it was a slap in the face. Wasn't this going against the heavens? Who beat up little Tian? Could it be that the family of the girl he liked sent people to cause trouble? Li Jiujiang was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He felt his scalp going numb as he asked. Li Jiujiang knew that Li Tian had forcefully taken Qi Shaoqing. That was why he asked. Secretary Wang shook his head hurriedly. Leader, I don't know the specifics. I didn't have time to ask more before I sent Shi Debiao back to the entrance of the banquet hall. However, there is a strange problem. Shi Debiao said that no one saw little Tian being beaten up, but they all heard the sound of a slap. This, Li Jiujiang was stunned. No one saw it? Wasn't that like seeing a ghost? Let's do it this way. Don't make a big fuss about this for now. Bring a few people with you to take a look. Call me if there's anything you can't handle. Li Jiujiang was an experienced person after all. He calmed down after some thought and gave his order to Secretary Wang. I understand, leader. Secretary Wang agreed in a very capable manner, but then asked in a low voice, Leader, what about the 20 million? Accept it. Since someone dared to give it to us, why wouldn't we accept it? Just accept it. Bring it over personally and don't let the finance department enter it. Yes. Secretary Wang accepted the order and left the room one after another. Li Jiujiang sat back down and watched Secretary Wang leave. He couldn't smile anymore. This was too strange. None of the 20 or so people present dared to say anything when they saw the change in Director Li's expression. The atmosphere in the room became oppressive and heavy. Xie Zhenting and Go Lianqing were both experts at reading people's expressions. How could they not know that something had happened? They looked at each other and felt their hearts sink. An ominous premonition appeared in their hearts at the same time. Teachers, there's something. Li Jiujiang thought about it and felt that he should tell the 3 mysterious figures sent by the Sun family about Li Tian being beaten up. You don't have to say it. We already know. It's not a big deal. He only suffered some physical pain. As soon as Li Jiujiang opened his mouth, one of the 3 mysterious figures sitting on Li Jiujiang's right suddenly said indifferently. Ah? You. Li Jiujiang was stunned again. The mysterious man smiled faintly and raised his hand to point at his ears. What you said and what happened on the 5th floor, we can almost hear it. These 3 mysterious figures couldn't be blamed for looking down on the leaders in the room. Just based on their hearing ability, it was obvious that they were at least at Xiantian realm level 3. Don't worry. As long as the 3 of us are here, we'll definitely solve anything that happens tonight. Among the 3, the one who seemed to be the leader said in a calm and composed manner. By Xianer slap made Ling Yin rush upstairs. Li Jiujiang, who was in the luxurious suite, felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. But now, the most chaotic place wasn't the luxurious suite, but the entire banquet hall. There were more than 300 people in the banquet hall. With so many people gathered in one place, one could only imagine the liveliness and noise, but as Lin Menghan, Yao Rou, Bai Xianer, and the rest were invited into the banquet hall, the entire banquet hall quietened down. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. This made the sound of the pouring rain and the heavy breathing of the men in the banquet hall even clearer. This silence lasted for more than 20 seconds before it was broken by several exclamations. Oh my God, am I seeing things? It's Lin Menghan, the prettiest policewoman in our Jiangnam province's public security system. Why is she here? They had to be from the Public Security Bureau. That's the female boss of the Ordinary People's Clinic. I've seen her before when I took my child there. Yes, I recognize her too. Isn't that the female miracle doctor? Her surname seems to be Miao. She's a miracle doctor. These two had to have been to the Ordinary People's Clinic before. Oh my god, look at that one. That's the tallest one. She looks like the young mistress of Green Dragon. Yes, it's her, Long Wu. She's here too. This was someone who had dealings with Green Dragon. Aren't these the beauties who appeared at the opening day of the Ordinary People's Clinic? Why are they all here? This world is crazy. These were the beauties who had the honor of witnessing the opening of the Ordinary People's Clinic and squeezed into the room. The appearance of the 6 beauties in the banquet hall immediately made them the center of attention. The entire banquet hall was in an uproar. Amidst the hubbub of voices, an elevator door opened silently outside the banquet hall. Ling Yan stood tall, pursed his lips, and with a mysterious smile on his handsome face, he stepped out of the elevator. To be continued. Hello, sir, welcome, 6 well-trained receptionists bowed habitually to welcome Ling Yan as soon as they saw another guest coming out of the elevator. However, the 6 receptionists couldn't help but exclaim at the same time before the word welcome could be uttered. It couldn't be helped. Big Brother Yun was simply too handsome. The 6 beauties in charge of welcoming the guests were all stunned. Ling Yan was now at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9. He was only a step away from breaking through to the chi cultivation stage. From head to toe, there was not the slightest flaw. Just by standing there casually, he was able to emit a unique and bizarre charm, possessing a kind of shocking attraction. Not to mention anything else, just the unique and enchanting fragrance emanating from his body was enough to dazzle any woman and cause their heartbeat to accelerate. In addition to that, he had a slender and handsome figure, long flowing hair, a handsome face with a faintly discernible and mysterious smile, charming dimples, vast and deep eyes, and a calm and confident expression. Any woman who saw such a Ling Yun would not be able to stop their hearts from trembling. He's so handsome. Sure enough, after a few exclamations of surprise, a beautiful receptionist with a hot figure directly revealed her infatuation and directly said what she was thinking in her heart. The funniest thing was that no one refuted her words. Instead, the other beauties couldn't help but nod in agreement. Thank you, you're very pretty too. With a smile on his face, Ling Yan's pair of charming eyes glanced at the girl who was praising him. The beautiful receptionist's body trembled as she lowered her head with a flushed face. She didn't dare to raise her head again. The shock that Ling Yan brought to the 6 beauties was far greater than when Lin Menghan and the rest appeared. Shui Mining, who was dressed to the nines, and Ning Lingyu, who was also dressed to the nines, could not help but laugh at the same time. Shui Mining followed Ling Yan out of the elevator and immediately held on to Ling Yan's left arm tightly. He's mine, you're not allowed to have any ideas about him, she said coquettishly as her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings. Big Brother Yun, shall we go over? After purposely declaring her sovereignty over Ling Yun, Shui Mining requested to head to the banquet hall. Sir, may I ask if you're here to attend tonight's banquet? The beautiful supervisor finally regained her senses. Her face was flushed, and she didn't dare to look at Ling Yan's face. Yes. Ling Yan replied with a smile. At this time, Ning Lingyu also walked out of the elevator. She gently walked forward and took the initiative to hold Ling Yun's right arm. She smiled sweetly and a dreamy smile hung on her fairy-like face. Oh, please follow me. As the beautiful waitress spoke, she was about to lead the 3 of them towards the entrance of the banquet hall. Ling Yan smiled and refused, thank you, but it's okay. We can go there by ourselves. No 5-star hotel's elevator was directly facing the entrance of the banquet hall. After exiting the elevator, one would have to take at least 2 turns to reach the entrance of the banquet hall. First-time guests often didn't know which way to go. Even though it was Ling Yan's first time here, he had divine sense. He had a clear understanding of the entire 5th floor of the hotel. He's really handsome, I've never seen such a handsome guy before, yeah, if only I was the one accompanying him. I'd be satisfied even if it was just for a while. Forget it, don't be so infatuated. Didn't you see the two beauties accompanying him? Especially the one on his right, she's even more beautiful than the 6 beauties who just came in. Sigh, the 6 beautiful waitresses watched the 3 of them leave, and their hearts were filled with endless disappointment and melancholy. At the entrance of the banquet hall. F***ck. Hide? You dare to hide from me? Do you think you can hide from me tonight? Li Tian covered his cheek with his left hand, and his right hand roughly grabbed Xianxia's snow-white wrist. After Shi Debiao finished reporting to Secretary Wang, Li Tian couldn't wait to bring Xianxia directly to the presidential suite on the top floor of the Triumph Hotel. He tried to grab Xianxia 3 times, but Xianxia dodged all of his attempts easily. He couldn't help but curse angrily. When I saw those 6 beauties just now, the evil fire in my heart flared up. Now it's unbearable down there. Go. As Li Tian cursed, he had already forced Xianxia into a corner. Xianxia had nowhere to hide. 2 streams of tears of humiliation silently rolled down her beautiful face. Please let me go. I really can't. This was Xianxia's last plea. Li Tian grinned, and his eyes radiated cruelty and greed. You want me to let you go now? It's too late. Shi Debiao, who came with Li Tian to help him force Xianxia into a corner, also played the role of the villain. Xianxia, I think you should hurry up and go upstairs with Li Tian. If you can follow Li Tian, you'll be like a black chicken turning into a phoenix, reaching the heavens in one step. This is your blessing. Li Tianxia smiled, took a step forward, and said in a strange tone, let's go. Do you want to wait for my bodyguards to come and drag you upstairs? Xianxia, let me tell you, I have a special hobby, and that's doing it. I especially like to be watched by others. When the time comes, I'll let those bodyguards watch me break your virginity. If you think that's more exciting, we'll wait for them to come. Li Tian finished his sentence and laughed lewdly. That was a kind of unbridled madness. Please, don't do that. Xianxia was in a desperate situation. She closed her tearful eyes and begged bitterly. She knew that she was destined to die tonight. At this moment, a cold snort suddenly rang out. It was like the roar of a tiger or a dragon, causing everyone's eardrums to buzz. Let go of that girl. Ling Yan had yet to arrive, but his voice reached them first. Young Master Li Tian, who was about to grab Xianxia, was shocked by Ling Yan's shout. He quickly turned around and scolded, Who the F***ck is making a fuss over there? How dare you ruin my fun? Li Tian didn't see anyone at first glance. After he finished scolding, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Was he hallucinating after being beaten up previously? Of course it wasn't a hallucination. In less than 10 seconds, 3 figures appeared in Li Tian's field of vision. Li Tian only took a glance at 2 of them and immediately felt the world spin, Ling Yan and Shui Mining. It's you again. Li Tian's face turned purplish black. He even forgot about the burning pain on his left cheek when he saw Ling Yan. He was so scared that his teeth chattered, and he couldn't even speak properly. Yes, it's me again. I'm so sorry, we meet again. Ling Yan gently broke away from the 2 and strode towards the entrance of the banquet hall. He had a cold smile on his face, but his gaze was as sharp as a knife. Why are you here? Li Tian had long forgotten about Xianxia when he saw Ling Yan. He hid behind Shi Debiao with a face full of fear. Once bitten, twice shy. He had seen Ling Yan's prowess before. Now that he saw Ling Yan, it was like a mouse meeting a cat. Ling Yan looked at the frightened Li Tian with a mocking gaze. The scene was indeed like a cat teasing a mouse. He laughed coldly and said, Oh? Why am I here? I think you should know better than anyone else, right? The last trace of a smile on Ling Yan's handsome face disappeared after he finished speaking. Shi Debiao saw that Ling Yan's appearance had scared Li Tian to such a state. He was dumbfounded. After being stunned for a while, Shi Debiao finally calmed down and asked in surprise, Little brother, may I know who you are? What he got in return was a cold and disgusted sentence, Get out of my way. Ling Yan already knew everything that happened on the 5th floor. He knew that Shi Debiao was not a good person. He could be considered the best of the scumbags. In order to get promoted and get rich, he was willing to suck up to the leaders and help the young thug to forcibly take over the female students in his own school. If he wasn't the best of the scumbags, what was, of course, what Ling Yun didn't know was that there were even more extreme scumbags in this day and age. Some school leaders even personally led their students to hotels. "Sigh, I say, why are you so rude? Why are you scolding people in public the moment you come up?" Shi Debiao saw that he only said one sentence and was suddenly scolded. He immediately brought out the aura of a principal and questioned Ling Yun. Sigh, Ling Yun didn't say anything. He just stood there and sighed slightly. Then, he waved his palm lightly. Pa! A gust of vital energy slapped Shi Debiao's face. This slap was heavier than Bai Xian'er's earlier one. He wouldn't use his hand to slap Shi Debiao, lest he dirted his palm. Ouch! Shi Debiao immediately screamed and covered his face with his hands in pain. "I'm not only scolding you, I'm also going to hit you. Sure, you're really a pile of dog sh*t. I don't have time to care about you now. Get lost." How hard was Ling Yun's slap? It made Shi Debiao lose half of his teeth. He had no choice but to get lost. "Li Tian, you're having too much fun. You should reflect on yourself here first." After slapping Shi Debiao, Ling Yun sent out several gusts of wind from his fingers and hit several of Li Tian's major acupoints. He couldn't move at all. Li Tian didn't even get half a scream before he realized that he had lost all ability to move. Bang! Ling Yun kicked Li Tian to the side as if he was kicking a dead dog. Li Tian's body smashed into another corner and fell down. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. There was no longer any obstacle between Ling Yun and Qi Shaoqing. "Qi Shaoqing, didn't I ask Tang Meng to give you his number?" Ling Yun looked at the stunned Qi Shaoqing with a gentle gaze filled with pity and doubt. "Qi Shaoqing, didn't I ask Tang Meng to give you his number? Since you're in trouble, why don't you call Tang Meng and the rest?" Seeing Ling Yun suddenly appear in front of her like a deity, sending young thug Li Tian flying with a few punches and kicks, and teaching that bastard Shi Debiao a lesson, Qi Shaoqing was completely stunned. No questions, no explanations, no nonsense, he directly killed the other party. It was definitely like biting a radish with one's teeth, crunching and crunching. Qi Shaoqing's heart was beating wildly. She could not believe that everything that had happened in front of her was real. It was as if she was in a dream. How was this possible? She had been unable to escape twice, isolated and helpless. She was on the brink of being ravaged by young thug Li Tian at any time, but she was miraculously saved both times. What was even more miraculous was that the person who saved her from the devil's clutches was the same boy, Ling Yun. Qi Shaoqing was very good at mathematics, scoring full marks in her college entrance examinations. Even so, she could not calculate the probability of such a thing happening. If she really had to estimate, it was at most like winning the jackpot by buying a random lottery ticket by the roadside. Could it be that he was a messenger sent by God to protect him? Qi Shaoqing's heart was filled with mixed feelings. For a moment, she felt a little dazed. As tears trickled down her cheeks, she looked at Ling Yun with a blurred gaze. However, Qi Shaoqing grew up in a poor family. Children of the poor had to take charge of the household early. She was independent and strong-willed, so she did not lose focus for long. Lifting her arm to wipe her tears, Qi Shaoqing looked at Ling Yun again. Her gaze began to focus again, and her beautiful eyes did not even blink. There was some hope in her eyes, but it quickly dimmed. Instead, she became despondent. Her clear voice also began to become hoarse. "Ling Yun, thank you for saving me again, but..." Qi Shaoqing paused for a moment, then continued bravely, "But, you can save me once, twice, but you can't save me a third time, a fourth time." At this point, Qi Shaoqing turned her head slightly and glanced at Li Tian, who was paralyzed in the corner, with disgust. When Qi Shaoqing looked at Li Tian, her gaze was filled with indescribable disgust, but also with a similar degree of fear. The law was still there. Ling Yun could not kill Li Tian. As long as Li Tian did not die, Qi Shaoqing would never be able to escape his clutches. Qi Shaoqing understood this better than anyone else. "Qi Shaoqing, don't worry. From now on, your disaster is over. There won't be a third or a fourth time." Ling Yun smiled. Ling Yun knew better than her what Qi Shaoqing was worried about. The only thing he didn't understand was why Qi Xiaoqing didn't look for Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu when she was in danger. Why didn't she look for the people from the Green Dragon gang to save her? Because Qi Xiaoqing was not such a stupid person. Ah? Qi Xiaoqing was completely stunned. You, don't tell me you want to. Ling Yan knew what Qi Xiaoqing wanted to say. He smiled and shook his head. It's not what you think. Tell me, what's going on? Ling Yan's smile was charming, and his eyes were firm. Just by standing there, he naturally exuded a strange charm and a calming power. In Qi Xiaoqing's eyes, at least at this moment, Ling Yan was her guardian angel. Facing her guardian angel, what else could she not say? The look in Qi Xiaoqing's eyes changed again. She finally said, they didn't give me a chance. When Lei Tian suddenly appeared at my house with a few people, my phone was smashed on the spot by him. Qi Xiaoqing only said the first sentence, but Ling Yan immediately understood. How could a weak girl like Qi Xiaoqing deal with so many evil slave bodyguards? How did he find your house? Ling Yan asked. Qi Xiaoqing looked down at Shi Debiao, who was covering his face and crying in pain. She said bitterly, the school has my address. Ling Yan waved his hand lightly and stopped Qi Xiaoqing from continuing. Even without the help of Principal Shi Debiao, Li Tian would still be able to find out more about Qi Xiaoqing's situation with ease. Ling Yan's eyes were as cold as a sword. His gaze swept across Li Tian and Shi Debiao as he snorted. Then, he didn't do anything to you, did he? Ling Yan no longer cared about the two pieces of trash. He retracted his gaze and asked Qi Xiaoqing with concern. Qi Xiaoqing blushed inexplicably and lowered her head to avoid Ling Yan's gaze. She said shyly, Not yet. Humph, if he dares, I'll castrate him right now. Ling Yan's heart was filled with anger. He had forgotten that there were three beauties in front of him, Ning Lingyu, Xue Mining, and Qi Xiaoqing. Tisk, Ning Lingyu and Xue Mining blushed at the same time. Xue Mining couldn't help but roll her eyes at Ling Yan. Qi Xiaoqing's face turned even redder, and she hurriedly lowered her head. But my mother is still in their hands, and my sister is also mysteriously ill. Li Tian used these two things to threaten Qi Xiaoqing. Otherwise, based on Qi Xiaoqing's personality, she would have already bitten her tongue and committed suicide. Qi Xiaoqing was still worried about her family. At this time, there was no need to mention anything like filling in the application form. Ling Yan already knew all of this. He stepped forward and patted Qi Xiaoqing's shoulder. Don't worry, I promise that your mother will be fine. As for your sister's illness, I'll treat her. I'll make sure she's fine. Ah? This? Qi Xiaoqing was stunned once again. Tears flowed from her beautiful eyes again, but they were all tears of excitement. Ling Yan had saved the damsel in distress. From now on, you don't have to worry about anything. This is Ning Er, you've met her before. This is my sister, Ning Lingyu, you've also met her during the college entrance exams. Tonight, let them accompany you. See how I'll deal with them. With that, Ling Yan appeared directly in front of Shi Debiao. He lowered his head and looked down at the wailing Shi Debiao. If you don't want to get kicked, then obediently scram to the corner and guard your nouveau riche. There was a saying, you dare to be angry but don't dare to speak up. Now, Shi Debiao finally understood what it meant to be afraid to be angry but don't dare to speak up. People who were good at deceiving their superiors had a special intuition. They could smell who was the strongest person on the scene. Shi Debiao's intuition told him that Ling Yun was unusually strong. He was even stronger than Director Li and the three mysterious people in the luxurious suite. Ling Yun couldn't be bothered to waste any more time talking to him. Shi Debiao did not even dare to raise his head. He was so frightened that he did not even dare to cry out. He obediently squatted on the ground and covered his bleeding cheek as he slowly moved to the corner of the wall. Shi Debiao trembled in fear. He was so scared that he did not even dare to let out a fart. Don't even think about running. I guarantee that you won't be able to leave the 5th floor. Squat here and wait for me to deal with you, Ling Yan said casually. He turned around and smiled at Qi Xiaoqing, who was already standing with Ning Lingyu and Xue Mining. It was a confident and powerful smile. It was as if everything was under his control. They're beating people up. Run. Someone's going to die. Call the security. The 8 people who were in charge of collecting red packets and counting money at the door did not expect that the arrogant and despotic young Master Li Tian would be kicked half to death in the blink of an eye. They had never seen such a scene before. After recovering from the shock, 2 of them suddenly screamed. They each grabbed a safe and an account book on the table and led the way into the banquet hall. They were calling the police and running for their lives. Ling Yun would not be Ling Yun if he allowed them to rush in. He snorted coldly and used his fingers to seal the acupuncture points of the 2 people. The 2 of them could not move at all. When I said don't even think about running away, I'm also reminding you. All of you, stay here obediently and guard the money boxes and account books in your hands. Especially that 20 million check, that's a big gift for Director Li. Another 2 people could not move. The other 6 were completely stunned. Their faces were pale and their eyes were as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Every one of them felt a chill run down their spines, but no one dared to move a single muscle. Ling Yun had complete control over the situation at the entrance of the banquet hall. However, the screams of Li Tian and Shi Debiao, as well as the exclamation of the 2 accountants, had alerted the guests at the 7 or 8 tables closest to the entrance. What's going on outside? Why did I hear someone screaming for someone to die? Yes, I also heard someone screaming. Someone even said to call the security. Some of the guests turned away from the 6 beauties and turned to look at the entrance of the banquet hall. Some of them had already stood up and looked outside in surprise. At the same time, the male and female hosts that Shi Debiao had specially hired for this banquet had also stepped onto the stage enthusiastically. Everyone, please be quiet. The female host smiled and pressed her hands against the air. Ladies and gentlemen, hello everyone. Today, I'm very excited to welcome you all to Li Tian's party. College Entrance Examination Champion Celebration. The male host spoke immediately. His voice was loud and pleasing to the ear, making people want to pee in their pants. The male and female hosts went on stage to speak. The noise in the room was instantly reduced by half. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the 2 professional hosts from the provincial television station on the podium. It was a very new thing to be able to see famous hosts who appeared on television every day. Therefore, the huge banquet hall soon became completely silent. The 2 hosts seemed to be very satisfied with the effect of their appearance. They looked at each other and smiled. Then, they turned their heads at the same time and looked at the more than 300 people in the banquet hall. At the same time, they recited their prepared lines. Dear guests and friends, good evening. Tonight is a day worthy of commemoration and celebration. Next, it was the male host's turn to speak. First, stop. Suddenly, a discordant voice came from the entrance of the banquet hall. The voice was like the roar of a dragon. Everyone who heard it could not help but tremble at the same time. All the guests turned their heads at the same time. They all saw a tall, handsome, and breathtakingly handsome boy walking calmly into the banquet hall with a smile. He walked like a dragon and like a tiger, as if there was no one else around. To be continued. One of the most important things about an outstanding host was whether or not he had a strong leadership from the beginning to the end of the event or conference site. Originally, the 2 hosts from the provincial TV station had absolute confidence in coming here to make some extra money. They had successfully hosted the provincial TV station's large-scale galas countless times. Now that they were hosting a banquet at this level, it was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. The performance of all the guests in the banquet hall proved this point. They instantly controlled the scene and captured the attention of all the guests. But what they didn't expect was that as soon as they started speaking, they were mercilessly interrupted, and they encountered the embarrassment of being asked to stop. Especially Ling Yun's shout, which was even louder and more melodious than the sound they made into the microphone, shocked the 2 hosts even more. Hearing the word stop, the 2 hosts' faces showed a trace of undisguised anger. This was a banquet hosted by Li Jiujiang, the head of the Jiangnan Province's Department of Education. They were also famous hosts from the provincial television station. Who was so presumptuous to disrupt this banquet? The female host was furious. She picked up the microphone and was about to retort. Before she could open her mouth, she saw Ling Yun walk in from the entrance of the banquet hall as if there was no one else present. The female host felt her body tremble the moment she saw Ling Yun. Her right hand unknowingly loosened, and the microphone in her hand almost fell to the ground. Then, there was no then. The two hosts stopped talking, and the scene suddenly became silent. It was even quieter than when Lin Menghan and the others came in. One could hear a pin drop. Ling Yun walked proudly along the central axis of the banquet hall. Under the gaze of more than 300 people, he went straight to the podium where the two hosts were standing. There was at least a distance of more than 40 meters from the entrance of the banquet hall to the podium. Ling Yun didn't walk very fast. Just when he was halfway there, a series of crashing noises sounded, gradually breaking the silence of the banquet hall. This was the sound of people pushing away their tables and chairs and unconsciously standing up from their seats. This was accompanied by their exclamations. "Oh my God! It's Ling Yun, it's really Ling Yun. I've seen him before. When the Ordinary People's Clinic opened, I saw his peerless medical skills. Ling Yun. He's the one who sent Xianxia City's Public Security Bureau Director Luo Zhong to prison. Why is he here? Honey, did you see that? It's him. He cut out the biggest and most expensive king stone in Xianxia City. It's a dragon stone type imperial jade. He really demolished 2 villas by himself? Did he really save more than 20 dying patients? He's even more handsome than the rumors say." As the saying went, a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Even though Ling Yun had kept a low profile in Xianxia City, the things he had done had already made him famous. Even though the government could erase Ling Yun's videos and photos from all media outlets and the internet, they couldn't block the public's reputation. Putting everything else aside, just his performance in Xianxia High, defeating Luo Zhong at Linjiang Garden, opening the Ordinary People's Clinic, and selling the King of the Stone in the antique market, especially Ling Yun's performance at Xianxia High, which had been witnessed by thousands of students. Which high school student did not have a few former junior high school classmates in other schools? Which high school student didn't have hundreds or thousands of QQ friends? Behind every student was a family. Just like that, from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, there weren't many people in Xianxia City who had seen Ling Yun before. However, those who hadn't heard of Ling Yun in the past few months were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Those who were able to attend Li Jiuzheng's celebration banquet for his nephew and had the right to stay for a drink were all influential people in Xianxia City. How many influential people were there in a city? Back when Ling Yun opened the Ordinary People's Clinic, at least a quarter of the influential people in Xianxia City who had sent gifts to Ling Yun for the sake of miracle Dr. Shui, Li Yifeng, Tang Tianhao, and the others were sitting here. Meeting Ling Yun once was already an unforgettable experience. It would be a miracle if they didn't stand up and scream in excitement when they saw Ling Yun. "We're so lucky to see Ling Yun again. I didn't expect Ling Yun to attend Li Tian's celebration banquet. It seems like we made the right decision coming here." That's right, that's right. No matter what, we have to go and toast him later. His amazing medical skills are really incredible. We have to toast him. Knowing him is equivalent to having an extra life. Whoever misses out on such a good opportunity would be a fool. More and more people stood up and exclaimed. Everyone stared unblinkingly at Ling Yun's figure, but they didn't forget to express that they had seen Ling Yun before. They had really seen Ling Yun before. In an instant, Ling Yun became the only star in the entire banquet hall. Big brother Ling Yun is so amazing. On the right side of the banquet hall, at the last table, the 6 beauties who came in earlier sat together. Bai Xian'er's beautiful eyes, hidden behind her sunglasses, stared at Ling Yun as she spoke in a daze. Lin Menghan, Yao Rou, and the other beauties smiled like flowers blooming in spring. They also stared at Ling Yun's back, but there was a hint of calmness in their eyes. They had seen this kind of scene too many times. They knew that this was just the beginning, and the show had just begun. Longwu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Really, just capture Li Jiuzheng and his nephew, beat them up, and send them to the disciplinary committee. Why waste time here? Chao Shanshan glanced at Longwu and said lightly, "Ignorance is bliss." Longwu flew into a rage and shouted, "What did you say?" Chao Shanshan raised her head and purposely laughed. "Say whatever you want to say." "Humph, I haven't settled the score with you for occupying my seat." The conflict between these two beauties during the day hadn't been resolved yet. Miao Xiaomiao quickly intervened. All right. If you two want to quarrel, go back. Ling Yun is on the podium. This sentence was more effective than anything else. Chao Shanshan and Long Wu immediately gave up and looked at the podium at the same time. Ling Yun was already standing on the podium, right in between the two hosts. He slowly turned around and faced all the guests. First, he smiled. "I'm sorry, but something shocking is about to happen here. At the same time, it will take up a little of everyone's time. However, this has nothing to do with everyone, so you don't have to worry. I just hope that everyone can be my witnesses." Ling Yun smiled faintly. As he spoke, he turned his head slightly and glanced at the passageway at the side of the banquet hall. There, Secretary Wang was rushing towards the banquet hall with 6 top-notch bodyguards. Something shocking is about to happen. When all the guests heard this, they were instantly dumbfounded. Looking at Ling Yun's manner, he wasn't actually here to congratulate the top scholar. It was more like he was here to stir up trouble. Ling Yun smiled indifferently and pressed his hands in the air. "Everyone, please return to your seats. I believe it won't take up any of your meal time." Then, Ling Yun looked at the two hosts and raised his hand to point to the other side of the banquet hall. "I'm sorry for interrupting the two hosts. Please hide over there, lest you two accidentally get hurt." The two hosts were dumbfounded. Accidentally get hurt? Could it be that there would be a violent fight? This was the banquet hall of a super 5-star hotel. How could it be? However, even though they thought that, they were intimidated by Ling Yun's imposing manner. Holding their microphones, they walked to the other side and quickly left the podium. At the same time, Secretary Wang had already walked out of the long and narrow passageway with 6 bodyguards. When they arrived at the banquet hall, he immediately saw Ling Yun on the podium. Secretary Wang was stunned at that moment. Since Li Jiujiang wanted to deal with Ling Yun, he naturally had to first understand Ling Yun. Without a doubt, Secretary Wang had a more comprehensive understanding of Ling Yun. Even though Secretary Wang had never seen Ling Yun before, he had seen Ling Yun's photo. Therefore, he recognized Ling Yun at a glance. What kind of person was Secretary Wang? While he was stunned, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. In an instant, he connected the 2 major events that Shi Debiao had reported and instantly understood. There was no other reason. His enemy had come knocking on his door. Secretary Wang was stunned. "So it's you." Ling Yun looked at him indifferently and said, "That's right, it's me." Secretary Wang pointed at Ling Yun and said angrily, "You, come down quickly. How dare you cause trouble here? What did you do to Li Tian?" Ling Yun chuckled and shrugged his shoulders. Spreading his hands, he said, "I'm just standing here. I didn't cause any trouble. As for Li Tian, it's best that you go and see for yourself. His situation isn't looking good." Secretary Wang panicked. His expression changed drastically as he hurriedly called out to the 6 bodyguards beside him. "You, quickly go to the door and see how Li Tian is doing. And you, quickly go inside and report to the higher-ups. Just say that Ling Yun is here. The 4 of you, quickly go and drag Ling Yun down." Secretary Wang acted as if he was facing a formidable enemy. However, he did not panic at all. In the shortest time possible, he made the most correct arrangement. To an ordinary person, this was indeed the most correct arrangement. However, to Ling Yun, this arrangement was child's play. It was the most wrong arrangement. 4 bodyguards wanted to drag Ling Yun down? This was simply an international joke. After receiving Secretary Wang's order, one of the bodyguards rushed towards the entrance of the banquet hall. Another turned around and went straight to the luxurious suite. The remaining 4 fierce-looking bodyguards pounced on Ling Yun like wolves and tigers. Ling Yun turned a deaf ear to the 2 bodyguards who left. He only chuckled. "Secretary Wang, you're a talent. It's a pity that you followed the wrong person. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony." As he spoke, Ling Yun waved his palms lightly. Bam, 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 bam. Ling Yun only released 4 gusts of true qi. The 4 burly bodyguards did not even have the chance to touch the corner of Ling Yun's clothes before they were all sent flying. The 4 of them rolled on the ground and screamed in pain. To be continued. Other than Ling Yun's entourage, everyone in the banquet hall was shocked. What kind of shocking event was going to happen here? Just a moment ago, everyone was still doubtful. Now, their doubts had all turned into shock. They're really fighting. What the hell is going on? Why are they fighting as soon as they see each other? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? That Ling Yun didn't even touch those 4 people. How did they get sent flying? What do you know? Ling Yun has done many miraculous things. What is this? Secretary Wang was completely dumbfounded. His face turned pale, and his brain short-circuited, because he was the closest to Ling Yun, he had the clearest view. The 4 bodyguards were still a meter away from Ling Yun, but they were all sent flying. Gods? Monsters? Has this world gone mad? Or am I king crazy? Ling Yun easily dealt with the 4 bodyguards, but he did not move again. He only smiled and looked at the bodyguard who rushed out of the banquet hall. That bodyguard was very competent and fast. However, his ending was not much better than the 4 bodyguards. You're out? Then you can have a good rest here and accompany your master. Later, you will have to carry him in. Ning Lingyu, who was chatting with Xianxia outside the door, saw the bodyguard rush out. Then, with a twist of her slender body, she appeared beside the bodyguard in a flash. Her slender and beautiful fingers tapped on the bodyguard's back with lightning speed. The bodyguard felt his entire body go numb. His legs could no longer move. He maintained his forward posture, and with a thud, he fell flat on his face. This was the first time Ning Lingyu had fought an enemy since she started practicing martial arts. Ning Lingyu did not hide anything, and her speed was not very fast. Therefore, this time, Xianxia saw everything clearly. Her mouth immediately formed an O shape. Who are these people? Xianxia suddenly felt that she couldn't understand this world anymore. Not only was Xianxia good at her studies, but she also loved to exercise. Her 100-meter dash had once broken the school record of Qingshui 9th high. Even so, she could tell that Ning Lingyu's burst of speed had far exceeded the limits of an ordinary person. Moreover, Ning Lingyu only used one finger to knock down a burly bodyguard who was charging at them. Wasn't that too amazing? Haha, Lingyu, you're amazing. It seems like I'm late and missed out on a good show. A rough voice rang out. Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Abing appeared from the corner and swaggered over. Needless to say, that rough voice must have come from Tang Meng. Tang Meng, are you itching for a beating? We've been waiting for you for so long that our legs have gone numb. Seeing that Tang Meng was late, Shui Mining flew into a rage. This was because Shui Mining was dressed splendidly. She had originally planned to accompany Ling Yun in. Unfortunately, because Tang Meng was late by 1 step, she had lost a great opportunity. Hee, little Ming, don't be angry. I had some urgent matters to attend to just now, so I came a little late. Tang Meng did not dare to provoke Shui Mining. He could only smile and explain. At the same time, he waved his hand and ordered the Long brothers behind him to guard the entrances of the banquet hall. The other 2 took the initiative to carry the bodyguard who rushed out like a dead dog to the corner of the hall and threw him beside Li Tian. Shui Mining said angrily, "Tell me, where did you go?" Tang Meng chuckled. "It's a secret for now. You'll know later." Shui Mining raised her hand and said fiercely, "You dare to challenge me? Do you believe that I won't slap you to death?" Tang Meng was so frightened that he quickly hid behind Tai Xiaohu. "Madam, please spare my life. I really had something important to do just now. If you don't believe me, you can ask Tai Xiaohu. They were fooling around here as if they were in their own home. They did not care about the super 5-star hotel at all." Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Abing came out with 12 Dragon Hall disciples. That kind of valiant aura was absolutely terrifying. It was so oppressive that the people at the entrance couldn't even breathe. Not to mention, no one dared to say another word. Shui Mining treated Tai Xiaohu differently from how she treated Tang Meng. She retracted her hand and looked at Tai Xiaohu with a questioning gaze. This was because during this period of time, Tai Xiaohu had truly won the respect of Shui Mining by neglecting to eat and sleep. Tai Xiaohu was like a solid black tower. He did not avoid Shui Mining's gaze. Instead, he scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. "I indeed had something to do just now. You'll know soon enough." Shui Mining was suspicious, but she could only nod her head. Seeing this, Tang Meng could only cry in his heart. Once again, he silently swore that he would definitely get Ling Yun to teach him a set of martial arts. If not, he would lose his human rights. What? Ling Yan is here? One person? How dare he? At the same time, the bodyguard who ran to the luxurious suite knocked on the door in a panic and rushed in to report the situation to Li Jiujiang. Hearing this, Li Jiujiang instantly exploded in anger and slammed the table. Where's little Tian? Of course, Li Jiujiang was most concerned about his nephew, Li Tian. That bodyguard was speechless. After a moment of shock, he scratched his head and said, I heard that the situation isn't looking good. He did not know how Li Tian was, so he could only repeat Ling Yan's words. What? Li Jiujiang knew that Li Tian was in danger. He could no longer maintain his calm and arrogant demeanor. His face flashed with panic and anxiety as he turned to look at the three mysterious figures beside him. Teachers, what do you think we should do now? Li Jiujiang pretended to be superior just now because he guaranteed that Ling Yun would not dare to come knocking at this time. After all, he was the head of the Department of Education, and this was a 5-star hotel with tight security. Of course, the most important thing was that there were more than 300 influential people in Xianxia city here. They were all his people. If both sides were to get into a standoff, Ling Yun wouldn't be able to make a move in public. He could use his authority to suppress them. No matter how powerful one was, one had to follow the rules of the bureaucracy. This was an unwritten rule in Huaxia. Just as Qi Shaoqing thought, if one were to use force to settle official matters, they would be mercilessly suppressed by the higher-ups of Huaxia regardless of the reason. Therefore, Li Jiujiang deduced that even if Ling Yun was given 100 guts, he would not dare to use force against him. He was a deputy provincial official of the Huaxia government, and that was his greatest backing. However, Ling Yun would not use force against him, but that did not mean that Ling Yun would not use force against others, including his nephew, Li Tian. No matter how powerful Li Tian's background was, he was still a student who had just graduated from high school. Li Jiujiang could only watch helplessly if he was beaten up. Hearing that Ling Yun was here, there were two other people who were even more shocked and dumbfounded than Li Jiujiang. Xianxia and Go Lianqing. Both of them jumped up from their seats and looked at each other. They could see the fear in each other's eyes and the cold sweat on their foreheads. Bloody unlucky, 5-star hotel? Not to mention now, just 3 months ago, Ling Yan had kicked Go Lianqing and a dozen other people into eunuchs in a private room of a 5-star hotel. Ling Yan did not dare to go against senior officials? That was bullshit. Back then, Ling Yan pointed at the former director of the Public Security Bureau, Luo Zhong, and called him A**starred in broad daylight. Xianxia was even clearer about that. What should we do? Xianxia and Go Lianqing were like birds startled by the mere twang of a bow. Both of them could not maintain their composure. Their lips moved, but no sound came out. However, both of them could tell what the other party wanted to say. Nothing else but to ask the other party what to do now. Among the three mysterious figures beside Li Jiujiang, the one who seemed to be the leader said with a smile, "This Ling Yun is indeed very unruly, but you don't have to worry, Director Li. We'll go out and take him down." After saying that, the leader smiled and stood up. He even pretended to gently brush his clothes, as if there was dust that had accidentally fallen off. "Let's go, we'll accompany the 3 teachers. I want to see if this Ling Yun really has 3 heads and 6 arms to cause trouble at my banquet." Seeing that the 3 mysterious figures were really willing to help, Li Jiujiang was instantly reassured. Remembering his own identity, he led the way out of his seat. When the other officials in the luxurious suite saw that something had really happened, they all stood up with a tacit understanding. Their expressions were grave as they walked out with their own thoughts. Seeing that, Xianxia and Go Lianqing felt their lips go dry. However, they could only bite the bullet and follow the crowd out. Outside the banquet hall, on the stage, Ling Yan stood there quietly, looking at the more than 300 guests below the stage. Listening to their exclamations, he smiled and waited for Li Jiujiang and the rest to appear. He was going to force Li Jiujiang out. There was no way he could hide what had happened today. He wanted to do it all in one go. At the same time, he wanted the more than 300 guests to be his witnesses. Ling Yan's calm gaze swept across the crowd below the stage. When he saw Lu Qingping sitting in an inconspicuous corner, wiping his sweat away, he could not help but blink at him, indicating that he should not be nervous. Of course, Lu Qingping was here. He had arrived just a little earlier than the six beauties. Only he knew that tonight would be a spectacular show of Mars colliding with Earth. However, no one knew who would win and who would lose. Xiao Wang, who dares to cause trouble here? Where's the security? Hurry up and call for the owner of the Triumph Hotel. Li Jiujiang took the lead and walked out. When he saw the 4 bodyguards groaning on the ground, his heart skipped a beat. Following that, he put on the airs of an official and gave out orders. Then, he felt 2 sword-like gazes on his body, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Li Jiujiang looked back and immediately saw Ling Yun on the stage. Director Li, there's no need to go through so much trouble. The owner of the Triumph Hotel is me. I call the shots in my territory. To be continued. What? The owner of the Triumph Hotel is Ling Yun? How is this possible? Li Jiujiang's face that was full of authority suddenly became extremely ugly. At the same time, he turned his head slightly and looked away. Ling Yun stood on the stage. Even though he was glancing at Li Jiujiang, Ling Yun's gaze was as sharp as a sword. Li Jiujiang did not dare to look him in the eye. This is absolutely impossible. The owner of the Triumph Hotel is obviously Qianxia. Do you think I don't know? Li Jiujiang tried his best to hide his guilty conscience. He expressed that he knew the owner of the Triumph Hotel, which was the truth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have arranged such an important banquet to be held here with so many 5-star hotels in Xianxia City. Li Jiujiang raised his hand and pointed at Ling Yun. The Triumph Hotel's business is so good, with a net annual profit of over 100 million. Why would Boss Qian sell it to you? Ling Yun sneered. Oh? If that's the case, why don't you arrange for someone to invite Boss Qian over and ask him personally? Ling Yun knew that Qianxia had just signed the hotel transfer contract with Tang Meng and was busy with the handover. Of course, he couldn't leave the hotel now. Before 8 o'clock, the Triumph Hotel was indeed Qianxia's. But now, it belonged to Ling Yun alone. The hotel land cost 300 million, the hotel renovation cost 70 million, and the hotel's net annual profit of 120 million. Tang Meng added another 10 million for a total of 500 million. He gave Qianxia a check of 500 million that could be cashed at any time and bought the Triumph Hotel for Ling Yun. Since we're going to fight, let's fight on our own turf. No one will care how we fight. I'll give you 20 minutes to buy the Triumph Hotel, no matter the cost. This was what Ling Yun said to Tang Meng on the phone half an hour ago. At that time, Tang Meng was so shocked that he almost dropped his phone. Awesome. Valiant. Other than these 2 words, Tang Meng really couldn't find a better word to describe Ling Yun. Even now, the more than 300 guests in the banquet hall, upon hearing that Ling Yun was now the owner of the Triumph Hotel, all of them were dumbfounded. Their mouths formed an O shape, and the expressions on their faces could only be described as brilliant. God, so he bought this super 5-star hotel. No wonder he's so unscrupulous. Tisk, that's nothing. I've seen Ling Yun cut the King of the Stones with my own eyes. He was much stronger than he is now. Great, this is great. The hotel belongs to Ling Yun now. All the staff will definitely be on Ling Yun's side, isn't that obvious? Do you even need to ask? It's useless to call security now. They're all Ling Yun's men. This is too amazing. I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it. The banquet hall was silent for only a moment. Then, it was followed by shocked discussions. Everyone was shocked by Ling Yun's move. As Li Jiujiang listened to all kinds of noisy discussions, he felt his brain buzzing, and the blood in his body suddenly surged. Did he really buy the hotel? Just to deal with him? This, Ling Yun was too generous. Li Jiujiang definitely couldn't afford it. Little Wang, hurry up and give Boss Qian a call. Ask him to come over and see what's going on. Li Jiujiang felt bitter in his heart, but he wouldn't shed a tear until he saw the coffin. He still couldn't believe that Ling Yun bought the Triumph Hotel with a snap of his fingers. This was because he knew in his heart who this hotel belonged to. The implications were too great. This involved whether he could leave this hotel safely. If the hotel was still Qianxia's, then no matter what Ling Yun did, the hotel's security guards would come to stop it. Even if they couldn't, they would still call the police. Whether it was 1-0 or 2-0, the hotel definitely wouldn't want the situation to escalate. At that time, Xianxia would still have the power in his hands. However, if this hotel really became Ling Yun's, then all these possibilities would become impossible. Everything would be decided by Ling Yun alone. At that time, it would really be his territory, and he would be in charge. Of course, there was another way. That was if the 3 people sent by the Sun family to protect Li Jiujiang were strong enough to ensure his safe escape. At the entrance of the banquet hall, Shui Mining's jaw dropped to the maximum. Her beautiful eyes widened as she pointed at Tang Meng with her index finger. Tang Meng, you just now. Tang Meng chuckled and nodded his head. That's right, the Triumph Hotel is now Big Brother Yun's. Full acquisition. As he spoke, he waved the black document that he had been holding tightly in his hand at Shui Mining. The transfer contract is in here. He smiled. Seeing this, Ning Lingyu smiled and sighed helplessly. Qi Xiaoqing covered her beautiful mouth in shock. You guys. She really didn't know what to say. Tang Meng smiled and nodded at Qi Xiaoqing. It's just a small matter. When Ling Yun bought the Imperial Greenstone King from Yuding Xian on the Antique Street, he had earned 15 billion yuan. He hadn't spent much of it yet. Taking out 500 million yuan to buy a hotel was indeed a small matter. After a while, a fair and clean middle-aged fat man hurriedly ran out from around the corner. His eyes were filled with panic as he wiped the sweat off his face with his arm and ran straight to the banquet hall. Boss Qian, this person was, of course, Xianxia. As soon as Tang Meng saw him, he smiled and raised his hand to block him at the entrance of the banquet hall. Io, it's young Master Tang. Why are you here? Xianxia had just signed the contract with Tang Meng. Naturally, he recognized Tang Meng. He immediately stopped in his tracks and greeted Tang Meng politely. Boss Qian, I know why you're here. However, before you go in, I have to remind you that the person standing on the stage is my big brother. He was the one who bought this hotel. When you speak later, it's best if you. Tang Meng took a quick glance at Xianxia and saw the anxiety and awkwardness on Xianxia's face. Tang Meng's words were very implicit. He was not threatening Xianxia. He was just reminding him out of goodwill. It's best if you pay more attention and don't turn a good thing into a bad thing. In order to buy over the Triumph Hotel, Tang Meng directly gave Xianxia the net profit of the hotel for the next year. On top of that, he increased the price by 10 million yuan. He indeed had the right to say such words. It couldn't be helped. In this day and age, the rich were the masters. Moreover, Tang Meng was not only rich but also powerful. Thank you for your reminder, young Master Tang. I understand. I'll go in and explain the situation before leaving. Xianxia was an extremely intelligent person. He could tell that Tang Meng had brought along 2 people from the Green Dragon Gang. After stopping at the entrance of the banquet hall, he also saw the 2 people lying in the corner and the one squatting there. How could he not know that something big had happened in the hotel? How lucky! How lucky that this hotel is no longer mine. Whatever happens now has nothing to do with me anymore. Xianxia secretly rejoiced in his heart as he continuously wiped the sweat off his face. That's good. Tang Meng said faintly. With a smile, he moved to the side and opened a path for Xianxia to enter the banquet hall. This is what it means to close the door and beat the dog. Looking at the back view of Xianxia running away, Tang Meng said with a smile. Right now, he did not feel any pressure at all. He was purely waiting at the entrance to watch the show. Xianxia ignored the surrounding people pointing at him and sprinted all the way. Very quickly, he rushed to the host stage. Turning his head, he saw Li Jiujiang and his gang. At this moment, he could not care less about wiping the sweat off his face. He ran over quickly and said with a bitter smile, Director Li, Secretary Wang, all the leaders, I didn't know you called me here because Ling Yun could ignore Li Jiujiang, but that was only limited to himself and his people. No one else dared to disregard Li Jiujiang. Therefore, he had to be polite when speaking to them. CEO Qian, may I know what's going on with this hotel of yours? Whose does it belong to now? Secretary Wang asked anxiously as soon as he saw Xianxia. Naturally, he had already thought of the problem that Li Jiujiang had thought of. Therefore, he was also very anxious. Secretary Wang, this hotel of mine has already been fully purchased by someone. It was sold to a person called Ling Yun, Mr. Ling. After saying that, Xianxia subconsciously turned his head and looked at Ling Yun, who was on the host stage. Ling Yun was also smiling at him. In a moment of desperation, Xianxia's voice was very loud. Everyone in the banquet hall heard him and could not help but let out a gasp of surprise at the same time. Hearing this, Li Jiujiang was completely on the verge of tears. He gritted his teeth and raised his hand, pointing at Xianxia. However, he could not say another word. When Xianxia saw that the leader was blaming him, he was also so scared that his legs and stomach were trembling. He knew that this was not a place to stay for long, so he hurriedly put on a smiling face and said, "Leaders, I originally did not want to sell this hotel, but the price that the other party gave me really made it impossible for me to reject. I'm really sorry, I'm not feeling well today, and my stomach is in pain. I can't take it anymore, I have to go to the washroom first." Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Xianxia immediately held his stomach, bent over, and quickly ran out of the banquet hall. Ling Yun laughed secretly, but from start to finish, he did not reply. After Xianxia ran out of the banquet hall, he then said to Li Jiujiang with a cold smile, "Director Li, you see, I was standing on the host stage in my own hotel, and those hooligans actually dared to make a move on me. I only taught them a small lesson. Is that still considered reasonable and legal?" On Li Jiujiang's side, with him as the leader, there were a total of more than 20 officials. When they heard Ling Yun's words, all of them were tongue-tied. They were so stunned that they could not say another word. After purchasing Victorious Return, Ling Yun could be said to have gained the geographical advantage. This had already become his home ground. Not satisfied? If you're not satisfied, then take out 500 million yuan and try buying a super 5-star hotel in an instant. Young lad, no matter who this hotel belongs to now, in short, you have already broken the law and broken certain rules of the pugilistic world by hitting someone in public and using strength that you should not have used. At this moment, the leader of the three mysterious figures finally took a step forward and spoke calmly. To be continued. Broke the law? Broke the rules? Sigh. Ling Yan looked at the ancient martial arts expert sent by the Sun clan. His gaze was cold and mocking. He shook his head slightly and let out a deep sigh. That's right. Do you know that your pretentious manner has always annoyed me? Of course, Ling Yun knew what this person meant by the rules of the pugilistic world. In the ancient martial arts world of Huaxia, no one was allowed to use ancient martial arts in the city in front of ordinary citizens, let alone use ancient martial arts against ordinary people. Otherwise, that person would become the enemy of the entire ancient martial arts world and be hunted down by the entire ancient martial arts world. Chao Shanshan, Miracle Dr. Shui, Dugu Mo, Cui Lao, and Qin Dongxue had repeatedly emphasized this principle to Ling Yun. He had heard it so many times that his ears had grown calluses. Ling Yun used to take this rule very seriously. However, after he went to Beijing once, he directly threw this rule to the back of his mind. The most important reason that led Ling Yun to abolish this rule was the battle between him and the 18 Xiantian realm experts sent by the Chen family outside the Sun family's imperial kitchen. The important thing wasn't that battle. What was important was the location of that battle. The Sun family's imperial kitchen was located in an alley on the Second Ring Road. It was only 2 kilometers away from the Red Wall of Huaxia. At that time, the legendary Heavenly Team and Dragon Team didn't appear. Only a team leader from the Condor team rushed over to deal with the aftermath. In the past 2 days, Ling Yan had also paid attention to the internet and the media. In the end, not a single piece of information related to that battle was leaked. It was completely covered up. Ling Yan didn't need to think to know that the country had issued a gag order. Ling Yan's battle had been completely erased as if it had never happened. Of course, the country wouldn't allow such shocking news to spread. Otherwise, who would farm, who would study, and who would work? They would have long gone to find a place to learn martial arts. If that was the case, the country would definitely be in chaos. By the same logic, everything that happened in Qingshui City was the same. Ling Yun believed that with the power of the government, there would definitely be someone to clean up after him. Furthermore, it would be done cleanly. It was because of this that Ling Yun told the 300 guests that something shocking was about to happen. That mysterious leader obviously didn't have much control over his emotions. He exploded in anger the moment he heard Ling Yun scolding him. He was furious. He pointed at Ling Yun and shouted, "What? How dare you scold me for pretending?" Ling Yun smiled faintly. "That's right, I'm scolding you for being pretentious. This is between me and Li Jiujiang, yet you came over to make irresponsible remarks. Aren't you just being pretentious?" The leader's lips and fingers were trembling at the same time. He was so angry that his face and neck were red. He said angrily, You're courting death." Ling Yun shrugged nonchalantly. He spread his hands and said, "Look, just because I said you were pretentious, you want to kill me. Who is the one who is ignoring the law and breaking the rules of the martial world?" Saying that a person was courting death and saying that he wanted to kill someone were two completely different concepts. Ling Yun was slick. He caught the leader's words and changed the concept on the spot. However, it was watertight. The leader was about to go crazy, but he still held his breath and didn't make a move on Ling Yun. However, the other two ancient martial arts masters who came with him walked forward quietly. Both of them stared at Ling Yun. Their faces were terrifyingly gloomy. One of them said in a low voice, "What a sharp-tongued brat. It seems like you're really courting death. Don't blame us then." The other person said, "Brat, since you're so good at talking, I wonder if you can fight as well. Do you dare to go out with us and find a place with no one around to exchange a few blows?" Ling Yun was stunned when he heard that. Then, he raised his head and laughed. He raised his hand and pointed outside the window. "Are you too stupid? Can't you see that it's raining so heavily outside?" At this time, the thunder and lightning outside had stopped. Only the sound of the rain could be heard. Ling Yun stopped smiling and said coldly, "You're from the Sun family, right? Do I need to go out and find a place with no one around to deal with you useless people?" He looked at everyone on Li Jiujiang's side with a playful gaze. Finally, he locked his eyes on Li Jiujiang and said, "Do you know why I bought the Triumph Hotel? Don't you know what it means to close the door and beat the dog?" Then, he looked at the three ancient martial arts masters and continued, "Since the three of you are here, don't leave. I'm preparing to pay a visit to the Sun family. You can lead the way for me." Ling Yun stood alone. His tone was arrogant. It wasn't a discussion, but an order. Too arrogant, I'm so angry. The leader finally couldn't hold it in anymore. All his anger was finally ignited by Ling Yun's words. He released his energy center and circulated his true qi. His clothes fluttered without any wind, true qi left his body. Sun Tianbiao had been killed. The people sent by the Sun family were naturally stronger masters. "Today, I'll cripple you. Let's see if you still dare to be so arrogant." That leader roared and stepped into the middle of the palace. His figure moved forward quickly, and everyone only saw a blur before they realized that he had appeared on the stage and was throwing a punch at Ling Yun. Woo! Everyone in the room heard a woo sound at the same time. The strength of this punch was not to be underestimated. Humph, even a grain of rice can shine? Ling Yun looked at this unparalleled punch. He didn't dodge or move. Standing on the spot, he also punched out. If it wasn't for the strong wind from the punch, the fight between these two people would actually be very dull in the eyes of ordinary people. It was no different from two men fighting on the streets. They were just punching each other. However, the leader's true qi was rather strong. When he attacked in anger, the wind from the punch actually blew the hair of those who were close to him and caused their faces to hurt. In comparison, Ling Yun's punch was much more casual. It was as if he was just stretching his body. Pung! The two fists collided, then, a shocking scene appeared. The first thing everyone heard was the sound of a withered branch being forcefully snapped. Kacha! Then, there was an incomparably shrill scream. Amidst the scream, the tall figure of the leader flew back violently and directly collided with his two companions. The huge inertia caused the two of them to take 2 steps back before finally coming to a stop. Big brother! The other two mysterious masters didn't even dream that their boss would be beaten to such a state by Ling Yun. They cried out in pain. F***ck, that person's arm is broken. It looks so scary. So tragic. Near the stage, there were a few brave men who had already stood up. When they saw what happened, they couldn't help but cry out in shock. What a joke. How many of them could keep their arms intact after exchanging blows with Ling Yun? You're not even half as strong as that person from the Qin family. How dare you wave your fists in front of me? Ling Yun said disdainfully as he crippled the leader's arm. The person from the Qin family he was talking about was naturally the expert at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 6 outside the Sun family's imperial kitchen. That leader fell to the ground and was supported by his two subordinates. Under the intense pain, his entire body trembled, and his face turned purple. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. After spitting out the blood, that person's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He suddenly looked up and stared at Ling Yun. Little brat, I didn't expect your strength to advance to such a level. Ling Yun looked down from above. Oh? Didn't expect it? The Sun family should have received news of me being in Beijing, right? Didn't they tell you? Ling Yun could be said to have fought many battles in Beijing. However, his tracks were only revealed on the last day after he defeated two waves of experts from the Qin family. The Qin family and the Condor team definitely knew about Ling Yun's true strength. If the Sun family really didn't know, then the Sun family's intelligence network was really trashy. That leader smiled bitterly. He was just about to speak when his two subordinates suddenly looked at each other. One of them said, "Kill him to avenge Big Brother." As they said that, the two of them let go of that leader at the same time. In an instant, a dazzling dagger appeared in each of their hands as they rushed towards Ling Yun. That leader saw this and hurriedly stopped them. Don't. You're not his match. However, it was all too late. Humph. Sneak attack with knives? Don't you know that I'm the ancestor of sneak attacks? Ling Yun's eyes flashed with a thick murderous intent. He finally moved. Using the dragon fish phantom ability, he split into two and kicked twice at the speed of lightning. Pa. These two kicks landed accurately on the wrists of the two people who were holding the knives. Their wrists were smashed into pieces, and the two daggers flew out of their hands. TSK. With two sounds, the two daggers flew into the sky and pierced into the reinforced concrete ceiling. You're asking for it, so bear the consequences. Ling Yun roared and swung his fists at the two of them. This time, it wasn't as casual as before. Bang bang. After two loud bangs, the two of them were sent flying by the huge fist force. They were like sandbags, flying horizontally with the wind. Dong dong. Which ordinary person wouldn't be afraid of such a thrilling fight? The people on Li Jiujiang's side had long been afraid of hurting themselves, so they hid far away. Therefore, the two of them didn't collide with anyone. Their bodies directly smashed into the wall of the banquet hall. How much strength did Ling Yun use? Even on such a hard wall, there were still two human-shaped holes in it. Ling Yun smiled disdainfully as he watched the two of them fall to the ground like dead dogs. In front of the leader, Ling Yun brushed away the non-existent dust on his clothes. This action was returned to the leader by Ling Yun. After sweeping the three of them, Ling Yun ignored them and turned to look at Li Jiujiang, who was trembling all over. He said slowly, "Chiefly, I don't have 3 heads and 6 arms, and I'm not as good as Sun Wukong. However, we can have a good talk about the law now." The 3 mysterious figures sent by the Sun family were treated like gods by Li Jiujiang. They were the reason why he dared to look down on Ling Yun. However, what Li Jiujiang didn't expect was that the 3 of them were like mantises trying to stop a chariot. They didn't even have the strength to resist Ling Yun's attack. They were instantly defeated by Ling Yun. How did the saying go again? An ant trying to shake a tree was laughable. Li Jiujiang was once like Li Tian, a hedonistic young master who lived a life of luxury. He never knew what fear was. But at this moment, he was so scared that his face was ashen, and his body was shaking. His legs were trembling uncontrollably, and his calves and stomach were twisting. If Ling Yun were to give me a punch like that, would I be killed in one punch? At this moment, Li Jiujiang finally remembered what Xianxia said to him. Ling Yun was extremely mysterious, extremely domineering, and extremely terrifying. In order to deal with him, Ling Yun didn't hesitate to spend tens of thousands of gold to buy the Triumph Hotel. How domineering was that? In front of more than 300 reputable people in Qingshui City, he crippled one person with 1 punch and sent the other 2 flying with 2 punches. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. How terrifying was that? As for being mysterious. 3 heads and 6 arms, Sun Wukong, those were the words he said in the luxurious suite. At that time, the door was tightly shut, and there were many bodyguards outside. Why did Ling Yan seem to have heard it at the scene? Li Jiujiang thought about it again. Since the leader could hear everything that happened on the 5th floor, and Ling Yun was more powerful than him, he could naturally hear what he said in the luxurious suite. However, after thinking it through, Li Jiujiang felt even more hopeless because of Ling Yan's strength. Now, most of the people on Li Jiujiang's side had already been frightened by the terrifying scene in front of him. As for Li Jiujiang, who was paralyzed with fear, he was supported by Secretary Wang as he stood at the exit of the passageway. He was in a dilemma. If they went out, they would be beaten. If they went back, without the support of more than 300 guests, they would be in a worse state. If Ling Yun chased after them, Li Jiujiang couldn't stand still anymore. If not for his identity as the head of the education department, he would have peed his pants. Right, identity. After all, he was a high-ranking official of the country. Would Ling Yun really dare to attack him? If Ling Yun dared to make a move, he would have beaten me up long ago. He definitely wouldn't have waited until now. Thinking of this, Li Jiujiang finally regained some confidence. He clenched his teeth and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He felt that his mouth was dry and his tongue was not working. You're just a high school graduate. What right do you have to talk to me, the director of the Department of Education? He was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Every moment that he could drag on would count. At the same time, he hid one of his hands behind his back and gestured wildly with his thumb and pinky to the female secretary behind him. Without a doubt, this was to get the secretary to call for help. Ling Yun saw this scene with his divine sense. He almost burst out laughing. Li Jiujiang was still thinking of calling for reinforcements, not to mention that no one would come. Even if someone did come at this time, they wouldn't be able to enter the Triumph Hotel's main entrance within 2 hours. Tang Tianhao personally took command. The captain of the criminal police force, Kong Ruiyong, had already surrounded the Triumph Hotel with 100 policemen. Further out, the Green Dragon Hall's troops were all out. Vehicles of all sizes had long blocked the entire street outside. Vehicles couldn't even enter this street, otherwise, why would it be called catching a turtle in a jar? This door was definitely shut tight. Oh? Talking to me about qualifications? Ling Yan laughed disdainfully. Putting on airs, are you? Then stand here and watch how I'm going to remove you from your position. Right now, Ling Yan couldn't be bothered to refute Li Jiujiang with empty words like serving the people. He directly took out his killer weapon. Hearing Ling Yan's words, even though Li Jiujiang was afraid of him, he was also infuriated. He raised his hand and pointed at Ling Yan. I am a high-ranking official of the country. Do you think you can fire me just because of your words? Dream on. Sigh. Ling Yan shook his head and sighed. He casually walked down from the podium and moved a chair from the side of a shocked guest to the podium. He sat down leisurely. Tang Meng, what are you standing outside for? Bring all the people that you should bring in. Hee, big brother Yun, don't be impatient. I'm coming. Tang Meng leaned against the door and looked at Ling Yan's prestige on the podium. He couldn't wait any longer. Hearing Ling Yan's call, he immediately responded with his loudest voice. All the guests in the banquet hall couldn't help but turn their heads at the same time. They saw Tang Meng smiling coldly and waving his hand. Bring everyone in. At this command, all the people from the Green Dragon Hall that Tang Meng brought along moved. Oh my god, it's Li Tian. How did Li Tian become like this? Do you even need to ask? He must have been beaten up. I could hear it from the sound just now. It was him who was screaming outside, isn't that Shi Debiao? How did he get beaten up too? Why are the 8 people in charge of receiving red packets here? What are they doing today? Quick, look, isn't that the director of Xianxia City's Ministry of Education, Lu Guanwang? Why is he paralyzed? Something big is going to happen tonight. Under the shocked gazes of all the guests, Li Tian, Shi Debiao, the 8 finance personnel in charge of receiving red packets, and the director of Xianxia City's Ministry of Education, Lu Guanwang, were all escorted into the banquet hall by the people from the Green Dragon Hall. of course, the most shocked person in the entire banquet hall was Li Jiujiang. He saw familiar faces being escorted to the podium one by one. He was so shocked that he forgot to be afraid. Unknowingly, he took 4 to 5 steps forward. When the last person, Lu Guanwang, appeared in his field of vision, Li Jiujiang felt his brain explode. His face turned ashen. Plop. It's over. Li Jiujiang knelt on the ground subconsciously. He was completely defeated. Secretary Wang's mouth was wide open. His eyeballs were about to pop out. He couldn't care less about helping Li Jiujiang up. Everyone on Li Jiujiang's side saw these people being escorted to the podium. They stood there with their heads lowered. Some of them even laid there like corpses. They all realized something. Li Jiujiang was going to collapse. Ling Yun, on the other hand, was extremely relaxed. He sat casually on a chair and listened to the discussions below. He had a leisurely smile on his face as he watched Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Abing walk in side by side. I'll leave the rest to you. When Tang Meng came closer, Ling Yun smiled and said to Tang Meng. Tang Meng nodded his head seriously. He turned around and stood behind the microphone. Facing all the guests below, he cleared his throat and finally opened his mouth. I'm really sorry for disturbing everyone's banquet today. I, Tang Meng, would like to apologize on behalf of Big Brother Yun. However, there's really nothing we can do about today's matter. There are some things that we have to deal with. Please wait for a moment. Waiter. After Tang Meng finished his opening speech, he raised his hand and called for a waiter in front of him. After that waiter came over, Tang Meng pointed at the big screen on the wall behind him and asked, Do you know how to use the slideshow and the projector? That waiter was in charge of this banquet hall. Naturally, she knew how to use it. Therefore, she nodded her head immediately. Tang Meng was very satisfied. He waved his hand again and a lackey from Green Dragon immediately brought his laptop over. When the laptop was turned on, Tang Meng pointed at the copied video files on the table and said to that waiter, Please play these videos and pictures on the big screen. Sure, you're welcome. That waiter was overwhelmed by the favor. She quickly busied herself. Very soon, all of Ling Yun's college entrance examination papers were enlarged and appeared on the big screen. At least half of the guests who came to the banquet were from the Jiangnan Provincial Education Department. They only needed one look to understand what was going on. F*CK, this is Ling Yun's college entrance examination papers. It was actually changed to Li Tian's. Oh my god, how could there be such a thing? Isn't this just stealing a beam and replacing it with a pillar? Isn't this too brazen? Yeah, this is the college entrance examination, the sacred college entrance examination. Who did this? Mother F*Ker, this is too shameless. No wonder Ling Yun beat people up. If it was me, I would have to endure it too. The banquet hall was filled with exclamations of shock. Many people were enraged and started cursing on the spot. That was not the end of it. When the video of Ling Yun and the rest escorting Lu Guanwang to look for the college entrance examination papers and the video of the interrogation of Lu Guanwang in the education department director's office were played, all the guests in the banquet hall were already boiling with anger. The people were boiling with anger. All the guests seemed to have gone crazy. They all rushed to the front and pointed at Lu Guanwang and Li Jiujiang's noses and faces, cursing and swearing. Most of the people were really angry. Because they did not dare to imagine how they would solve this if something like this happened to their own children. Of course, there were also some fence-sitters who saw that the situation was not right and decided to change sides. However, they were also the ones who scolded the most fiercely. Most of the 20-odd officials on Li Jiujiang's side were secretly moving towards the 300 guests. They wanted to take advantage of the chaos to reduce their punishment. Everyone, after understanding the truth, all changed sides. This was a serious crime. Li Jiujiang's power was gone. His downfall was already set in stone. Ling Yun smiled as he stood up and used the mystical dragon hell. Everyone, please be quiet and listen to what I have to say. He raised his hand and took out the college entrance examination papers and answer sheets. He then waved his hand and called Lu Qingping, who had already walked to the front, to the crowded stage. Ling Yun pointed at his own college entrance examination papers. This is the physical evidence. He then patted Lu Qingping's shoulder and pointed at Lu Guanwang. This is the witness. Then, Ling Yan looked at the paralyzed Li Jiujiang and smiled. Director Li, do you have anything else to say now? Since they were talking about the law, they needed witnesses and evidence. Now that the evidence was irrefutable, Li Jiujiang couldn't deny it no matter how capable he was. Moreover, Li Jiujiang didn't have the ability to do anything. He was just wearing the coat of power. Now that Ling Yan had peeled off that layer of skin, he was nothing. Li Jiujiang was now sitting on the ground, his eyes lifeless. In a daze, he only felt that there were people in front of him. Everyone was pointing their index fingers at his nose and cursing at him. Their curses were as unpleasant as they could be, and they almost included all of his ancestors. In an instant, he was the center of attention. In the luxurious suite, he was still mocking Xianxia for being scared out of his wits by Ling Yan. He didn't expect to be the most miserable person now. 10 minutes. In just 10 minutes, Li Jiujiang was dragged down from the clouds by Ling Yan and trampled all the way to hell. A phoenix without its feathers was no better than a chicken, but Li Jiujiang was Li Jiujiang. At this time, he suddenly thought of his brother, Li Sanjiang. Yes, he still had a brother. As long as he was there, he still had a chance. Thinking of this, Li Jiujiang did not know where he got the courage to climb up from the ground. Humph. Ling, don't think that you can take down a dignified head of a department just because you made a few stupid college entrance examination papers, forced Lu Guanwang to give a false statement to frame me, and secretly made a few videos that harmed people. I'm the director of Jiangnan Province's education department. If you want to touch me, you have to go through a thorough investigation by the discipline inspection team sent by the country to confirm that I've committed a crime. Moreover, even if I've committed a crime, I need to be handed over to the country's judicial authorities, not you. Li Jiujiang's words now could be said to be a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. He was completely shameless. However, the second point he made was indeed a necessary procedure for the country to deal with problematic senior officials. It was dignified, and no one could find fault with it. When the people around heard this, they were instantly stunned by Li Jiujiang's words. They all stopped talking at the same time. When Li Jiujiang saw that his sharp counterattack really worked, he was overjoyed, and his brain became more active. He immediately began to save himself in order to buy himself more time. Humph, Ling Yan, look at the people you brought tonight. Li Jiujiang looked around at the group of people from Azure Dragon and said disdainfully, if I'm not wrong, this group of people shouldn't be from the righteous path, right? What can't they do? There are a lot of college entrance examination papers left. You just need to find a few blank papers and fill them in according to the standard answers. Then, you can change my nephew's name and frame him. It's not impossible. As for Lu Guanwang, since you guys have captured him, he will do whatever you want him to do. He will say whatever you want him to say. It would be extremely easy for him to record a few videos to frame me. It's fine if you use this kind of witness and material evidence to bluff people who don't understand, but if you want to use it to frame me, there's no way. Everyone was dumbfounded, no one had expected Li Jiujiang to be able to come up with so many excuses at the critical moment when he was like a cornered beast. The banquet hall fell silent once again. Clap 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 clap. At this moment, Ling Yan actually smiled and took the lead to applaud Li Jiujiang. Well said, Director Li is indeed Director Li. I'm impressed, I'm impressed. Ling Yan said as he applauded, as if he was really praising Li Jiujiang's glib tongue. I have to say, your counterattack is really sharp. Like a cornered beast, it's indeed like this, Ling Yan said with a smile, but the murderous intent in his eyes became more and more obvious. His gaze had already darkened. Looks like you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin? All right then. Ling Yan turned around and appeared beside Li Tian in a flash. He extended his hand and released 2 gusts of wind, unsealing Li Tian's acupuncture points. Then, he gave him a kick as if he was kicking a dead dog. Ling Yan's gentle kick was, of course, not an attack. It was aimed at the most sensitive nerve center of Li Tian's body, causing him to sit up reflexively. Ah! It hurts so much. Li Tian sat up straight like a corpse. His first reaction was to cry out in pain. He was slapped by Ling Yan and smashed into the wall. It was a miracle that he wasn't paralyzed. Of course, it was painful. I'll fight you to the death. After Li Tian gritted his teeth in pain, he suddenly realized that he could still move. He immediately stood up and was ready to fight with Ling Yun. Humph. There was no need for Ling Yun to make a move. Tai Xiaohu snorted coldly and dashed over. He grabbed Li Tian with one hand and lifted him into the air. Don't be so shameless. Do you believe that I won't throw you down from the 5th floor? Tai Xiaohu had a bad temper. He felt that Big Brother Yun was too gentle with Li Jiujiang and his nephew today. How dare you? Let go of my nephew. Li Jiujiang shouted in fear when he saw Tai Xiaohu carrying his precious nephew like a chick. He really wanted to throw Li Tian down from the 5th floor. Ling Yin smiled at Li Jiujiang and said calmly, since Director Li said that I framed you and your nephew, then I'll compete with this top scholar. Let's let the truth speak for itself in front of a few hundred people. How about it? Li Jiujiang and Li Tian's faces turned pale at Ling Yan's words. They knew very well that Li Tian couldn't even answer a single question on the college entrance examination paper. What was the point of competing? Ling Yan smiled coldly. Tang Meng, find a few people from the education world and let them take these college entrance examination papers. Let them pick a few questions and verify it on the spot. Big Brother Yun, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Tang Meng frowned. Ling Yan waved his hand. Director Li is right. We have to let everyone see the truth clearly. This is the fairest thing. With that, Ling Yan turned to the guests and asked, friends, who is willing to come up and verify it? Of course, there were people who were willing. More than 100 people raised their hands to volunteer. Tang Meng looked at Li Jiujiang in disdain. Didn't you say that we framed you? Everyone here is yours. Pick one yourself. Li Jiujiang was truly dumbfounded. Li Tian had never studied since he was young. If not for chasing after girls, he wouldn't have gone to school. He didn't even know where the classroom door was. How could he answer the college entrance examination questions? Li Jiujiang's hesitation made many of the guests who were intimidated by him not agree. They wanted to see the world in chaos and immediately started jeering. Tai Xiaohu was enraged. With one hand, he lifted Li Tian and walked towards the window. Are you going to compete or not? What else could Li Jiujiang do? His face was pale. He could only agree. He knew that he had shot himself in the foot this time. Li Jiujiang tried his best to find a few people that he could trust and got them to take Ling Yan's college entrance examination papers. Then, he started to question the two of them. The result was obvious. Li Tian couldn't even answer a single question. It was Ling Yan's own exam paper and he had answered the questions himself. Moreover, his memory was heaven-defying. He answered all the questions fluently without missing a single word. After a few simple questions, everyone finally understood who the real top scorer of the college entrance examination was. Using facts to speak was a blatant slap to the face and humiliation. Ling Yan's face was calm. He gestured for everyone to be quiet. Then, he asked Li Jiujiang, Director Li, what else do you have to say? We can continue. Li Jiujiang broke out in a cold sweat. However, he still didn't give in. Humph, my nephew was beaten up like that. He's in shock. It's normal that he can't answer. The angry guests in front of him didn't agree to that. Someone even started scolding him. Li, don't you have any shame? That's right. You're still quibbling at this point. Do you think we're all fools? Why doesn't this kind of person die? How can he be the director of the education department? What a joke. This country is in this state because of these vermin. There were all kinds of comments. Tai Xiaohu, who had been standing beside Li Tian, was completely annoyed. He suddenly slapped Li Tian. You think you're worthy of being the top scorer of Jiangnan province's college entrance examination? Li Tian was truly miserable. He only had time to let out a blood-curdling scream before he was sent spinning on the spot. He tripped and fell to the ground. Li Jiujiang's heart ached when he saw his nephew being slapped. He knew that he had become a drowning dog. He couldn't care less about his pride anymore. He rushed over and hugged his nephew. He pointed at Ling Yun and said sternly, Ling Yun, how dare you humiliate us like this? You'll regret it. It's been so long since the college entrance examination. My nephew's memory isn't good. It's normal for him to forget his answer sheet. This time, Ling Yun was really annoyed. With a sweep of his divine sense, he realized that the beauties sitting at the back all had frosty expressions on their faces. Bai Xianer, Shui Mining, Chao Shanshan, Long Wu, and the rest could no longer hold back and were about to step forward. Ling Yun didn't want to make a move on Li Jiuzhong for the sake of the government. He quickly gestured for the beauties to calm down and looked at Li Jiuzhong quietly. Alright, since you won't admit to the college entrance examination, we'll put it aside for now. But I wonder how many gifts Director Li has received at this banquet. Director Li is really generous. He found 8 people to receive the congratulatory gifts. It's really rare. Look at these 4 safes, look at this account book. Everything is recorded so clearly, there's even a check for 20 million yuan. I wonder how Director Li will explain this. This was a disguised form of corruption and bribery. There was no way Li Jiuzhong could deny it with 8 finance personnel standing on the stage with their heads lowered. Li Jiuzhong's expression finally changed. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead as he stared at the check that Ling Yun was pointing at. His whole body trembled, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. Ling Yun laughed coldly. He suddenly stood up straight, raised his right hand in the air, and shouted, Li Jiuzhong is bending the law for personal gain, distorting the truth, corruption, and bribery. I, Ling Yun, guarantee that he won't be able to escape today. If anyone is willing to be a witness at this time, report it. This time, Ling Yun was really going to beat a dog when he was down. To be continued. Reporting was meritorious. Ling Yun finally stopped wasting time with Li Jiuzhong. He used his sharpest and most ruthless killer move, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and the rest. Might be confused. Since the evidence was irrefutable, why did Ling Yun waste so much time and effort talking to Li Jiuzhong? Why didn't Tang Tianhao give the order for Kong Ruiyong to bring his men in to arrest Li Jiuzhong's men and interrogate them overnight? Actually, things weren't as simple as they thought. Ling Yun thought deeper and further than them. If Ling Yun didn't crush Li Jiuzhong in front of everyone, Tang Tianhao wouldn't have the right to order Li Jiuzhong's arrest. After all, Li Jiuzhong was a provincial official, and Tang Tianhao was only a city-level official. Without an order from above, Tang Tianhao wouldn't have the right to do so. Even if the disciplinary team intervened and verified that Li Jiuzhong was indeed guilty, Tang Tianhao would have to bear the heavy responsibility for arresting Li Jiuzhong. To put it simply, Ling Yun did all of this to give Li Yifeng, Tang Tianhao, and the others an explanation in the official circles. It was for their future. Actually, Ling Yun's method of dealing with Li Jiuzhong was the same as the disciplinary team's investigation of problematic officials. It was just that his method was faster, more ruthless, and more effective. When the discipline inspection team investigated an official, they would first give him 2 rules and cut off all contact with the outside world. Then, they would start with the people closest to the official and look for flaws and breakthroughs. Then, they would gradually gather comprehensive evidence. Finally, they would make the fallen official confess to their crimes. There were more than 300 people in the banquet hall. Before Ling Yun's arrival, these people came to congratulate Li Tian because of Director Li. Naturally, they had some unclear relationship with Li Jiuzhong. After Ling Yun's arrival, he first crippled the 3 mysterious figures, which was equivalent to pulling out Li Jiuzhong's claws and teeth. Then, he produced witnesses and material evidence, completely destroying Li Jiuzhong's reputation, instantly making him a dog official who was condemned by all and angered by both men and gods. At this moment, he shouted that reporting was meritorious. Ling Yun's ability to seize the opportunity was perfect. I will report Li Jiuzhong. As soon as Ling Yun finished his sentence, a woman's shrill voice came from the passageway. Then, a pretty and voluptuous woman walked out of the passageway, breathing rapidly. It's you? Li Jiuzhong couldn't care less about his nephew at this time. He suddenly stood up and glanced at the woman. He was shocked and trembled with anger. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that the first person to report him would be his secretary-cum-mistress, Li Xiaowei. Perhaps it was because of her excitement, Li Xiaowei's face was flushed red. When she heard Li Jiuzhong's angry voice, her body suddenly trembled. Clearly, she was also under great pressure. Li Xiaowei didn't even look at Li Jiuzhong. She lowered her head and began to speak. I'm Li Xiaowei, Li Jiuzhong's secretary. At the same time, I'm also one of his mistresses. I've been with him for 3 years. During these 3 years, I know that he embezzled a lot of money and kept many mistresses outside. Li Jiujiang roared and rushed towards Li Xiaowei. He stretched out his hands as if he was going to strangle her. He said angrily, "You're crazy. What nonsense are you talking about?" However, Li Jiujiang didn't manage to strangle Li Xiaowei. Someone stretched out a leg and tripped Li Jiujiang, causing him to fall flat on his face. Looking at this scene, Ling Yan could not help but sigh at human nature. At the same time, he raised his head and looked through the crowd towards the back of the banquet hall where Chao Shanshan was sitting. He gave her a gentle smile. Chao Shanshan had been imprisoned by Qin Jianwei for 3 months. She was on the verge of complete despair and collapse. During this period of time, Qin Jianwei used the evil eye to interrogate her about all her secrets. Even so, Chao Shanshan still didn't divulge the absolute secrets of possessing the Emperor Brush, using the invisibility technique, and having the 9 dragons protection phenomenon. What kind of passion and willpower was that? They were all human, but the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Feeling his affectionate gaze, Chao Shanshan's heart was filled with satisfaction. She looked back at him bravely and gave him a sweet smile. Humph. Long Wu, on the other hand, was jealous. She was so angry that she snorted and stomped her feet. A few jealous gazes drifted over, scaring Ling Yan so much that he retracted his gaze and didn't dare to look in their direction again. "I'll report him too. In order to protect my position, I gave Li Jiujiang 1 million yuan last month. I gave Li Jiujiang 600,000 yuan and an exquisite jade Buddha. Li Jiujiang has a mistress, a female teacher in our school. I introduced her to him, I can testify." After Li Jiujiang fell to the ground, his body twitched and he lay there with his head lowered. He could no longer stand up, nor could he say another word. This time, he was completely and utterly defeated by Ling Yun. Rather than saying that Ling Yun defeated him, it was more accurate to say that he was defeated by his own crimes. Heaven's net has a long way to go, and one who commits too much evil will bring about their own destruction. With so many crimes, his brother wouldn't be able to protect him no matter how capable he was. "Alright, there's no need to record anymore. Leave the rest to the police and the disciplinary team. They're more professional than us," Ling Yan said calmly to Tang Meng, who was recording with his phone. Tang Meng immediately stopped the recording and gave Tang Tianhao a call. With a single command from Tang Tianhao, the police officers who were already on standby in the lobby of the Triumph Hotel immediately took the elevator up to the 5th floor and headed straight for the banquet hall. While the police officers were going upstairs, Ling Yan also did a few insignificant things. He slapped Li Tian's lower abdomen and used his unique true qi to shatter Li Tian's dantian. Li Tian would have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair, and he would never be able to have sex again. Ling Yan also used his unique technique to seal the major acupuncture points of the 3 mysterious figures and got Tang Meng to arrange for the brothers of the Green Dragon Gang to take them away. These 3 people were from the Sun family. Ling Yan still had a use for them, so of course he wouldn't let the police take them away. I'll also report, when the police officers rushed into the banquet hall, the principal of Qingshui 9th High School, Shi Debiao, finally reacted and raised his hand hesitantly. Tang Meng smiled at him and said, "You don't have to report. If you have something to say, you can say it to the Public Security Bureau or the Discipline Inspection Commission." The captain of the Qingshui City Criminal Police Force, Kong Ruiyong, personally led dozens of capable police officers into the banquet hall. He came to the front and greeted Ling Yan with a smile. Ling Yan returned the smile. "Captain Kong, you've worked hard. However, you've done a great job in punishing corruption." In public, Kong Ruiyong could not say much. He nodded subconsciously and pulled Tang Meng to the side. "Young Master Tang, who are you bringing away?" Tang Meng laughed. "Hee, Uncle Kong, how can you be the captain of the criminal police force? We've already settled everything for you, but you still don't know who to arrest?" Kong Ruiyong frowned and lowered his voice. "Rascal, lower your voice. Today's incident actually didn't go according to standard procedure. Secretary Li isn't in Qingshui now, and your father told us to handle it as quietly as possible." "Hurry up," Tang Meng was confused. "If Uncle Li isn't in Qingshui, then where did he go?" Kong Ruiyong looked around carefully, then moved his mouth close to Tang Meng's ear. He even covered it with his hand. He went to Beijing, behind the Red Wall. Ah. Tang Meng was stunned. With Ling Yun's skills, he could hear it clearly. His heart trembled, and his eyebrows furrowed. Alright, stop asking. I don't know anything else. Hurry up and arrest them. Kong Ruiyong saw that Tang Meng wanted to ask more, so he stopped whispering and asked Tang Meng to help arrest them. Alright. Tang Meng also knew that this was not the time to ask more. He immediately turned around and pointed at the trembling Li Jiujiang. Li Jiujiang. Then, he pointed at Li Tian, whose face was ashen and body was in pain. And that idiot, Li Tian, Secretary Wang, Li Xiaowei, Shi Debiao, more than 10 officials in the luxurious suite, Lu Guanwang, and the 8 finance staff who received red packets. Tang Meng pointed at one person, and Kong Ruiyong got the police to arrest them. They were all arrested. Ling Yun, you've ruined me. My brother will definitely avenge me, and the Sun family will definitely not let you off. These were the last words Li Jiujiang said to Ling Yun before he was taken away. Ling Yun only smiled as he watched him being taken away by the police. He could not be bothered to say another word to him. Captain Kong, after you go down, please tell Uncle Tang to do what he needs to do. Don't worry, even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Ling Yun said goodbye to Kong Ruiyong, and at the same time, gave him some peace of mind. After Kong Ruiyong was done arresting people, the host stage became much emptier. Only Ling Yun, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, Abing, and a few brothers from the Green Dragon Gang were left. Li Jiujiang's people were all taken away by the police. The 3 martial arts masters sent by the Sun family were also taken away by the Green Dragon Gang. However, there were still 2 people left, 2 people with pale faces and cold sweat. They were scared out of their wits, Xia Zhenting and Go Lianqing. Ling Yun and Tang Meng looked at each other with a cold smile. Ling Yun patted Tang Meng's shoulder lightly. Let's go and greet our mayor and the tycoon of Xianxia City. Otherwise, it will seem like we are being too rude. Ling Yun brought Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu down from the host stage and went straight to the passageway. Ling Yun strode towards Xia Zhenting. At the same time, he said, it's really a small world. Deputy Mayor Xia, I have to thank you for your evaluation of me. What you said was very pertinent. What was Xia Zhenting's evaluation of Ling Yun? This Ling Yun is really too mysterious, too domineering, too terrifying. Furthermore, this Ling Yun does things based on his mood and never follows any rules. It's as if nothing in this world can restrain him. This was the evaluation that Xia Zhenting gave Li Jiujiang in front of everyone in the luxurious suite. It was a reminder that was still ringing in his ears. The funny thing was that Li Jiujiang was proud of himself at that time. He thought that he had power and backing, and that everything was under his control. He even dared to boast that it was unknown whether Ling Yun would be able to leave Xianxia City alive. Li Jiujiang didn't take Xia Zhenting's reminder seriously at all. In the blink of an eye, he was trampled by Ling Yun and fell into the depths of hell. It was impossible for him to make a comeback in this lifetime, mysterious, domineering, terrifying, doing things based on his mood and never following any rules. There was nothing in this world that could restrain him. Xia Zhenting, who was treading on thin ice, had used all kinds of methods, spared no expense, and was willing to endure humiliation to finally hitch a ride on Li Jiujiang's ship. But he didn't expect that the ship would capsize before the meal even started. Seeing Li Jiujiang's people being escorted away one by the solemn-looking criminal police officers armed with live ammunition, Xia Zhenting lowered his head. Although he tried his best to maintain his composure, the cold sweat that kept dripping down his fair face completely betrayed him. Xia Zhenting developed a fear that came from the depths of his soul towards Ling Yun. This fear burned his entire body, and his eyes were filled with despair. His heart was contracting rapidly. Xia Zhenting tried his best to lick his lips with his tongue. Then, he tried his best to swallow his saliva and force an ugly smile on his face. I'm afraid it's not accurate enough. Xia Zhenting had been a high-ranking official for a long time. Naturally, he had seen his fair share of ups and downs. His ability to read people's thoughts and body language was not a problem. Through the entire process of Ling Yun taking care of Li Jiujiang, he clearly knew that Ling Yun had seen and heard everything that had happened in the luxurious suite. After Ling Yun crippled that mysterious figure, He intentionally brushed off the dust on his body and said to Li Jiujiang that he wasn't as good as Sun Wukong without 3 heads and 6 arms. Those were all Ling Yan's deliberate retaliation. It was a blatant humiliation and a slap to the face on the spot. This meant that everything on the 5th floor, be it the banquet hall or the luxurious suites, was under Ling Yan's control. Xianxia wasn't surprised by this. His son, Xie Zhenyan, had been learning taekwondo since he was young. He was a 3rd Dan taekwondo black belt, so he had some understanding of Chinese ancient martial arts. Ling Yan's hearing was definitely abnormally strong. As for why it was as if he had seen it with his own eyes, Xianxia had no idea. This just happened to confirm Ling Yan's mysteriousness. Xianxia and no one else knew that Ling Yan had such a powerful divine sense. Now, it was finally their turn. There were only the 2 of them left. Even though Ling Yan was praising Xianxia, it sounded like thunder in Xianxia's ears. It was especially ear-piercing and embarrassing. Yes, it wasn't accurate enough. Up until now, Ling Yan had fought with officials twice in Xianxia City. The first time he fought with Luo Zhong, Ling Yan was still pointing at Luo Zhong's nose and calling him a B***starred in front of everyone. However, this time, he was calm and indifferent. Other than making a move against the 3 mysterious figures, Ling Yan didn't even lay a finger on Li Jiujiang. He didn't even say a word of disrespect to him. It wasn't that he didn't dare to. It was that he didn't care. With Ling Yan's strength, dealing with Li Jiujiang now was no different from killing an ant or killing a buzzing mosquito. It's already very accurate, Ling Yan smiled as he replied. He didn't say anything else as he looked at Go Lianqing, who was standing beside Xianxia. Boss Go, I'm afraid these 3 months haven't been easy, have they? In just a few years, Go Lianqing had become a tycoon in Xianxia City. He was considered a nouveau riche. Unfortunately, this nouveau riche had his genitals broken by Ling Yan 3 months ago because of Lin Minghan. He had become a eunuch, and he couldn't even grow a beard now. After that, bad luck came one after another. First, his nouveau riche son wanted to take a huge gamble with Ling Yan in order to take revenge. This completely emptied his cash flow, causing his capital chain to collapse. Then, Luo Zhong fell from power, and the Linjiang Road property project was completely out of his reach. Under Li Yifeng's pressure, he could no longer borrow money from the bank. Instead, the bank came knocking on his door to collect on his debts. He was already at his wits' end. That wasn't all. His wife, who had been sleeping with him for a long time, immediately jumped out to cause trouble when she saw that something was about to happen to Go Lianqing. She wanted to divorce him and divide the family assets. This made him even more troubled. His precious son, Go Junfa, was so frightened by Ling Yan that he fled Xianxia City. He didn't even have the chance to take his college entrance examinations. The worst thing was that his biological brother, Go Lianshan, was still in prison, enduring immense pain every day. No one could cure him. That was a restriction that Ling Yan used to reverse the flow of his meridians. Of course, no one could cure him. Now, Go Lianqing could only rely on selling his businesses and robbing Peter to pay Paul. Otherwise, he would have gone bankrupt a long time ago. Anyone else would have a hard time living such a life. Go Lianqing looked at Ling Yan as though he was looking at a towering mountain that he couldn't move or dig up. The bitterness in his heart surpassed the fear he felt. Instead, he made up his mind. He tried his best to straighten his back as though he was holding up a mountain. A bitter smile appeared on Go Lianqing's face as he said in a shrill voice, "It really isn't easy." Tang Meng smiled brightly. "Boss Go, when are you planning to sell that piece of land in the east of the city? My wallet is too full, but I can't find a suitable project." There was no doubt that Go Lianqing had sold a third of his businesses in the past 3 months. All of them had been purchased by Tang Meng. Go Lianqing smiled bitterly again. His eyes weren't looking at Tang Meng, but at Ling Yan. "I'm not selling anymore." "What? Not selling anymore?" Tang Meng's voice rose an octave when he heard that. In Tang Meng's eyes, all of Go Lianqing's businesses were already in his pocket. He planned to buy as much as Go Lianqing wanted. Now that Go Lianqing said that he wasn't selling anymore, Tang Meng panicked. Go Lianqing let out a long sigh and relaxed his shoulders. It was as though a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. "Little brother, you're a dragon among men. I admit defeat." If I'm not wrong, this should be the second time we've met, right? That's right. Ling Yun smiled. Ling Yun knew that Go Lianqing already knew that he was the one who made him a eunuch. Ling Yun admitted it immediately and waited to see what Go Lianqing would say. Under Xiaxinting's shocked gaze, Go Lianqing smiled helplessly at him. Then, he slowly raised his hand towards Ling Yun and extended his index and middle fingers. With a pause between each word, he said in a heavy tone, "In this life, I, Go Lianqing, have made 2 mistakes. The first is that I'm lecherous. The second is that I've groomed a good-for-nothing son. Frankly speaking, neither of these could be considered wrong." Which man wasn't lecherous? Not to mention a millionaire with a net worth of billions. As for grooming a son, there were plenty of spoiled hedonistic sons who were born into powerful families. Go Junfa wasn't the only one. There were plenty of them in the world. Unfortunately for Go Lianqing, he had offended the same person for these 2 things. A person that he couldn't afford to offend, Ling Yun. There were plenty of unfair and unreasonable things in the world. Ling Yun couldn't do anything about it even if he wanted to. However, he couldn't let these things fall on Ling Yun's head. There were thousands of students in Xianxia High. Other than Xie Zhenyan, Go Junfa, and Lu Qingtian, there were plenty of bad students. Why didn't Ling Yun find trouble with them? First of all, no one knew better than Ling Yun that if there was good, there would also be evil. He didn't need to use a moral ruler to judge who was right and who was wrong. Secondly, Ling Yun really didn't have time. He had too many things to do. Even if he had some time, he would spend it all on cultivation. How could he care about anything else? However, the premise was that Ling Yun didn't provoke others, and others didn't provoke him. Otherwise, the consequences would be tragic. Li Jiujiang, Lu Guanwang, Xie Zhenting, and Go Lianqing were all living examples. Since I was wrong, I have to pay the price. Ling Yun, I, Go Lianqing, hereby apologize to you in front of more than 300 people in the banquet hall. I can guarantee that I will never mention the word revenge again. As Go Lianqing spoke, his expression became more and more serious. His voice was filled with despair and frustration. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Go Lianqing bent his knees and knelt down in front of Ling Yun. Then, he kowtowed heavily and loudly. Tang Meng, Xie Zhenting, Tai Xiaohu, Abing, and the hundreds of guests at the front of the banquet hall were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Qingshui City's tycoon, Go Lianqing, was kowtowing to Ling Yun? For a man who had achieved great success in Qingshui City, if he didn't admit defeat from the bottom of his heart, if he wasn't in complete despair, why would he kowtow to someone else? Ling Yun's expression was unusually calm. He stood there, looking down at Go Lianqing, who was kneeling at his feet, and sighed to himself. He had long known what Go Lianqing wanted to do. A trace of admiration grew in his heart as he thought that Go Lianqing was truly a smart man. Ling Yun didn't stop him. He had been suppressing Go Lianqing all along until he was at his wit's end. Moreover, the one who had been plotting against Ling Yun wasn't Go Lianqing, but his son, Go Junfa. However, Tang Meng wasn't having it. He raged, F***ck, Go Lianqing, your son is completely heartless and has done all sorts of bad things. You want to get away with just kowtowing and apologizing? Let me tell you, there's no way. To be continued. There were so many important matters in Beijing that Ling Yun had to deal with personally. Why did Ling Yun suddenly return to Qingshui at such a critical juncture? No one knew better than Tang Meng. This time, Ling Yun wanted to get rid of all the obstacles in Qingshui City. He wanted to make his own territory impregnable and remove all the worries in the future. He wanted to unify Qingshui City and intimidate the entire Jiangnan region so that the other powers wouldn't dare to covet Qingshui City anymore. This was the only way he could focus on the battle in Beijing and lead the Ling family back to the top of China. Tang Meng's excitement was indescribable as he watched Ling Yun get rid of Lu Guanwang and Li Jiujiang in just a few moves. As long as Big Brother Yun could trample over Xie Zhenting and Go Lianqing in one go, the entire Qingshui City would truly belong to Ling Yun. There would be no more obstacles in his way. When that time came, Tang Meng would have both money and power. He would be able to traverse both sides of Qingshui City. What benefits couldn't he reap? However, at this crucial moment, Tang Meng would never have imagined that Go Lianqing would voluntarily kowtow and admit his mistake. This was equivalent to throwing a punch with all the strength in his body but hitting nothing but air. It was so frustrating that you wanted to vomit blood. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Evil must be eradicated. What was Tang Meng most afraid of now? He was most afraid of Ling Yun's soft-heartedness. Moreover, based on Tang Meng's understanding of Ling Yun seemed to have accepted Go Lianqing's apology because he allowed Go Lianqing to kowtow without stopping him. If Go Lianqing was allowed to return to the world and regain his footing in Xianxia city, Tang Meng wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. That was why Tang Meng was infuriated. He couldn't let that happen. More importantly, would Ling Yun be soft-hearted when his opponent admitted defeat? Ling Yun only smiled and waved his hand to stop Tang Meng from continuing. He then turned to Go Lianqing and said, "Boss Go, you don't look good in public. Please get up and speak." Go Lianqing remained kneeling on the ground and didn't get up. Young Master Tang is an influential figure in Xianxia city now. He's right. It wouldn't be enough for me to kowtow and admit my mistake, but I still have something to say. Go Lianqing was completely defeated. He didn't even care about his reputation anymore. I will write a contract. All of my assets in Xianxia city, including my company, real estate, hotels, bank deposits, stocks, and so on, as long as it's under my name, I will unconditionally transfer it all to young Master Ling as compensation. From now on, I'm all alone. You can beat or kill me as you wish. You have the final say. Go Lianqing, even though your assets are huge, they are insolvent now. From today onwards, I'm confident that I can purchase all of your assets in less than 3 months. Why would I need you to give them to me? Tang Meng snorted coldly without waiting for Ling Yun to respond. Moreover, don't think that I don't know that you still have a lot of assets under the names of your wife, your son, and your brother. You call this being all alone? Go Lianqing remained kneeling on the ground, and his voice became extremely calm. It seems like young Master Tang has misunderstood me. When I said the assets under my name, that naturally included their share. All of them will be transferred to young Master Ling's name. Go Lianqing was thorough. There was no quibble in his rebuttal to Tang Meng. He said it calmly. Anyone could tell that he didn't hold anything back. Tang Meng didn't expect Go Lianqing to be so thorough. He was stunned for a moment. He opened his mouth, but all he could do was to snort loudly to express his displeasure. Go Lianqing definitely couldn't run away now. However, he had given all of his assets to Ling Yun without any hesitation. He had become a penniless pauper. What was the point of teaching him a lesson? Ling Yun was still smiling. He patted Tang Meng's shoulder lightly to calm him down. Then, he said to Go Lianqing, "Oh? If Bosco is so generous, there must be some conditions." Go Lianqing's body trembled. "There are 2 small conditions." Ling Yun said calmly, "Tell me about them." "My younger brother, Go Lianshan, offended young Master Ling because of me and my son. I don't expect to be able to bail him out of prison, but I hope that young Master Ling can be merciful and relieve him of his pain so that he can have a better life in prison." Go Lianqing said. "I promise you." Ling Yun agreed without any hesitation. Go Lianshan had once spoken rudely to Ling Yun and was taught a harsh lesson by Ling Yun. In the end, he had to pay a painful price. After he was sent to prison, he had to endure the pain of his meridians flowing in reverse every day. "Thank you, young Master Ling, for your mercy." Go Lianqing was a shrewd person. He knew that Ling Yun would definitely agree to his request. Hence, he quickly thanked him. After some hesitation, he made his second request. "My son, Go Junfa, was young and ignorant. He offended young Master Ling because of jealousy in school. After that, he didn't know his place and dared to bet 100 million yuan with young Master Ling. Now, young Master Ling is the undisputed champion of Xianxia City's college entrance examination. There is no doubt about it. Young Master Ling won that bet. I hope that young Master Ling will spare his life on account of his desire to avenge me. At least, we can continue the bloodline of the Go family." After witnessing Ling Yun's absolute strength and nature-defying performance, Go Lianqing was in complete despair. He no longer had any thoughts of going against Ling Yun. Kowtowing to admit his mistake, foregoing revenge for the rest of his life, giving away all his assets, everything he had, all for 2 requests, to relieve his younger brother's pain and to save his son's life. Ling Yun had already agreed to the first request. Tang Meng was furious, Gou Lianqing and Tang Meng did not have any conflicts in the past, nor did they have any direct hatred towards each other. Everything that happened between them was tied to Gou Junfa. When Ling Yan went to the crater, Xie Zhenting and Luo Zhong had the upper hand. Xie Zhenyan and Gou Junfa were tyrannical in school, pressuring Tang Meng to the point of suffocation. That wasn't all. They even teamed up to tease Ning Lingyu. Tang Meng couldn't take it anymore and went to settle scores with Xie Zhenyan and Gou Junfa. However, he was cruelly broken by them, the sneer of a nouveau riche, the humiliation, and the pain of his broken limbs. This was Tang Meng's blood feud, a scar that he would never be able to erase. It wasn't easy for Tang Meng to hold back from hunting down his enemies all over the world because of Ling Yan's matter. Now, Gou Lianqing wanted to save his son's life. However, no matter how angry Tang Meng was, it was Ling Yan who had the final say here. He didn't act rashly. Instead, he turned to look at Ling Yan to see what Ling Yan's decision would be. At that moment, Xie Zhenting also looked at Ling Yan anxiously. This wasn't just about Gou Junfa's life. It was also about his son, Xie Zhenyan's life. Xie Zhenting could tell that even though Ling Yan was absolutely domineering and heaven-defying, he had his own bottom line for everything he did. For example, when it came to politics, Ling Yan beat up 3 experts from the Sun family mercilessly. However, he didn't lay a finger on Li Jiujiang. No, both parties were negotiating over a personal grudge. Gou Lianqing was already so pathetic. Would Ling Yan be soft-hearted? If Ling Yan was willing to let Gou Junfa off, then Xie Zhenting would kneel down to Ling Yan without hesitation and beg Ling Yan to let Xie Zhenyan off. Of course, Ling Yan wouldn't let his brother down. He smiled faintly. Boss Gou, I have to say that you're really smart and know when to advance and retreat. What you said today was indeed sincere. However, I, Ling Yan, will never agree to your second condition. Ling Yan said resolutely. I'm saying if, Ling Yan glanced at Xie Zhenting as he said this. He continued, if your son didn't break my brother's arms and legs when you were in power, then you wouldn't have to give me your assets or apologize to me. We could have settled everything over the dining table. It's not wrong for men to be lecherous. You're rich and powerful. It has nothing to do with me if your son is arrogant and unreasonable, as long as he doesn't provoke me. However, Ling Yan raised his hand and pointed at Gou Lianqing. You actually dared to touch my woman. Your son wanted to bully my sister. Your son even broke my brother's arms and legs. If it wasn't for me, my brother would be crippled for life and spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Ling Yan's voice became colder and colder. Now, you want to use money to buy your son's life? Not even 10 billion or 100 billion will do. Not to mention a door, you don't even have a window. Big brother Yun. Before Ling Yan could finish his sentence, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu, who were beside him, trembled and roared in agitation. Who were Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu? They were brothers who had gone through thick and thin with Ling Yan. When Tai Xiaohu was imprisoned and Tang Meng's arms and legs were broken, the other party couldn't find Ling Yan. He vented all his anger on his brothers and family. Tang Meng wasn't the only one who remembered this grudge. Tai Xiaohu remembered it too. Ling Yan remembered it even more. No amount of money could buy Ling Yan's brotherhood. On this point, even the Emperor of Heaven wouldn't give him any face. Thump. Gou Lianqing's body suddenly tilted to one side as if all the energy in his body had been sucked out of him. He fell to the ground as he panted heavily. His eyes were glazed over and he was in a daze. His words were on point. He thought that he would be able to move Ling Yan. However, who knew that Ling Yan wouldn't buy his last request? Ling Yan's cold, emotionless voice rang out. On account of your sincerity, I will spare your life and save your brother as long as you can do what you want. However, you must bring your son, Gou Junfa, to me and my brother. As for his life and death, it's not up to me. It's all up to my brother. And you, Deputy Mayor Xia, I don't think I need to say anything more, right? I can stay out of your officialdom matters, but your son must be handed over to my brother to deal with. Whether you accept it or not, whether you bring them here or not, they won't be able to escape. I will definitely avenge my brother. I promise that I will do what I say. That's all I have to say. Ling Yan was as domineering as ever. He had given Tang Meng enough face. Tang Meng's eyes were filled with tears. Blood rushed to his head. To be continued. Ling Yan's voice became louder and louder as he said the last 4 sentences. His voice was so loud that it pierced through the entire banquet hall, causing everyone's eardrums to buzz. The banquet hall was silent once again. Hiss, following that, gasps could be heard from every corner of the banquet hall. Wow! Then, there was a wave of exclamations. Everyone in the banquet hall, especially the hundreds of people who had witnessed the entire process, had the same expression in their eyes as long as they could see Ling Yun. Fear. Everyone saw how Ling Yun dealt with Li Jiujiang. Even though Ling Yun was merciless, decisive, and didn't give Li Jiujiang any chance to turn the tables, everyone knew that Li Jiujiang deserved it. He deserved to die, and being taken away by the police was already a blessing for him. However, between Xianxia and Go Lianqing, one was the deputy mayor of Xingshui City, and the other was a tycoon of Xingshui City. Most of the people present didn't know what kind of grudge they had with Ling Yun. When everyone first saw Ling Yun bringing Tang Meng over to greet Xianxia and Go Lianqing, they really thought that they had a good relationship with each other. Who knew that things would develop beyond everyone's expectations? Ling Yun only said 1 sentence to each of them, and Go Lianqing kowtowed to Ling Yun, admitting his mistakes, and offered all of his assets to Ling Yun. Many of the people present knew that Ling Yun had amazing medical skills. When his clinic opened, the gifts he received were heaven-defying. Who knew how many people were envious of him? Moreover, he even got the Imperial Greenstone King from the antique market in Xingshui City. To put it simply, in the eyes of those in the know, Ling Yun didn't lack money, he had it all. Therefore, many people instinctively thought that Ling Yun wouldn't ask for Go Lianqing's assets in front of more than 300 people present. That would inevitably lower Ling Yun's status. Who knew that Ling Yun didn't reject it and accepted it calmly? Later on, after hearing the conversation between both parties, everyone understood that both parties had an irreconcilable grudge. Ling Yun actually wanted to take revenge for his people. Who didn't know that Go Lianqing was a tycoon of Xingshui City with at least a few billion yuan in assets? Even those who knew the inside story knew that Go Lianqing was having a tough time and was on the verge of collapse. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. If anyone were to obtain all of Go Lianqing's assets, even if they didn't manage them and just auctioned them off, it would still be worth more than 1 billion yuan. In Xianxia, if one had more than 1 billion yuan, he wouldn't have to worry about anything for the rest of his life. However, Go Lianqing would rather give everything to Ling Yun, all for the sake of saving his brother and his son's life. Everyone was envious and felt that Ling Yun had profited greatly from this deal. Kowtowing and admitting his mistake was a great humiliation for him to be stripped of his billions of assets. If it had been anyone else, they would have agreed to it on the spot even if there were 10 or 20 more conditions, for fear that Go Lianqing would go back on his word. Moreover, after Go Lianqing gave away all his assets, the entire Go family would be completely crippled. They would no longer be a threat to Ling Yun. In the eyes of ordinary people, an astronomical amount of assets was only for Ling Yun to cure his illness and spare his life. Many people felt that it was not worth it for Go Lianqing. After all, Go Lianqing was only in his 40s. Even if he couldn't win against Ling Yun, he could still sell his assets and leave Xingshui City to start a new life somewhere else. Moreover, in Xianxia, a society governed by law, would Ling Yun really dare to kill Go Lianqing's son? Probably not, right? Moreover, even if Ling Yun was ruthless enough to kill Go Lianqing's son, Go Lianqing wouldn't dare to seek revenge. At the very least, he could have more children. He was so rich that he could get any woman he wanted. There were definitely many people in the banquet hall who had the same idea. However, these people did not understand the following points. They didn't understand the feud between Ling Yun and Go Junfa and Xie Zhenyan. They didn't know that Go Lianqing had already become a eunuch through and through. Not to mention having children, he couldn't even get artificial insemination. This was all thanks to Ling Yun. They also didn't know that if Ling Yun and Tang Meng didn't agree, Go Lianqing wouldn't even be able to step out of his house, much less leave Xingshui City. In the end, Ling Yun really dared to kill. Up until now, hundreds of lives had been taken by Ling Yun. Adding Go Junfa wouldn't make much of a difference. Others might not know this, but Xianxia and Go Lianqing were as clear as a mirror in their hearts. Ling Yun accepted Go Lianqing's kowtow as an apology and accepted all of Go Lianqing's assets. At the same time, he agreed to his first condition. Just when everyone thought that Ling Yun would naturally spare Go Junfa's life, who knew that there would be a shocking reversal. Go Lianqing's second and final condition was rejected by Ling Yun without hesitation. Moreover, it was a firm and resolute refusal that did not allow for any room for discussion. There was only one reason, and that was for his brother. Not only did the 300 guests in the banquet hall not expect this, but even Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Abing didn't expect this. How ruthless! How much hatred does he have? Go Lianqing is so rich, but he still couldn't save his son's life. That's right, I don't believe that Ling Yun would dare to kill anyone. Look, Li Tian was so arrogant, and Li Jiujiang was so shameless, but Ling Yun didn't kill them either, right? As the saying goes, it's not too much to kill someone. Go Lianqing is already in such a state, but Ling Yun still won't let his son off. This is a little too much. Some of the guests who didn't know the situation started to discuss and express their dissatisfaction in a low voice. Be careful of your loose lips. If you don't know what's going on, then shut up. Otherwise, you might become the next Li Jiujiang and Go Lianqing. These were the people who had some inside information. With fear in their eyes, they cautiously reminded the people around them. What do you know? Back then, when Ling Yun wasn't. In Xianxia City, Ling Yan's people were bullied by the Xia family, Luo Zhong, and the Go family. Did you see how badly they were bullied? Did you hear? Tang Meng had his limbs broken in front of everyone by the sons of the Xia family and the Go family. If it were your own children, would you not take revenge? These were the people who knew the details of the previous incident. They strongly supported Ling Yun's actions. Humph. Tai Xiaohu's body was like an iron tower as he stood on the stage. He let out a cold snort, but he used his internal energy to make it sound like he was shouting. All the guests below the stage were so scared that they were speechless. No matter what they thought, the fear was real. No one in Xianxia City or even the entire Jiangnan province could afford to offend Ling Yun, that included Ling Yun's family, brothers, and friends, in order to wash away the humiliation and take revenge for his brother. Even if it was 10 billion, or even 100 billion, he would do it regardless of whether or not he agreed to it. He didn't care about being misunderstood by others and wasn't afraid of being scolded, once and for all, once and for all. This was the effect that Ling Yun wanted to achieve. At this moment, Go Lianqing, who was paralyzed on the ground, had never expected this outcome. In fact, he knew better than anyone else that the mistake that he and his son had made was indeed hard to forgive, especially by someone like Ling Yun. The reason why he dared to raise the second condition was obviously to prevent him from having no descendants. However, there were also two reasons. First, 3 months had passed since the incident. In these 3 months, no matter how much he struggled or resisted, he was always the one on the losing end. It was time for Ling Yun's people to vent some of their anger. Moreover, so much time had passed, and whatever hatred there was would gradually fade away. At the very least, everyone could negotiate peacefully. Second, Ling Yan's side was no longer the same as before. Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao controlled Xianxia City. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they could cover the sky with one hand. Tang Meng's reputation in the upper-class circle of Xianxia City was booming. He was now the true young master of the Tang family. He was in the limelight. As for Ling Yun, there was no need to mention him. Even though it was only the tip of the iceberg, as long as Ling Yun stomped his feet in Xianxia City, the entire Jiangnan province would tremble. Of course, Ling Yun could probably cause half of Huaxia to tremble no matter where he stomped his feet. This was something that Go Lianqing really didn't know. Ling Yun was too strong now. In Ling Yan's eyes, Go Lianqing was just an ant that he could crush with a wave of his hand. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. He hoped that Ling Yun would be too arrogant to deal with him. In other words, Go Lianqing hoped that Ling Yun would treat him like a fart and let him go. It was precisely because of these 2 points that Go Lianqing had no choice but to kowtow and admit his mistake. He gave away all his assets and dared to raise the last condition. Go Lianqing was a leading figure in the business world. He was extremely shrewd. When he raised the condition, he was very serious about it. He first raised a condition that Ling Yun would definitely agree to. Then, he raised a condition that Ling Yun could reluctantly agree to. This not only allowed Ling Yun to gain a lot of face but also put Ling Yun in a difficult position. It carried a hint of blackmail. If he wasn't so shrewd, Go Lianqing wouldn't be where he was today and his business wouldn't be so big. However, even if Go Lianqing had calculated everything, he had forgotten one thing. Or rather, he had underestimated one thing. He had underestimated Ling Yun's style. To Ling Yun, 1 was 1, 2 was 2. 1 was another. He would agree to things that he should agree to, but he would never agree to things that he shouldn't agree to. Ling Yun was a cultivator who cultivated the Tao of the heart. The most important thing was to have a clear mind. Ling Yun wouldn't allow his own brother to suffer for the rest of his life because of his so-called soft-heartedness. Furthermore, if Ling Yun were to give up on revenge for the sake of some money, he would be planting an inner demon in his heart. If he were to undergo the heavenly tribulation again, he would still end up with his body and soul destroyed. Ling Yun heard every single word of the discussions around him clearly. However, he only smiled faintly and couldn't be bothered with them. To be continued. Ling Yun couldn't be bothered to say another word. That was all he had to say. Go Lianqing's hands were originally on the ground. Suddenly, he pushed himself up and crawled to Tang Meng's feet, grabbing onto Tang Meng's trousers. Young Master Tang, no matter what, Lil Fa was your classmate. Seeing that you were classmates, I beg of you, please spare his life. Since Ling Yun had made his stance clear, Go Lianqing knew that it was impossible for him to move Ling Yun. Tang Meng naturally became his last hope. Tang Meng calmed himself down with much difficulty. He lit a cigarette and took a deep puff before exhaling a ring of smoke. Then, he lowered his head slightly to look at Go Lianqing, who was kneeling at his feet and begging for mercy. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Tang Meng said casually as he exhaled another mouthful of smoke. I'll give you a week to bring your son here. Don't worry, I won't kill him. My father is now the director of the Public Security Bureau, so he won't allow me to kill anyone. However, I, Tang Meng, will definitely take revenge. I'll treat your son the same way he treated me. As long as he doesn't provoke us again, I won't cause any trouble for him. Tang Meng hated Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa to the core. There was no way he wouldn't let a blood debt be repaid with blood. That's my bottom line. If you don't think it's fair enough, you can take back what you just said. Let's have a real fight. If you think it's fair enough, after you get out of here, don't leave the hotel in a hurry. Find a quiet place to draft the transfer of assets and hand it to me after you've signed it. How could this be unfair? Go Lianqing never thought that Tang Meng would only break his limbs instead of taking Go Junfa's life. Go Lianqing's eyes, which were filled with despair, suddenly lit up with joy. He lay on the ground and nodded his head vigorously. Fair, very fair. Thank you, young Master Tang, for sparing my life. No matter what, he managed to save his son's life. As for his broken limbs, he could just take it as his son's bad luck and got into a car accident. Of course, Tang Meng knew that Go Lianqing would definitely agree to it. Ignoring Go Lianqing, he held a cigarette between his index and middle fingers and pointed it at Xie Zhenting. Same goes for your son. The current Tang Meng had the aura of an ambitious and ruthless person. Ling Yan's domineering and heaven-defying journey had broadened Tang Meng's horizons, allowing him to see an unknown world. Unknowingly, Tang Meng had also grown rapidly. After finishing his sentence, Tang Meng waved the cigarette in his hand and said coldly, all of you can leave. Even though the people in front of him were two of Qingshui City's biggest figures, Tang Meng's posture and actions made it seem as if he was dismissing two unrelated people. With Ling Yan's support, Tang Meng had the status and the qualifications to do so. Tang Meng let Xie Zhenting and Go Lianqing leave. At the same time, he gave Abing a look. Abing understood and nodded at him. Xie Zhenting's face was stiff and pale. His lips moved twice, but he didn't say anything. All he did was slowly bend over and pull Go Lianqing up from the ground. The two of them supported each other and slid to the side of the wall. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they lowered their heads and left the banquet hall. Abing didn't dare to delay when billions of yuan of assets were at stake. With a light wave of his hand, he personally led 4 of his brothers from the Green Dragon gang and caught up to the 2 of them in no time at all. Everyone who saw this scene could only think of one word in their hearts, down and out. Tang Meng stood where he was, puffing on his cigarette as he watched Abing and his men escort Xie Zhenting and Go Lianqing away. His expression was cold and calm. Only when the two of them had left the banquet hall and were completely out of sight did Tang Meng throw the cigarette butt away and turn to Ling Yun. "Big brother Yun, thank you." Even though Tang Meng didn't say it out loud, he knew in his heart that it was all because of Ling Yun that he could achieve what he had today. He had followed the right person. Ling Yun smiled and patted Tang Meng's shoulder. "Don't give me that. We're brothers, there's no need to thank me. Hurry up and get down to business." At this point, all the enemies present had been captured, admitted their mistakes, and begged for mercy. All of them had been executed. However, things weren't over yet. There were still more than 300 guests in the banquet hall. They seemed to be stunned and scared. They didn't know if they should stay or sit. However, as long as Tang Meng was here, these things became insignificant. He turned around and walked up to the podium. He stood behind the microphone and pressed his hands against the air to signal for everyone to be quiet. Then, he smiled and said, "My apologies, there was a small incident just now. I, Tang Meng, would like to apologize to everyone first." Tang Meng was polite and spoke with assurance. This kid was a great talker. "I know that everyone gathered here tonight to congratulate the top scorer of the college entrance examination. It's a pity that the fake top scorer has been captured. However, it doesn't matter, we still have the real top scorer here." At this point, Tang Meng looked at Ling Yun with a smile and continued, "Tonight, I, Tang Meng, will be the host. I'm going to hold a big banquet for Big Brother Yun to become the top scorer of Jiangnan Province's college entrance examination this year. As everyone already knows, the Triumph Hotel is now Big Brother Yun's own hotel. I guarantee that today, I will treat everyone with the best standards and let everyone eat and drink to their heart's content. Also, I'll say this in advance. I won't accept any betrothal gifts or red packets. If everyone is willing to give me face, how about a glass of wine?" Wow! Before Tang Meng could finish his sentence, the banquet hall had already erupted into thunderous applause. This applause completely covered the sound of the storm outside and lasted for a long time. What a joke. At this point, who wouldn't give Ling Yun and Tang Meng face? Who dared to not give them face? Everyone present, regardless of gender or age, was a well-known figure in Xianxia city of Jiangnan province. If they still couldn't see that this was the best opportunity to curry favor with Ling Yun, then they shouldn't be in the business anymore. "It's our honor, our honor. This is a wedding banquet. How can we drink a wedding banquet for free? How can we not accept red packets? We have to. Yes, yes, yes. This is the wedding banquet of our Jiangnan province's top scorer, how can we not give red packets? Ling Yun is the real top scorer of the college entrance examination. Li Tian? Pui. Bullsh *T, I was blind back then." In an instant, the banquet hall was in an uproar. Everyone was extremely excited. It was more than 10 times livelier than the scene that the Li family uncle and nephew had created. Listening to the applause and cheers below, Tang Meng lowered his head and looked at his watch. It was only 8:30, from the moment Ling Yun entered the banquet hall at 8 until now. It only took half an hour for Ling Yun to take back everything that belonged to him. It was incomparably simple and effortless. Tang Meng was in a great mood. He raised his head and looked at Tai Xiaohu proudly. Then, he turned to look at Ling Yun and asked in a low voice, "Big brother Yun, are we going to accept the red packets or not?" Even though the applause below was thunderous and clamorous, Tang Meng believed that Ling Yun would definitely be able to hear his words. Ling Yun shrugged helplessly and sighed. "Since they insist on giving it, then I'll arrange for people to accept it. It wouldn't be Ling Yun's style not to accept it. Only a fool would not accept it." Tang Meng chuckled as he gestured for the waitress to come over. "From now on, you're the manager of this banquet hall." Ignoring the waitress's excitement and shock, Tang Meng continued, "Arrange for a few more people to accept the red packets as soon as possible. Also," Tang Meng pointed to the passageway beside the banquet hall. "There should be some single rooms there, right? Quickly send some waitresses over to take care of it. There will be important guests coming up soon. Make sure to let them serve them well. But I'm afraid that we don't have enough people right now." The waitress was overwhelmed with happiness. Tang Meng was speechless. "Then hurry up and call the waitresses on the other floor to help. This is the most important place today." the new manager hurriedly went to work. On the other side of the stage, Tang Meng beckoned to the two outstanding hosts who were completely dumbfounded and called the male host up. "Handsome, can you do your best on the spot?" The male host was so excited that his voice was trembling. He nodded his head vigorously. "No problem." Tang Meng was very satisfied. "Then, I'll leave the banquet hall to you guys. Remember, the current college entrance examination champion is not Li Tian, it's Ling Yun." "Understood. Your appearance fee will be doubled. However, I have to say one more thing. Don't forget to remind everyone later that it's best not to spread the news about what happened here." While Tang Meng was generous, he did not forget to be cautious. "I understand. That's good. I'll leave this place to you guys," Tang Meng said as he turned around and walked down the stage. He walked to Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu's side. Tang Meng changed his expression to one of heartache. He said gloomily, "Big brother Yun, we spent an extra 100 million to acquire the Triumph Hotel." Tang Meng's heart ached. For a moment of glory, he had spent 500 million on a business that was supposed to be worth 400 million. How could he accept that? He would not be able to sleep for at least half a year. Ling Yun was angry and amused at the same time. He punched Tang Meng in the chest. "Tai Xiaohu is right. I think you're really obsessed with money." Ling Yun raised his chin and pointed at the hundreds of excited guests. "Judging from the looks of it, the red packets tonight should be more than Li Jiujiang's, right? Also, Li Jiujiang received more than 10 million yuan in red packets. Lu Guanwang's assets are 150 million yuan. All of Go Lianqing's assets are no less than a few billion. You've earned so much in one day, and you still think it's a loss? Moreover, these 300 people are all famous people in Xianxia City. Based on what you said just now, who wouldn't come to our Triumph Hotel when they treat us in the future? 1 to 10, 10 to 100. I'm afraid that in less than half a year, you'll earn back all the extra 100 million you spent, right?" Tang Meng's face turned red from Ling Yun's words. He laughed awkwardly and tried to suck up to Ling Yun. "Hee, big brother Yun is very observant. I can't hide anything from you. Oh yes, where's the 20 million check? Don't confiscate it." Tang Meng laughed. "Hee, don't worry, big brother Yun. My dad only needs irrefutable evidence. He'll definitely get it back for us." Ling Yun had profited from this battle. Triumph Hotel, a true triumph. To be continued. After taking care of the enemies and arranging for the guests, the three Ling brothers did not hurry to do anything else. Instead, they stood at the entrance of the passageway in a triangular formation, chatting leisurely and contentedly counting the huge rewards of today's battle. "Hello Ling Yun, I'm Xiaoya, the host of the Jiangnan Satellite TV Entertainment Channel. I've heard a lot about you. I didn't expect to meet you here." Suddenly, a sweet voice came from behind them. The words were enunciated clearly, and the voice was smooth and smooth. However, it was a little too sweet, and it sounded a little greasy to the ears. Ling Yun and Tang Meng turned around and realized that the female host didn't go on stage. Instead, she walked around the stage and stood behind them. Even though Tang Meng was just chatting with Ling Yun, they were actually talking about some very important matters. He was a little displeased to be interrupted so abruptly. When he turned around and saw that it was Xiaoya, Tang Meng immediately frowned in annoyance. Xiaoya was one of the most popular female hosts of the Jiangnan Satellite TV Entertainment Channel. She was 25 years old and 1.7 meters tall. She was considered one of the leading female stars of Jiangnan Satellite TV Entertainment Channel. Tonight, she deliberately wore a pure red strapless low-cut evening gown in order to cater to the atmosphere. Her makeup was also very thick. Her long hair was permed into a wavy shape. Layers of curls fell on her shoulders, and it just so happened that it didn't cover the red pearl earrings on her ears. The pure red evening gown exposed a large portion of her upper body to the air. It was snow-white and dazzling. At first glance, it did give off a sexy and breathtaking feeling. However, from Ling Yun's point of view, it wasn't the case. Just now, his divine sense had covered the entire banquet hall. Every movement of everyone in the banquet hall was reflected in his divine sense. Naturally, Xiaoya was no exception. The woman's cheekbones were slightly protruding, and her high nose bridge was obviously a result of plastic surgery. It was also slightly crooked, which was completely covered up by high-level makeup. Although she was wearing contact lenses, there was no light in her eyes. Her lips were very thin, giving off the impression that she was selfish, mean, and crafty. Since when Xiaoya appeared on television every day, Tang Meng naturally knew her. However, he had never seen her in person before. When Xiaoya's name was well known to him, when Xiaoya was an expert at creating hype. She became famous by creating hype. Scandals were flying everywhere, and the boyfriends around her ranged from business tycoons to hedonistic young masters. The men she had slept with were more than enough to form a reinforced company. Moreover, according to Tang Meng's former brother, Chick of the Seven Tigers of Qingshui, when Xiaoya's price was 500,000 yuan per night. There was once a media report that when Xiaoya came and went from one of Go Lianqing's luxurious villas. Needless to say, when Xiaoya must have been a frequent guest of Go Lianqing's bed. This was the main reason why Tang Meng was so impatient when he saw Wen Xiaoya. Tang Meng didn't mind that she was just a high-class prostitute who made her name by creating hype. After all, he wasn't the one who invited her. If he was the one who arranged it, he definitely wouldn't have invited Wen Xiaoya. However, this woman was obviously trying to seduce Big Brother Yun. She really didn't know her place. Why did he say that she was seducing Ling Yun? It was obvious just by looking at Wen Xiaoya's current actions. She had put down the microphone in her hand, and her left hand was purposely covering her chest, looking elegant to prevent any exposure, but her fingers were tightly pressed against the evening gown, causing her two snow-white breasts to stretch tightly against the evening gown. Her 5 fingers were even spread open on purpose, causing the 2 snow-white hemispheres exposed to the air to appear even more alluring from the gaps between her fingers. There was a charming smile on her rouged face. Her eyes were wide open, and she was as seductive as she could be. She even extended her right hand, wanting to shake hands with Ling Yun. Looking at her posture, it seemed like she wouldn't retract her arm if Ling Yun didn't shake hands with her. Tang Meng's guess was right. Wen Xiaoya was indeed seducing a rich man. Currently, in this banquet hall, or even the entire Jiangnan province, Ling Yun was undoubtedly the biggest rich man in Wen Xiaoya's eyes. She really wanted to seduce Ling Yun, and she was extremely confident that, at least until now, no man would refuse to shake hands with her or even hug her on the spot after she took the initiative to do so. Tang Meng was unhappy. He was about to throw a tantrum and ask Wen Xiaoya to scram. However, when he saw the people behind Wen Xiaoya, he immediately shut his mouth and watched Wen Xiaoya suffer. Ling Yan turned around with a gentle smile on his handsome face. The signature dimple on his left cheek trembled slightly. It was simply mesmerizing. His handsome eyes were full of tenderness as he stared straight at Wen Xiaoya. It was as if he was really mesmerized by her. Wen Xiaoya peeked at Ling Yan's expression and thought that she had successfully seduced him. She couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. She swayed her slender body and coquettishly said to Ling Yun, "Shake hands with me. I'm a famous host and I'm not even shy. What are you embarrassed about?" A shameless person was invincible. Wen Xiaoya was really coquettish and unrestrained. She was definitely on par with Beauty Lin from Taiwan, who was famous for her coquettishness. However, just as she finished her sentence, Wen Xiaoya suddenly felt that the atmosphere was not right. This was because the huge, incomparably noisy banquet hall had become completely silent. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. Then, Wen Xiaoya suddenly realized that Ling Yan's gaze was not on her. Instead, it was behind her. Subsequently, Wen Xiaoya abruptly felt a wave of oppressive icy cold air sweep towards her from behind, causing her to feel as if she'd fallen into an icy pit. Her body abruptly shuddered, and the hairs on her bare back suddenly stood on end as goosebumps appeared all over her body. Hee. Wen Xiaoya's teeth chattered as she quickly turned around. A woman, no, it should be said that it was a group of women, each and every one of them was an outstanding beauty, devastatingly beautiful. She didn't know when, but they had already arrived behind her. Their eyes were cold, and their pretty faces were covered with frost, coldly staring at her. The one at the very front had the face of an angel and the body of a devil. She was wearing a tight-fitting pink and white cheongsam embroidered with colorful peonies. She looked sexy and noble, cold and alluring. This was naturally Lin Menghan. After Ling Yan's business was settled, Lin Menghan, Yao Rou, and the other beauties were naturally unwilling to continue sitting in the corner at the back of the banquet hall. They could not wait to find Ling Yun. Now that they saw Wen Xiaoya trying to seduce Ling Yun, how could they be in a good mood? When Wen Xiaoya turned around in shock, Lin Minghan did not even bother to look at her. Instead, she laughed coldly and walked straight past her. Her voice was incomparably cold. "You're indeed a famous host. Your figure is so good and sexy. Oh my god." Lin Minghan, who had the face of an angel and the body of a devil, had already mellowed out after a few rounds with Ling Yun. That kind of sexy and enchanting aura was enough to capture the attention of any man. She actually said that when Xiaoya's figure was sexy. Of course, this was not a compliment. It was mockery, humiliation, and a naked slap in the face. Sister is right. I'm elegant and noble, indeed extraordinary. Lin Minghan walked over, and Yao Rou, who was wearing a light yellow fishtail evening gown, followed closely behind. Her smile was gentle and moving, and her steps showed endless elegance and nobility. Yet, she was praising Wen Xiaoya. Wen Xiaoya's heart trembled, and her face instantly turned red. She wanted to find a hole to hide in. Unfortunately, there was no hole, and the matter was not over yet. Long Wu walked forward and smiled coldly. She glanced at Wen Xiaoya and said lightly, "You're quite tall, what a joke." Long Wu was 1.78 meters tall, and she was the most casual one tonight. She didn't even wear heels, but she was still taller than Wen Xiaoya. Now, she was saying that Wen Xiaoya was tall. Tang Meng tried his best to stifle his laughter, but his stomach was already hurting. Bai Xianer walked over and pretended to be curious. She stopped in front of Wen Xiaoya on purpose and stared at her for a while. Then, she raised her hand and took off her sunglasses. She sighed softly. "Sigh, your face is really beautiful. I'm ashamed of my inferiority, ha 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 ha." Tang Meng finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He held his stomach and laughed so hard that tears almost came out. Bai Xianer's face was so beautiful that no one dared to compare it to her except Ning Lingyu. She actually praised Wen Xiaoya's face and said that she was ashamed of her inferiority. Could this slap in the face be any more vicious? Just from the way she's dressed, she definitely has a good family background. Look at her temperament. After Bai Xianer walked over, Chao Shanshan followed closely behind. She only said one sentence, but it made Wen Xiaoya, who was already ashamed, feel even more ashamed. After the 5 beauties walked over, the last ones to walk up were Ning Lingyu, Xue Mining, and Miao Xiaomiao. Together, they were absolutely invincible, as if they had discussed it beforehand. The 3 of them said together, "So young. Good skin." Pfft. This time even Tai Xiaohu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Tang Meng even beat his chest and stamped his feet. He couldn't stop laughing. Ning Lingyu, Xue Mining, and Miao Xiaomiao were only 17 or 18 years old. Now, they were praising the 25-year-old Wen Xiaoya in unison. That was a slap in the face. The 8 stunning beauties only said one sentence each and stood beside or behind Ling Yun. They were competing with each other for beauty. Everyone in the banquet hall, regardless of whether they were men or women, had their eyes glued to them. Oh my god, they're all here to support Ling Yun? Some people who didn't understand the situation exclaimed loudly. Their eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. They're too beautiful. Coming here tonight was totally worth it. Many people said the same thing. This is what you call a perfect couple. Exclamations of surprise and praises rang out from all directions. People clicked their tongues in admiration, and the entire banquet hall seemed to have exploded into an uproar. Sorry, I forgot to shake your hand just now," Ling Yun smiled teasingly. At this moment, as if he suddenly remembered something, he extended his right hand to Wen Xiaoya. "No, it's okay. I'll go and host first. I still have to go through my lines." Wen Xiaoya's face was as red as blood. She was so ashamed that she stuttered and ran away. Because she was in such a hurry, her high heels accidentally stepped on the edge of her skirt. Her body staggered and she almost fell flat on her face. Then, she heard several undisguised giggles coming from behind her. To be continued. Wen Xiaoya really didn't know that these beauties were after Ling Yun from the start. If she had known that any of them had a deep relationship with Ling Yun, she definitely wouldn't have dared to come and seduce Ling Yun. As a host, she was naturally observant. No matter where they were, the beauties around Ling Yun would always be the center of attention. Of course, she had long noticed them. Originally, she was afraid that these beauties would snatch Ling Yun's attention from her after seeing how dazzling Ling Yun was. If that happened, she would definitely have no chance at all. Therefore, she displayed her shameless nature and made the first move, but reality was so cruel. She never thought that she would be humiliated by others one by one. Moreover, everyone used their own strengths to compare with her weaknesses. She was humiliated to the point where she had to run away in panic, not to mention the fact that all the beauties used their own strengths to compare with her weaknesses. Even if they randomly picked a person to compare with her from head to toe, they would still be able to completely defeat her. She was a black chicken, and they were all phoenixes. What did she have to compare with them? Unfortunately, she was the one who asked for it. She couldn't blame anyone else. Ling Yun found it funny and fun to watch when Xiaoya flee. He shrugged his shoulders lightly and sighed. Sigh. Do you guys have to do this? Lin Menghan rolled her eyes at Ling Yun. Why? Are you feeling sorry for her? Or can't bear to let her go? Shui Mining didn't care about that. She was also the most valiant of them all. She raised her eyebrows and glared at Ling Yun. Of course, she's the one who asked for it. Don't leave if you dare. Humph, that's letting her off easy. Ning Lingyu said with a smile. She only said one sentence, but it was more effective than 10,000 words from others. Big brother, Auntie will be here soon. This sentence was indeed effective. Not only Ling Yun, but all the other beauties immediately fell silent upon hearing Qin Dongshua's name. Cough cough, Ling Yun let out a dry cough and pretended to be angry at Tang Meng. I say, what are you doing, kid? Have you arranged a private room yet? Why are you letting so many people stand here? Tang Meng had suffered an unexpected calamity, but he didn't dare to say anything in front of the jealous beauties. However, Big Brother Yun was in trouble, and Tang Meng had to save him. He immediately patted his chest and said heroically, it's all arranged. Big Brother Yun, let's go in first. When they were chatting just now, more than a dozen waiters walked past them. They must be almost done cleaning up by now. Moreover, the luxurious suites of five-star hotels were always ready to welcome guests. There was also a large-scale banquet tonight, so everything was already prepared. There was no need to tidy up at the last minute. Go. Get into the room. Ling Yun waved his hand and was about to lead the beauties into the passageway. The beauties chattered and walked into the passageway one after another, but Ning Lingyu didn't move. Instead, she quietly held on to Ling Yun's arm. Ling Yun's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly gave Tang Meng a look, asking him to lead the beauties into the room. Once everyone was far away, Ling Yun then sent a telepathic message to Ling Yu, what's the matter? Ning Lingyu rolled her eyes at Ling Yun and suddenly turned to look at the back of the banquet hall. Then, she also used telepathy to reply, Big brother, have you forgotten about Qi Xiaoqing? She's still standing at the door. I called her over just now, but she refused no matter what. Ning Lingyu and Qi Xiaoqing were both intelligent people, and they were both the top students in their respective schools. Before the college entrance examinations, the city organized 3 large-scale mock examinations, and their results were equally matched. 1 win, 1 loss, and 1 draw. It could be said that they appreciated each other. Moreover, both of them were commoner campus belles with their own experiences of hardship. Therefore, after Ling Yun saved Qi Xiaoqing, the two of them instantly became good friends. Of course, Ling Yun didn't forget about Qi Xiaoqing. However, with the jealous looks of the beauties just now, how could he dare to mention it? As the saying goes, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. I'm not that close with her, Ling Yun pretended to scratch his head helplessly, his face indifferent. Tisk, you've already saved her twice, and you're still saying that you're not close? She's still waiting to thank you for your kindness. Moreover, I've already asked about what happened to her family. Qi Xiaoqing is really pitiful. Ning Lingyu could empathize with Qi Xiaoqing's sufferings. Even though she had become a true heavenly daughter, she had never forgotten the hardships she had gone through in the past. Oh? Then what happened to her family? What happened to her mother? What's wrong with her sister? Ling Yan had already promised Qi Xiaoqing that he would save her mother and sister. Of course, he had to ask now. Ning Lingyu said hatefully, Qi Xiaoqing's mother is fine. It's just that she has to support the two sisters to study alone. She's weak and frail. When Qi Xiaoqing was captured by Li Tian, she suffered a shock. I don't know where Li Tian is keeping her now. Needless to say, Li Tian was definitely worried that Qi Xiaoqing wouldn't give in and captured her mother as a hostage. Ling Yan's eyebrows immediately furrowed as he said in a low voice, this brat really deserves to die. Ning Lingyu nodded her head and said, her younger sister, Qi Xiaohong, is only 15 years old this year. Her body has always been very healthy. It was on the day that Qi Xiaoqing was captured that something happened. From what Qi Xiaoqing said, it should be the work of the experts that Li Tian brought that day. It's been 3 days and she has been unconscious. Ling Yan had an idea after hearing that. He laughed coldly and said, no, it's definitely the 3 experts that the Sun family sent that injured her. They wouldn't even let a small child off. Ling Yan suppressed the anger in his heart with great difficulty. He asked, where is Qi Xiaohong now? Li Tian sent her to Jiangnan Province's provincial hospital. He said that he wanted to pay for her treatment. Actually, she's also imprisoned. Ning Lingyu said. Alright, I got it. You go in first. Oh yes, don't forget to get Tang Meng out quickly. Ling Yan said as he patted Ning Lingyu's shoulder intimately. He then went straight to Qi Xiaoqing. At this time, he couldn't care less about the jealousy of the beauties. Ning Lingyu stood there quietly, her beautiful eyes gazing at Ling Yan's back. Her eyes were filled with deep affection. After a long time, she suddenly smiled sweetly. Ling Yan walked to the back of the banquet hall and turned a corner. His figure was blocked by the crowd of guests. Only then did Ning Lingyu turn around and walk into the passageway. Ling Yan walked faster and faster. Soon, he found Qi Xiaoqing outside the door. There was a sea of people here. Countless guests were squeezing their heads to give red packets. With a light push, Ling Yan opened up a path and went straight to Qi Xiaoqing. Qi Xiaoqing was wearing a purple evening gown. She stood quietly at the corner of the door. Her face was still calm, but it was no longer numb. The frown between her eyebrows had long disappeared. She seemed to have been forgotten by the whole world. However, she was noble and extraordinary. She stood alone, like a statue of a goddess. Why aren't you going in? Ling Yan looked at this beautiful girl who had been through a lot. However, she was extremely calm. He had a feeling that he didn't know where to start. He could only say this. In Jiangnan Province's college entrance examination, Ling Yun was first. Qi Xiaoqing was second, and Ning Lingyu was third. To be able to get such results, her IQ must be at least 160, if not 180. She definitely surpassed the average person. Qi Xiaoqing saw that Ling Yun actually came out of the banquet hall and suddenly appeared in front of her. Her calm mood was instantly broken. She didn't know why, but her beautiful face blushed inexplicably. She lowered her head slightly and avoided Ling Yun's gaze. She said softly, that place isn't suitable for me. Even though it wasn't suitable, Ling Yan could clearly see that there was no inferiority complex in Qi Xiaoqing's eyes. From the bottom of her heart, she didn't care about the hustle and bustle of the world. Ling Yan admired this calmness very much. He smiled but didn't say much. Instead, he went straight to the point. Ling Yu has already told me about your family. Don't worry. Qi Xiaoqing still lowered her head. She said faintly, Ling Yun, thank you. Although his voice was very light, the sincere gratitude in his voice could be heard by anyone. Congratulations, Jiangnan Province's top scorer. Qi Xiaoqing seemed to feel that one word of gratitude wasn't enough. Suddenly, she mustered up her courage and took the initiative to stretch out her snow-white hand towards Ling Yun. Even though they both had to shake hands with Ling Yun, Qi Xiaoqing was obviously different from Wen Xiaoya. Without a word, Ling Yun immediately stretched out his big hand and gently grasped Qi Xiaoqing's hand. He smiled and said, you're not bad yourself. You must have scored full marks in 3 subjects, right? Qi Xiaoqing's body couldn't help but stiffen when Ling Yun really held her hand. However, she didn't retract her hand. Instead, she allowed Ling Yun to hold it and nodded lightly as a reply. Qi Xiaoqing felt that Ling Yun's fingers were slender, strong, and stable. The warmth that was transmitted to her gave her an indescribable sense of warmth and security. It was this boy who saved her twice in the most dangerous times of her life. That was what Qi Xiaoqing thought in her heart. Seems like I came at the wrong time. Sorry, you guys can continue. As soon as Ning Lingyu entered the luxurious suite, Tang Meng immediately rushed out as if he was escaping from a disaster. He squeezed his way to the door and saw the scene of Ling Yun and Qi Xiaoqing holding hands. Qi Xiaoqing was obviously distracted by Tang Meng's loud and boorish voice. Her face immediately turned red as she frantically withdrew her hand from Ling Yun's and hid it behind her. Ling Yun, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened. He turned his head and glared at Tang Meng. Stop it. Hurry up and make a call. Get them to pry open Li Tian's mouth and find out where Qi Xiaoqing's mother is. Call who? Of course it was Tang Tianhao or Kong Ruiyong. Got it. Tang Meng replied and immediately made the call. Less than 5 minutes after the call ended, the other side called back. Tang Meng picked up the phone and said a few words. After hanging up, he said to Qi Xiaoqing, "We already know where she is. The police are already there. Once they find her, they will immediately send your mother here." Seeing that her mother was saved in an instant, Qi Xiaoqing's eyes immediately turned red. She nodded her head vigorously, but she was choked with sobs. Seeing this, Ling Yun continued to instruct Tang Meng. Also, Qi Xiaoqing's younger sister is now in the provincial hospital. Her name is Qi Xiaohong. Send someone over immediately and take good care of her. I'll go over immediately after I'm done here. Also, arrange for 2 better rooms in the hotel. Let them stay here tonight. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow. No problem. Tang Meng said as he made another call. He knew that Big Brother Yun was going to save them to the end. To be continued. With Tang Meng's current status, he only needed to make a phone call to settle such matters. However, this was personally arranged by Ling Yun in front of Qi Xiaoqing, so he did not dare to be careless. Tang Meng first made a call and summoned a capable lackey from Green Dragon. He instructed him to arrange for a few more people to go to the provincial hospital to take care of Qi Xiaohong as soon as possible. He did not forget to instruct him to immediately transfer Qi Xiaohong to the intensive care unit and hire 2 female nurses to take care of her in the ward. Then, Tang Meng called a staff from the Triumph Hotel over and asked her to book 2 top-notch rooms for Qi Xiaoqing's mother to stay on the spot when she arrived. Tang Meng was not stupid. He completed all of this in front of Qi Xiaoqing in less than 4 to 5 minutes. Very quickly, he returned to the 2 of them. Big Brother Yun, it's all done. Ling Yun handled Qi Xiaoqing's matter to such an extent. Qi Xiaoqing was touched beyond words. Other than being touched, there was another emotion that was even more intense, shock. How could this big boy in front of her have such a huge amount of power? How was it that those things that she thought were as difficult as ascending to the heavens could be solved with just a word from Ling Yun? Ling Yun, thank you. Actually, it would be enough if you could just book a normal room for me and my mother. Ling Yun only smiled faintly and did not say anything. He nodded at Qi Xiaoqing before turning to Tang Meng and scolding him. Tang Meng, this incident is actually a very big lesson for us. Even though we don't care about other people taking revenge on us, we have forgotten that even if other people can't deal with us in a short period of time, they can still deal with the people around us. Qi Xiaoqing's experience this time is the most obvious example. We were negligent in this matter. Tang Meng was so shocked that he was speechless. Cold sweat immediately dripped down his rough face. He did not even dare to breathe because he understood the meaning behind Ling Yun's words. Ling Yun and the rest did save Qi Xiaoqing, but that rescue brought an even greater disaster to Qi Xiaoqing. If Ling Yun and the rest hadn't arrived in time, Qi Xiaoqing would definitely have been killed by Li Tian, and her family would have been annihilated. Of course, Ling Yun and Tang Meng weren't afraid of Li Tianjin seeking revenge. However, what about Qi Xiaoqing? Thinking further, where were Ling Yun and Tang Meng's family, brothers, and friends? Not every one of them had the absolute power of Ling Yun or the power of Tang Meng. It was already a miracle that Qi Xiaoqing could be saved in such a dangerous situation. However, after everything was settled, not only was Ling Yun dissatisfied, he even turned to Tang Meng and scolded him. She was confused. Ugh. Ling Yun, it's really not your fault this time. Bad people like Li Tian have no bottom line at all. They can do anything. Ling Yun looked at Xiaoqing and smiled again. His tone was much more relaxed. Xiaoqing, you might not understand this, but those who dare to offend us brothers or those who can make us brothers offend are all rich and powerful. We're not afraid if they directly deal with us, but if they turn around and deal with others, it'll be a disaster for them. Ling Yan looked at Xiaoqing and smiled again. Ling Yan's words were extremely pretentious, but the logic was very clear. It was the same logic as if he didn't kill the people, but the people died because of him. Ling Yan turned his head to look at Tang Meng again. His face was very serious. I know that both of us have been extremely busy since the college entrance examinations. I bear the same responsibility for this matter, but there's no next time. This matter started because of the college entrance examinations. After the college entrance examinations, Ling Yun was busy dealing with the trivial matters in Xianxia City. After that, he abandoned everything else and focused on cultivating the divine yang cultivation technique to the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9. After that, he went to Beijing to acknowledge his ancestors. He saved Xiaoqing, and it was just a small matter. He didn't expect anything in return, so naturally, he forgot about such trivial matters. Ling Yun was busy, but how could Tang Meng not be busy? Ling Yan had opened his clinic and received lavish gifts. Cutting the Stone King had earned a huge sum of money. It could be said that Tang Meng had been choked into a colossus. He was also an 18-year-old youth. It was already praiseworthy that he had not been defeated by the huge wealth and the change in status that came with it. Furthermore, Ling Yan had so many things that he had to handle personally. No matter how smart and capable he was, no matter how thorough he would not be able to consider Xiaoqing. Ling Yan's tone gradually calmed down. Tang Meng finally raised his hand to wipe his sweat. With a red face, he said softly, "Big brother Yun, I understand what you mean. You don't have to blame yourself for this matter. It was completely my negligence. Back then, you asked me to investigate Li Tian's background. I did, but I just felt that he couldn't possibly threaten us, so." Ling Yan finally smiled. He raised his hand and patted Tang Meng's shoulder. "It's good that you understand. In the future, you must think one step ahead and take precautions to avoid endless trouble. Don't let the people around us suffer for us." This was Ling Yan's style: cut the weeds and pull out the roots. With Ling Yun, unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't give those who harbored evil or murderous intentions a second chance to deal with him. Ling Yun did indeed kill and cripple many people. However, that wasn't because he was too bloodthirsty. It was because he knew that if he defeated the other party, there would be endless trouble in the future if the other party didn't give up and deliberately took revenge on him. Then, he wouldn't be able to do anything else but deal with these annoying troubles all day long. Tang Meng nodded thoughtfully. This time I've already uprooted Li Jiuzhong's influence in Xianxia City. He'll definitely spend the rest of his life in prison, and he'll spend the rest of his life in prison. As for Li Tian, his fate is even worse. Not only will he be heavily sentenced, but he has also become a eunuch. He will spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. I've already said that your disaster is over. There won't be a third or fourth time. Ling Yun was a man of his words. Xiaoqing looked at Ling Yan's smile in a daze. She could no longer maintain her composure. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she nodded her head furiously. At this moment, the attendant who went to arrange for the rooms returned. She handed the 2 room cards to Tang Meng and informed him that the rooms were ready. Tang Meng took it and nodded his head. "You can go now." He then sent the waiter away. Ling Yan smiled at Xiaoqing. "Alright, if you don't like the atmosphere in the banquet hall, you can go back to your room first. I'll get the attendant to send dinner to your room. After you go back, take a shower, eat, and have a good rest while waiting for your mother to come." Ling Yan said these words naturally, but Xiaoqing's heart palpitated when she heard it. Her delicate body trembled slightly as tears welled up in her eyes. 2 patches of red appeared on her pretty face. Ling Yan was really too meticulous. Girls naturally liked men who were wild and domineering, but women also liked men who were attentive and considerate. What about aggressive and domineering men, yet gentle and considerate men at the same time? Moreover, Big Brother Yun was so handsome, had such a charming smile, and exuded a strong sense of confidence from head to toe. Yet, he was calm and collected, giving people a feeling of intimacy. No wonder so many outstanding beauties were willing to stay by his side, Xiaoqing thought silently in her heart. However, as soon as the thought appeared in her mind, she suddenly realized that she was distracted. She immediately pretended to wipe her tears to cover it up. Tang Meng knew Ling Yan very well. He knew that Big Brother Yun was striking while the iron was hot and starting to pick up girls. Therefore, he scratched his head and looked around as if he didn't see anything. However, he still saw it. Xiaoqing was just about to agree to Ling Yan's request when she heard Tang Meng shout, "Teacher Kong is here." Ling Yan turned around and saw Kong Xiuru and Murong Feishue walking over from the corner. Even though Kong Xiuru tried her best to look serious, she couldn't hide the excitement in her eyes. Even her footsteps were light. Murong Feishue was smiling like a flower. She was dressed in a classic urban beauty outfit. Her eyes lit up when she saw Ling Yan. Ling Yan took out a few pieces of tissue from his spatial ring and passed them to Xiaoqing. "Don't cry anymore, or you'll look like a kitten. My form teacher is here, do you want to go over and get to know her?" Xiaoqing was dumbfounded. Just now, his hands were clearly empty. How did he take out a few clean tissues with a flip of his hand? Could Ling Yan be a magician? However, Xiaoqing still accepted the tissue and wiped her tears. Then, she followed the two of them and quietly walked over to welcome them. "Teacher Kong, Feishue, this is Xiaoqing." Ling Yan introduced them to Kong Xiuru and Murong Feishue with a smile. Kong Xiuru nodded and smiled at Xiaoqing. "I don't need you to introduce me. Xiaoqing is the most outstanding student in Qingshui 9th High. Her grades are almost the same as Ling Yu's, and she receives a first-class scholarship every semester. I've seen her at our Qingshui City Outstanding Student Recognition Conference. I didn't expect to see her here." Kong Xiuru was an ordinary person. She was on the 4th floor just now, so she knew nothing about what happened on the 5th floor. Of course, she didn't understand why Xiaoqing was here. Xiaoqing scored full marks in English. Kong Xiuru was an English teacher, so she naturally paid attention to her. Teachers, no matter where they were, would naturally like outstanding students. "Thank you for the compliment, Teacher Kong, but your students are still the best. Ling Yan is this year's top scorer." Xiaoqing was also happy to be praised by Kong Xiuru. She was smart and immediately gave Kong Xiuru a compliment. Ling Yan was now a true top scorer. That was Kong Xiuru's greatest honor. She couldn't hold it in no matter how serious she pretended to be. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Ling Yan. "Alright, let's not stand here. Principal Zhang and the others will be here soon." Principal Zhang said that this time, he will personally help you fill in your college application form. Since Ling Yan had regained his position as the top scorer, the most important thing to Kong Xiuru now was to fill in Ling Yan's college application form. She didn't want to complicate the issue. "Xiaoqing, the results of the college entrance examination have been out for 2 days. Have you filled in your college application form? Which university are you going to attend?" Kong Xiuru was in a good mood. She was concerned about Xiaoqing as if she was a student in her class. Hearing this, Xiaoqing's pretty face darkened. After a moment of silence, she bit her lip and said, "Not yet." The nightmarish encounters of the past few days were absolutely life-changing for a 17 or 18-year-old girl. This was especially true for a girl like Xiaoqing. It was an experience that she would never forget for the rest of her life. She didn't dare to think about what would have happened to her if Ling Yan hadn't appeared. She didn't want this matter to be brought up again and again. It was a pity that Kong Xiuru didn't know about this. Otherwise, she wouldn't have mentioned it. Kong Xiuru was stunned for a moment. Then, she noticed that the corner of Xiaoqing's eyes were red and swollen. "That's good. Filling in your college application form isn't troublesome at all. You can fill in your application form with Ling Yan and the rest later," Kong Xiuru said with a smile. In this day and age, any mobile phone could connect to the internet. As long as one logged into the website for college application and filled in the application, it was something that could be done in minutes. Xiaoqing was silent, but her eyes sneaked a peek at Ling Yan to see his reaction. She seemed to have regarded Ling Yun as her pillar of support after Ling Yun's appearance tonight. That's a good suggestion, Teacher Kong. Coincidentally, my sister hasn't filled in her application form either. Tonight, the top 3 students of Jiangnan Province filling in their college application forms will be a great story in the educational world of Jiangnan Province. Ling Yun laughed. Seeing that Ling Yun accepted the suggestion, Qi Xiaoqing was secretly delighted. A smile finally appeared on her face. Kong Shouru, Tang Meng, and the rest laughed as well. Morong Feishue didn't know why, but she suddenly rolled her eyes at Ling Yun. She pointed at the crowd at the entrance and asked with a frown, "What are these people doing? Aren't they guests invited by Li Jiujiang? Why are they still here?" Morong Feishue was the most famous jewelry appraiser and stylist in the international jewelry industry. She lived in Hong Kong most of the time and interacted with jewelry tycoons, celebrities, and socialites. She was used to the big scenes of the nobility, but this kind of chaotic scene annoyed her. Ling Yun knew that Morong Feishue liked peace and quiet. Otherwise, she would have followed them from the 4th floor. They insisted on giving me a red packet. I couldn't even stop them, so I just let them be. Morong Feishue giggled. Morong Feishue rolled her eyes at Ling Yun. You wish. Do you still lack that little bit of money? Morong Feishue said coquettishly. Ling Yun secretly winked at her and laughed sinisterly. I say, big sister, you've never lived a poor life, so you don't know the difficulties of not having money. No matter how small a mosquito's leg is, it's still meat. Morong Feishue was so embarrassed by Ling Yun calling her big sister that she took a deep breath. Pfft, who's your big sister? She stomped her feet. Morong Feishue had been molested by Ling Yun before. Of course, she didn't want Ling Yun to call her big sister in public. After a bout of laughter, the atmosphere became harmonious. The entire 5th floor was filled with joy and peace. Oh, it's quite lively on the 5th floor. We should have come up earlier if we knew it would be so lively. Another voice came from the corner. Ling Yun looked up and saw Song Jingyang, Morong Wencher, Yu Xingjin, Han Laosan, and Principal Zhang appearing from the corner one after another. All of them were talking and laughing. Ling Yun gave Tang Meng a look, and the 2 of them immediately went up to greet them. Uncle Song, I asked you to come up just now, but you didn't come up. Did you miss all the excitement? If you had come up earlier, the scene would have been even more lively. Song Jingyang's relationship with Ling Yun and Tang Meng was unusual now. He spoke casually as he twirled the purplish-black Buddha beads in his hand. Che, Li Jiujiang doesn't know his place. He's digging his own grave. We already knew that he would fall from power. Why did we still come up here? It's better for us brothers to sit together and have a chat. It's so relaxing and carefree. Song Jingyang looked around and fixed his gaze on Elder Morong Wencher. He winked at Ling Yun and chuckled. Ling Yun, guess what gift Elder Morong prepared for you this time? Morong Feishue, who was walking over from afar, blushed when she heard this. She complained in secret that Song Jingyang was being disrespectful. Elder Morong, on the other hand, was so happy that his beard twitched. He glared at Song Yunxian and said, Song Yunxian, stop making a fuss here. Why don't you tell me what gift you've prepared for Ling Yun? Ling Yun had saved Elder Morong's life. The last time Ling Yun opened his clinic, Elder Morong didn't know about it and didn't send a congratulatory gift in time. He had always been brooding over this. Now, Ling Yun could be considered Morong Wencher's grandson-in-law because of his relationship with Morong Feishue. This time, Elder Morong was proud that Ling Yun became the top scorer in Jiangnan Province's college entrance examination. Of course, the congratulatory gift was prepared long ago, and it would definitely be very heavy. Haha, Elder Morong, you don't have to tease me now. I'll definitely get my share of Ling Yun's gift. Speaking of which, I only gave 2 gifts to Ling Yun's clinic the last time. It's embarrassing just thinking about it. Song Jingyang wasn't afraid of being mocked. 2 gifts meant 2 million yuan. Ling Yun remembered it clearly. However, 2 million yuan for the opening of a clinic wasn't a small amount based on the relationship between Ling Yun and Song Jingyang. Ling Yun scratched his head and said in a daze, Didn't we agree to have a chat together? Why are you giving me a gift? I can't accept this, I really can't. As soon as Ling Yun said this, he saw Master Murong's eyebrows twitching anxiously. He shot Ling Yun a look, signaling him to shut up. Yu Xingjin and Han Laosan were also looking at him with smiles on their faces, as though they had a card up their sleeves. Song Jingyang chuckled. Ling Yun, it's a big deal for high school students these days. Who wouldn't host a banquet or invite a guest? Moreover, you became the champion of the college entrance examination. Since we're here, we've prepared everything. We can't congratulate you empty-handed, right? Frankly speaking, Ling Yun didn't lack gifts or money. His target was Beijing, not Qingshui City. He had no intention of accepting gifts from these people. These people would be his own people in the future. Why would he accept gifts? Big brother Yun, let's not stand here and talk. The rooms have already been arranged. Let's go in and talk. Tang Meng stopped Ling Yun and said with a smile, Big brother Yun, let's not stand here and talk. What a joke. Tang Meng knew that Ling Yun had given Yu Xingjin's imperial green jade to Yu Dingxian at a discount of 9%. As long as Yu Xingjin brought back 1 billion yuan worth of goods, he would be able to save 100 million yuan. Even though Tang Meng didn't say it out loud, his heart ached. Now that he had a chance to get it back, how could he let Ling Yun refuse? Moreover, Ling Yun wasn't in charge of the household now, so he didn't know how expensive it was. Now that he had taken in 5 members of the blood clan and just Viscount Paul alone, he had the financial capability to buy an entire NBA basketball team in America. However, he hadn't gotten his hands on the money yet. Tang Meng's expenses were huge. He had just bought 2 luxury yachts for Ling Yun. All the procedures cost him 400 million yuan. Ling Yun wanted to buy a plane, but it probably wouldn't be less than 500 million yuan. There was also the steel factory, metal smelting factory, and so on. All in all, it was a lot of money. Big brother Yun would have plenty of places to spend money in the future. Of course, Tang Meng didn't know that Ling Yun had already boasted to Ling Lai that he wanted to build another courtyard for the Ling family. According to Ling Yun's perfectionist style, it was definitely a bottomless pit that devoured money. If Tang Meng knew about this, he would have been squatting on the ground. Principal Zhang suddenly walked forward and nodded at Ling Yun with a smile. Ling Yun, let's get down to business. Let's go fill in the university application form first. If you don't fill in the university application form, I won't be able to rest easy. Ling Yun had suddenly appeared in his school, turning him from the most useless student to the most dazzling existence. This was the happiest thing in Principal Zhang's life. Now that Ling Yun had graduated, filling in Ling Yun's university application was the last thing Principal Zhang could do for Ling Yun. Therefore, this matter was very important to him. He had the same thought as Kong Xiuru. He definitely didn't want any more problems to arise. Make way, everyone make way. 2 waiters came to the entrance and made way for the noisy crowd. Then, they invited Ling Yun and the others in. Come, everyone, tell me, who is the top scorer in our Jiangnan province this year? As soon as Ling Yun and the rest entered the banquet hall, they saw the male host standing on the podium as if he was on steroids. He held a microphone in his hand and did his best to stir up the emotions of everyone in the banquet hall. It's Ling Yun. The crowd below the podium was agitated, and their voices were like thunder. Everyone's voices are too soft, I can't hear you. Who is it? The male host looked down from above. Seeing that Ling Yun had brought so many people into the banquet hall, he immediately put in more effort and extended the microphone to the guests below the stage. It's Ling Yun. The voices were louder and louder than the storm outside. Oh my God, there are 2 more beauties. Ling Yun was calm and collected amidst the deafening cheers. On his left was Kong Xiuru, and on his right was Morong Feishue. He was once again the center of attention. Principal Zhang and Tang Meng walked at the front. As Principal Zhang walked, he said something to Tang Meng. Tang Meng immediately nodded his head and took a few steps forward. Then, he started running all the way into the passageway of the banquet hall. Principal Zhang naturally told him to get Ning Lingyu. The 2 tables at the front of the banquet hall had already been cleared. Ling Yun was duty-bound to ask Elder Murong, Song Jingyang, and the rest to take their seats. Headmaster Zhang walked up to the podium and smiled at the host. Hello, may I ask if I can take up your time? Just 10 minutes will do. To be continued. The male host could be considered a famous host in Jiangnan satellite TV. His eyes and ears were alert as he stood on the stage. His mind was much more flexible than when Xiaoya's. When he saw that Principal Zhang and the others were personally brought in by Ling Yun, he guessed that Principal Zhang's identity was not ordinary and immediately stepped aside obediently. "This way please," the male host bowed slightly and made an inviting gesture before leaving the stage with a smile. Principal Zhang nodded at him and took a few steps to the back of the podium. He was not in a hurry to speak. Instead, he adjusted the vertical microphone. As the head of Xianxia High, Principal Zhang was used to presiding over work meetings and speaking to teachers and countless students. Naturally, he was able to handle this kind of situation with ease. He stood quietly behind the microphone, his body as straight as a pine tree. First, he scanned the entire banquet hall with his eyes. Then, he put his mouth to the microphone and lightly pressed his hands against the air. When the crowd gradually quietened down, Principal Zhang smiled and spoke. "Hello everyone. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am the principal of Xianxia High, Zhang Haiyang." Zhang Haiyang's face was full of confidence. His voice was calm and his tone was filled with indescribable gratification and pride. No matter which high school principal it was, they would be proud and confident. To have a provincial college entrance examination champion from their school, sure enough, after Principal Zhang announced his identity, the banquet hall immediately burst into thunderous applause. It seemed like the MC was very successful in mobilizing everyone's emotions. Even though the crowd had quietened down, the excitement was still there. As long as it was something related to Ling Yun, everyone would not be stingy with their applause. I'm sure everyone has seen it just now. However, I still want to officially announce that this year's college entrance examination champion from Jiangnan province is our student Ling Yun from Xianxia High. After the applause, Principal Zhang's sonorous voice was once again clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. What awaited him was naturally an even more enthusiastic round of applause. This time, Principal Zhang did not look at the crowd. Instead, he looked at Ling Yun who was below the stage. The smile on his face was so wide that it could almost be seen. Ling Yun naturally had to give Principal Zhang face. He cooperated with Principal Zhang's words and took the initiative to stand up. He turned his upper body slightly and his movements were indescribably elegant and calm. Of course, this isn't the only thing to be happy about. At the same time, our classmate Ning Lingyu, who is Ling Yun's sister, also won the third place in the college entrance examination. Why was Principal Zhang here tonight? Of course, he was here to congratulate Ling Yun. But tonight, Ling Yun wasn't the only outstanding student in his school. There was still Ning Lingyu. In the whole of Xianxia High, the student that Principal Zhang was most proud of was actually Ning Lingyu. Ever since Ning Lingyu entered high school, Ning Lingyu had earned a lot of face for Xianxia High during the midterm and final exams. If not for Ling Yun's sudden appearance, the most outstanding student in Xianxia High would undoubtedly be Ning Lingyu. How could Zhang Haiyang have forgotten about her? Of course, the current situation was even better. The top two in Xianxia High were Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu. They were brother and sister, a double blessing. Wow! Without waiting for Principal Zhang to finish speaking, the banquet hall once again erupted into an incomparably enthusiastic round of applause, mixed with the rising and falling sounds of exclamations and cheers. At this time, Ning Lingyu had just come out of the luxurious suite and was walking to the entrance of the passageway. Hearing Principal Zhang's praise, her dreamy and beautiful face blushed. Under the bright lights, it was dazzling and beautiful beyond compare. Ling Yun rose against the heavens and lifted the shackles in Ning Lingyu's heart step by step, allowing her to completely return to calmness and indifference. Ning Lingyu no longer wanted to fight for those points, nor did she want to snatch away the glory and limelight that belonged to her brother. Her ranking in the exam was no longer that important, nor was it important how many marks she was short of full marks. What was important was that she could now share the joy of success with her brother. Ling Yun did not sit down. Instead, he stood there naturally, his handsome face filled with doting love. He waved at Ning Lingyu, who was walking out of the room. "Big brother." Ning Lingyu's pretty face was blushing. Like a swallow returning to the forest, she rushed towards Ling Yun. Her skirt fluttered in the wind, her footsteps were light and graceful. Oh my god, the prettiest girl is actually Ling Yun's sister. One got first in the province, the other got third. Brother and sister only have a difference of 2 points. This is really a double blessing. Child, do you see that? You must learn from your brother and sister. When you enter university in the future, you can also bring honor to your ancestors and make your parents proud. Exclamations and discussions once again filled the entire banquet hall. Everyone's faces were filled with shock and excitement. They were not stingy with their praises. Some even took the opportunity to educate their own children. Principal Zhang deliberately paused for a moment. When it was about time, he waved at Kong Xiuru, who was below the stage, inviting her to come up. Ling Yan was Kong Xiuru's pride. Naturally, she would not have stage fright at this moment. She stood up and walked gracefully to the host stage. Principal Zhang smiled as he made the introductions. Let me introduce you all to Teacher Kong. She's an English teacher from Xianxia High. She's also Ling Yan's class teacher. She's also the head of the grade 12 students. Under Teacher Kong's hard work, our Xianxia High has achieved the best results in the entire province. At the same time, we have achieved a good result that we have never achieved since the founding of Xianxia High. I can now tell everyone that this year's enrollment rate at Xianxia High will definitely reach a record high. All these results are inseparable from the hard work of our outstanding grade director. Please give her a round of applause. What kind of person was Principal Zhang? In just a few short sentences, he had praised Kong Xiuru to the skies. On the contrary, he did not mention a single word about his own efforts. The audience applauded, but Kong Xiuru, who was on the hosting stage, couldn't stand still. She was inexplicably embarrassed by the sudden glory, and her heart was flustered. Her pair of beautiful eyes, intentionally or unintentionally, glanced at Ling Yun. Ling Yan's smiling eyes happened to meet Kong Xiuru's. His eyes were filled with gratitude, encouragement, and a hint of provocation that made Kong Xiuru's heart tremble. Kong Xiuru was so shocked that she quickly looked away. However, she could not stop her heart from beating wildly. Kong Xiuru turned her gaze back to Principal Zhang. He had already moved away from the microphone and was looking at her with a smile that was not a smile. Principal Zhang's intention was clear. He wanted Kong Xiuru to take the opportunity to say a few words. Kong Xiuru's heart was beating like a drum. How could she still be in the mood to speak? She forced herself to calm down. Then, she said softly to Principal Zhang, "Principal Zhang, you are too kind. Actually, all these results were achieved by all the teachers and students in our school under your leadership." Zhang Haiyang chuckled. He could tell that Kong Xiuru had no intention of speaking. So, he moved closer to the microphone and said, "As the principal, I am honored that Ling Yun became the top scorer in Jiangnan Province's college entrance examination. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to let Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu fill in their university application forms right here and now. What do you all think?" Principal Zhang finally got to the main point. He wanted Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu to fill in their university application forms right here and now. The applause below the stage was thunderous, and the sound of cheers instantly rang out. It was as if it was a great honor to be able to witness Ling Yun filling in his university application forms with their own eyes. Ning Lingyu stuck close to her brother and held onto his arm tightly. "Big brother, it's finally time to fill in your application. Which university are you going to apply for?" She smiled sweetly. "Big brother, it's finally time to fill in your application. Which university are you going to apply for?" Ling Yun smiled and raised his other hand to lightly scratch Ning Lingyu's delicate nose. "Didn't we agree on it earlier?" "Of course it's Yanjing University." Ning Lingyu replied without hesitation, "Then I'll apply to Yanjing University as well." Ling Yun chuckled. All right. As long as you're willing, you can apply to any university. It's not certain if you'll go or not." This was the truth. When Ling Yun first decided to apply to university, it was only to fulfill the wishes of his mother, Qin Qiuyue, and his younger sister, Ning Lingyu. As for whether he went to university or not, it did not matter to him at all. Ning Lingyu smiled contentedly. She seemed to have thought of something as she blushed inexplicably and did not dare to say another word. Ling Yun turned his head and looked at Qi Xiaoqing, who had been sitting there quietly. Using telepathy, he said, "Qi Xiaoqing, let's go up together?" Qi Xiaoqing nodded lightly. Ling Yun and the other two stood up and pushed away their seats. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, they walked up to the podium. After calling Ning Lingyu out, Tang Meng did not do anything else. He was busy running back and forth. Once again, he brought his laptop to the podium, turned it on, connected it to the internet, and even opened the website for filling in the university application forms. Everything was ready. After Ling Yun went up to the podium, he did not immediately fill in his application forms. Instead, he stood in the middle of the stage and spoke without using a microphone. I'm sure everyone has seen her on the way here. This is Qi Xiaoqing from Qingshui 9th High School. This time, she scored second in the entire province and is only 2 marks away from the perfect score. Now, we will fill in our application forms together. Ling Yan's words caused a commotion below the stage. What? She's the second in the entire province? Oh my god, this. Tonight, the top 3 of our Jiangnan province's college entrance examination are all here. 3 people, and they're only 1 mark away from each other. These are 3 geniuses. This is really an eye-opener. This is really a grand event. Amazing, I really didn't expect this. I thought, in the end, that person did not dare to finish his sentence. This was because the person standing beside Qi Xiaoqing was no longer Li Tian, but Ling Yun. Qi Xiaoqing, have you thought about what application form you want to fill in? Ling Yun asked Qi Xiaoqing. Qi Xiaoqing nodded without hesitation. Alright then, let's fill in our application forms. Ling Yun was the first to use the computer. In less than half a minute, he had filled in his application form. After Ling Yun had filled in his application form, Ning Lingyu and Qi Xiaoqing repeatedly pushed back and forth. In the end, Ning Lingyu still let Qi Xiaoqing fill in first. Ling Yun, Yenjing University Medical Department, Clinical Medicine, Ning Lingyu, Yenjing University Earth and Space Science Faculty, Geophysics, Qi Xiaoqing, Yenjing University Guanghua School of Management, Business Administration. To be continued. As if they had discussed it beforehand, all 3 of them applied for Yenjing University. In less than 3 minutes, 3 university students were born in this luxurious banquet hall. As for whether they would be accepted or not, there was no need to think about it. With their results, they would be accepted by any university in Huaxia without hesitation. The entire process of filling in the application was displayed on the big screen behind the 3 of them. Everyone in the banquet hall could see it. There was no doubt that Ling Yun had chosen clinical medicine. Anyone who had seen Ling Yun's miraculous skills would have guessed it long ago. The Guanghua School of Management of Peking University was even more famous both at home and abroad. The top scorers of the college entrance examination from all over Huaxia were even more eager to apply for this school. After entering this school, one would basically be an excellent MBA after graduation. The only thing that people were puzzled about was the geophysics major in the School of Earth and Space Science that Ning Lingyu had applied for. The reason was very simple. This school, and even this major, was really too unpopular. It was so unpopular that many ordinary people had never even heard of it. Earth and space science? Geophysics? What's that for? How can there be such a major? I've never heard of it. Can you rely on this to make money? Everyone has their own ambitions. It's just a pity that such a pretty girl applied for such a major. Ling Yun applied for clinical medicine. With his medical skills, I think he's more than qualified to be a professor. Geophysics was too unpopular. Very quickly, the focus of the discussion shifted to Ling Yun. At this time, Ling Yun didn't pay attention to the discussion. He was too lazy to use his divine sense. Instead, he stared straight at the big screen and bit his lower lip. It was as if he had a toothache. Just like most of the people in the banquet hall, he was also puzzled by the geophysics field that Ling Yu had filled in. Hiss. Geophysics. Ling Yu, what's this major for? Is it for studying Earth? Ling Yun stared blankly for a long time. Unable to figure out what was going on, he turned around to ask Ning Lingyu. Ning Lingyu giggled as she nodded her head with a blushing face. That's right, it's to study the Earth. She then added. Ning Lingyu looked at Ling Yun, Qi Xiaoqing and Principal Zhang, who were equally confused. Conshuru smiled and explained, geophysics is the main discipline of Earth science. It uses the methods and principles of physics to study the formation and dynamics of the Earth. The scope of research includes the Earth's hydrosphere and atmosphere. Geophysics studies a wide range of geological phenomena, including the temperature distribution within the Earth, the origin, structure, and changes in the geomagnetic field, large-scale features of the continental crust, such as faults, continental sutures, and mid-ocean ridges. Modern geophysics studies phenomena beyond the Earth's atmosphere. For example, the ionospheric electrode effect, auroral discharge, the magnetopause current system, and even the physical properties of other planets and their satellites. Clearly, Ning Lingyu was not trying to cram for it at the last minute. She had already read up on this major on the internet and was able to recite it with ease. According to you, geophysics is the study of the formation and dynamics of the Earth, as well as the oceans, atmosphere, and various geological phenomena such as earthquakes, volcanoes, trenches, lightning, auroras, and even the study of other planets, including the Moon? Ling Yun was stunned, but his reaction was fast. Ning Lingyu acted coquettishly and nodded her head proudly. "You're smart," she said coquettishly. Hearing this, Ling Yun was stunned for a moment, but then he understood his sister's intentions almost immediately. Ling Yun was definitely a super nature enthusiast and an excellent explorer. When Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu were alone, they would occasionally talk about themselves. He had expressed more than once that he wanted to take Ning Lingyu on a tour of famous mountains and rivers to explore the mysteries of the Earth. The places he wanted to go, such as the tropical rainforest, the North and South Poles, Mount Everest, and the Sahara Desert. Although it was said to be a sightseeing trip, he actually wanted to go to those inaccessible places and explore the traces left by mankind in the long river of history. As for lightning, Ling Yun's crazy experience of bringing Little White to Turtle Island must have left an unforgettable impression on Ning Lingyu. Moreover, Ning Lingyu had also cultivated the stellar condensation technique at lightning speed. She had already reached the pinnacle of the first major realm and could break through to the second major realm at any time. Why would the sun, moon, and stars shine down to help temper one's body when one cultivated the stellar condensation technique? To Ling Yun, this was something that came naturally. However, to the 18-year-old Lingyu, who was born and raised here, it was something that piqued her curiosity. The current Ning Lingyu would never have to worry about money again. What did a person who never had to worry about money need to be satisfied with the most? It was curiosity. She really couldn't resist her curiosity. After thinking about it, she applied for this special profession. Not only could she use it for research, but more importantly, Ning Lingyu hoped that one day, she would be able to use what she learned to help her brother. To an ordinary person, this was definitely useless knowledge. It would be difficult to use it to make a lot of money. However, this knowledge was indescribably helpful to Ling Yun. Thinking about this, Ling Yun's heart was filled with inexplicable emotions. Just like that, in front of everyone, without a word, he tightly pulled Ning Lingyu into his embrace. "Silly sister, I know everything in the universe. Do I still need you to learn this?" Ling Yun used telepathy to speak to Ning Lingyu. His tone was both loving and reproachful. "I just want to be with you." Being pulled into Ling Yun's embrace in front of so many people, Ning Lingyu was extremely shy. Her heart was beating wildly, and her face was blushing. She also used telepathy to speak to Ling Yun. "I just want to be with you." Ning Lingyu's one sentence was better than 1,000 words. She held the pure and transparent heart of a young girl in front of Ling Yun. However, Ling Yun didn't think too much about it. He laughed and teased, "That's because you haven't met someone you like yet. When you get a boyfriend one day, you won't think this way anymore." As soon as Ling Yun said this, he immediately felt Ning Lingyu's soft and delicate body stiffen. It was as if she had shivered in that instant. Ling Yun was shocked. He hurriedly asked with concern, "Lingyu, what's wrong?" Ling Yun knew that Ning Lingyu had already cultivated to the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 8. She could break through at any time. The barrier between level 8 and 9 wasn't too big, but it wasn't too small either. There couldn't be any mistakes. I'm fine." Ning Lingyu felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Her heart was even more bitter than if she had eaten 100 kilograms of Chinese gold thread. Her bright eyes became dazed, and she couldn't even speak properly. As Ning Lingyu spoke, she bit her lower lip hard. Gently, she struggled out of Ling Yun's embrace. Coincidentally, she saw the group of stunning beauties standing at the entrance of the passage. By Xiner, Lin Menghan, Yao Rou, Shui Mining, Chao Shanshan, Long Wu, Miao Xiao Miao. They were all standing there, their beautiful eyes locked onto Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu nervously. Their expressions were different, but none of them spoke. Every single one of them knew that when Ning Lingyu was by Ling Yun's side, only Ning Lingyu could occupy Ling Yun's embrace. No one else could. Even if they were jealous, it was useless. Of course, no one would be foolish enough to be jealous of Ning Lingyu. Although Ning Lingyu said that she was fine, Ling Yun was still worried. He asked anxiously, Lingyu, are you really all right? Don't scare big brother. In Ling Yan's eyes, filling in the application form, banquet, and congratulatory gifts were nothing compared to Ning Lingyu. Ning Lingyu's pretty face became gloomy. She lowered her head slightly and didn't dare to look at Ling Yun. She only said softly, Big brother, I'm really fine. I just miss Mom. At the mention of Qin Shiyue, Ling Yun's heart sank. His handsome face immediately darkened, but it was fleeting. He raised his hand and patted Ning Lingyu's shoulder, comforting her. Oh, so Lingyu misses Mom. Don't worry, once I'm done with the matters at hand, if there's still no news of Mom, I'll immediately set off with you to Heavenly Mountain to bring Mom back. Qin Shiyue had gone to the Heavenly Sword sect on Heavenly Mountain and hadn't returned. Under such circumstances, it was only natural for Ning Lingyu to miss her mother. Lingyu, Big brother understands your worries. Big brother feels the same as you, but since Auntie hasn't mentioned Mom, I'm sure Mom will be fine. Don't worry. Ling Yun saw that Ning Lingyu's expression softened and immediately comforted her. At the mention of Qin Dongxue, Ling Yun suddenly realized that Auntie hadn't come upstairs even after half a day had passed. He immediately expanded his divine sense to the maximum and scanned the entire area of the hotel. Qin Dongxue was still on the 4th floor. She stood by the window with her hands behind her back. In her right hand, she held an incomparably exquisite communication device. She was facing the open window and looking out at the pouring rain, lost in thought. Looks like Auntie has something on her mind. Ling Yun's heart sank. As if sensing Ling Yun's gaze, Qin Dongshua's goddess-like figure suddenly moved slightly. She pouted and said, Brat, what are you looking at? You've already vented your anger and filled in your application form. Hurry up and leave, Auntie still has something important to discuss with you. Qin Dongxue was now an expert who had broken through to Xiantian realm level 5. Even though she didn't know that Ling Yun had divine sense, she was still able to detect Ling Yun's unscrupulous spying on her with his divine sense. He would be able to detect the sudden appearance of a person behind him, let alone a mid-stage Xiantian realm expert. Of course, it would be a different story if Ling Yun deliberately concealed himself. Even an expert at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 7 wouldn't be able to detect his spying. Ling Yun chuckled and said telepathically, I understand. I'll have another hour at most. Ling Yun hadn't had a chance to have a private conversation with Qin Dongxue since he returned. He indeed had many things to discuss with Qin Dongxue. Ling Yun retracted his divine sense and hugged Ning Lingyu lightly. He said to everyone below the stage, thank you for coming tonight. I'll treat everyone to a good meal and a good time. Come, let's go to the suite. Ling Yun waved his hand and hugged Ning Lingyu's delicate body. He walked directly down the stage and towards the exit. To be continued. On the top floor of the Triumph Hotel, in a luxurious presidential suite. A newly drafted asset transfer contract lay quietly on the wide mahogany office table. It had yet to be signed. Go Lianqing sat in his comfortable office chair, but his entire body felt like it was being pierced by needles. His neck was as stiff as a dead tree, his shoulders were trembling violently and his arms were trembling slightly. His eyes were cloudy and dull as he stared silently at the contract on his desk. The contract wasn't complicated, and it wasn't as formal as the bidding documents. It was only a few thin A4 pages that had just been printed out. The heat from the printer still lingered on the paper. However, Go Lianqing knew that this contract included all the developed and undeveloped land, buildings, companies, hotels, shares, private properties, bank deposits, personal investments. This was a contract with a total value of 3.5 billion yuan. This was all of his assets, of course, assets equated to liabilities and investments. If one were to deduct all the liabilities and only count the net assets, this contract was worth 1.5 billion yuan, the pen and the red ink pad were on Go Lianqing's right. He only needed to raise his hand to get them. As long as he signed and pressed his fingerprint on it, the contract would come into effect immediately, the 3.5 billion yuan worth of assets, or at least 1.5 billion yuan, would all belong to him. Suddenly, a cigarette was passed to Go Lianqing from behind. The person who passed him the cigarette was also silent, his arm dangling in the air, waiting for Go Lianqing to take it. Go Lianqing's gaze shifted away from the contract. He lowered his head and slowly raised his right hand to take the cigarette. Following that, Xianxia flicked the match in his hand and with a sizzling sound, the match was ignited. He bent down and silently lit Go Lianqing's cigarette. This was the first time Xianxia had lit a cigarette for Go Lianqing since they had started working together. "Thank you." Go Lianqing took a deep puff of the cigarette and thanked Ling Yun with his mouth full of smoke. His shrill voice was dry as the smoke entered his throat, causing him to choke and cough loudly. He was at the end of his rope. He couldn't even take a puff of smoke. "Old Go, this contract. Are you really going to sign it? It's 3.5 billion yuan. Not to mention Go Lianqing himself, even Xianxia, who had been with him the entire time, could feel his heart bleeding just by standing there and watching. Go Lianqing lifted his trembling arm and wiped the tears that had come out of his eyes from the thick smoke. He started to speak, but his answer was irrelevant. "Over the past 3 months, I finally understand that Ling Yun can't afford to offend anyone. Trying to go against him will only lead to death. Unfortunately, I realized it too late. It's really too late. I've already tried my best to get this result. Moreover, Ling Yun has also shown me mercy." The expression on Xianxing's handsome face flickered incessantly. The expression in his eyes constantly fluctuated, as if he was unwilling, but also revealed a deep helplessness. After a long while, he finally said, "But, this is really too much. Moreover, he did not agree to let our son go." All of a sudden, Go Lianqing felt like a deflated balloon as he slumped back into his chair and used the back of his head as a pillow. He stared at the ceiling above him. "Mayor Xia, you're wrong." Xianxia was stunned and repeated, "Wrong? He let him go." Xianxia was shocked. "Let him go? Didn't Ling Yun say?" Go Lianqing was half lying there as he waved the cigarette in his right hand. With a wisp of smoke, he said slowly, "Mayor Xia, think about it. If Ling Yun did it himself, do you think our son would have any chance of survival?" Xianxia remained silent. Go Lianqing's voice was cold and emotionless. Tang Meng rose too quickly. Even at such a young age, he already has the bearing of a tycoon. This is all because he and his father followed the right person. However, Tang Meng's nature isn't bad. He just wants revenge. Even though Xiao Fei's limbs were broken by Tang Meng, I dare say that Tang Meng wouldn't kill or cripple Xiao Fei. That's right. Tang Meng is not a bad person. Even Tang Tianhao would never allow his son to do that. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited until today to bring up revenge. I've already kowtowed and admitted my mistake. Furthermore, there's still the 3.5 billion yuan. Since Go Lianqing was able to become an influential figure in a provincial city, and Xianxia was the deputy mayor of a provincial city, the two of them were naturally not to be trifled with. They were both the cream of the crop. After Go Lianqing's brief analysis, Xianxia immediately understood what was going on. Medical technology is so advanced now. It's not like a broken arm or leg can't be reattached. As long as you recover, you'll be a normal person again. Xianxia was deep in thought. He didn't even notice that the cigarette had burned his fingers. "So you're saying that Ling Yun actually let them go?" Go Lianqing blinked his eyes and said slowly, "That's right. The way Ling Yun does things may seem arrogant, domineering, and ruthless. In fact, everything he does isn't overboard if you think about it carefully. It's just that he follows a special principle, and it's just that it's his own principle. Mayor Xia, you should know that before Ling Yun rose to power, our son bullied him in school for 3 whole years. To be precise, it was 3 months to 3 years, but Ling Yun tolerated it all. Moreover, after Ling Yun punished them for the first time, he made it clear that all the grudges were settled. It's just that our son is used to being arrogant and can't take any losses. That's why he made such a big mistake and led to the current situation. If only they had half of Tang Ming's foresight. Sigh, what a freak accident. Go Lianqing seemed to have exhausted all his energy. He took another deep puff of his cigarette before throwing it on the ground and stamping it out with his foot. Without any hesitation, Go Lianqing leaned forward, picked up the pen, and signed his name on every page of the property transfer contract. Then, he opened the ink box and stamped his handprint on every part of the contract that had been signed. Phew, Go Lianqing stood up abruptly and let out a long sigh. He turned around and gave Xianxia a bitter smile. I, Go Lianqing, have worked so hard for more than 20 years, but I made a mistake and ended up with nothing. Go Lianqing picked up the contract on his desk and continued, but this is good too, it's quiet, old Go, but I received a call from Zhenyan last night, he said. Xianxing's mouth twitched. What did he say? Go Lianqing's heart sank as he asked anxiously. Xianxing's face turned extremely ugly as he sweated profusely. Zhenyan said that he, your son, and Lu Guanwang's son, Lu Qingtian, have found a way to deal with Ling Yun. They're going to sneak back to Qingshui to deal with Ling Yun. Ah. Go Lianqing's face turned ashen as the contract in his hand fell to the ground. Not good. They're digging their own graves. Call them now. After recovering from his shock, Go Lianqing immediately took out his phone and dialed a number without hesitation. Hello, the number you have dialed is not available, a notification sounded, followed by the busy tone. It's over, Go Lianqing was dumbfounded. His body stiffened and his phone fell to the ground, making a soft sound as it landed on the soft carpet. Old Xia, are you stupid? Why didn't you stop them on the spot? Go Lianqing no longer addressed Xianxia as mayor. Xianxia sighed deeply. Sigh, I originally thought that Li Jiujiang would be able to deal with Ling Yun for a period of time. Moreover, Zhenyan told me to rest assured on the phone that Ling Yun would not be able to escape this time. Go Lianqing's body swayed as he snorted coldly. Humph, Lil Fa has told me that many times. But what happened every time? Xianxia was speechless. After a while, he lowered his voice and said, Lianqing, it's too late to say anything now. They might have already returned to Qingshui. Go Lianqing's face darkened. Search, mobilize everyone to search for them. We must find them before they do anything stupid. Otherwise, we'll all die a horrible death. Xianxia panicked at the thought of Ling Yun's terror. He pointed at the contract on the floor and gulped. What about this contract? Mayor Xia, do you think we can leave this hotel if we don't hand over the contract? Go Lianqing asked Xianxia. Go Lianqing bent down and picked up the contract on the floor one by one. At the same time, he said to Xianxia, let's go, it'll be too late if we don't hand over the contract. Go Lianqing was burning with anxiety as he rushed to the door and placed the contract in Abing's hands. This is the transfer of my assets. I only need one copy, please take a look. Abing, the boss of Green Dragon, read through the contract word for word. After confirming that there were no problems, he smiled at Go Lianqing. Boss Go, you're straightforward. He didn't say a word of thanks. He didn't need to. Go Lianqing nodded slightly. Then, Mayor Xia and I can leave now? Abing gestured for them to wait. He walked to the side and gave Tang Ming a call. After he was done, he returned and said to Go Lianqing and Xianxia, both of you can leave now, but, please don't forget that you have 7 days. If you don't bring your son here in 7 days, I don't think I need to explain the consequences, right? 7 days? Something big could happen at any time. Go Lianqing didn't say anything. He nodded to show that he understood and rushed to the elevator with Xianxia. Strange, why are they in such a hurry? Abing muttered to himself as he watched the two of them rush into the elevator. He shook his head and couldn't hide the excitement on his face. He jumped 3 feet high, 3.5 billion yuan. He had it. I have to deliver it to Big Brother Yun personally. Abing dashed to the other elevator with the contract in his hand. On the 5th floor of the Triumph Hotel, in the luxurious suite of the banquet hall. Hey, this is a check of 100 million. It's the money you won from the bet. I won't wait until your acceptance letter comes. This money is really hot to hold. Song Jingyang handed the check worth 100 million yuan to Ling Yun as soon as he entered the room. To be continued. Hee, Uncle Song, I'm not short of money now. Why are you in such a hurry to give me the money? Ling Yun giggled. Although his words were polite, his hands did not slow down at all. He took the check with great dexterity and casually put it into his trouser pocket. Song Jingyang was the witness for Ling Yun's bet with Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa before he went to the crater. Now was the time to collect the 100 million yuan. Go Lianqing had sent someone to Song Jingyang to ask for the 100 million yuan when the college entrance examination scores had just been released. Song Jingyang had been so anxious that he had even called Ling Yun. Ling Yun had said that everything had to be done according to the rules of the bet. They would only decide the winner if the university admission letter was released or not. Song Jingyang naturally understood what Ling Yun meant. He used this reason to dismiss Go Lianqing's men after going through the terms of the bet again. Ling Yun might have filled in his college application form, but the acceptance letter from Yenjing University would take at least 10 days to half a month to arrive. Ling Yun didn't care, but Song Jingyang couldn't wait. Song Jingyang knew that he had to strike while the iron was hot. Ling Yun had already dealt with his enemies and filled in his application form. If he didn't give the 100 million yuan to Ling Yun now, would he really have to wait until Ling Yun received the acceptance letter? Song Jingyang wasn't that stupid. Uncle Song, I'll say this first. If Yenjing University doesn't send me the acceptance letter, I won't return the 100 million yuan. Ling Yun was in a good mood. He didn't forget to tease Song Jingyang as he kept the check. Ha 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 ha, Ling Yun, don't make things up. I'll say this too. If Yenjing University doesn't give you the acceptance letter, I'll spend another 100 million to buy 100 or 200 cars to block the entrance of Yenjing University every day. Let's see who can get out. Song Jingyang's face was glowing with happiness. Ugh. Ling Yun was stunned. He knew that Song Jingyang was a man of his word. Ling Yun shut his mouth obediently and gave Song Jingyang a thumbs up. I'm impressed. Ling Yun praised Song Jingyang. Everyone in the room roared with laughter. Even the solemn Elder Murong and Han Laosan couldn't help but crack a smile. Elder Murong glared at Song Jingyang after the laughter subsided. I say, you're already in your 40s, but sometimes you speak and act like a 20-year-old brat. You're spouting nonsense. You don't even have a lock on your mouth. Song Jingyang chuckled. Hee, Elder Murong, who said I'm talking nonsense? When I was young, it's not like I didn't block people's doors. Ling Yun is now the top scorer of our Jiangnan province's college entrance examination. It's Yenjing University's blessing that he's enrolled in Yenjing University. If they still don't accept him, why can't I make a scene? Everyone was overjoyed to see Murong Wencher and Song Jingyang bickering for fun. The whole house was filled with laughter and happiness. Tang Meng hung up the call with Abing and walked back with a grin. Uncle Song, you don't know, but the college entrance examination is no longer the same as before. All the famous universities in Huaxia already have the information of the top scorers of every province and city in their hands, he said to Song Jingyang. Actually, with Big Brother Yun's results, he doesn't even need to fill in any college application. Those famous universities will give him all kinds of favorable conditions and beg him to apply to their universities. To put it bluntly, they're fighting for the best students. He doesn't even have to pay his tuition fees for 4 years, let alone choose any major. The school will cover it all. This time, it was Song Jingyang's turn to be stunned. Are all schools doing this now? He muttered to himself. Ling Yun nodded his head as he listened. This situation was no different from the cultivation sects in the cultivation world, snatching geniuses from all over the place. Tang Meng turned to Ling Yun with a grin. Big Brother Yun, it's done. Go Lianqing has already passed the assets transfer agreement to Abing. It's a total of 3.5 billion yuan, which is about the same as my estimation. Go Lianqing didn't dare to play any tricks. Tang Meng's voice got louder and louder as he spoke. He didn't hide it from anyone. Murong Wencher, Song Jingyang, and the rest couldn't help but be moved. Ling Yun had already expected things to go smoothly. Go Lianqing knows what he's doing. Even the gods won't be able to save him if he dares to play any tricks. But don't be too happy just yet. 3.5 billion isn't a small amount. If we just get it for free, people might be jealous. Ling Yun said to Tang Meng, who was so excited that he didn't know what to say. Also, even if we can successfully take over these assets, you might not be able to play with them with your current abilities. Don't choke to death. How could Tang Meng listen to all this now? He grinned and said, hee hee, big brother Yun, don't worry about this. I know I can't do it, but can Grandpa Morong and Uncle Song not do it? They can teach me. Tang Meng was a smart kid. He understood what Ling Yun meant instantly and transferred this hot potato to Morong Wencher, Song Jingyang, and the rest. Ling Yun, you don't have to worry about this. We don't have much to do other than dealing with the antiques and jewelry. We'll help Tang Meng handle the takeover of the assets. After that, we'll help Tang Meng find a few good managers to help him manage the assets. Song Jingyang was even more straightforward. The truly wealthy chose to hire professional managers. They only needed to hide behind the scenes, look after their assets, and grasp the direction of their investments. Song Jingyang was talking about the general trend. What Song Jingyang said was the same as what Ling Yin said to Tang Meng. Of course, he understood this better than anyone else. Hence, he smiled and nodded, not bringing it up again. While the waiters were busy serving the dishes, everyone started chatting. The topics ranged from Li Jiujiang's incident to Ling Yun's college application form to his experiences in Beijing. Everyone was talking at once and it was a joyous occasion. Very quickly, Abing ran through the hall and arrived at Ling Yun's private room. He rushed in and handed the agreement to Ling Yun. Big brother Yun, this is Go Lianqing's property transfer agreement. It's a total of 3.5 billion yuan. I've looked through it carefully, and there's nothing wrong with it. He said while panting heavily. Ling Yun took the agreement and nodded his head calmly. Without even looking at it, he threw it to Tang Meng and laughed, your big job is here. 3.5 billion yuan in assets, including developed and undeveloped land, buildings, companies, hotels, shares, private properties, bank deposits, and personal investments, was definitely a big job and a challenge for Tang Meng. Ling Yun didn't think much of it, but Tang Meng treated it like a treasure. He hugged the agreement tightly and pressed it against his body. It was as if he wanted to bury the agreement into his stomach before he could be satisfied. Tang Meng's Heaven and Earth Group would be established with this additional 3.5 billion yuan in assets. It would be strange if he wasn't excited. Morong Wencher, Song Jingyang, and the rest couldn't help but exchange glances after seeing Ling Yun and Tang Meng's reactions. The meaning in their eyes was clear. Ling Yun has changed. The Ling Yun who came back from Beijing was no longer the Ling Yun who suddenly appeared at the antique market and swept away all the raw jade stones in Yudingxian. An ordinary person might not be able to spend all their wealth in a lifetime, but to Ling Yun, it was gradually turning into a number and a symbol. Like a miser, Tang Meng hugged the transfer agreement tightly. Just then, his phone rang again. Big brother Yun, the police car that sent Xianxia's mother has arrived at the hotel. Tang Meng picked up the phone and listened for a while before replying that he got it. Ling Yun stood up immediately. He smiled apologetically at the crowd and said, Seniors, I have something that I need to deal with now. The food is almost ready. You can eat first, there's no need to wait for me. Alright, you can go ahead with your work. We won't wait for you. Morong Wencher chuckled. Abing, stay here and help me toast a few more cups of wine to the seniors. Song Jingyang spoke after Ling Yun left with Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu. Sigh. Ling Yun is just too busy. It's so hard to even have a good meal with him now. Elder Morong laughed heartily. Alright, little Song, I understand what you mean. That lass, Fei Xue, told me that if it wasn't for the college entrance examinations, Ling Yun wouldn't have returned to Xianxia City. Don't be so sad. Song Jingyang stared at the table full of food. But I haven't given him my present yet. Morong Wencher shook his head. What's the rush? You brought your present today anyway. The gifts we prepared for Ling Yun are still at home. You want to be the first one? No way. Haha, alright, there are only the 5 of us left in this room. Stop bickering. There's still a table full of food. Let's drink. Yu Xingjin chimed in. Abing stood up and toasted with a smile. Tang Meng got the waiter to book a total of 2 luxurious rooms, one for men and one for women. Qi Xiaoqing was dragged to the other luxurious room by Ning Lingyu and Xua Mining. Including Morong Feishue and Kong Xiuru, there were a total of 11 beauties. They were either sitting or standing, competing with each other in terms of beauty. Each of them exuded the aura of a goddess. It was enough to overshadow the lights on the ceiling. However, Ling Yun didn't stop. He walked past the door of the suite. "Big brother Yun, are we going to ask Qi Xiaoqing to come down with us?" "No need. Let her eat in peace. She won't be sad when she sees her. We'll let her meet her mother when she's almost done eating." Ling Yun had already sensed with his divine sense that the dishes were already served. Everyone had already started eating, so he didn't disturb them. He didn't even call Qi Xiaoqing. Instead, he brought Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu downstairs. To be continued. Ling Yun, Tang Meng, and Tai Xiaohu took the elevator to the first floor. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, Ling Yun scanned the area with his divine sense out of habit. His powerful divine sense, which was at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9, enveloped the entire lobby of the Triumph Hotel. The first-floor lobby of the Triumph Return Hotel could only be described as magnificent. However, because there were very few people in the lobby, scattered here and there, it appeared especially spacious and deserted. A dripping police car was parked outside the hotel's revolving door. 2 policemen in plain clothes were accompanying a middle-aged woman in plain clothes. They were standing beside the sofa in the lobby, seemingly trying to persuade the woman to sit down and rest. The 2 policemen's hair and shoulders were wet. It was obvious that they had just come in. Without a doubt, that middle-aged woman was Qi Xiaoqing's mother. Ling Yan scanned the area with his divine sense and sighed in his heart. He immediately retracted his divine sense and urged Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu, "Hurry up." The 3 of them quickened their footsteps. Soon, they arrived at the lobby. Ling Yan looked up and headed straight for the 2 policemen in plain clothes. Tang Meng happened to know the 2 policemen. As he walked, he raised his hand to greet them. Uncle Li, Uncle Zhou, the 2 policemen naturally noticed the 3 of them. When they saw Tang Meng, they immediately smiled and waved. One of them even called out little Meng in a friendly manner. Tang Meng personally called Kong Ruiyong to ask him to pick up Qi Xiaoqing's mother. Kong Ruiyong naturally did not delay and immediately arranged for his 2 most capable assistants to come over. They were naturally familiar with Tang Meng. "Uncle Li, Uncle Zhou, I'm really sorry for troubling you to come over so late at night." As they approached, Tang Meng took the initiative to speak politely to the 2 policemen. When the taller Uncle Li heard Tang Meng's politeness, he immediately raised his hand and pretended to hit him. He frowned slightly and said, "I say, you've really grown up now. Why are you still so polite to us?" Her words made Tang Meng a little embarrassed. He chuckled and scratched his head, trying to get over it. The other policeman with the surname Zhou smiled and took the initiative to introduce the 3 of them. He pointed to the middle-aged woman beside him and smiled. "This is Qi Xiaoqing's mother, Qi Yuzhen." Qi Yuzhen was dressed very plainly, and it was obvious that she came from a poor family. Her hair and upper body were also wet from the rain, and they stuck to her weak body. Her face was sallow, and she looked haggard. Her eyes were dull, red, and swollen. It was obvious that she had cried and hadn't slept for a long time. This woman was only about 40 years old. However, she looked like she was in her 50s. Her hair was white, and her body was extremely thin. She stood there with her waist bent. It was as if a gust of wind could blow her away. Although her face was full of wrinkles and her skin was very rough due. Her Meng, because of her, because Li, and because of Yang, Tian, Meng, Yang, and Tian, Yang, Li, and Yang, and the Yang, the policeman with the surname Zhou made the introduction. Then, he said angrily that Li Tian is really not a good person. He actually locked someone in the underground garage for 2 days and 2 nights. Ling Yan's brows furrowed as he listened. His anger rose, but in front of Qi Yuzhen, he did not flare up. He only smiled at Qi Yuzhen and said softly, "Hello, Auntie. I am Ling Yun. They are all my friends. You are safe now, don't worry." Ling Yun saw a deep sense of worry and helplessness in Qi Yuzhen's eyes. He could also see the numb despair of being alone and helpless. It seemed that Ling Yan's handsome face and spring breeze-like smile had an effect. Qi Yuzhen's numb eyes were filled with hope. She opened her chapped lips and said, "Thank you. Thank you for saving me." Where is my daughter, Xiaoqing?" Qi Yuzhen had been locked up for 2 days and 2 nights. Naturally, she was most worried about her 2 daughters. Ling Yan smiled and said, "Auntie, don't worry. Nothing happened to Qi Xiaoqing. She is very safe now and is eating upstairs. You will see her in a while. Also, your youngest daughter is also very safe now. Once I send you upstairs, I will immediately bring her over so that you can reunite with your family." Qi Yuzhen really could not take another blow. In order not to worry her, Ling Yan did not even mention Qi Xiaohong's specific situation. "Let's go, I will help you upstairs." Ling Yan smiled and took the initiative to extend his right hand. Ling Yan did not just want to help Qi Yuzhen. He had long seen that Qi Yuzhen had accumulated a body of chronic diseases because of years of overwork. He wanted to take the opportunity to treat Qi Yuzhen's body. Qi Yuzhen was obviously a little hesitant and uneasy. She naturally looked at the 2 policemen beside her. The policeman with the surname Li smiled and said, "Don't worry, that young fugly Tian was taken care of by him. Your family was also saved by Ling Yan." "Ah?" Qi Yuzhen was a little dumbfounded. She looked at Ling Yan in disbelief. Her red and swollen eyes had an additional touch of sincere gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you. I can walk by myself." As Qi Yuzhen spoke, she was about to take a step forward. However, before she could even take a step, her left leg suddenly bent. Her frail body staggered and at the same time, she let out a groan of pain. Everyone was shocked. Only Ling Yan, who was as fast as lightning, helped Qi Yuzhen up in an instant and did not let her fall to the ground. Qi Yuzhen suffered from severe rheumatism. Now that it was raining heavily outside, it was the most intense time for rheumatism to act up. She was able to endure the pain and come all the way here with a single breath. Just now, she was stiff for a while and could not move her knee. "Let me help you." Ling Yan gave Tang Meng a look without batting an eyelid. Then, with his right hand holding Qi Yuzhen's left arm, they began to return the way they came. "Uncles, do you have any other work tonight? If not, why don't we go up to the 5th floor for a drink?" Tang Meng naturally understood the reason why Ling Yan gave him a look. He took the initiative to stay and greet the 2 policemen. "Hee, it's easy for you to say. Bureau Chief Tang has just caught such a big fish. There are still many things waiting for us to do. We don't have the time to drink, let's go." The 2 policemen had work to do. They casually rejected Tang Meng's invitation to stay, turned around, and left in a car. Tang Meng knew that it would be a sleepless night in the Public Security Bureau. He did not try to persuade them to stay. He just followed them out and watched as the police car left. Then, he hurried back. Qi Yuzhen stayed in the cold underground garage for 2 days and 2 nights. Coupled with the rain and wind, her body was stiff and cold. Even her lips had turned blue from the cold. As soon as Ling Yan supported Qi Yuzhen, he immediately understood the symptoms of her body. Without a second's delay, he immediately began to treat Qi Yuzhen. First, a gentle stream of pure yang qi rose from Ling Yan's energy center and quickly entered Qi Yuzhen's body. In an instant, Qi Yuzhen's body became warm. "Ah?" Qi Yuzhen could feel the difference in her body. Her body trembled and she could not help but let out a cry of surprise. "Auntie, don't be afraid. I'm treating you. You'll be fine soon." Ling Yan smiled and explained to Qi Yuzhen. He controlled the pure yang innate qi to wander around Qi Yuzhen's body, and when Qi Yuzhen felt warm and comfortable, he forced the pure yang innate qi out of Qi Yuzhen's body, baking Qi Yuzhen's clothes, and soon all of Qi Yuzhen's clothes were dried. Even though it seemed easy to dry Qi Yuzhen's clothes, it was actually very difficult. Even an ordinary stove could not dry a wet piece of clothing in an instant. Furthermore, this piece of clothing was on another person's body. In order to achieve this, not only did he need a high temperature, he also had to prevent the pure yang qi from hurting Qi Yuzhen's body. The only way was to force the pure yang qi out of Qi Yuzhen's body and condense it on her clothes without dissipating. Ling Yan, who was at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9, could now control his own true qi as he pleased. It was at the pinnacle of perfection. Qi Yuzhen was so shocked that she almost forgot to walk. She couldn't help but raise her right hand and touch the clothes on her upper body. She found that her clothes were really warm, as if they had just been exposed to the sun. "Auntie, your leg will be fine soon." Ling Yun smiled. As he spoke, Ling Yun did not stop. He continued to channel the pure yang qi into Qi Yuzhen's body. He simply let the pure yang qi circulate in Qi Yuzhen's body for a small cycle. Just a minor circulation was more than enough. When they reached the top floor and the elevator door opened, Ling Yun had already let go of Qi Yuzhen's left arm and allowed her to walk out on her own. All the way to the elevator, Qi Yuzhen felt dizzy from the warm pure yang qi. It was only when she walked out of the elevator in a daze that she suddenly realized that all the joints in her body were actually no longer in pain. "Oh my God!" Qi Yuzhen exclaimed and turned around. She realized that Ling Yun was standing behind her, looking at her with a bright smile. "Auntie, I've already cured all the torturous illnesses in your body. In the future, you just need to increase your nutrition and take good care of your body." With the help of Ling Yun's pure yang qi, treating rheumatism was a piece of cake. "Thank you. Thank you." Qi Yuzhen had been tormented by rheumatism for many years. Every time it rained, she would be in so much pain that she could not even stand up. Now that all her illnesses were gone, she was so emotional that she did not know what to say. She could only speak incoherently and thank him continuously. Only those who had suffered from rheumatism would know how painful it was when rheumatism acted up. "Auntie, you don't have to be so polite. This is nothing. Also, there's another good news that I didn't have time to tell you. Qi Xiaoqing has just filled in her application form. She has applied for Peking University's Guanghua School of Management, majoring in business administration." "Ah. Really?" Qi Yuzhen's frail body stiffened when she heard the news. Then, she could no longer control her emotions. Tears of joy flowed from her eyes. For a mother who had endured hardships and lived frugally to support her child's education, there was no better news than hearing that her child was admitted to a university. "Of course it's true. Qi Xiaoqing ranked second in the entire province. She will definitely be admitted to Peking University." Ling Yun confirmed with a smile. To be continued. When a person is in a state of great sorrow or great joy, it is easy for anxiety to attack the heart, especially for someone as weak as Qi Yuzhen. That was why Ling Yun didn't tell Qi Yuzhen the good news from the start. Instead, he chose to tell her only after her body was completely healed. "This child. This is really, 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 really thank you." Qi Yuzhen was so happy and emotional that she didn't know what to say. She just kept thanking Ling Yun. Ling Yun happened to save Qi Xiaoqing at the right time. Treating Qi Yuzhen was even easier. Of course, he wouldn't take these small things to heart. However, these two things were very different to Qi Xiaoqing's family. They were both huge favors. "Auntie, look, you're here again. I said it was easy, you don't have to thank me all the time." "I'm embarrassed." Ling Yun looked at the emotional Qi Yuzhen and suddenly thought of Qin Qiuyue. He thought that if his mother knew that he and Ling Yu had such good results in their exams, she would be very happy, right? Ling Yun suddenly realized how eager he was to go to the Heavenly Mountain Sword sect to find his mother. Ling Yun made up his mind in a flash, but he didn't show it on his face. He only smiled and said, "Auntie, your room is ready. You and Xiaoqing can stay in the hotel tonight. I'll bring Xiaohong over in a while so that your family can reunite." Hearing this, Qi Yuzhen was stunned. She frantically wiped away the tears on her face and looked around. A trace of embarrassment appeared on her face. Stay here?" It was impossible for her not to feel awkward. A night in this 5-star hotel would cost her a month's income. She couldn't afford it at all. Ling Yun was smart enough to understand what Qi Yuzhen was worried about. He smiled faintly. "Auntie, don't worry. This hotel is mine. You can rest here peacefully. I'll arrange everything else, you don't have to worry about that." "Your hotel?" Qi Yuzhen was even more shocked. She was stunned for a moment and said in a panic, "But, this. How can I do this?" At this moment, another elevator door opened and Tang Meng walked out. He smiled and answered for Ling Yun, "Auntie, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Just stay here and don't worry. Moreover, it's raining so heavily outside. Ever since Tai Xiaohu started his cultivation, he had become more and more reticent. He had not spoken a single word throughout the entire journey with Ling Yun and Qi Yuzhen. It was only Tang Meng who came up to help Ling Yun out. Ling Yun heaved a sigh of relief and said to Tang Meng, "Go get a waiter to open the door." In the banquet hall on the 5th floor, although Ling Yun remembered the room number, he passed it to Qi Xiaoqing. They couldn't open the door now. "Alright, I'll go look for it." Tang Meng nodded and left. Ling Yun brought Qi Yuzhen to the door of the room and waited for her. Ling Yun waited for the waiter to open the door and enter the room. Ling Yun personally arranged for the waiter to prepare a table of good food and send it to the room as soon as possible. Then, Ling Yun said to Qi Yuzhen, "Auntie, the food will be here soon. Have a good rest here. When Xiaoqing is full, I'll get her to come see you." Ling Yun took the initiative to leave after making all the necessary arrangements. He left Qi Yuzhen's room with Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu. This child, this kindness. How can our family repay her? Qi Yuzhen was covered in dust. Looking at the luxurious decorations in the hotel suite, she didn't dare to sit down. After Ling Yun left, she stood there alone and muttered to herself. "Big brother Yun, the rain is so heavy. Are you really going to fetch Qi Xiaoqing's sister now?" Tang Meng asked Ling Yun in the elevator. Ling Yun nodded his head solemnly. "We still don't know how Qi Xiaohong is being controlled. The longer we wait, the more danger we'll be in. What's the big deal about this little rain? Saving people is more important. Xiaohu, go to the 5th floor and see if Qi Xiaoqing is full. When she's almost done, bring her up to see her mother. Tang Meng, you go back to the 5th floor too. I've been away from the banquet hall for half a day. Ling Yu and Ning Er will be worried if they can't find me. Go back to the banquet hall and help them." Tang Meng nodded and asked, "Alright, what about you, big brother Yun? Don't worry about me." Ling Yun smiled faintly. After Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu went to the 5th floor, Ling Yun stopped the elevator at the 4th floor and went straight to Qin Dongshua's room. "Rascal, the whole night isn't enough for you. You don't even have time to eat." Qin Dongxue turned around when she saw Ling Yun walk in. She raised her beautiful eyebrows slightly. She sounded a little angry and distressed. Ling Yun chuckled and asked with concern, "Auntie, you haven't eaten yet either. Why don't you go up and eat?" Ling Yun asked. Qin Dongxue pursed her beautiful lips and said softly, "Auntie isn't hungry. There are too many people upstairs." Qin Dongxue was like a fairy from the heavens. She loved peace and quiet. She would rather not eat than go up and join in the fun. Ling Yun and the rest ate very late at mansion number 1 in the afternoon. He knew that Qin Dongxue wouldn't be hungry at this time, so he nodded and said, "Alright, I'll personally make supper for Auntie when we get home." Qin Dongxue was infuriated at the mention of cooking. She twisted her slender body and came in front of Ling Yun. She raised her slender finger and tapped it lightly on Ling Yun's forehead. "Humph, rascal, you still dare to mention cooking? Do you believe Auntie won't beat you up?" Ling Yun knew why Qin Dongxue flipped out. He could only act shamelessly. "Hee, Auntie, I was just joking with you. It's all my fault. I'll accept any punishment, Auntie." Qin Dongxue stared at Ling Yun's face for a long time. Her beautiful face suddenly blushed. She bit her lips and said, "Don't think that you can get away with this. I'll settle this score with you when we get home." Ling Yun thought to himself that he had really pissed off Auntie this time. He decided not to mention the matter of cooking anymore and lightly avoided the topic. "Auntie, why didn't Auntie May come over tonight?" Qin Dongxue seemed to feel that the situation just now was a little like a couple flirting. She took 2 steps back and put some distance between herself and Ling Yun before saying, "Auntie May went back to the Qin family." Qin Dongxue told Ling Yun where Auntie May went. Then, she glanced at Ling Yun and said fiercely, "Rascal, you've been to Beijing and met the Ling family. You have to visit the Qin family when you return to Jiangnan." This was a serious matter, so Qin Dongxue naturally used telepathy to convey it to him. Ling Yun understood Qin Dongshue's meaning very well. He was now a figure that could affect the 8 big families in Huaxia. He was also a delicious cake in the eyes of the Ling family, the Qin family, and even the Chao family. It would be a miracle if old Master Qin didn't want to see him after killing his way back to Jiangnan from Beijing. Ling Yun nodded solemnly and replied with telepathy, "Don't worry, Auntie. I'll go with you to the Qin family after I'm done with these few days. I'll pay my respects to my maternal grandparents and uncles, that's more like it." "Do you have anything else to do tonight?" Qin Dongxue was delighted. Her tone became much gentler. "That's more like it. Do you have anything else to do tonight?" she asked. Ling Yan came to see Qin Dongxue because he wanted to talk about this matter. He smiled and said, "Also, I have to go to the provincial hospital to pick someone up." Unknowingly, Qin Dongxue got closer to Ling Yan again. She raised her hand and poked Ling Yan's forehead lightly. "You are more ruthless than anyone when you're angry, but when your heart softens, you can brave the rain to save a little girl who has nothing to do with you. I really don't understand you." "Let's go, Auntie will go with you." Ling Yan was stunned. "Auntie, you don't have to go with such a heavy downpour. I'll be back soon anyway." Qin Dongxue stared at Ling Yan with a smile. She didn't say anything, but Ling Yan's hair stood on end. He could only nod helplessly and agree to let Qin Dongxue accompany him. The two of them had nothing on them. Very quickly, they arrived at the hall on the first floor. However, before they could even step out of the door, Ling Yan scanned the scene outside. His jaw dropped in shock, and he stopped in his tracks. Outside the revolving door of the Triumph Grand Hotel, on the plaza used for parking, countless densely packed and colorful umbrellas had appeared out of nowhere. The umbrellas were opened one after another, blocking the heavy rain from the sky. Under the illumination of the hotel's lights, the umbrellas were like colorful flowers blooming in the darkness. Rainwater splashed everywhere on the surface of the densely packed umbrellas. Countless water droplets were hit by the brilliant lights, forming a beautiful and hazy mist, and under the countless umbrellas, there were young and energetic faces. They were all 17 or 18 years old boys and girls. All of their clothes were soaked, and they stood in the rainwater that submerged their ankles. Their eyes were firm and persistent. There were more than 100 of them. Ling Yan scanned them with his divine sense. He felt as if his body was struck by lightning, and his blood boiled. He had never felt so touched before. Qin Dongxue naturally noticed it as well. She stopped in her tracks and asked in shock, What's going on? Why are there so many people all of a sudden?" Ling Yan looked through the heavy curtain of rain at the 3 buses that were still running. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "They are all my high school classmates. They must have heard about my zero in the college entrance exams and rushed over to support me and demand an explanation from the officials." Ling Yan saw Zhang Dong, Chai Hanlin, Gu Yuanlong, Sha Guoxing, and even Jia Meng among the crowd of youths. There was not a single person missing from grade 12 class 6. There were also those from Ning Lingyu's class and Tang Meng's class. Many, many more had rushed over. There were also 2 people who were raising their umbrellas with all their might, beckoning their classmates to enter the hotel lobby as soon as possible. Ling Yan saw clearly that those 2 girls were Zhang Ling and Zhuang Meina. To be continued. The torrential rain poured down. The rain from the sky poured down like water. The curtain of rain was heavy, but Ling Yan's eyesight was so strong that this little bit of rain could not affect his vision at all. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Not only did Zhuang Meina not put on any makeup today, but she was also dressed in a low-key manner. She wore a white long-sleeved shirt, a pair of light blue stretched jeans, and a pair of white sandals. Due to the fact that the ground had turned into a river, she had already rolled up half of her trousers. Her 2 fair calves were exposed to the cold air and rainwater, which was exceptionally eye-catching. Ling Yan's gaze towards Zhuang Meina became more amiable. He knew that Zhuang Meina was starting to change. However, when Ling Yan turned to look at Zhang Ling again, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. For some reason, Zhang Ling's usually bright and lively eyes were red and swollen. Her eyes were bloodshot and it was obvious that she had been crying. Even her voice was hoarse when she called out to her classmates. "Students, there are so many cars parked here. Those people definitely haven't left yet. Don't stand in the rain, hurry into the hotel." Cough cough. This rain is too heavy, be careful not to catch a cold. Zhang Ling was indeed a glib talker. She was just as eloquent as before. However, when she was shouting, she was suddenly hit by the cold wind and rain, causing her to cough hoarsely. Ling Yan's classmates, especially Zhang Dong, Chai Hanlin, Xia Guoxing, Gu Yuanlong, and the others, naturally wouldn't be idle at this time. They were all busy calling out to the surrounding classmates, urging them to enter the hotel lobby as soon as possible. Rascal, it seems like you have a good reputation in school. Such a small matter actually attracted so many classmates to help you. Even Qin Dongxue, who was used to seeing such a scene, couldn't help but be moved. She glanced at Ling Yun and praised him from the bottom of her heart after watching quietly for a while. Ling Yun took out his phone and dialed Tang Meng's number. The call went through immediately. You and Tai Xiaohu, call Ah Bing and bring the people from Green Dragon down quickly. Oh, don't forget to call Ling Yu and Ming Er. Auntie, wait on the sofa for a while, I'll go out for a while. Ling Yan put away his phone and said to Qin Dongxue. Before Ling Yan finished his sentence, he had already rushed to the side door beside the revolving door and pushed it open. Even though he hadn't rushed into the rainstorm, the damp and cold air had already hit him in the face. At this time, many of the students outside had already rushed up the steps and crowded together. They were busy putting away their umbrellas. Some were busy wiping the rainwater off their faces and hair. Some were wringing their soaked clothes. There were also boys wearing sneakers who were desperately stomping their feet, trying to get rid of the rainwater in their shoes. Ah! It's Ling Yun. Ling Yun is here. A few sharp-eyed students spotted Ling Yun as soon as he came out of the hotel. They were here to help Ling Yun and shouted excitedly the moment they saw Ling Yun. Their shouts immediately drowned out the sound of the rain and reached everyone's ears. Everyone raised their heads and turned their heads to look at the steps of the hotel. Zhang Dong's bamboo-like figure stood out from the crowd of students. He raised his umbrella high and turned around to see Ling Yun. He was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. He laughed and shouted, Ling Yun, we heard that you became the champion of Jiangnan Province's college entrance examination, so we rushed over to attend your wedding. Are you going to receive us or are you going to receive us? Ling Yun didn't expect Zhang Dong to still be in the mood to joke with him under such circumstances. Ling Yun smiled brightly and replied, of course, of course. He immediately used the mystical dragon howl. The piercing sound reverberated in the square. Everyone, don't pile up at the entrance. Let's go into the hotel lobby first. Don't catch a cold. Before he finished his sentence, Ling Yun's tall and handsome figure had already disappeared from the entrance. In the next moment, he was already beside Zhang Ling shifting shadows. At this moment, Ling Yun couldn't care less about shocking the crowd. After all, the scene of him throwing Tai Xiaohu into the air on the school field was something that most of the students had seen. Don't get wet, they know how to take care of themselves. Let's go into the hotel first. Even though Ling Yun could tell that something was amiss, he did not have the time to ask her what was going on. Wrapping his left arm around Zhang Ling's drenched and cold body, he flashed to Zhuang Meina's side. Using the same method, his right arm wrapped around Zhuang Meina's body. With a light leap, they traversed tens of meters of the night sky and appeared on the steps of the door once again. Ling Yan's movements were too fast. Moreover, they were in the middle of a rainstorm. No one's eyes could keep up with Ling Yan's speed. When he finally stopped, the students who had rushed up the steps were shocked to find that the two main organizers of this group activity were actually in Ling Yan's arms. The crowd instantly burst into laughter. This was different from the past. This was different from school. Everyone had graduated and the pressure of the college entrance examination was gone. Naturally, their speech and actions were much more casual. Although they were laughing, it was more intimate. Of course, Zhang Ling had been hugged by Ling Yun before. However, this time, she was hugged by Ling Yun in front of more than 100 students. While she enjoyed Ling Yun's warm embrace, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Suddenly, she recalled the scene on the plane. Her delicate body immediately heated up and her heart thumped violently. Instinctively, she wanted to struggle out of Ling Yun's embrace. However, she realized that her delicate body had already gone limp. She couldn't exert any strength at all. These few days, her family had undergone a drastic change. She really missed Ling Yan's embrace. It was as if as long as Ling Yan was around, she wouldn't have to bear the pain and pressure of her parents' divorce. She didn't have to think about her illusory future either. Thump thump, thump thump thump, thump 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 thump, this was the sound of Zhuang Meina's heartbeat. It was even more intense than Zhang Ling's. It was as if thousands of horses were galloping over her heart. She obediently curled up in Ling Yan's embrace. Other than her own heartbeat, she couldn't hear anything else. This was because this was the first time Ling Yan hugged her. The sudden warmth, the strong sense of security, and the dizziness of being hit by happiness rushed into Zhuang Meina's heart and mind. This caused the shyness that surfaced in her heart to disappear instantly. She could only hope that Ling Yan could hug her for a little longer. Everyone, hurry up and enter the hotel. Ling Yan didn't care. Not to mention that he had already graduated, it didn't matter even if he hadn't. He had no intention of leaving Zhang Ling and Zhuang Meina behind. Instead, he called his classmates into the hotel. At the same time, Ling Yan once again activated the divine yang cultivation technique. The pure yang true qi flowed through his body and overflowed from his body. It enveloped Zhang Ling and Zhuang Meina's bodies and helped them dry their drenched clothes as quickly as possible. But, this is a 5-star hotel. Some of the female students who had rushed here from other places looked at the brightly lit lobby of the hotel and the clear and bright floor that could reflect their figures. They hesitated and spoke hesitantly. It was obvious that they were afraid of dirtying the floor of the hotel and attracting the displeasure of the hotel staff. Ling Yan smiled and said, "It's all right, this hotel is mine. Everyone, feel free to enter and sit wherever you want. There's no need to consider anything else." "Ah. The hotel is yours?" Ling Yan's words left the surrounding students speechless. All of them were dumbfounded. The Triumph Hotel only had one revolving door and 2 side doors. Zhang Dong and the rest naturally wouldn't fight with the other students to enter. He squeezed his way to Ling Yan's side and asked him with a face full of shock, "F***ck, Ling Yan, are you serious? When did you buy this hotel? I heard it's worth hundreds of millions." Ling Yan hadn't seen his classmates since the end of his college entrance examinations. He didn't even contact them. Now that he saw them braving the rain to support him, he was touched and happy. He smiled and said, "I just bought it." "All right, hurry up and go in. You're all drenched." "Just bought it? Did I hear wrongly? Buying a 5-star hotel is as easy as buying cabbages these days?" Zhang Dong mumbled to himself. After a moment of silence, he suddenly gave Ling Yan a thumbs up and said, "Awesome." Then, he turned around and followed the crowd into the hotel. Ling Yan's classmates, especially those who had a good relationship with him over the past few months, naturally wanted to talk to him. However, this wasn't the time or place to do so, so they could only give up for the time being. It took more than 2 minutes for all the students who had rushed over to enter the hotel. With so many people standing in the hotel's magnificent lobby, the originally quiet and elegant lobby was immediately filled with people as far as the eye could see. After everyone entered, Ling Yan lowered his head and looked at Zhang Ling and Zhuang Meina, who were curled up in his arms like obedient kittens. He smiled and said, "Are you warm now? Do you want to go in by yourselves, or do you want me to carry you in?" After such a long time, Zhang Ling and Zhuang Meina's clothes had long been dried by Ling Yan's pure yang true qi. They were even warmer than clothes that had just been exposed to the scorching sun. Zhang Ling and Zhuang Meina blushed at the same time. They looked at each other from Ling Yan's arms and snorted at the same time. They hurriedly escaped from Ling Yan's embrace and rushed into the hotel's side door. "Wow! What's going on? So many people." In the hotel hall, a rough voice rang out. It was Tang Meng. He swept his gaze across the crowd and exclaimed, "F***ck, why are all of you here?" Among the more than 100 people, at least 1/5 of them were from Tang Meng's class. Naturally, he recognized them. After recovering from his shock, he immediately shouted happily. Seeing that Tang Meng had come down, Ling Yan didn't enter the room. Instead, he shouted from afar, "Tang Meng, arrange rooms for all the students. Also, arrange for 10 large private rooms. Personally go to the kitchen and get them to prepare the best dishes. There will be a big banquet tonight, and I want to treat them well." After that, Ling Yan said to the students, Tang Meng will arrange for everyone's accommodations in a while. You should all tidy up and try not to catch a cold. I still have some urgent matters to attend to, so I'll be back soon. Then, Ling Yan said to Qin Dongxue telepathically, Auntie, let's go. Even though Ling Yan hadn't asked in detail, he was clever and had already guessed the ins and outs of the matter. The students rushed over from all directions in the rain, but they were a little late due to the sudden change in the weather. However, Ling Yan was still grateful for their kindness and camaraderie from the bottom of his heart. Of course, he had to throw a big banquet and treat them well. However, it was enough for Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, Abing, Ning Lingyu, and Shui Mining to arrange for the students. There was no need for Ling Yan to do it himself, as he still had important matters to attend to. Saving people was more important. Qin Dongxue came out with an umbrella in her hand. Ling Yan chuckled. Auntie, we're about to get into the car. There's only so much rain, why do you need an umbrella? Qin Dongxue rolled her eyes at Ling Yan. I knew you wouldn't get wet, so I brought the umbrella for that little girl. Ling Yan blushed, thinking that his aunt was more attentive when it came to such matters. He chuckled awkwardly and rushed into Tang Meng's Porsche with Qin Dongxue. Rascal, Auntie thinks you're getting better and better. How did you manage to evaporate in such a heavy rain? Qin Dongxue got into the car and looked at Ling Yan in the driver's seat. She was a little shocked, but she was more surprised. Ling Yan's movements were fast, but Qin Dongshue's dragonfish phantom ability wasn't slow either. Even so, Qin Dongshue's fluttering hair was still drenched by the rain. Ling Yan started the car and chuckled. Hee hee, isn't Auntie the same? You didn't get wet, did you? Even though that was what he said, Ling Yan knew that he was at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9. The powerful true qi in his body could be faintly released from his body, forming a layer of true qi around his skin. No matter how heavy the rain was, it couldn't touch him. Qin Dongxue, on the other hand, was at Xiantian realm level 5. Even though she had strong Xiantian true qi to protect her body, she wasn't able to envelop her hair with it. That was why her hair was wet from the rain. This way, Qin Dongshue's beautiful black waterfall-like hair was covered with a layer of fine water droplets. Under the illumination of the car lights, it was sparkling and dazzling. Qin Dongshue's beauty was unimaginable. Ling Yan stared at it blankly. Rascal, what are you looking at? Hurry up and drive. Qin Dongxue chided. Hee hee. Auntie is so beautiful. Ling Yan pretended to be ignorant and praised him. He focused his mind and started the car. The car quickly turned around and rushed out of the Triumph Grand Hotel, disappearing into the vast curtain of rain. Ling Yan already knew how to use the GPS system in the car. He didn't even need to make a phone call. He immediately found the address of the provincial hospital and headed straight for the hospital. There was a river of rain on the road, but there were very few cars. Ling Yan was burning with impatience as he drove quickly. The Porsche made many turns and arrived at the entrance of the provincial hospital in less than 20 minutes. Ling Yan slowed down after entering the provincial hospital. At the same time, he expanded his divine sense to its maximum range. He drove the car and finally parked it at the entrance of the inpatient department. The two of them got out of the car and wanted to enter the inpatient department. However, they met with a little trouble. Two uniformed guards stopped them without any hesitation. It's already 10 o'clock. Visiting hours are over. If you want to visit the patient, please come back tomorrow. Ling Yan smiled as he took out 2 boxes of top-grade suyen and threw them on the table. He said politely, both of you, we're not here to visit the patient. We're here to pick up my sister from the hospital. Can you please let us in? Ling Yan was already very patient to be so polite. Who knew that the 2 guards wouldn't know what was good for them? Pick up your sister from the hospital? Do you have a certificate from the doctor? Let us have a look. One of the guards purposely made things difficult for Qin Dongxue. Both of them looked at Qin Dongxue like perverts, sizing her up from head to toe. Ling Yan could even hear the sound of them swallowing their saliva. Qin Dongshue's pretty face was instantly covered in frost. Her beautiful brows furrowed slightly. Thus, Ling Yan's smile became even more radiant. He walked forward and wiped the 2 boxes of suyen lightly before putting them back into his spatial ring. Then, he replied faintly, no. Then come back tomorrow. However, if you really want to visit your sister, you can only go in yourself. This beauty has to wait for you here. The two guards stared at Qin Dongshua's beautiful face and petite body without blinking. They didn't even notice that Ling Yun had put away the 2 boxes of Su Yan and was still magnanimously accommodating. Scram! Ling Yun was already impatient. He cursed and grabbed Qin Dongshua's hand as they walked inside. Hey! How dare you barge in? What are you trying to do? The 2 guards stood up and were about to rush over to stop Ling Yun and Qin Dongxue. One of them ran a few steps forward and raised his hand to pull Qin Dongshua's shoulder. You're courting death. Ling Yun was finally infuriated. He took a step back and grabbed the guard's wrist with his left hand. Then, he gently twisted and pulled. Ah! The wrists of the guard who wanted to touch Qin Dongxue were broken by Ling Yun, and the joints in his arms were dislocated. The pain was unimaginable. Humph! Ling Yun didn't discriminate. He flicked his right hand, and a gust of wind shot at the other guard's knee. That guard knelt on the ground in pain. Trash, you're just a guard at the hospital. Do you really think you're a big shot? I gave you face, but you don't want it. Ling Yun cursed without even turning his head. He grabbed Qin Dongshua's snow-white hand and went straight to the elevator. Let's go, the 2 of them are going in. Let's go in quickly. You're just guarding the door and you're acting like you're rich. You've met your match, haven't you? Serves you right. Seeing Ling Yun and Qin Dongxue enter the elevator, the 7 or 8 family members of the patients who were also turned away by the 2 guards felt great. They rushed in one after another, cursing at Ling Yun. Ling Yun held Qin Dongshua's hand as they entered the elevator. He suddenly realized that he was still holding Qin Dongshua's hand. He blushed and let go immediately. Qin Dongxue didn't care at all. Her beautiful lips curved into a charming smile. They're just 2 ordinary people. What's the big deal? Ling Yun glared. Humph, it's fine if they don't let me in. At most, we'll think of another way. But they shouldn't keep glancing at Auntie. Aren't they courting death? The other way Ling Yun mentioned was to go straight up the 7th floor. It was just 7 floors, which was a piece of cake for Ling Yun. Pfft. Qin Dongxue covered her mouth and giggled. You're still angry about this? Really, the elevator arrived at the 7th floor very quickly. Ling Yun and Qin Dongxue exited the elevator and followed the room number to room 722. There, they saw 2 burly men standing at the door with their hands behind their backs. They looked intimidating without being angry, just like bodyguards. Big Brother Yun. Seeing that Ling Yun had arrived, the 2 burly men immediately turned serious. They bowed their heads respectfully and greeted Ling Yun as Big Brother Yun. Of course, they were the underlings of the Green Dragon sect that Tang Meng had arranged to protect Xiaohong. N. Ling Yun nodded slightly. Where is she? She's unconscious inside. One of the Green Dragon underlings replied. Ling Yun frowned slightly. There's nothing for you to do here. I've taken care of the 2 guards on the 1st floor. You 2 go down and deal with them. Yes. The 2 Green Dragon underlings acknowledged the order and left. However, they heard Ling Yun say, I've already taught them a lesson. Don't do anything else. Yes. The 2 Green Dragon underlings stopped in their tracks and left after acknowledging Ling Yun. Ling Yun gently pushed the door open and walked in with Qin Dongxue. He scanned the room and saw Xiaohong lying quietly on the bed. Xiaohong wasn't even 16 years old, but she was already slender and elegant. Her figure was slender and beautiful, and her face was pretty and moving. Her features were similar to her sister, Xiaoqing. One look and anyone could tell that she was a beauty in the making. She was lying motionless on the bed within 4 drip. Her face was pale, and her slightly bulging chest rose and fell with her weak breathing. She looked like a sleeping angel. Ling Yun glanced at the infusion bottle and realized that it was just normal glucose. He was not afraid of other things, but he was afraid that the doctor would not care about the consequences and prescribe medicine for Xiaohong. If that was the case, even if she was not sick, she would still be ill. Qin Dongxue walked gracefully to Qi Xiaohong's bedside and placed her hand on her pulse. Half a minute later, she sent a telepathic message to Ling Yun. Fortunately, it's only her sleeping acupoint. The attack was very heavy. If the acupoint wasn't unsealed, the little girl would have slept to death. Ling Yun was infuriated. He didn't even need to check Qi Xiaohong's pulse to know that her acupoints were sealed by one of the 3 experts from the Sun family. Moreover, he was extremely heavy-handed. I won't let them off, Ling Yun said in a low voice. He then dashed forward and said, let me unseal the acupoint. Ling Yun circulated the yin-yang harmony balance and moved like the wind. He tapped 3 times consecutively and instantly unsealed Qi Xiaohong's acupoint. Then, Ling Yun held Qi Xiaohong's pulse and transferred a stream of true qi into her body to help her clear the blocked meridians for the past few days. 10 minutes later, Qi Xiaohong finally woke up with a groan. She slowly opened her eyes. She first opened her eyes and stared blankly for a while, her eyes revealing a look of contemplation. Then, she turned her head left and right, gently moved her stiff neck, and spoke in a hoarse voice. Where am I? Why? Why am I here? Where are my mother and sister? Ling Yun sighed. This family of 3 had met with misfortune, but their hearts were always thinking of each other. Your mother and sister are fine. You're fine now. We'll bring you to see them now. Ling Yun tried his best to show a warm smile as he spoke to Qi Xiaohong in an extremely gentle manner. Suddenly, Qi Xiaohong's delicate body shrank as she looked at Ling Yun cautiously. You, who are you? Where are you bringing me? Obviously, she had already recalled the horrifying scene before she fainted. She didn't believe Ling Yun's words at all. To be continued. Ling Yun laughed in his heart at Qi Xiaohong's vigilant and nervous expression. He also praised Qi Xiaohong for her extraordinary willpower. Even a healthy adult might not have such a reaction after his sleeping acupoint was hit with an extremely heavy acupoint sealing technique, causing him to sleep for several days and then suddenly wake up, let alone a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Don't worry, I'll make a call. Ling Yun quickly dialed Ning Lingyu's number and asked if Qi Xiaoqing was by her side. Lingyu said that they were together, so Ling Yun let Qi Xiaoqing pick up the phone. Qi Xiaoqing, I'm at the provincial hospital now. Your sister has woken up. Ling Yun passed the phone to Qi Xiaohong and smiled. Say a few words to your sister. See if I'm a good person. Qi Xiaohong nodded. That's right. Qi Xiaohong took the phone from Ling Yun suspiciously. When she heard her sister's excited and worried voice on the phone, she immediately realized what had happened. What Ling Yun and Qin Dongxue admired was that Qi Xiaohong didn't shed a single tear throughout the call. This girl from a poor family had learned to be strong early on. Big brother Ling Yun, thank you, Qi Xiaohong called Ling Yun big brother when she passed the phone back to Ling Yun. She didn't forget to turn to Qin Dongxue and say, big sister is so beautiful, just like a fairy, pfft. Qin Dongxue couldn't help but be elated. She laughed so hard that her body shook. This child really knows how to talk. Ling Yun scratched his head. He had heard the word thank you too many times that his ears were starting to get calluses. However, Ling Yun didn't say much. He only smiled and asked, little sister Xiaohong, how do you feel now? Can you walk? Qi Xiaohong's dark eyes darted around. She wanted to prank Ling Yun by making him carry her on his back, but she saw Qin Dongxue from the corner of her eyes. She immediately stopped that thought and said obediently, I feel great now. I should be able to walk on my own. As she spoke, Qi Xiaohong used all the strength in her body to stretch her arms and stretch her waist. She also twisted her waist to loosen up her stiff body before turning over and getting off the bed. Ling Yun sized up Qi Xiaohong. Following the movement of her arms and the movement of her slender waist, the ample mountains on her chest stood out and trembled slightly under the hospital gown. He thought to himself, what's a little girl's got to do with such big breasts? Big brother Yun, fairy sister, let's go. Qi Xiaohong got off the bed and moved her legs. Then, she hugged Qin Dongshue's arm and took the initiative to leave. Ling Yun was secretly moved. This little girl wasn't just a sweet talker, she was also smart. She could tell that between Ling Yun and Qin Dongxue, it was easier to suck up to Qin Dongxue than Ling Yun. Little girl, don't mess around. This is my aunt. Ling Yan knew that Qin Dongshui had always liked cleanliness. He was afraid that Qin Dongshui would turn hostile, so he hurriedly stopped her. At the same time, he took the opportunity to point out Qin Dongshui's identity. Aya, auntie is really young. She looks about the same age as my sister. Qi Xiaohong immediately added. Qin Dongshui knew that Qi Xiaohong was trying to cheer her up, but she was still overjoyed. She didn't care that Qi Xiaohong was still wearing the hospital gown. What are you shouting for? She can call you big sister if she wants to. What's the big deal? Qin Dongshui dreamed of being 10 years younger. How could she be happy when Qi Xiaohong said that she was about the same age as her sister? Ling Yan was speechless. If that was the case, wouldn't Qi Xiaohong be a generation older than him? Then she would have profited greatly. Ling Yan's forehead was filled with black lines at the thought of this. Fortunately, Qi Xiaohong changed the way she addressed Qin Dongshui at the same time. Otherwise, Ling Yan would have definitely flipped out. While Ling Yan was secretly pleased, he also admired Qi Xiaohong's performance. Even though she was young and came from a poor family, her personality and thoughts were definitely comparable to Shui Mining. Is there anything else to pack? After Ling Yan asked this question, he felt that it was inappropriate. Qi Xiaohong had been abducted from her coma to the hospital. How could she have anything to pack? Qi Xiaohong looked at herself and said reluctantly, "It's just the clothes that I was wearing." Ling Yan immediately said, "No, we'll buy new ones when we get back. Let's go." The three of them exited the ward and went downstairs. When they reached the first floor, they realized that it was empty. The two guards who had been taught a lesson were nowhere to be seen, and there weren't any new guards. Ling Yan thought to himself that they were indeed from the Green Dragon Hall. They handled things so efficiently. He smiled and propped up the umbrella that Qin Dongshui brought to protect the two of them as they walked out to the car. Once they got into the car, Qi Xiaohong hugged her shoulders and said that she was cold. She hadn't eaten or drunk anything for a few days and relied on the drip to replenish her nutrients. Her body was actually very weak. "It's okay, hold on a little longer. When we get back to the hotel, we'll have a good meal and a hot bath." Ling Yan comforted the little girl and started the car. Right at this moment, a clap of thunder resounded in the sky. Qi Xiaohong was so frightened that she screamed and dove into Qin Dongshui's arms. Ling Yan used his divine sense to scan the scene. He couldn't help but tease, "I thought you were really fearless. Turns out you're afraid of thunder?" Haha. Qi Xiaohong's face was full of fear. Ling Yan had hit the nail on the head. She was indeed afraid of thunder. Ling Yan found it amusing. He drove away from the provincial hospital and returned to the Grand Hotel. The rain was much lighter now. Ling Yan had memorized the route. In the rain, Ling Yan drove even faster and returned to the Grand Hotel in less than 10 minutes. At this time, it was already past 10:30 p.m. Ling Yan drove the car directly to the hotel's revolving door before stopping the engine. Before getting out of the car, Qin Dongshui asked Ling Yan for Qi Yuzhen's room number. "I'll send Qi Yuzhen upstairs. It's getting late, you should hurry and settle your matters." Ling Yan was stunned. He thought to himself, little aunt, who had never eaten the food of the mortal world, was actually willing to take the initiative to send Qi Xiaohong upstairs. It seems like little aunt really likes this girl. Thinking that Qi Xiaoqing should be with her mother now, Ling Yan felt that it would be inconvenient for him to go to their room. Therefore, he nodded and said, "All right then, I'll have to trouble auntie." Qin Dongshui led Qi Xiaohong out of the car. Ling Yan also got out of the car after they entered. He beckoned for a doorman to park the car before entering the hotel. The lobby of the Triumph Grand Hotel was once again empty and quiet. Even the floor that was stained by the muddy water had already been cleaned by the staff responsible for cleaning the place. Ling Yan knew that Tang Meng must have arranged everything in an hour. He didn't need to worry at all. Ling Yan smiled and went straight to the elevator to the banquet hall on the 5th floor. The banquet hall was much livelier than it was at the beginning. None of the original 300 guests were willing to leave, and the wine was almost finished. They were in a drunken stupor, toasting each other. Naturally, Tang Meng would not chase away so many guests who had given him a red packet. However, he was too busy and could only call a few of the department managers over. He also transferred over a dozen waiters to the banquet hall to serve the guests. This was the benefit of having a hotel. He could do whatever he wanted, and no one dared to say a word of objection. As soon as they saw Ling Yun enter the banquet hall, many guests rushed over with their wine glasses raised and toasted Ling Yun with all their might. Of course, Ling Yun couldn't drink with them. He smiled and explained that he was still a young student. Then, he quietly executed his ultimate movement technique and rushed out of the encirclement of the guests. He ran towards the passageway in the corner of the banquet hall. Ling Yun naturally returned to the room where Murong Wencher and the others were. He went to his seat but didn't sit down. Instead, he stood there and downed 3 glasses of wine. Grandpa Murong, Uncle Song, Boss Yu, Mr. Han, I'm really sorry about the sudden appearance of my high school classmates. There are more than 100 of them, Murong Wencher chuckled. We already know about this. You're quite popular, kid. Your classmates are also hot-blooded youths. You should treat them well, Ling Yun, you don't have to worry about us. We just finished eating and we're waiting for you to come back. We'll go back now. However, you have to go to the antique market after these 2 days. We have gifts for you. Song Jingyang continued. This was the key. Song Jingyang didn't forget to wink at Ling Yun as he spoke. Ling Yun understood tacitly and nodded with a smile. He had to go even without Song Jingyang's reminder. The gifts were secondary. The key was the antique market. Ling Yun definitely wouldn't let go of the spirit stones that he had swept clean last time. Murong Wencher and the rest saw that Ling Yun had agreed. He was the first to stand up and say with a smile, all right, since we've eaten and drank to our fill, let's not cause any more trouble. Let's go. Ling Yun wanted to send them off but was stopped by Song Jingyang. You go about your business. You've had enough trouble tonight. We won't trouble you anymore. With that, he left with a big laugh. Ling Yun released his divine sense and watched the 4 of them walk out of the banquet hall. His shoulders relaxed as he leaned on the table. What a busy night. He muttered to himself. A young waitress came in at this time. She blushed when she saw Ling Yun standing lazily at the door. Boss, do you want to clean the table? She asked frantically. Clean it up. Ling Yun smiled faintly. With that, his slender body sprang up like a spring. He walked past the waitress and arrived at the luxurious private room next door. Ling Yun was stunned when he pushed the door open. Why? Why are there only a few of you? He asked in surprise. Ling Yun couldn't be blamed for being shocked. This was the room for the beauties, but only the 4 of them were left in the room. To be continued. Big Brother Yun. Seeing Ling Yun enter, Bai Xian'er used the 9-star Luo flash and rushed into Ling Yun's arms. Bai Xian'er felt very wrong tonight. She didn't even eat much during the sumptuous dinner because Ling Yun had been busy the whole night and didn't have time to accompany her. Fortunately, Ning Lingyu and Miao Xiaomiao had coaxed Bai Xian'er repeatedly in private. She knew that Ling Yun was busy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left him. Seeing Bai Xian'er rush into Ling Yun's arms, Lin Menghan and Yao Rou looked at each other. They could see the envy, helplessness, and shock in each other's eyes. They were envious that Bai Xian'er could rush into Ling Yun's arms. They were helpless because it was almost impossible for them to do so. They were shocked by Bai Xian'er's movement skills. Now that Lin Menghan and Yao Rou were at Ho Tian Realm Level 9, they could tell at a glance that Bai Xian'er's skills were extraordinary. Compared to Bai Xian'er, they weren't even 1/10 of her skills. Lin Menghan and Yao Rou looked at Ling Yun and tried to suppress the urge to rush into Ling Yun's arms. She smiled affectionately. They were all dragged away by your classmates. Even Teacher Kong was forcefully dragged over. Ah? Ling Yu, Ming Er, Chao Shanshan, Long Wu, and Miao Xiaomiao were all from Qingshui High. Furthermore, they were all famous people. It would be a miracle if they could just sit around quietly when their classmates were here. So that's how it is. Ling Yun thought to himself. That's good too. Ling Yun, how's Qi Shaching's sister? She wanted to call him hubby, but she was too embarrassed to do so in the presence of Murong Feishue and Bai Xian'er. She wanted to call him hubby, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. If Lin Menghan was the only one present, she would have naturally called him hubby. After all, Yao Rou and Lin Menghan had been spending a lot of time together recently. They were so familiar with each other that they could talk about anything. She's fine now. Auntie and I just picked her up. She's with her mother now. Ling Yan smiled and replied. That's good. Yao Rou heaved a sigh of relief, but she quickly put on an indignant expression and said angrily, when we were eating just now, we heard about Xianxia's tragic experience. We can't wait to get even with Li Tian. Ling Yan nodded silently. Yao Rou was born poor just like Xianxia. She understood the hardships of the poor. Therefore, when she heard about Xianxia's tragic experience, she would definitely empathize and want to help Xianxia vent her anger. I've already crippled Li Tian. Are you guys full? Ling Yan asked Morong Feishue, who had been silent all this while. Are you guys full? Morong Feishue asked with a smile. Morong Feishue's heart skipped a beat, and she blushed slightly. She was smart, and Ling Yan was asking everyone but looking at her. He was afraid that she would be left out. Morong Feishue looked at Ling Yan deeply and nodded slightly, but she still didn't say anything. We're full, but you were busy all night and didn't even have time to eat. Lin Menghan smiled. Everyone was full? Ling Yan didn't believe it. He didn't even need to think about it. Just by looking at the exquisite dishes on the table, he knew that most of them hadn't even touched their chopsticks. As for why, Ling Yan naturally knew. However, he wouldn't point it out on the spot. Instead, he pretended to be confused and said, it's fine if I don't eat 1 or 2 meals now. Since you guys are full, you can go back first. Ling Yan gritted his teeth and said the last sentence with all his might. Lin Menghan and Yao Rou were the only 2 women with whom Ling Yan had sex. Even though Ling Yan was about to break through to the qi cultivation stage and it was impossible for him to have sex with them, it was not a problem for him to accompany them and have some fun in the bedroom. Ling Yan knew that his aunt was unhappy that he didn't go to Qingshui Wharf to see Qin Dongxue after returning from Beijing last night. Qin Dongxue was in the hotel now, and if he didn't go back now, Qin Dongxue wouldn't be so good-tempered anymore. Furthermore, there were many important matters that he needed to discuss with Qin Dongxue alone. He needed her help to make a decision. Moreover, there were so many high school classmates. It wouldn't be right if Ling Yun didn't accompany them. Indeed, upon hearing that Ling Yun wanted them to return now, the expressions on their faces changed. They were obviously stunned, and their beautiful eyes revealed a deep sense of disappointment. That kind of pitiful look made Ling Yun not dare to look at them directly. He was so scared that he quickly turned his head away. Whether it was Lin Menghan, Yao Rou, or even the other beauties, none of them came here for this meal. Wasn't it because of this heartless thief that they yearned for day and night? Yao Rou was docile and obedient, so she was fine. However, Lin Menghan's temper was triggered by Ling Yun. She snorted and stood up abruptly. Let's go back then. Yao Rou, let's go. She was really angry with Ling Yun. Ah? Yao Rou was dumbfounded. She looked at Lin Menghan and then at Ling Yun, not knowing what to do. What are you still looking at? Let's go. He's so capable, and you're still worried that he won't have a place to go? Looking at Yao Rou's stunned expression, Lin Menghan was even more infuriated. Her beautiful face turned pale, and as her breathing quickened, her voluptuous breasts jiggled slightly. Even a woman's heart would be moved by such a scene. Big sister Lin, Yao Rou had already stood up, but she still couldn't make up her mind. Of course, she knew how much Lin Menghan missed Ling Yun. Therefore, she understood why Lin Menghan was so angry now. However, if she were to follow Lin Menghan now, she wouldn't be able to do it. Humph. If you're not leaving, I'll leave. Lin Menghan stomped her feet and left without a second thought. In the end, she rolled her eyes at Ling Yun in embarrassment and anger. With a twist of her slender waist, she used her qinggong and flew past Ling Yun. In a flash, she was out of the room. Big sister Lin. Yao Rou hurriedly shouted. She wanted to chase after her, but she stopped and looked at Ling Yun. Ling Yun, don't be angry, big sister Lin, she. Yao Rou didn't forget to explain on Lin Menghan's behalf. Ling Yun could only smile bitterly. There was no need for any explanation. This was because Lin Menghan missed him to the extreme. Ling Yan couldn't be more happy, so he naturally couldn't be angry. She was a woman, after all. If she didn't throw a little tantrum, would she still be a woman? He would just have to coax her later. Why are you still looking at me? Hurry up and chase after her, don't let anything happen to her. Ling Yan saw that Yao Rou was still looking at him in a daze, so he quickly used telepathy to tell her. Lin Menghan was now at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm level 9 and had cultivated the frost palm. Even though she had a certain level of self-defense, Ling Yan still wasn't too assured. There was danger everywhere around him, and the enemies couldn't deal with him right now. It was inevitable that they would attack the people around him. Yao Rou was also at the middle of Hotian Realm level 9 now. Even though she didn't know any combat skills, the two of them could at least take care of each other if they were together. Oh. Yao Rou was relieved to see that Ling Yan really wasn't angry. She twisted her graceful body and chased after them immediately. Morong Feishue pursed her beautiful lips and sighed softly when she saw Lin Menghan and Yao Rou leave in a panic. You, how can you speak like that? Aren't you chasing them away directly? No wonder they're angry. Even though she was reprimanding Bai Xian'er, there was a hint of joy in her tone. No matter what, she and Bai Xian'er were the only two people left in the room. The pressure in Morong Feishue's heart had mostly disappeared. Ling Yan sat there quietly with his brows slightly furrowed. He raised his hand to brush his long hair and said in a low voice, "It's not what you think. I suddenly have a bad premonition and feel uneasy. I feel like something big is going to happen tonight. That's why I want them to go back earlier." Ling Yan was speaking the truth. Too many things had happened tonight. Even though Ling Yan handled everything perfectly, he felt his heart getting more and more chaotic. He couldn't calm down at all. His premonitions had always been very accurate in this aspect. Towards this society, there were two things that Ling Yan was most affected by and feared from the bottom of his heart. Firstly, the communication in this society was too advanced. Information exchange was too convenient, too fast, and too easy. Secondly, the transportation in this society was also very advanced. A distance of more than 1,000 kilometers could be reached in 2 hours by plane. Frankly speaking, these two aspects were far superior to the world of cultivation. Firstly, you had almost no secrets to speak of. Secondly, your enemies could come to your side at any time to deal with you. It had been more than a day and a night since Ling Yan returned to Xianxia City. If his enemies wanted to deal with him, they would have arrived in Xianxia City by now. It would be fine if they didn't make a move, but once they did, it would definitely be like a thunderbolt. Ling Yan was basically alone in Beijing. He could fight and leave whenever he wanted. No one could stop him. However, this was Xianxia City. If his enemies came, he wouldn't be able to go anywhere. He could only choose to fight. The problem was that he couldn't take care of so many people around him. Morong Feishue felt an inexplicable heartache when she saw Ling Yan's frown. However, she knew that she couldn't help him at all. "Ling Yan, are you too tired? If you're tired, go back and have a good rest. Don't think about anything, just have a good sleep." Ling Yan looked up and saw the concern and heartache on Morong Feishue's face. He relaxed and revealed a bright smile. "I'm fine. To be continued. I'm fine." At this moment, Ling Yan's eyes became incomparably clear. His eyes were filled with confidence, and his smile was so bright that it made Morong Feishue's heart beat faster. This outstanding and perfect big boy seemed to be made of iron. He had never said that he was tired, and he had never lowered his head to any difficulty. Morong Feishue wanted to walk to Ling Yan's side, even if it was just to massage his temples or shoulders to express her concern. However, she didn't do so in the end. Morong Feishue's heart skipped a beat. She blushed and turned to look out the window. "The rain seems to have lessened. Did everything go well during your trip to Beijing?" she asked casually. Ling Yan talked about his experiences in Beijing during lunch. Morong Feishue was there, but she didn't ask about that. Ling Yan naturally knew what she was asking about. Before he went to Beijing, he shared a secret with Morong Feishue. It was the secret of his birth. It was a close shave, very smooth. "I've seen everything I needed to see." Ling Yan smiled. "Congratulations, Ling Yun. Morong Feishua's slender body trembled slightly. She didn't turn back. Ling Yan was speechless. It was true that he had returned to his roots, but there were so many things waiting for him to do in Beijing. There were so many dangerous places for him to explore. What was there to congratulate him about? I'm leaving Xianxia City tomorrow morning for an international jewelry exchange meeting in Hong Kong. My flight is at 8 in the morning. Morong Feishua seemed to be talking to herself. Oh? Ling Yan was surprised and asked, how many days? About a month. I need to take care of the business at Tianqi Pavilion in Hong Kong. Morong Feishua said. She spoke calmly, but even Bai Xian'er could tell that Morong Feishua's words were filled with reluctance. All right, call me if there's any trouble there. I'll help you deal with it. Ling Yan continued. Since that's the case, you should go back and rest early. Don't miss your flight tomorrow. It was already 11 o'clock at night, so Morong Feishua went back to rest. Morong Feishua really wanted Ling Yan to send her on the plane. She even hoped that Ling Yan would accompany her to Hong Kong, but she knew that it was impossible. If there's nothing going on tonight, I'll send you to the airport tomorrow. This was what Morong Feishua was waiting for. Ling Yan was surrounded by so many outstanding girls. She was already very satisfied with the opportunity to be alone with Ling Yan. Morong Feishua's heart was filled with excitement. She was afraid that Ling Yan would go back on his words. Then it's a deal. My grandpa and the others have gone back, right? Then I'm going back too. Ling Yan thought to himself that he had finally sent another one away. He chuckled and said, all right, I'll get someone to send you back now. No need, I drove here myself. Morong Feishua said as she turned around gracefully. I'm still worried. It's too late, and it's still raining. What if something happens? Ling Yan smiled. He took out his phone and called Tai Xiaohu, asking him to come down and personally escort Morong Feishua home. Ling Yan leaned heavily on the back of the chair after Morong Feishua left reluctantly. He let out a long sigh. Bai Xian'er pulled herself out of Ling Yan's embrace and quietly went to Ling Yan's back, massaging his shoulders gently. Xian'er, you have to be prepared. From now on, we might be in for a big battle. Ling Yan said lazily as he enjoyed Bai Xian'er's massage. Big brother Yun, Xian'er understands. As long as the enemy dares to come, we'll throw them into the crater to feed the strange fish. Bai Xian'er said coquettishly. Ling Yan chuckled. Well said. Let's do that. We'll fight side by side and see who kills more. As Ling Yan spoke, he gently raised his hand and held Bai Xian'er's slender hand on his right shoulder. He felt a wave of warmth and finally calmed down. After resting for a while, Tang Meng's call came. Big brother Yun, everyone wants to see you. When are you coming over? Ling Yan smiled and said, where are you all? I'll go over now. Ling Yan got up and personally put on Bai Xian'er's large sunglasses after hanging up. He checked the room again to make sure he didn't miss anything before leaving the room with Bai Xian'er. It was past 11 o'clock. The guests in the banquet hall had already left. Half of them had left, and the rest were also leaving their seats to go home. Ling Yan didn't care at all. He held Bai Xian'er's hand and quickly passed through the banquet hall, heading straight for the elevator. The two of them went to the 4th floor again. Ling Yan brought Bai Xian'er to the room that Qin Dongxue had stayed in before and asked her to wait there. After all, Bai Xian'er's appearance and background were too shocking. Ling Yan didn't want her to appear in front of the students. Otherwise, there was no need to say anything. Everyone could just look at Bai Xian'er. Bai Xian'er had learned many things since her transformation. She gradually adapted to human life and became more sensible. She understood Ling Yan's instructions and agreed to wait for him in the room. After settling Xian'er down, Ling Yan left the room and took the elevator to the 3rd floor of the hotel. This floor of the Triumph Hotel was purely for the purpose of catering to its guests. Not only were there more than 20 private rooms, there was also a hall specially used for wedding banquets. Tang Meng had arranged for more than 100 students who had rushed over to support Ling Yan to stay in this hall. In Tang Meng's words, it saved Big Brother Yun the trouble of going from room to room. It was convenient. Look, our top scholar is here. It's not easy, he only came out after so many calls. Haha. Ling Yun was discovered by the students sitting opposite the door as soon as he walked into the hall. Those people were eager to see the world in chaos and shouted at the top of their lungs. The students stood up and looked towards the door. Ling Yun entered the hall and looked around. He was shocked by the fiery scene in front of him. He was stunned, he sighed in his heart. Dear students, are you sure you're here to support me? Are you here to eat me? And they're all dressed like this? There were 3 rows and 4 rows, a total of 12 large round tables. Each table was occupied by about 10 people. The sumptuous food had just been served, but no one had touched their chopsticks yet. However, the bottles of red wine, white wine, and beer had already been opened. There were even some empty bottles. Obviously, some students who couldn't wait had already started drinking. The most interesting thing was not this, but the way they were dressed. There were many male students who directly came down with their upper bodies bare, showing off their strong or thin bodies. Some of them were wearing their wet pants, while others were wearing shorts. On their feet, they were wearing the free shoes provided by the hotel. This was still relatively normal. What was even weirder was that some male students, after taking a hot shower in their room, simply came down wearing the hotel's white nightgown. However, this made them even more tightly wrapped up. The problem was that it was not only the male students who dared to dress like this. There were also a few extremely bold girls who also wrapped themselves in snow-white nightgowns. Their freshly washed hair was wet and casually draped behind their heads. Ling Yun did not dare to look at them again. However, in his heart, he wanted to use his yin eye to see if they were wearing underwear under their nightgowns. Ling Yun was speechless. In his heart, he thought that it was understandable for them to be wet in the rain. However, how much courage did it take to appear in front of more than 100 people wearing this? Indeed, the morals of the world are degenerating day by day. There will always be someone stronger than you. Yes, it seems like I have to work harder and try my best to get closer to my classmates. Zhang Dong was sitting at the first table on the left. He waved at Ling Yun and said, Ling Yun, you're finally here. Everyone is waiting for you to speak. They want you to teach us the secrets of the college entrance examination. Ling Yun laughed heartily as he walked to the front. As he walked, he said, it's okay to say a few words. However, let's not talk about the college entrance examination today. Let's drink tonight and have fun. I'll accompany everyone, let's get drunk. What a joke, Ling Yun had already filled up his university application. What was the point of raising the college entrance examination? Tang Meng appeared out of nowhere and came to Ling Yun's side. He said, Big brother Yun, I've already arranged for the students to stay. We've used a total of more than 50 rooms. Fortunately, our hotel is big enough and has enough empty rooms. Ling Yun looked at Tang Meng's red face and knew that he was already drunk. He nodded and smiled. That's good. Tang Meng asked again, then, is there anything else for tonight? Looking at Tang Meng's posture, Ling Yun knew that he was about to drink with his classmates. Smiling, Ling Yun said, there's nothing else. However, before we drink, you better give Uncle Tang a call. I have a feeling that something will happen tonight. Tell him to be prepared. Tang Meng's face lit up. Tang Meng's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. The tipsiness that he had felt earlier disappeared in an instant. He asked in shock, there's still something going on? Ling Yun did not want to be so jittery. He patted Tang Meng's shoulder lightly and smiled calmly. Maybe I'm overthinking. However, it's better to be safe than sorry. It's better for you to give him a call just in case. Alright then, I'll give my dad a call now. Tang Meng said as he took out his phone and walked out. Ling Yun strode onto the stage and gestured for everyone to be quiet. The hall quietened down instantly. Everyone wanted to hear what Ling Yun had to say. However, Ling Yun raised his hand and pointed below. Oh, dear students, your attire today has really opened my eyes. I'm impressed. As he spoke, Ling Yun even cupped his fists and bowed respectfully. Naturally, the audience burst into laughter. Everyone looked at each other. Someone jeered, haha, we finally have something that Big Brother Yun admires. Ling Yun's expression immediately turned serious. He used the mystical dragon howl and his voice covered the entire hall. He said seriously, thank you. I'm really grateful that everyone came to support me, Ling Yun. I, Ling Yun, have nothing to repay you with. However, I happen to earn a little money today. How about this, everyone here today, I'll give you 500,000 yuan each. Please accept it. I won't talk about the other useless things. Let's start drinking now and get drunk. To be continued. Silence. Indescribable silence. After a full half a minute, the entire hall could not even hear the sound of breathing. Only the sounds of saliva being swallowed could be heard. Some people were frantically digging their ears, some were raising their hands to cover their hearts that were about to jump out of their chests, and some were still in the position of pouring wine. A bottle of wine that was worth more than $4,000 was emptied, yet they did not seem to notice. There were more than 100 people, and $500,000 per person. Did they hear it wrong, or did Ling Yun say it wrong? No one heard what Ling Yun said at the end. Everyone was stunned by the $500,000 per person. F***ck. Tang Meng, who was on the phone with Tang Tianhao, almost fell to the ground after hearing Ling Yun's words. On the other end of the phone, Bureau Chief Tang Tianhao, who was frowning as he listened to the phone call, suddenly heard his son's vulgarity. He was so angry that he stood up and shouted, "Who are you scolding, you little brat?" In the hall, Shui Mining, who was sitting in the front row at the center of the large dining table, was also shocked. Her little mouth that was smeared with red lipstick was slightly open, and she was in disbelief. Was this still the same Ling Yun who would haggle over a taxi fare of more than 30 yuan and insist that he pay for it? Was this still the same Ling Yun who forced her to raise the registration fee to $300,000 at the Ordinary People's Clinic? Shui Mining could still remember clearly how Ling Yun had driven himself to tears because of that incident. He had even said something along the lines of everyone has their own life and saving someone for free is equivalent to harming others. The most infuriating thing was that she was really convinced by him at that time. Liar, 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 liar. Oh my God, is Ling Yun crazy, or has the world gone crazy? After a moment of silence, people began to whisper, and very quickly, everyone's voices went from low to high, and gradually became a hubbub. The hall was noisy, of course, they were all talking about the 500,000 per person matter. More than 100 people, 500,000 for each person. That was more than 50 million yuan. How generous was Ling Yun to give out more than 50 million yuan with just one sentence. 500,000 yuan was not a small sum even in today's rapidly depreciating Chinese currency. It could allow people to buy a decent house in a second or third tier city and a luxurious car. It was equivalent to 5 or 6 years of a white-collar worker's total income. No, I definitely won't take it. We came here because it was unfair. How can we take Ling Yun's money? I don't want it either. We didn't even help Ling Yun in any way, and we can stay in such a luxurious hotel for free. The food is so good, and it's even more comfortable than a vacation. How can we take Ling Yun's money? Yes, 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 we are not here for money. We're doing this for the sake of our friendship. Who knew how many relatives would become enemies with each other, how many brothers would turn against each other, how many couples would fight over it, and how many couples would even get divorced? However, there were more than 100 students in the hall. Even though they came from different backgrounds, rich and poor, and had different personalities, they quickly came to the same conclusion. No one was willing to accept Ling Yun's gift. Of course, this was not to say that these people were not greedy. In fact, it was the opposite. Those who were willing to help Ling Yun were all extremely intelligent students. Everyone might have their own plans. However, in this situation, no one was willing to risk universal condemnation, let alone put down their pride to accept Ling Yun's 500,000 yuan. At this moment, high school students and youngsters were displaying their youthful vigor to the fullest. They were in the prime of their lives. Finally, it was still Zhang Dong. He stood there and waved his hands desperately to get the noisy students to sit down. Then, he faced Ling Yun and made a concluding speech. Ling Yun, you've heard it too. We're here because we feel that it's unfair for you. We're here to seek justice for you. Of course, we were a step too late and didn't help you much. It seems like we've caused you a lot of trouble. Zhang Dong was too emotional that his speech was incoherent. He paused for a moment to sort out his thoughts before continuing, we all accept your gratitude. However, we will never accept this money. If we accept this money, what will we become? Is our friendship only worth 500,000 yuan? Good. Zhang Dong's impassioned speech elicited a thunderous round of applause. The students applauded and cheered. We're all going to have this supper tonight. Let's just treat it as our first gathering after graduation. We're definitely going to stay in this 5-star luxury hotel. But you have to take back what you said just now. Don't worry, we'll all forgive you, haha. At the end of his speech, Zhang Dong did not know what to say anymore. He laughed and sat back down. Ling Yan stood on the stage and listened with interest. He did not speak until Zhang Dong finished his speech. Then, he smiled and asked, "Are you done?" "If that's the case, I will say a few more words." Ling Yan waved his hand at Ning Lingyu, asking her to come up. When Ning Lingyu was standing beside him, he continued, "Everyone should know that our family used to be very poor. No one knows better than Lingyu and I how much poverty can push a person." Ling Yan's voice was resolute. "However, that is all in the past. I will not talk about the past. But now, I have money. To be honest, this 50 million yuan is really a small amount in my eyes. A very small amount. This 50 million yuan is nothing to me. However, once it falls into your hands, it can change the fate of most of you. And fate is very important to a person. 500,000 yuan per person will not make you rich overnight, nor will it allow you to live a carefree life. However, it will allow each of you to complete your studies easily. In fact, after 2 or 3 years of graduation, you will be able to do what you want to do and what you like to do. It will solve all of your worries. Believe me, this is very important. I am not doing this to flaunt my wealth. Even if I wanted to flaunt my wealth, I wouldn't use such a small amount of money to flaunt my wealth. Isn't this embarrassing enough?" Ling Yun teased, causing the audience to burst into laughter. He continued, "Today, regardless of whether you helped me or not, you braved the rain to come here. That is worth this 500,000 yuan. If I didn't have money, I wouldn't have given you a single cent. I wouldn't even say a word of thanks because we are classmates. But now that I have money, I don't lack this bit of money. I am not trying to flaunt my wealth either. I just want my classmates to complete your studies and realize your dreams. This is a good thing. To be honest, Tang Meng is about to set up a Heaven and Earth group. This group will cover finance, real estate, medicine, steel, oil exploration, hotels, transportation, and many other industries. I can guarantee that after you graduate, there will be a place for you in the Heaven and Earth group. Rest assured, the treatment of the Heaven and Earth group will not be worse than any of the top 500 companies in the world." At the entrance of the hall, Tang Meng, who had just returned from his phone call, was overjoyed. It seemed like Big Brother Yun's money wasn't for nothing. He was trying to win over the hearts of the people and recruit talents for his Heaven and Earth group in advance. Not bad, it wasn't a loss. He could just treat it as an advance payment for their training. "Now, tell me, after you graduate, do you want to work in our Heaven and Earth group?" Naturally, everyone below the stage agreed and replied loudly, "Yes." There was no need to ask. Tang Meng was a ready-made example. He had only been with Ling Yun for a short period of time. How carefree and glorious was he now? To use a modern saying, Tang Meng was now a winner in life and at home. Ling Yun smiled and asked, "Then, everyone, do you want the 500,000 yuan I'm giving you now?" Ling Yun had already put it this way. If anyone still said no, that would be a complete idiot. All the students shouted, "Yes." What followed was a round of enthusiastic applause, accompanied by a burst of joyful and satisfied laughter. 50 million yuan was enough to win over the hearts of more than 100 people. Regardless of whether they could really become talents in the future or do great things for Ling Yun, at least they knew their background and were loyal to Ling Yun. That would save him a lot of trouble. The Heaven and Earth group had a net worth of 10 billion yuan. Who knew how big it would grow in the future and how many talents it would need? Ling Yun didn't lose out on this deal at all. Moreover, Ling Yun had given them this sum of money to thank them. This speech was just to let the students accept it calmly. Then, can we drink and laugh to our heart's content now? Ling Yun did not wait for a response. He wrapped his arm around Ning Lingyu's shoulder and left the stage. Humph. Either way, you're in the right. As soon as Ling Yun sat down, Shui Mining pouted and said angrily. It was no wonder that Shui Mining was angry. Being calculative and trying to earn money was Ling Yan's principle. Being generous and giving money away was also Ling Yan's principle. Ling Yan occasionally had the joy of giving away wealth, so he didn't bother with the little demon girl. He just smiled and said, "Ning Er, being angry will make you age faster. You'll even get wrinkles." Shui Mining was so scared that she deflated immediately. This made Chao Shanshan, Long Wu, Miao Xiaomiao and the rest all giggled. Actually, there was one more important principle that Ling Yun did not mention. That was his own principle. His reasoning was based on the word fate. Transmigrating to this world, being in the same sect, rising against the heavens, scoring 0 in the college entrance exam, being supported by his classmates in the rain, it was all fate. What was truly worth the 500,000 yuan was this fate. If Ling Yun pretended to be ignorant and did not end this fate, his path of cultivation would be filled with demons and it would be difficult for him to achieve the great Tao. This was because he would not be able to overcome the obstacle of his heart. Jiao Mei was the first to toast Ling Yun with tears streaming down his face. "Big brother Yun, I'm convinced. I'm sincerely sorry." Ling Yun stood up and smiled as he patted Jiao Mei's shoulder. "It's all in the past. Cheers." It was already close to midnight, but the heavy rain in Xianxia city did not stop. The entire city was shrouded in the sound of rain. On the streets of Xianxia city, there were rivers everywhere. Most places were above the knees, and there were even some low-lying places where the water could reach the thighs of an adult. Fortunately, Xianxia city was located in Jiangnan, and it was a place with a lot of rain. The drainage system of the provincial capital was built quite well, and with the precedent of the once-in-a-century rainstorm at the end of March, the municipal secretary, Li Yifeng, focused on repairing the major drainage pipes in the city. This allowed Xianxia city to escape the disaster and not suffer the fate of being flooded again. On the ground of Xianxia city, countless muddy streams formed, converging into small streams that flowed into the big and small rivers in Xianxia city. With the momentum of 10,000 horses galloping, they finally flowed into the Xianxia River in the north of Xianxia city. This caused the water level of the Xianxia River to rise greatly. The waves surged, and the momentum was monstrous. It was like an angry dragon, winding forward, rushing towards the Xianxia Bay in the east. Xianxia River, also known as the Xianxia River, was located in the north of Xianxia city. From west to east, it traversed Xianxia city. To be exact, it traversed Linjiang district. The main city of Xianxia city had always been located on the south bank of the Xianxia River. However, in the past 20 years, with the development of the economy and the overall planning of the country and Jiangnan province, the center of the entire city had more and more signs of moving north. Especially in the past 10 years, with the explosive growth of the real estate industry, many new large-scale buildings and new economic development zones were built on the north bank of the Xianxia River. It was precisely because of this that Li Yifeng had the foresight to officially propose the concept of building Linjiang New City since he became the leader of Xianxia City. Linjiang New City naturally included the original Linjiang district. It was also bounded by the Xianxia River, which traversed Xianxia City, and extended north for 15 kilometers. The total area was more than 800 square kilometers. At present, the planning of Linjiang New City had basically been completed, and it had already begun to take shape. Many state-owned enterprises and large and medium-sized enterprises in Jiangnan province, including schools, hospitals, and so on, had already finished building their office buildings. There were even some units whose employees had already moved in and officially worked here. Businessmen's sense of smell was the most sensitive. This was because from the northernmost part of Linjiang New City, less than 80 kilometers northeast, was China's economic and financial center, Hudong City. Without a doubt, once the construction of Riverfront New City was completed, this would absolutely be a great political achievement for Li Yifeng. On the north bank of Xianxia River, at the easternmost end, near the seaside, there was an open space that had yet to be developed. It was about 120 acres. In the north of this open space, there was a green mountain. To the south was the end of the Xianxia River, Xianxia Bay. To the east was the vast and boundless East Sea. To the west was the Linjiang New Town Economic Development Zone. There were green hills and clear waters, beautiful scenery, and traffic was accessible in all directions. It was a treasured land of feng shui. It was not an exaggeration to say that every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. When Ling Yun's Ordinary People's Clinic opened, Li Yifeng's gift to Ling Yun was this 120 acres of land for the construction of the Medical Drug Research Center. Li Yifeng had always done things in a swift and decisive manner, never sloppy. Once the land had been approved, he immediately fulfilled his promise. The city government allocated funds, and then the construction began. Now, the ground had already been broken for over a month. Of course, it was only the groundbreaking. So far, there hadn't been a groundbreaking ceremony. Ling Yun had to attend the groundbreaking ceremony. Ling Yun was so busy that he didn't even have time to look at the blueprints. How could he have the time to attend a ceremony? Now, on this construction site of more than 100 acres, there were a few rows of red brick bungalows that had just been built. The bungalows were new, and even the cement between the bricks hadn't dried yet. Anyone who had seen the construction site would know that these red brick bungalows were built for the construction workers to live in. The sound of the rain was loud, and the rainwater flowed down the flat roofs of the bungalows, forming a white curtain of water. Then, it formed a turbid stream of water on the ground, flowing everywhere. At the easternmost end of the last row of red brick bungalows, in an inconspicuous bungalow, under the dim yellow light, there were 7 or 8 construction workers, most of them shirtless. Only 2 or 3 of them were wearing cheap t-shirts or shirts bought from street stalls. They were sitting around a small round table, playing cards. "Jinhua, I won!" A boorish and excited roar rang out. A tall and sturdy young man with a bare upper body, revealing his bronze-colored muscles, was beaming with joy. He had won more than $200 in this round, and it was just enough to turn the tables on him. The one who lost was a small foreman around the age of 35 or 36. With one look, one could tell that he was someone who had been doing manual labor all year round. His muscles were very strong. His luck was really bad tonight, and he kept losing money. After much difficulty, he finally got a good hand, but he lost more than $200 to his opponent. This round was equivalent to 2 days of his salary. Looking at the muscular young man's smug expression, the small foreman's face was frighteningly gloomy. He turned his head to look at a wooden bed by the door and shouted at the person lying on the bed, "Li Jun, are you F***king hatching eggs on the bed? Are you playing or not?" Li Jun, who was lying on the bed, looked extremely ordinary. He belonged to the type that would be lost in a crowd. Looking at his face, one could tell that he was a taciturn, simple and honest person. Li Jun was silent for a few seconds before replying, "Engineer Wang, I really don't know how to play cards." Engineer Wang was obviously anxious to find fault with him. He slammed the table and stood up abruptly, scolding Li Jun, "T. You've been here for more than a month. Even if you watch every night, you should know how to play by now. How dare you say you don't know?" Li Jun fell silent again. He lay on the bed without moving. After a long while, he said, "Engineer Wang, I really don't know how to play. Besides, even if I did, I don't have the money to play." Li Jun was speaking the truth. Engineer Wang's condition for taking him in was to provide food and lodging. He would also be given a symbolic $500 a month to buy some daily necessities. However, Engineer Wang was unforgiving despite knowing this. "F***ck, didn't I just give you $500 yesterday? You didn't buy anything, and you still say you don't have the money?" Everyone laughed. Although they knew that Engineer Wang was deliberately venting his anger on Li Jun because of his loss, no one cared. This was because Li Jun was just too simple and honest. Furthermore, his background was unknown, making him a target for everyone to bully. Li Jun said quietly, "Engineer Wang, I still have use for this money." Engineer Wang became even angrier. T. You got your salary yesterday, but you didn't go when I asked you to drink. Now that I asked you to play cards, you won't play. It's only $500, what's the use of it?" Li Jun didn't say anything. His eyes stared at the calendar on the bedside in silence. This was a kind of silent resistance, but it made Engineer Wang even angrier. He suddenly got up, pushed aside the workers beside him, and walked to Li Jun's bedside in a few steps. He grabbed the calendar on the bedside and threw it outside the door. Look. You only know how to stare at this calendar all day. This isn't even your wife, so why are you staring at it? Come and play cards with me. Li Jun finally raised his head to look at the angry Engineer Wang. It was an extremely strange look. Engineer Wang, I'll be leaving the construction site tomorrow. I hope we can part on good terms. Engineer Wang was stunned by Li Jun's strange look, but when he suddenly heard that Li Jun was leaving the construction site tomorrow, he was instantly enraged. He mocked in disdain, "Oh, I was wondering why you weren't working properly today. So you want to leave? You came here to earn a month's worth of money, and you want to leave just like that? Not a chance. Get up and play cards with me." As he said that, Engineer Wang grabbed Li Jun's arm, wanting to pull him up from the bed. Engineer Wang was still cursing. "Damn it, you can leave if you want, but you have to lose all $500 tonight." Seeing that Engineer Wang's hand was about to grab Li Jun's arm, who knew that Li Jun, who had been lying on the bed, would raise his arm. With a light flip of his wrist, he grabbed Engineer Wang's wrist. "Engineer Wang, don't go too far." Engineer Wang only felt a sharp pain coming from his wrist, as if it had been clamped by a pair of steel pliers. Instantly, his entire arm went numb, he turned pale with fright. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that this usually honest Li Jun, who couldn't even make a fart out of 3 kicks, would dare to touch him. Furthermore, he didn't expect Li Jun to have such great strength. F*CK, you dare to F*King hit me? Engineer Wang was enraged. What? He dared to hit me? The 7 or 8 people who were playing cards with him were all from the same hometown as Engineer Wang. How could they not stick together? When they heard that Engineer Wang had been hit, they all left their seats and surrounded him with unfriendly expressions. Especially the well-built young man who had won the money. He was not polite to Li Jun. "Damn it, you dare to hit my brother Wang. Are you F*King tired of living?" Li Jun was surrounded by 7 or 8 people on the bed, but he didn't panic at all. He didn't even lift his eyelids. He only smiled faintly. "I'm not tired of living. It's you guys who are. You're asking for it. Beat him up." The well-built young man had a fiery temper. When he saw Li Jun boasting shamelessly, he immediately flew into a rage. He lifted his leg and kicked Li Jun on the bed. Humph. With a cold snort, Li Jun lifted his right leg lightly and kicked at the young man's calf at lightning speed. Ah! After a miserable cry, the well-built young man staggered backward and then fell to the ground with a thud. Li Jun didn't have any intention of stopping. He grabbed Engineer Wang's right hand and lightly pulled. Then, with a push, Engineer Wang was thrown out of the bed. Li Jun used the momentum to bounce up. With a wave of his hand, he pushed the 3 workers who were standing by the bed to the ground. Then, he got off the bed and stood barefoot on the cold and wet brick floor. In less than 10 seconds, 5 people were on the ground. The other 3 didn't even have time to react before they were scared silly. Li Jun didn't care about their reactions at all. He just bent over and put on his jacket. Then, he put on his cloth shoes. "Engineer Wang, no matter what. Thank you for taking me in during this period of time. Today, we're even." With Li Jun's occupation, not killing worker Wang would indeed be considered to be a clean slate. After finishing his sentence, Li Jun glanced outside the door. Not far away from the door, in the heavy rain, there was already an additional person standing quietly. "It's been 3 months. Yes. Let's go? Let's go." After exchanging a few words with the person outside the door, Li Jun walked calmly into the rain. Soon, the 2 figures disappeared into the vast rainy night. How was this Li Jun? These were the 2 yellow-ranked assassins who failed to assassinate Ling Yun at Tiger Cliff on Dragon Mountain 3 months ago and were instead restrained by Ling Yun, Li Yi and Jiao Fei. To be continued. They're gone, they're really gone. I can't see them anymore. A scrawny worker carefully leaned against the gap of the door until Li Yi and Jiao Fei's figures disappeared from his line of sight. His face turned pale as he stuttered. The leader, Engineer Wang, was still sitting on the ground. He used his left hand to repeatedly rub his shoulder and wrist. Every time he rubbed it, he would grit his teeth in pain. However, he had been out for many years and had seen some of the world, so his brain was still pretty good. They came out to avoid their enemies. This kind of people, we can't afford to offend. Ouch, it hurts so much. Engineer Wang instantly deduced that Li Yi had concealed his identity and sought refuge with him in order to avoid being hunted down by his enemies. He suddenly recalled what his group of people had done to Li Yi over the past month. His heart was filled with a bone-chilling fear as a chill ran down his spine. Engineer Wang turned his head. Xiaoli, you took a kick from him, are you alright? The little Li he spoke of was the tall and well-built young man. At this moment, little Li was sitting on the ground with a deathly pale face. He was grimacing in pain and cold sweat the size of soybeans seeped out of his head. There was a bump the size of a bun in the middle of Xiaoli's calf. There was a faint purplish-red color in the bruise and it looked extremely horrifying. Li Yi was an assassin who had undergone strict training from the Assassin's Organization. He knew how to kill with one hit and was also very familiar with the parts of a person's body that couldn't withstand force. A slight bump on the front of a person's calf would cause pain for a long time, let alone a kick from him. I'm fine, my leg is not broken. It's just that I won't be able to work for a week. Engineer Wang was also glad that his arm wasn't dislocated. He rubbed his red and swollen wrist and said, "It's good that you're fine. It seems like I shouldn't simply bully others in the future, they were just construction workers who lived at the bottom of society. Even though they were beaten up, they didn't think of taking revenge. Instead, they chose to swallow their anger and endure it silently." In the heavy rain, Li Yi and Jiaofei waded through the muddy water and walked side by side silently. Soon, they walked out of the construction site and headed south to the Xianxia River. Jiaofei was the first to stop in his tracks. He took out an old phone from his pocket and took out the 50 yuan SIM card he bought from a roadside stall. He broke it with his fingers and threw it into Xianxia River. Li Yi did the same thing silently. He threw the broken SIM card and the old phone into Xianxia River. For the past 3 months, the two of them had been using this method to keep in touch. That was how Jiaofei was able to find Li Yi so easily. In order to become a professional assassin, the first thing one had to learn was the art of concealment. After the two of them came down from Dragon Mountain, one went to the construction site to carry bricks, while the other went to the slaughterhouse to kill pigs and goats. Both of them changed their names and hid in the streets. They were lucky that their enemies and the people from the Assassin's Organization didn't find them. Lingyun didn't lie to us. Last night, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my lower abdomen. The restriction he placed on me has started to take effect. Jiaofei spoke first. Yes, I felt it this morning. My chest has been stuffy and aching. The restriction must have started to take effect. Li Yi said after a moment of silence. It had been exactly 3 months since Lingyun placed the restriction on them. However, Jiaofei's cultivation was slightly higher than Li Yi's, so his restriction took effect a day earlier. Jiaofei looked at the surging river. His eyes were still cold, but he couldn't hide the sadness in his eyes. He suddenly laughed bitterly. We actually wanted to kill him. What a joke. Li Yi fell silent again. Do you think he will really remove the restriction for us? Jiaofei turned around and looked at Li Yi. There was a hint of hope in his cold eyes. Obviously, he wanted an affirmative answer from Li Yi. Even ants wanted to live. Who didn't care about their lives? As if knowing that Li Yi wouldn't answer, Jiaofei grinned self-deprecatingly and said, I think so. In his eyes, we aren't even ants, I've already thought it through. If Lingyun doesn't remove the restriction for me, I'll give myself a quick death. Li Yi finally lifted his eyelids and looked at Jiaofei. Wasn't he thinking the same thing? I wonder how many of those 4 snipers are still alive. Jiaofei muttered to himself. Then smiled and said, You're about to die, yet you still have the mood to think about these boring things. Let's go, I have a place to stay. We'll stay there for the night and look for Lingyun tomorrow night. Li Yi nodded. Thus, the two downtrodden assassins walked along the north bank of Xianxia River. They walked through the mud and headed west. The rain lessened, but the wind started to pick up. There was a hint of killing intent between heaven and earth. In Xianxia City, on a wide main road, the murky water surged violently. It was enough to submerge a person's knees. A blue luxury car slowly moved forward along the flow of the water. However, it got slower and slower until it finally came to a complete stop. What kind of lousy road is this in Xianxia City? The water is so deep after just a little rain. I really don't know what those people in the municipal government are doing. In the blue car, Lin Minghan's face was red and her eyes were filled with tears. She was so angry that she slammed the steering wheel. No one knew who she was angry with. Big sister, are you still angry at your husband? Yao Ro, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, softly tried to comfort Lin Minghan. Before Lin Minghan could rush to the elevator, Yao Ro caught up with her. She had been trying to persuade her since they were in the elevator. However, the more she tried, the less effective it was. I'm not angry at him. It's just that he didn't say a word to us for the whole night. When he finally said a few words to us, he immediately chased us away. How can he bully us like that? Lin Minghan and Yao Ro were both women who had real sex with Ling Yun. When they faced Ling Yun, their thoughts were naturally different from those of Long Wu and Xianxia. Before the college entrance examinations, ever since Ling Yun swept away all the spirit stones in Xianxia City's antique market and prepared to cultivate the divine yang cultivation technique, Ling Yun had not touched Lin Minghan even once. How could Lin Minghan, who had a taste of it, endure the pain of being alone in an empty room? Ling Yun had no choice but to go to Beijing. However, Lin Minghan had been pining for him day and night. Finally, Ling Yun had returned. In the afternoon, she had also received a hint from Ling Yun. Hence, she dressed up and came over to accompany Ling Yun. She planned to go home with Ling Yun after he dealt with Li Jiujiang and his nephew. That way, they could have sex together. In fact, Lin Minghan had already made up her mind. As long as Ling Yun was willing, she would be willing to share a husband with Yao Ro and Yao Ro. However, not only did Ling Yun not speak to her for the entire night, he chased them away the moment he saw them. Her extreme expectations had turned into complete disappointment. How could Lin Minghan accept this? Yao Ro had always been submissive and obedient to Ling Yun. She tolerated it, but Lin Minghan couldn't take it anymore. That was why her temper flared up, and it couldn't be controlled. Yao Ro, look, just tonight, there are so many women in our room. They are all young and dressed up like demons. I wonder who he's going to bring home tonight. The more Lin Minghan thought about it, the angrier she got. As she spoke, her tears fell like pearls from a broken necklace. It was obvious that she was extremely wronged. As a matter of fact, only the newlyweds would laugh, not the old ones. Lin Minghan was not crying because she missed Ling Yun, nor was it because she was thinking about what happened in bed. She was truly frightened by the girls who were clinging to Ling Yun. They were all women, and Lin Minghan was experienced. How could she not understand the thoughts of Long Wu, Xianxia, and the other girls? On the surface, it seemed like she was angry because of Ling Yun's cold shoulder. However, it was actually a woman's instinct to be jealous. Hearing this, Yao Ro finally understood. She giggled and said in an exaggerated manner, "So big sister is jealous." Lin Minghan's face turned red. Rolling her eyes at Yao Ro, she said hatefully, "I don't believe that you won't be jealous when you look at Long Wu, Xianxia, Ning Er, and the other girls." Jealous? Yao Ro admitted. However, she immediately asked, "But big sister Lin, is there any use in us being jealous? Can you control our husband's philandering, or can you stop those girls who won't let go of him?" Lin Minghan was stunned by Yao Ro's words. She gritted her teeth and thought about it carefully. In the end, like a deflated balloon, she did not say anything. The truth was clear. She could not stop either side. He's a womanizer. Lin Minghan had no choice but to grit her teeth in anger. Yao Ro smiled faintly and continued to ask, "Big sister Lin, both of us know about hubby and Zhuang Meifeng. Tell me, if hubby isn't a philanderer, do you or me have a chance?" This, Lin Minghan was dumbfounded. She was suddenly speechless. Lin Minghan knew better than anyone that if it wasn't for Zhuang Meifeng, Ling Yun's first time would not have been given to her. That belonged to Zhuang Meifeng. Lin Minghan said angrily, "What's wrong with you, silly girl? Why are you always on his side? Aren't you afraid that he will be snatched away by those little demons?" Yao Ro ignored her and continued to say, "Since big sister is afraid, why did big sister leave? If it was me, I would stay there and not leave." In the end, who knows who hubby will take away. In any case, I feel that both of us have a higher chance. Lin Menghan was dumbfounded. She quickly wiped away the tears on her face and turned to Yao Rou and scolded, "You stupid girl, why didn't you say this earlier?" Yao Rou giggled, "I wanted to say it, but you ran so fast. Would I be able to make it in time?" Lin Menghan's heart was instantly filled with regret. She only wanted to turn the car around and rush back to the Grand Triumph Hotel. Hee, but big sister doesn't have to worry. With your hot and sexy body and those new moves, you don't have to worry about hubby being snatched away. He can't even do it if he wants to. As she said that, Yao Rou boldly stretched out her left hand and grabbed Lin Menghan's perky breasts. Ah! Lin Menghan let out a squeal. Her voluptuous body leaned forward and reached out to grab back. The two of them were fooling around in the car. They did not notice that not far behind them, a long-haired woman with an incomparably enchanting figure was walking on the surface of the water and approaching them silently. To be continued. This woman was extremely tall, and her height was comparable to Long Wu's. She was wrapped in black muslin, and her face was covered with a translucent black veil of the same material. Her muslin dress was extremely well tailored, as if it was wrapped around her graceful and enchanting body. Her breasts were alluring, and her waist was slender like a willow. Her long and slender legs were faintly discernible under the muslin dress. She had the figure of a devil among devils, the corners of her dress fluttered in the wind. One could see a pair of exquisite jade feet. She was standing on the muddy water on the road, but she was not worried about falling into the water. That pair of snow-white jade feet, small and round, suddenly flashing, could definitely arouse the desire in the heart of any man. Her long black hair that was like a waterfall fluttered against the wind. Her feet stepped on the water as if she was stepping on the water, but it was more like she was floating on the water. What was even more strange was that although it was raining heavily, not a single drop of water could fall on her body. There seemed to be an invisible air shield around her body that automatically bounced off all the rainwater. From her hair to the soles of her feet, not a single drop of water touched her. Of course, the most captivating thing about her was her pair of eyes that were so beautiful that others couldn't look at them directly. Her pupils were pitch black, and her eyes were large and bright. As her eyes moved, they were filled with a myriad of emotions that shook one's soul. She was extremely charming and captivating. If Ling Yun was here, he would know that she was the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect. The moment he saw her clothes and her eyes, the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect suddenly appeared like a ghost, stepping on the water. She was even more graceful than Chang'e in the Moon Palace. Any woman who saw her would feel ashamed of their inferiority. Bam, 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 Lin Menghan and Yao Rou were fooling around in the car and didn't notice the Holy Virgin at all. They looked up at the same time when they heard someone knocking on the window. Ah! Yao Rou raised her head and saw a black figure outside the car through the opposite window. She instinctively let out a cry of surprise. The Holy Virgin of the Devil sect bent over and lowered her head to look at them through the window. She let out a seductive laugh before asking, "Beauties, it's raining heavily outside. Can I take shelter in the car?" Lin Menghan was also shocked when she saw the Holy Virgin. However, she had been in the special forces before, and her mental fortitude and adaptability were much stronger than Yao Rou's. She didn't make a sound, and instead forced herself to calm down. A masked woman? This was not a movie. This was a bustling city. It was raining heavily, and it was almost midnight. How could there be a masked woman knocking on his car window to seek shelter from the rain? Without a doubt, Lin Menghan knew that they were in trouble. Since they had started cultivating, they were part of the pugilistic world. The thing that Ling Yun had been worried about finally happened to them. Lin Menghan turned her head quickly and exchanged a quick glance with Yao Rou. She immediately understood what Yao Rou was thinking. Sorry, we. Lin Menghan turned back and smiled at the Holy Virgin. If you don't open the door, I'll just go in. The Holy Virgin raised her eyebrows and said lightly, If you don't open the door, I'll just go in. Just go in without opening the door? Lin Menghan was stunned. Could she break the car door? Lin Menghan secretly started the car and signaled to Yao Rou to call Ling Yun. Bang! The sudden loud noise shocked both of them. Both of them stopped what they were doing and turned around to take a look. They realized that the rear door on their left had disappeared and an absolutely seductive figure was already sitting in the back seat of the car. Hee, you're indeed Ling Yan's women. You're quite smart. The Holy Virgin laughed coquettishly. Her voice was like a silver bell as she blinked her beautiful eyes and trembled slightly. Lin Menghan and Yao Rou were dumbfounded. The Holy Virgin's charm was unparalleled. Even Ling Yan almost fell for it, let alone two Hotian Realm Level 9 experts who had just started cultivating. If you don't want to suffer, listen to me and follow me. Otherwise, don't blame me for destroying you. At that time, even if you wanted to snatch Ling Yan, you wouldn't be able to. Hee. The Holy Virgin of the Devil sect had obviously heard their conversation in the car. You! Lin Menghan shouted. Just as she was about to attack, she thought of something and stopped. She probed, who exactly are you? Since you know us so well, you should know how powerful my husband is. Aren't you afraid that he'll come after you? Lin Menghan said this to stall for time and wait for Yao Rou to be ready. She also wanted to take the opportunity to understand the other party's background and motives. Who knew that the Holy Virgin's eyes would turn cold after she said this? Her voice was no longer as gentle as before. Hubby, you sound so intimate. Are you married to Ling Yan? How shameless. If you dare to call him husband in front of me again, do you believe that I won't tear your mouth apart? Let me tell you, I'll capture every woman who dares to be by Ling Yan's side. I'll disfigure them and poison their throats until they're hoarse. Let's see if Ling Yan still wants you then. Lin Menghan was taken aback by the murderous aura that the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect revealed. However, the Holy Virgin giggled and said, Ling Yan wants to settle the score with me? He's in so much trouble tonight. How could he find the time to come after me? Attack! Before the Holy Virgin of the Fiend sect could finish her sentence, Yao Rou suddenly shouted and twisted her body at lightning speed. Her left palm struck towards the Holy Virgin of the Fiend sect. Lin Menghan and Yao Rou had a tacit understanding. At the same time, Lin Menghan twisted her body and attacked the Devil sect's Holy Virgin with a bone-chilling aura. Big sister, run. Let's go together. Both of them were, of course, feints. Yao Rou didn't know any combat techniques and didn't know how to use her internal energy. Even if she did, they wouldn't be able to separate their true chi from their bodies. Their arms couldn't reach the Holy Virgin at all. As they turned around and waved their palms, their other hand opened the car door. Both of them twisted their bodies and wanted to jump out of the car. There was no other reason than the fact that the other party could remove their car door so effortlessly. Their skills were far superior to theirs. However, the next moment, Lin Menghan and Yao Rou realized that their bodies were being sucked in by a terrifying force. They couldn't even move forward, let alone jump out of the car. What kind of martial arts was this? How high was this cultivation? Haha, the Holy Virgin giggled again. Be good and close the car door. You won't suffer if you drive away. If you don't listen to me, I won't go easy on you. Bang bang. Lin Menghan and Yao Rou looked at each other and saw the despair in each other's eyes. They slammed the car door shut. The difference in their strength was too great. They didn't have any chance to resist at all. If the other party wanted to kill them, it would be no different from crushing an ant. At this moment, Lin Menghan finally understood why Ling Yan was so obsessed with cultivation. Raising his own realm was always his top priority. Can you tell us why you want to capture us? Lin Menghan wanted to stall for time. She hoped that there would be cars or pedestrians passing by nearby so that she could call someone to inform the Triumph Hotel or call the police. Didn't I tell you just now? It's because you're Ling Yan's women. The Holy Virgin giggled. Then, his voice turned cold. Alright, don't waste any more time. I can guarantee that no one will come to save you. She pointed at the crossroad not far away. See that? The camera isn't flashing anymore. Lin Menghan and Yao Rou looked ahead and realized that it was indeed the case. They didn't know how strong the enemy was. The Holy Virgin's seductive voice sounded again. Beauty, hurry up and drive. Stop thinking. Lin Menghan frowned. The water ahead is too deep. The car can't pass. Who told you to go forward? Turn around and head west. The Holy Virgin laughed. Midnight, Triumph Hotel, 3rd floor. The hall where Ling Yun and the 100 over students were in was still brightly lit, filled with laughter, and the atmosphere was extremely lively. Everyone had more or less finished eating and had drunk quite a lot of wine. There were all kinds of wine bottles on the table, scattered all over the place, and everyone was in a drunken stupor. Kong Xiaoru had already been dragged over from Zhang Ling's room by the students from grade 12 class 6. She was even invited to the podium to give a speech. Unable to resist the toasts from her classmates, she also drank half a bottle of red wine. 2 beautiful patches of red appeared on her cheeks, and under the lights, it was even more eye-catching than her rouge. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Come, cheers. Tang Meng drank to his heart's content tonight. He didn't reject anyone's toast and downed it in one gulp. Ling Yan drank the most. Almost every student, regardless of gender, came over to toast him. In less than an hour, Ling Yan had drunk more than 100 glasses of 4 types of wine. He was already half drunk. Of course, he wouldn't use his kung fu to force the alcohol out of his body. Even though forcing it out wouldn't make him drunk, it would be like drinking plain water. He might as well not drink at all. At that moment, Zhang Dong, who was already drunk, came to Ling Yun again. He hugged Ling Yun's neck and sobbed. Ling Yun, Thank you. Thank you. My parents are worried about my university fees. You only gave me 500,000. I don't even know how to repay you. Ling Yan raised his glass and laughed. Then you don't have to repay me. You just have to succeed in your studies. Come, cheers. Ling Yu was worried that Ling Yan had drunk too much. She tugged at Ling Yan's arm and whispered, Big brother, don't drink so much. Now, there were only 6 people left at Ling Yan's table. Other than himself, there were Ning Lingyu, Kong Xiaoru, Xue Mining, Long Wu, and Zhuang Meina. Since Zhang Ling and Zhuang Meina were the main organizers of this operation, Tang Meng had naturally booked a room for them. Zhang Ling was in a bad mood and did not come out of her room. Kong Xiaoru, as the homeroom teacher, sensed this and took the initiative to go to her room to talk to her. Eventually, Kong Xiaoru could not stand the repeated invitations from the students of grade 12 class 6. When they came to the hall on the 3rd floor, she asked Chao Shanshan to accompany Zhang Ling. As the class monitor of grade 12 class 6, Chao Shanshan had mysteriously disappeared for 3 months. She did not even participate in the college entrance examinations. Now, almost all of the students of grade 12 class 6 were there. When they saw her, they naturally surrounded her and asked her what happened. It was not good for her to not answer, but it was even worse for her to tell the truth. Furthermore, Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling were best friends. Now that Zhang Ling's family was in trouble, she naturally had to help. Kong Xiaoru came down and helped her out. Chao Shanshan hurriedly said goodbye to her classmates and escaped to Zhang Ling's room. Who knew that just as she left the hall, Miao Xiaomiao would also chase after her. She had been deskmates with Zhang Ling for 3 months and did not like noisy scenes in the hall, so the 2 of them went to accompany Zhang Ling. Ling Yun sent off another group of students who came over to propose a toast. He put down his wine glass and looked at Zhuang Meina, who was a little uneasy. Zhuang Meina did not have any makeup on today. Sitting beside Ning Lingyu, Xue Mining, and Long Wu, she looked very unconfident. Little sister-in-law, how many marks did you get? Which university did you apply to? Ling Yun used the influence of alcohol to shock everyone. Ning Lingyu's delicate body tensed up when she heard the word sister-in-law. Kong Xiaoru's delicate body also trembled slightly. Xue Mining bit her lower lip while Long Wu stomped her feet in anger. She snorted coldly and turned her head away. Ling Yan had called Zhuang Meina sister-in-law in front of them. This was equivalent to admitting Zhuang Meifeng's status in front of them. However, the problem was that Zhuang Meifeng wasn't here. No one even knew where she was. The only thing they knew was the Tranquil sect. However, it was also because Zhuang Meifeng was not present that Ling Yan announced her position in front of everyone. In such a joyous occasion, the woman who should be accompanying Ling Yun the most was not by his side. This made the half-drunk Ling Yan's heart feel empty and suffocated. Even though Zhuang Meina was not as pretty as Zhuang Meifeng, her face and slender waist were similar to Zhuang Meifeng's. Ling Yan could vaguely see the shadow of Zhuang Meifeng in her. Ling Yan missed her. Ah? Zhuang Meifeng was caught off guard and was stunned for a moment. After confirming what Ling Yun had called her, her heart was filled with mixed feelings and her eyes turned red. Ling Yun was right. Zhuang Meina had indeed changed a lot. Now, she hoped that Ling Yun wouldn't call her sister-in-law, but at the same time, she hoped that Ling Yun would call her sister-in-law. Her heart was really conflicted. However, calling her sister-in-law meant that the relationship between Ling Yun and Zhuang Meina had grown to another level. Zhuang Meina's joy was greater than her disappointment. She quickly reacted and lowered her head slightly. She replied in a low voice, "I'm only 20 marks away from full marks. I'm applying for Jiangnan University's pharmacy department." "You did so well? Congratulations." Ning Lingyu naturally knew about Zhuang Meina's usual academic results. Even though Zhuang Meina was good at it, she would only score a little more than 600 marks in every major exam. She was always 100 marks behind Ning Lingyu. This time, she was only 20 marks away from the full score. However, Ning Lingyu didn't care about this. After a slight shock, she immediately congratulated Zhuang Meina. Jiangnan University was one of the top universities in China. Together with Yanjing University and Huaqing University, it was one of the top 3 universities in China. With Zhuang Meina's results and the fact that she was applying to a local school, it was only a matter of time before she would be accepted. As her classmate, Ning Lingyu naturally had to congratulate her. Feeling Ning Lingyu's shock, Zhuang Meina felt as though all the pent-up frustration she had been feeling for the past 3 years due to Ning Lingyu's academic performance was finally released. From then on, she no longer had any ill feelings towards Ning Lingyu. However, she knew better than anyone else how she got her results. Therefore, Zhuang Meina said humbly, "Chang Chao only performed once. His results are much worse than yours and brother-in-law's." Zhuang Meina naturally addressed Ling Yun as her brother-in-law. This was a tacit acknowledgement of her non-existent new identity. At the same time, it was also a subtle display of power. Her target was Shui Mining and Long Wu, who were seated at the table. "My sister isn't here, but I'm still here. There's no way you can steal my brother-in-law while my sister isn't here." This was Zhuang Meina's personality, and it was hard to change it. Ning Lingyu's delicate body trembled again, and her beautiful face turned pale. Inexplicably, she felt a surge of hot blood, and the true qi in her body seemed to be running amok. Not good. Ling Yan sat close to Ning Lingyu. One look at Ning Lingyu's state and he knew that she was about to go berserk. Seeing that Lingyu was about to break through to Hotian Realm Level 9, how could he allow such a thing to happen? Ling Yan stretched out his right hand and placed it on Ning Lingyu's back. He transferred a large amount of spiritual energy into her, suppressing the raging true qi in her body. After confirming that Ning Lingyu was fine, Ling Yan quietly removed his hand from Lingyu's back. However, he was extremely puzzled. What was wrong with Lingyu? Why was her state of mind fluctuating so violently for no reason? Could it be because her cultivation speed was too fast? That shouldn't be the case. It seemed like his sister had encountered a problem in her cultivation. He had to ask her about it when he got back. He couldn't allow anything to go wrong. Ling Yan's sudden action of embracing Ning Lingyu was naturally seen by the other 4 beauties. Each of them had their own thoughts, but none of them expressed it. Ling Yan withdrew his hand, and Ning Lingyu immediately stood up. She tried her best to suppress the inexplicable urge in her heart. She said to Ling Yan calmly, "Brother, I feel a little bored. I want to go out for a walk." Ling Yan raised his head and looked at Ning Lingyu nervously. Then, he used telepathy to say, "Lingyu, cultivation is going against the heavens. The closer you are to a juncture, the more you cannot be impatient. Keep your mind calm." The more Ling Yan said this, the more depressed Ning Lingyu felt. She nodded her head lightly, and Ling Yan continued, "Xianxia is on the 4th floor, in the room that Auntie used to stay in. Go and talk to her for a while." Ning Lingyu nodded her head again. She left her seat without saying anything to the people around her. Her footsteps were extremely fast, and she actually used the dragonfish phantom ability. Very quickly, she was out of the hall. As soon as they stepped out of the door, Ning Lingyu's beautiful eyes welled up with tears. "Big brother, I purposely made a mistake in a multiple-choice question and purposely lost to you so that I could tell you the biggest secret in your heart. Don't you feel it at all?" This was Ning Lingyu's heart. Everyone could feel Ning Lingyu's sudden change. Zhuang Meina thought that she had said something wrong. She asked nervously and blankly, "Brother-in-law, what's wrong with Lingyu?" Ling Yan's divine sense had been locked onto Ning Lingyu. Seeing her run out in tears, he was even more puzzled. He frowned and shook his head. Nothing, she might be missing her mother. This was the only reason Ling Yun could think of after racking his brain. Ling Yan only retracted his divine sense after Ning Lingyu reached by Xian'er's room. Only then did he realize that his back was drenched in cold sweat due to his nervousness. He had also sobered up in an instant. Jiangnan University, Pharmacy. Not bad. Ling Yun finally regained his senses. Ling Yun finally regained his composure and said to Zhuang Meina. He knew very well that Zhuang Tianda wanted his eldest daughter to study finance and accounting, and his youngest daughter to study pharmacy. This meant that Zhuang Tianda had the intention to train both of his daughters to succeed him. Even if both of his daughters were to marry in the future, the Zhuang medical group would still belong to them. It wouldn't fall into the hands of an outsider. This was Zhuang Tianda's wishful thinking. You did well this time, thank you. Ling Yan said as he took out a checkbook and a pen. He scribbled 60 million yuan, signed it, and handed it to Zhuang Meina. You don't need to go home tonight. Stay in this hotel. 500,000 yuan per person. Distribute it to the students as you see fit. Seeing Ling Yan give away 60 million yuan so generously, Kong Xiuru's heart ached. However, Ling Yan had already spoken when she came down. She couldn't do anything other than feeling sorry for him. Ling Yan, these students are only 17 or 18 years old. Aren't you afraid that they'll be content with their lives after receiving such a large sum of money? Kong Xiuru finally opened her mouth to rebuke Ling Yan. Ling Yan, these students are only 17 or 18 years old. If that's the case, you won't be helping them, but harming them instead. Kong Xiuru's last sentence was a little harsh, but it was indeed the truth. Ling Yan stood up and smiled faintly. That's why I need the form teacher's help in supervising this matter. Get Zhuang Meina to transfer every sum of money to the accounts of each student's parents. Wouldn't that solve the problem? With that, Ling Yan's expression turned solemn. Everyone has their own fate. I'll only do what I'm supposed to do. I won't care about anything else. Shui Meina pouted and muttered softly, anyway, you're always in the right. Ling Yan glared at Shui Meina in annoyance. This scared Shui Meina so much that she swallowed the rest of her words. She rolled her eyes at Ling Yan indignantly. Since everyone has drunk enough, let's end it. I'll go up and see Zhang Ling with that. Ling Yan bid farewell to all the students in the hall and left the hall. He took the elevator directly to Zhang Ling's room. Zhang Ling, what's going on? Have you had dinner? Zhang Ling's eyes were red and swollen. She shook her head and said in a sobbing tone, Ling Yun, my parents, they're divorced. Sob sob sob. To be continued. Ever since Zhang Ling returned from Beijing, she had not come to look for him. She did not even give him a call. He originally thought that she was too shy to come and see him because of what happened on the plane. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that something had happened to Zhang Ling's family, even though using the divine sense had the same effect as seeing with one's own eyes or hearing with one's own ears. It consumed a lot of true qi. Even though Ling Yan's divine sense was very condensed and could be considered very strong, it was impossible for him to constantly release his divine sense to envelop everything within its range. After all, he was still in the physique tempering stage and hadn't reached the stage of qi refinement. Therefore, he couldn't waste his divine sense on something that didn't matter. Moreover, midnight was the time when the lonely male guests in the hotel and the women who had been brought back from outside were in the middle of a fierce battle. Ling Yun wasn't interested in using his divine sense to admire their ugly behavior in bed. Good steel should be used on the blade. Therefore, she had told Kong Xiuru, Chao Shanshan, and Miao Xiao Miao about her parents' divorce. However, at that time, Ling Yun was busy drinking with his classmates and did not pay attention to what was going on, so he did not know about it. Ling Yun was stunned. He frowned and asked, divorced? What's the reason? Isn't this too sudden? Zhang Ling sobbed again as tears streamed down her face. My father has another woman outside. They have been separated for more than 10 years. They only completed the divorce 2 days ago. They actually hid it from me for 10 years. Sob, 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 Zhang Ling cried her heart out. Not only was she crying for her pitiful fate, but she was also crying for her pitiful mother. Not to mention Zhang Ling, no one would be able to accept it. Her own father had been with another woman, but when he returned home, he acted as if nothing had happened. He pretended to be very loving with her mother and kept it a secret for 10 years. When Zhang Ling suddenly heard this from her mother, wouldn't she feel as if the sky had fallen down on her? 10 years? Ling Yan's mouth twitched. 10 years, how did my poor mother-in-law manage to get through all this? He had never seen Liang Fengqin before, but Liang Fengyi's image appeared in his mind uncontrollably. If I see that bitch, I won't forgive her. Zhang Ling suddenly stopped crying. Her eyes were red and she gritted her teeth. From the looks of it, she could not wait to cut the woman who stole her father into 1,000 pieces. Ling Yan sighed in his heart. People are really different from each other. Think about boss Go Lianqing. Go Lianqing changed his bride every night, but his wife didn't even bother to ask about it. Not only that, but his wife also had countless gigolos outside. As long as the two of them didn't divorce, they could do whatever they wanted. Zhuang Tianda also had a bunch of mistresses outside, but what about his wife, Zhao Baomen? Even though she was well aware of it, she endured it all and pretended not to know anything. She stayed at home and took care of her husband and children, maintaining her position as the head of the household. As for Zhuang Meifeng and Zhuang Meina, both of them naturally knew that their father had other women outside. However, they seemed to have tacitly accepted this fact. No one argued about it, let alone felt sad about it. Within this, there were factors such as the man's financial status, the woman's personality and thoughts, and the child's education and knowledge, as well as the psychological endurance factor. In short, when faced with the same situation, everyone had their own opinions and beliefs. In a word, every family had its own difficulties. Ling Yan found a random seat and sat down. He said to Chao Shanshan and Miao Xiao Miao, "It's almost over. Tang Meng has drunk too much. Both of you go down and help handle it. Don't let those drunk boys cause trouble. Oh, right. When you go out, ask the waiter to send a table of dishes to this room." Chao Shanshan and Miao Xiao Miao were smart enough to know that Ling Yan wanted to speak to Zhang Ling alone. They looked at each other and told Zhang Ling to let it go before walking out. After sending the two of them away, Ling Yan's body sprang up like a spring. In an instant, he was beside Zhang Ling. Reaching out, he gently hugged her. "Don't be sad, I'm still here." Ling Yan comforted her carefully. Among the three of them, one was her teacher, one was her best friend, and one was her desk mate. However, the three of them combined could not compare to Ling Yun. Zhang Ling had been longing for this warm embrace for a long time. However, not only did she not stop crying, she even started to cry even though she was in Ling Yan's arms. "Tell me, how could my father do this? My mother is so beautiful and earns so much more than him. Why did he abandon my mother and run away with another woman? How did my mother let him down?" Ling Yan didn't say anything, but he thought to himself, maybe it's because your mother makes more money than your father that they got divorced. When a woman was too strong and outstanding, it would create an invisible pressure on her man. Once this pressure accumulated for a long time, the man would feel that he had lost his dignity and would not be able to hold his head up high at home. At this time, if another woman seduced him, the man would find an outlet to vent the pressure. That would be considered cheating on her. That was because, unless they were starving or the kind of woman who could be a husband to anyone, very few women would take the initiative to throw themselves into the arms of a man who was inferior to them. Men could find the dignity that belonged to a man with her. Just this alone was enough to make Liang Fengqin lose her marriage. Some men might want their wives to be stronger than them so that they could support them. Moreover, there were many such men in this day and age. However, Ling Yun was definitely not one of them. No matter how many women he had around him, he had to ensure that he was the strongest. He could not let his women surpass him. Even if there was such a woman, Ling Yun would try his best to surpass her in the shortest time possible to protect his dignity as a man. Just from this point alone, Ling Yun could more or less empathize with Zhang Ling's father. Of course, there must have been many other reasons for her parents' divorce. However, Ling Yun was no longer concerned about them. He was a cultivator and had seen too much of the separation of life and death in the world. He had long become indifferent to it. Everyone had their own fate. Zhang Ling cried continuously as she expressed her sadness. Ling Yun did not try to persuade her. He hugged her and listened quietly, letting her pour out her heart. Sometimes, listening quietly was better than 1,000 words of consolation. There was a saying that went, the first drum of courage, the second weak, and the third exhausted. Zhang Ling had told this story 3 times tonight. This time, after crying completely, she finally calmed down. The sobbing in his arms gradually became softer until it completely stopped. The room became quiet. After a moment of silence, Zhang Ling's faint voice suddenly sounded. Ling Yun, will you look down on me because of this in the future? Ling Yun gently stroked Zhang Ling's hair. Why would I? Have you forgotten? I didn't even know who my biological parents were when I was young. Hearing this, Zhang Ling quickly climbed out of Ling Yun's arms. She stared at Ling Yun for a long time before saying, Ling Yun, I'm sorry. Ling Yun smiled. It's okay. You've cried enough. Don't let this matter get you down again. No matter how big it is, I will face it with you. Okay. To a young girl, there was nothing better than the gentle words of her beloved lover. Zhang Ling nodded her head vigorously. Ling Yun pointed to the door. Go and open the door. Your food is here. Have a good meal and have a good sleep. Then, everything will be over. The doorbell rang. Zhang Ling reluctantly left Ling Yun's arms and went to open the door. The chef was not off work yet. The food was ready. It was very sumptuous. There were 4 hot dishes, 2 cold dishes, and a bowl of soup. The aroma filled the house. That's too much. Will you eat with me? Zhang Ling's eyes were full of anticipation. Ling Yun smiled bitterly. I've eaten too much tonight. I've drunk my fill too. I'll watch you eat. Zhang Ling had been busy since the afternoon. She had not eaten dinner. She was famished. She immediately gobbled down the food. Eat slowly. Be careful not to choke. Drink some soup first. Looking at Zhang Ling's hungry appearance, Ling Yun could not help but laugh. This was Zhang Ling's personality. She was lively and straightforward. She would laugh or cry like a gust of wind. Let bygones be bygones. Ling Yun. My mother said she wants to see you. Zhang Ling suddenly said in a muffled voice. She knows? She knew a long time ago. My aunt is a traitor. She told my mother the day she trapped us at home. Ling Yun could only smile bitterly at the thought of the enchanting Liangfengyi. All right, I'll accompany you home in 2 days. Hearing Ling Yun's straightforward reply, Zhang Ling was secretly delighted. Her heart was finally at ease. Ling Yun watched Zhang Ling eat until he received a call from Shui Mining. Only then did he let Zhang Ling have a good rest. After kissing her passionately, he left Zhang Ling's room. The banquet had ended. The students had already returned to their rooms. In the hall on the 3rd floor, there were only a dozen or so waiters cleaning the rooms. Ling Yun went directly to the 4th floor. The remaining people who had not left were all there. Ning Lingyu, Qin Dongxue, Bai Xianer, Chao Shanshan, Shui Mining, Miao Xiaomiao, Long Wu, and a drunken Tang Meng. Of course, Abing and the dozen or so green dragon underlings were also in another room, waiting for Ling Yun's orders. Zhuang Meina returned to her room. Kong Xiuru drank a little too much, but she did not leave either. She stayed in Zhang Ling's room to accompany her. I still want to drink. Come, cheers. Tang Meng lay sprawled on the sofa. He reeked of alcohol and spouted nonsense. Drink my A**s Abing, send a few people to send Tang Meng home. Ling Yun frowned slightly. It seemed like he could not let Tang Meng drink too much in the future. This brat could hold his liquor, but he would become a laughingstock if word got out. However, it was almost 1 o'clock in the morning. The bad premonition that had been lingering in Ling Yun's heart had not happened yet. This made him feel slightly relieved. He wondered if he was being overly paranoid. To be continued. Abing, Do you know where Tai Xiaohu practices his martial arts every night? Ling Yan was naturally asking where Tai Xiaohu practiced the Raging Wave's internal skill. Tai Xiaohu sent Murong Feishue home safely, but he didn't return to the Triumph Hotel. Instead, he called Ling Yan and went straight to Xingshui River in the heavy rain to practice his martial arts. Midnight was the time when Xingshui River was at high tide. It was the best time to practice the Raging Wave's internal skill. Tai Xiaohu went there every night, rain or shine. Big brother Yun, I know. Abing knew about the relationship between Tai Xiaohu and Ling Yun. Therefore, he had been very close to Tai Xiaohu during this period of time. Tai Xiaohu went to the riverside to practice every night, and Abing often accompanied him. Of course, he knew where Tai Xiaohu practiced. Ling Yun nodded. That's good. Send a few capable brothers to accompany him. If there's nothing else, wait for him to finish his practice and come back with him. Call me immediately if there's any trouble. Ling Yun didn't have to worry about himself, but because of Qi Xiaoqing's lesson, he strengthened the protection of the people around him. That was because only he knew how much danger he brought back from Beijing. He couldn't afford to be careless. Yes, big brother Yun. Abing immediately made a call and sent 6 of his brothers from the Green Dragon clan over. These people were the ones who trained with Tai Xiaohu when he first started training, so they knew where Tai Xiaohu usually trained. Qin Dongxue had never seen Ling Yun so tense before. Rascal, what happened? She couldn't help but ask. Ning Lingyu, Chao Shanshan and the rest looked at Ling Yun worriedly, not knowing what had happened. Ling Yun didn't want these women to worry about him. He put on a smile and said, nothing, Tai Xiaohu's cultivation is at a critical stage now. He could break through to Ho Tian realm level 7 at any time. I'm afraid that he might not be able to control it well. If something happens and there's no one to protect him, he'll be in big trouble. This was an excuse, but it was also the truth. Based on Tai Xiaohu's cultivation speed, Ling Yan could feel his eagerness to increase his strength. However, cultivation still had to be done step by step. More haste, less speed. Therefore, Ling Yan also had this consideration. So that's how it is. Ning Lingyu and the rest heaved a sigh of relief at the same time after hearing the explanation. However, with Qin Dongshua's foresight, she could tell that even though Tai Xiaohu had reached the pinnacle of Ho Tian realm level 6, he was still lacking in terms of reaching Ho Tian realm level 7. Hence, she didn't believe Ling Yan's nonsense. Rascal, it seems like your courage has shrunk after the trip to Beijing, Qin Dongxue said coquettishly. It's better to be safe than sorry. Ling Yan didn't refute Qin Dongshue's words. Qin Dongxue smiled coquettishly and didn't comment on it. She glanced at the rest of the people in the room and said, we can't stay here for the whole night. We should go home now, right? Ning Lingyu and Bai Xian'er didn't say anything, but Chao Shanshan, Shui Mining, and Long Wu's expressions became unnatural. Before the arrival of the 100 students, they had already finished their dinner in the private room. Yet, they had stayed with Ling Yan until late at night. Their thoughts were written all over their faces. Only Miao Xiaomiao didn't say a word. She played with little gold by herself, seemingly indifferent to everything. Ling Yan didn't say anything for a long time. The danger hadn't appeared yet, but the trouble he was most worried about had arrived. Qin Dongxue naturally meant that she wanted to bring Ling Yan back to Qingshui Wharf. Ling Yan naturally had to go back, but what about Chao Shanshan, Shui Mining, and Long Wu? Was he supposed to bring them back to Qingshui Wharf? That was obviously unrealistic. However, at this moment, Chao Shanshan, Shui Mining, and Long Wu were all staring at him. Even an idiot could tell from their gazes that it would be troublesome to send them away or not. Ling Yan didn't dare to meet their eyes. He scratched his head and tried to negotiate with them. You guys, humph. 3 almost inaudible snorts sounded. That tone seemed to carry some sort of warning, as if to say, if you don't send me back tonight, I'll settle the score with you. Qin Dongshua's eyes carried a hint of ridicule. Seeing Ling Yan's troubled expression, she laughed in her heart. Brat, now you know what a headache is, huh? Miao Xiaomiao suddenly turned around from the window and smiled at Shui Mining. Ming we've been out for a long time. It's getting late, and Grandpa must be waiting anxiously at home. Let's go back first? Her tone was one of negotiation, but Miao Xiaomiao's tone was unquestionable. Ling Yan was touched when he heard that. Miao Xiaomiao was such a good person. Brother appreciates your kindness and will definitely make it up to you another day. Thus, Shui Mining pouted. She was naturally reluctant to part with Ling Yan, but Miao Xiaomiao was her sister. Miao Xiaomiao had always taken good care of her. Now that Miracle Dr. Shui had been brought up, she would be insensible if she refused to leave. Thinking of this, Shui Mining stomped her feet as if she was throwing a tantrum. Fine, I'll go. However, she didn't forget her manners. Shui Mining bade farewell to Qin Dongshui obediently before saying goodbye to everyone. Finally, she glared at Ling Yun before leaving with Miao Xiaomiao. Ling Yun heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't forget to send a telepathic message to Miao Xiaomiao. Hee, thanks for this time. Remember to be careful on the way back. Miao Xiaomiao also replied telepathically, remember, you owe me one. With the most troublesome one gone, the remaining two were easy to deal with. Ling Yan looked at Abing. Abing, bring the people from Green Dragon Gang and send Longwu home. Longwu really wanted Ling Yan to send her home. She also wanted to throw a tantrum, but that was only for Ling Yan. With Qin Dongshui present, Longwu didn't dare to do so. However, she wasn't a pushover either. She nodded in agreement before smiling at Chao Shanshan. Shanshan, it's so late, and you don't have a place to stay. Why don't you stay at my place for the night? It seemed like a sincere invitation, but in reality, she didn't want to give Chao Shanshan a chance to be alone with Ling Yun. What she couldn't have, she couldn't let Chao Shanshan have either. Seeing this, Ling Yan's headache intensified. He couldn't help but sigh. Women, I've made a huge mistake this time. It seems like my thinking in the cultivation world was correct. I shouldn't have provoked women, however, despite his headache, Ling Yan knew that Chao Shanshan couldn't leave with Long Wu. Ling Yan had just rescued her from the devil's den. He couldn't let her be in any danger again. After all, Chao Shanshan was a member of the Chao family. She was involved with the Chen family and the Blood clan. Long Wu, go back and rest. Chao Shanshan can't leave with you. You. Long Wu glared at Ling Yun, unable to contain her anger. Chao Shanshan, on the other hand, was secretly delighted. She boldly gave Ling Yun a loving look. Long Wu took a deep breath and said hatefully, Ling Yun, just you wait. She turned around and said to Qin Dongshui obediently, goodbye, auntie. Qin Dongshui smiled and nodded. She told Long Wu to be careful on the road and watched her leave. Ling Yun knew that he had offended Long Wu badly this time, but he couldn't explain it to her. He could only accept reality. He had no choice but to coax her after tonight. He still had Lin Menghan to coax. After Long Wu left, Ling Yun gave Abing a look, and Abing nodded silently. He bade farewell to everyone and left to escort Long Wu. Auntie, let Shanshan go back with us. I'm worried about her alone. Ling Yan told Qin Dongshui honestly. Yes, I wanted you to bring them to Qingshui Wharf for a night, but you chased them away. Who knows what you were thinking? Ah. Ling Yan slapped his forehead. He finally knew that he had been tricked by his auntie. Auntie, you, Qin Dongshui raised her eyebrows and glared at him. What did I do? Ning Lingyu and Chao Shanshan couldn't help but burst into laughter at the same time. They were like two beautiful flowers blooming in full bloom, their beauty unparalleled. Even Bai Xianer giggled secretly. Let's go, we'll talk about it when we get home. Qin Dongshui covered her mouth and was the first to leave the room. Chao Shanshan was from the Chao family, and Qin Dongshui had something to ask her in private. Bai Xianer was a nine-tailed celestial fox and wouldn't leave Ling Yan's side. Since Chao Shanshan was from the Chao family, Qin Dongshui naturally had some questions to ask her in private. As for Bai Xianer, she was a nine-tailed celestial fox and would never leave Ling Yan's side. Therefore, Qin Dongshui would bring them back even if Ling Yun didn't mention it. As for Shui Mining, Long Wu, and the rest, they were in between. Qin Dongshui wouldn't stop them if Ling Yun insisted on bringing them back. Qingshui Wharf was huge anyway, and there were plenty of rooms for them to stay in. It didn't matter at all. However, through this incident, Qin Dongshui confirmed that Ling Yun was still afraid of her from the bottom of his heart. That was enough. The group of 5 left the private room, took the elevator downstairs, and soon arrived at the entrance of the hotel. The rain has stopped. The air is so fresh. Xianxia shouted happily. It's a nice night. Lingyu, drive Xianxia, Lingyun, and Xian'er. The 3 of us will use our Qinggong and run back to Qingshui Wharf. Ning Lingyu started the Maserati. Lingyun, Qin Dongshui, and by Xian'er used their Qingshui Wharf. The 5 of them left the Triumph Hotel and headed for Qingshui Wharf. Who knew that before they could leave Qingshui City, something that no one could have imagined happened? Boom, 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 at 1 o'clock in the morning, in the middle of the quiet night, several earth-shattering explosions rang out at the same time, breaking the silence of Qingshui City. In an instant, the entire Qingshui City was shaken. There were several places that were on fire. To be continued. Ling Yan's heart sank when he heard the first explosion. He knew he was in trouble. Not good. Ling Yan, who was racing beside the car, furrowed his brows, and his pupils constricted. His feet touched the ground violently, and his slender figure shot up into the sky. Ling Yan used all his strength in this leap, and his body shot into the sky like a cannonball. He flew directly to the rooftop of a residential building that was tens of meters high by the road. Ling Yan looked around, but it was a pity that this slightly old residential building wasn't tall enough. There were too many high-rise buildings in Qingshui City, and Ling Yan's vision was blocked by the row upon row of high-rise buildings. He couldn't see anything other than the sporadic lights from the windows of the nearby high-rise buildings. Ling Yun, what happened? Qin Dongshua's voice came from below when the Maserati stopped. Ling Yun used telepathy, and his voice was incomparably low. This building is too short, I can't see anything. I have to go to the front to take a look. With that, Ling Yun leaped from the rooftop to the ground. His feet touched the ground, but they were as light as a feather. Not even a drop of water was splashed. He took out his phone from the spatial ring and put it in his pocket. This was naturally to make it easier for him to answer calls. Auntie, we can't return to the Qingshui Wharf mansion now. Bring Lingyu and Xianxia to mansion number 1 in the Qingxi Villa district as soon as possible. Ask Lingyu to call me if anything happens. Xian'er, let's go. Ling Yan left as soon as he finished his sentence. He was already 100 meters away, and by Xian'er naturally followed closely behind. Rascal, be careful. Qin Dongshua's voice came from afar. Got it. Ling Yan and Bai Xian'er used their Qinggong to the extreme, and they sped on the road like 2 black and white bolts of lightning. Along the way, Ling Yan could see that the lights in many buildings were lit up. Obviously, the earth-shattering explosions had awakened people from their dreams. The 2 of them soon arrived at the bottom of a building that was more than 100 meters tall. Ling Yan thought that this building should be about the same height. It was only 100 meters tall, and it was impossible for him to jump up with his current strength. He scanned with his divine sense and locked onto an air conditioner that was 40 meters high. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and flew up with a whoosh. Xian'er, wait for me down there. Ling Yan stepped on the air conditioner again, and his body shot up another 50 meters. At the same time, the devil's blade was already in his hand. Whoosh! The pitch-black blade cut through the concrete wall like tofu. Ling Yan exerted strength in his arms and somersaulted like a sparrow hawk. His slender figure had already reached the top of the building. From this height, he could already see the entire city. The first thing he saw was the southwest direction of Qingshui City. The first explosion came from the southwest of Qingshui City. In the southwest direction, there were 2 blazing fires. In the dark of the night, the red flames were extremely dazzling. Those 2 places were very close to each other. They were at the crossroads of Qingxi Road and Gufeng Road. With just one look, Ling Yan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. An indescribable rage rushed to his head, and his blood boiled in an instant. The ordinary people's clinic and the clothing store that he had snatched from the Xianxia people had been blown up. Moreover, these 2 places weren't the only ones that were on fire. In the northern suburbs of Qingshui City, near the southern bank of the Qingshui River, there was a similar fire, and the fire was even bigger. It's the Shui Family Pharmaceutical Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Company, Limited S Pharmaceutical Factory. Ling Yan hadn't entered this pharmaceutical factory before, but he had brought Tang Meng and Shui Mining here a few times. Both of them had mentioned it to him before, so Ling Yun remembered it very clearly. Without a doubt, the enemy was coming for Ling Yun. However, Ling Yun would never have thought that the enemy would use such a despicable method. Bam! Ling Yun was furious. He jumped down from the top of the building and planted his feet on the asphalt road, creating 2 deep pits that were a foot deep. Dirt and stones flew everywhere. Xianxia, our clinic and pharmaceutical factory are in trouble. Hurry back to mansion number 1 and see if there's anything there. Remember, no matter what happens, don't worry about anything else. You must protect Auntie, Ling Yu, and the rest. Also, you must protect the 3 stalks of spiritual herbs in the yard. If necessary, you can set up an illusory formation. In the eyes of the government and the citizens, this was a real terrorist attack. The enemy was so arrogant and unscrupulous. They definitely came prepared. Ling Yun was afraid that they had fallen for the enemy's trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. After all, a small clinic, a high-end clothing store, and even that pharmaceutical factory were nothing in Ling Yun's eyes. They were all worldly possessions. To Ling Yun, his family, friends, and the 3 stalks of spiritual herbs that he had painstakingly transplanted were the most precious things. They couldn't be lost. In other words, the most important place to Ling Yun in Xianxia City was mansion number 1. Fortunately, Ling Yun left the 2 blood clan viscounts, Paul and Chester, there. That made him feel more at ease. Xianxia understands. Be careful, big brother master. Seeing Ling Yun's serious expression, Bai Xianxia also knew that something big had happened. She agreed immediately and used her fastest movement technique, Star Luo 9 Flash, to head straight for mansion number 1. Ling Yun was burning with impatience. He stopped sprinting along the road and focused on the direction. He used the dragonfish phantom ability and rushed towards the ordinary people's clinic in a straight line. Ling Yun made a few calls while he was leaping. His first call was, of course, to Tang Tianhao. He briefly explained the situation and asked Tang Tianhao to mobilize all the police. The focus was divided into 4 areas: mansion number 1, Triumph Hotel, Qingshui Wharf Mansion, and the last one was to meet at the ordinary people's clinic. Tang Tianhao was also alarmed by the huge explosion. Luckily, he had received Tang Meng's call in advance and was prepared. Hence, he didn't panic and gave 2 orders. One was to lock down the entire city, and the other was to ask the fire department to put out the fire. Ling Yun's second call was to the boss of Green Dragon, Abing. He ordered him to mobilize all the people from the Dragon Hall and the Torture Hall to rush to the scene of the explosion and search for suspicious people. He would rather catch 1,000 people wrongly than let one go. This was the first time Ling Yun used the power of both the underworld and the underworld in Qingshui City. This time, he was really angry. It took Ling Yun less than 5 minutes to reach the ordinary people's clinic. At this time, the fire trucks had also arrived and were using high-pressure water cannons to extinguish the fire. The ear-piercing screeches of brakes, sirens, fire engines, and the shouts of firefighters were mixed together at the crossroads. It was a complete mess. From afar, Ling Yun knew that the ordinary people's clinic and the clothing store were finished. He sprinted all the way to the crossroads without hesitation, then expanded his divine sense to the maximum and swept it violently. Ling Yun's heart sank when his divine sense enveloped the area. Someone was killed. 2 salespeople who lived in the clothing store were blown to death. Their flesh and blood splattered everywhere. They didn't even look human anymore. F***ck. Ling Yun stomped his feet fiercely and cursed through gritted teeth. A ferocious and violent aura erupted from his body, shocking the heavens. Fortunately, the ordinary people's clinic was empty. Yao Rou didn't stay there tonight, and the 3 nurses had gone home. They had all escaped this disaster. How could this be? How could this be? Are there any casualties in the store? Control the fire first and think of a way to save people. Other than Ling Yun, the first to arrive was the chief of the Qingxi District Public Security Bureau, Lu Jinlai. He felt a surge of heat as soon as he got out of the police car. Then, he saw the 2 fires at the crossroads. He was so shocked that he sweated profusely and almost fell to the ground. Since he was in charge of the security of the entire Qingxi district, he knew that these 2 places were Ling Yun's property. As the chief of the Public Security Bureau, he would be skinned alive if he didn't die from the explosion. Ling Yan came to Lu Jinlai's side in a flash. He said in a low voice, "Chief Lu, don't worry about anything else. Please send people to seal off all the main roads in Xianxia district. No matter what, we must arrest the culprit tonight." Ling Yan pointed at the clothing store. "Don't worry about the ordinary people's clinic for now. Just prevent the fire from spreading. Let the fire department focus on extinguishing the fire in the clothing store." 2 people were blown to death. Lu Jinlai was shocked. His face was pale. "What, dead people died?" More than 10 fire trucks came whistling over. Lu Jinlai didn't dare to delay. He followed Ling Yan's instructions and let the fire department focus on extinguishing the fire. Then, he personally ordered to seal off all the main roads in Xianxia district. "Chief Tang will be here soon. Wait for him here. Don't worry, you don't have to bear any responsibility for tonight's incident." The fact that Lu Jinlai could arrive so quickly meant that he had a heart. Ling Yan reassured him. He didn't wait for him to say any useless words of gratitude and flew away. Lu Jinlai saw Ling Yan's figure disappear like a ghost. He was so scared that he shivered. He only came back to his senses after being roasted by the heat wave. He hurriedly ordered the various departments to extinguish the fire. Now, the entire crossroads was in a mess. Ling Yan couldn't count on the police to catch the culprit. He had peerless Qinggong and powerful divine sense. He made a prompt decision and personally searched for the culprit. Ling Yan's figure passed through the red light like a ghost. He used his powerful divine sense to cover a radius of 100 meters. He didn't miss any corner. It was only 5 to 6 minutes. Ling Yan guessed that the culprit couldn't have gone far. He used the crossroads as the center and searched around the periphery. Very quickly, he found something strange in a dark alley about 3 kilometers away from the crossroads. It was 2 inconspicuous mid-range black cars. They looked no different from the private cars of the surrounding citizens. Ling Yan's figure was like lightning. He had only taken a glance from afar and almost missed it. However, he thought of something and turned back. The alley was too narrow. It only allowed 1 car to pass through. It wasn't a parking spot at all. Moreover, there were only these 2 cars in the alley. They were parked in the shadows, one in front and one behind. Both of them were facing inwards. Ling Yan didn't hesitate. He flew to the entrance of the alley and released his divine sense. A cold smile appeared on his face. "So it's you guys." The alley was very deep. 2 black cars with their windows tightly shut and headlights off were parked one after the other. The distance between them was no more than half a meter. In the car in front, Go Junfa and Xianxia, both dressed in black, sat in the driver's seat and the passenger's seat respectively. Their heads were buried as they looked at each other from the side. They could see the twisted smiles on each other's faces. Even though the 2 of them were trying their best to control themselves, the muscles on their faces twitching slightly, their trembling pale lips, their hands that they didn't know where to place, their legs that were trembling crazily, and the flickering light in their eyes, all of these deeply expressed the nervousness, fear, and excitement in their hearts at this moment. Crime. The look of someone who had successfully planned a shocking explosion was vividly displayed on their bodies. With the black car behind them as cover, their figures blended into the darkness. Even if someone were to pass by their car, they would definitely not be able to see them. It was even more impossible to imagine that there would be 2 people sitting in the car at such a late hour. However, Ling Yan was not an ordinary person. Not only did he have extraordinary intelligence, but he also had a strong divine sense. The 2 cars were parked less than 100 meters away from the entrance of the alley, which was within the range of Ling Yan's divine sense. Even though Ling Yan wanted nothing more than to fly over and slaughter them, he tried his best to suppress the surge. He hid quietly at the entrance of the alley, waiting to hear what the 2 of them had to say. At the end of the day, Go Junfa and Xianxia were merely 2 hedonistic young masters around the age of 18. Ling Yan had 10,000 reasons to believe that there was someone behind them who dared to cause such a shocking explosion. Even though these 2 young masters were vicious, they were also very intelligent and knowledgeable. Even if they had eaten the heart of a bear or the heart of a leopard, they would not have dared to commit such an act of arson and murder, destroying the futures of themselves and their father. Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa buried their heads in the car and did not dare to raise their heads. Therefore, they did not realize that the car that had been following them and protecting them had long since been emptied of people. They really didn't want to speak or make any noise to attract other people's attention, but at this moment, all kinds of emotions in their hearts were surging fiercely, attacking their nerves and brains. They had no choice but to speak, trying to divert their attention and tension through communication, relaxing their taut nerves. Phew! Young Master Xia, do you think we've succeeded this time? Go Junfa was ultimately not as patient as Xie Zhenyan. He could not help but let out a breath of turbid air. Xie Zhenyan's pale lips twitched. After a few seconds, he replied, "Whether we succeed or not, it has nothing to do with us. Anyway, no one has discovered us. As long as we get through tonight, we can sit back and enjoy the show without any worries." Their voices were so soft that it was almost as if they were whispering to each other, so soft that only the other could hear them. Go Junfa continued asking, "Do you think anyone in the shop will be killed by such a powerful explosion?" Xie Zhenyan was silent for a few seconds before replying coldly, "Those who achieve great things don't bother about trifles. Since we have to blow up the shop, what does it matter if someone dies or not? Ling Yan will be the unlucky one. It would be best if he was in the shop and got blown up by us. Since you want revenge, don't think too much about it." Ling Yan laughed coldly. In terms of viciousness, Go Junfa was worlds apart from Xie Zhenyan. Go Junfa's heart was filled with an indescribable sense of excitement and satisfaction. He nodded his head and asked expectantly, "Young Master Xia, do you think that Lu Qingtian would have succeeded by now?" Xie Zhenyan chuckled again. Lu Qingtian's father was destroyed by Ling Yun yesterday. His hatred for Ling Yun is even greater than ours. With the help of the Assassin's organization, he might as well die if he can't even accomplish such a simple task. The Assassin's organization, Ling Yun finally figured out the mastermind behind the three young thugs. At the same time, a trace of doubt surfaced in his mind. What was the Holy Virgin doing? Does she really want to fight to the death with me? Does she still not know my true identity, or is it because she knows my true identity that she started to deal with me? Ling Yun couldn't help but feel a tinge of anger on his handsome face. If the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect was really so vicious, then she definitely deserved to die. This explosion will definitely shake the entire Xianxia city, maybe even the entire Jiangnan province. Ling Yun is in Xianxia city now, so he will definitely be attracted here. As long as he appears, he will be dead for sure. Xie Zhenyan said with a sinister smile. I just can't stand his arrogance in school. Xie Zhenyan's face was filled with hatred as he said this. Even Go Junfa couldn't help but shudder at the sight of him gritting his teeth. Go Junfa secretly swallowed his saliva and asked worriedly, "Young Master Xia, do you think the people from the Assassin's organization can really take care of Ling Yun? Did we make the right bet this time?" The more Xie Zhenyan spoke, the more relaxed he became. "Young Master Go, have you been scared out of your wits by that damn fatty? Ling Yun is now in Xianxia city, and his power has completely controlled both the legal and illegal underworld. But after we take back Xianxia city, we can still come and go as we please. Think about it, how smooth was our operation tonight? From this point alone, you should know how powerful the background of the Assassin's organization is. This assassin organization is definitely not something that the small gangs and outlaws you found can compare to. Don't worry, as long as Ling Yan appears tonight, he will definitely die." Xie Zhenyan concluded with this sentence. From his tone, one could tell that he had a card up his sleeve this time. Go Junfa finally let out a long sigh of satisfaction as he smiled proudly at Xie Zhenyan. However, at this moment, a strange thing happened. Bang! Crash! The front window shattered and glass shards flew in all directions in the car. Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa raised their heads in shock. In an instant, the broken glass shards left several wounds on their faces and necks. The two of them let out two blood-curdling screams as fresh blood flowed from their faces. Then, they were shocked to see an extremely handsome face appear from Xie Zhenyan's side of the car window. There was a devilish smile on his face, and the dimple on his left cheek trembled slightly. A pair of deep and vast eyes that were as bright as the stars stared unblinkingly at them. "I've appeared." Ling Yan smashed the car window with one palm and bent over as he spoke to the two young thugs who were screaming in pain. At this moment, Ling Yan's handsome face and devilish smile made Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa feel as though they had seen a terrifying devil. How was this possible? How did Ling Yan find them? How did he discover them? Where were the people in the car behind them? Didn't he say that he would protect them? The two thugs instinctively cried out in surprise. Then, they were completely dumbfounded. They even forgot about the pain on their faces and the blood that flowed into their mouths. You. Why are you here? Finally, Xie Zhenyan covered his face and shrunk back as he asked in horror. Ling Yan's face darkened and became as cold as ice. He grabbed the handle of the car door and pulled it off with a slight force. Then, he threw it to the side. Didn't the two of you spend so much effort to create this explosion just to lure me out? Didn't the two of you wish for me to die? Come out now. Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa were so frightened by Ling Yan's power that they wet their pants at the same time. How could they move? Go Junfa desperately turned his head to look at the car behind them. However, the car remained silent and no one came out to protect them. Go Junfa's heart was dead. Ling Yan reached out and dragged the two of them out of the car as though they were dead dogs. He threw them on the ground and took out his phone to call Tang Tianhao. Uncle Tang, have you arrived? All right, I have already caught the two culprits of the explosion. There is still one on the run. You can order the entire city to search for Lu Qingtian now. Yes, it is Lu Qingtian, the son of Lu Guanwang. He should be near the Shui's pharmaceutical factory. After hanging up the phone, Ling Yan glanced at the two thugs coldly and said, "The three of you, Tang Meng and I had a hard time looking for you. Tang Meng really wants to get intimate with the three of you now. Let's go." Ling Yan didn't want to listen to the nonsense of these two pieces of trash. He walked forward, bent down, and grabbed one of their hands. Like dragging a dead dog, he dragged them step by step towards the crossroad. He dragged them back just like that for more than 3 kilometers. Even so, Ling Yan's speed was several times faster than an ordinary person's. Ling Yan arrived at the crossroads after 5 to 6 minutes. At this time, the two fires at the clothing store and the ordinary people's clinic had been extinguished. Only thick smoke was left. The entire area within a kilometer of the crossroads was filled with an unpleasant burnt smell. More than a dozen firefighters, wearing gas masks, were searching in the collapsed and charred clothing store. They sorted out the charred bones of the two people who were killed in the explosion and piled them up in a corner. The entire scene had been cordoned off, and no onlookers were allowed to enter. Only the family members of the two salespeople who had rushed over were kneeling on the cold and wet concrete floor. They were heartbroken, and their painful cries were moving. "Come, look at what you two trash have done." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ling Yan dragged Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa to the middle of the crossroad and threw them forward. With 2 loud cracking sounds, Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa's wrists and forearms were broken, causing them to let out 2 more agonizing cries. This was no longer a personal grudge. No matter what the reason was, what the two of them had done was a heinous crime that would anger both men and gods. Ling Yan saw Tang Meng. His eyes were bloodshot as he silently pushed away the people who were supporting him. His eyes were burning with rage as he walked step by step towards the center of the crossroads. To be continued. Tang Meng was really drunk. His whole body reeked of alcohol. However, this kid had a unique trait. No matter how much he drank, no matter how much his stomach was churning, he would grit his teeth and not throw up. In his own words, no one would be able to make him spit out what was in his stomach. Tang Meng's solution to his drunkenness was to take medicine or soup. Other than that, he had to keep drinking water and go to the toilet. The more he went, the more sober he became. He drank a bellyful of strong tea as soon as he got home. He was about to go to the toilet when he received a call from Abing. He heard that the ordinary people's clinic and clothing store had been bombed. He immediately sobered up and rushed downstairs in his Hummer. He was even faster than Tang Tianhao. Tang Meng rushed to the scene and saw the ruins of Ling Yan's ordinary people's clinic and clothing store. He broke out in cold sweat and sobered up a little. Ling Yan's ordinary people's clinic was built by Tang Meng himself, from the site selection to the renovation, from the registration of the various licenses to the opening. It was a testament to Ling Yan's heaven-defying development. Now, it was destroyed just like that. Tang Meng couldn't wait to catch the culprit and cut him into 1,000 pieces. Now that Tang Meng realized that the culprits were Go Junfa and Xia Zhenyan, it was time for him to settle all the old and new scores with them. He had been suppressing his anger for 3 whole months due to the hatred of his severed limbs. Tang Meng was furious. He didn't say a word as he took a big step forward, exuding a frightening murderous aura. When he passed by a police officer armed with a loaded gun, the kid snatched the gun from the police officer's hand. Voila! Tang Meng loaded the gun skillfully, his murderous aura growing stronger. CK you idiots, I'm going to kill you today. Tang Meng scolded as he rushed forward, aiming his gun. Ling Yun was well aware of Tang Meng's anger and murderous intent. However, with so many police officers and officers present, he would not allow Tang Meng to act recklessly. If he did so, Tang Meng would definitely cause a huge mess. Ling Yun frowned slightly. Just as he was about to stop him, he heard Tang Tianhao's angry voice. Tang Meng. Did Tang Tianhao know his son's difficulties? I know. Did Tang Tianhao want to avenge his son? Yes, if it wasn't for his current identity and the overall situation of Xianxia City, Tang Tianhao wouldn't have waited until today. He would have taken action in the dark to avenge his son. However, he was now the director of the Public Security Bureau of Xianxia City. Everything he did had to be done according to the law and regulations. Tang Tianhao and Tang Meng had a deep father-son relationship. He didn't need to say anything else. He only needed to call Tang Meng's name to make Tang Meng slow down. Here you go. Tang Meng shouted. Without looking, he threw the submachine gun in his hand behind him. The police officer caught it with both hands. Tang Meng walked forward while looking for something on the ground. Not far away, he saw a brick that had been blown away. He rushed forward and picked it up. Tang Tianhao's face was solemn. Just as he was about to call out to Tang Meng again, Ling Yun's voice rang in his ears. Uncle Tang, you don't have to care about him. Let him be. Tang Tianhao opened his mouth but didn't shout. He turned his head and looked elsewhere. He loudly ordered the people around him to be more vigilant. Blood must be paid with blood. Tang Tianhao was just waiting for the end of the matter. He would casually charge Tang Meng with a crime and bring him back to the police station for 2 days. At this time, the family members who were kneeling on the ground and crying in pain already knew that the 2 people that Ling Yun caught were the culprits of the explosion. They ignored the police officers around them and rushed forward. They started beating and kicking Xia Zhenyan and Go Junfa. You! Return my daughter's life! Return my daughter's life! My daughter is only 19 years old this year. Her daughter died tragically without a complete corpse. A mother cried until she fainted, her voice hoarse from crying. Beat them. Beat them to death. Beat them to death to avenge my daughter. This was a heartbroken father. He was like a mad tiger. He pushed away the 2 police officers who were trying to stop him and kicked the 2 young thugs. His daughter had just graduated from university and found a job as an accountant. She had a good income and a stable job. She was in the midst of getting married. Because of the sudden storm, she had to stay in the clothing store for a night. Who would have thought that it would be goodbye forever? 2 beautiful girls had lost their lives at such a young age. They had turned into charred skeletons. No parent could bear to see that. Move aside, let me do it. Tang Meng rushed over with the brick in his hand. His bloodshot eyes were filled with hatred. His voice was cold and emotionless. Tang Meng, what are you trying to do? Xia Zhenyan and Go Junfa, who had been beaten black and blue, saw the brick in Tang Meng's hand. Their faces were bloody, and their clothes were torn. They shuddered in fear when they saw the brick in Tang Meng's hand. You're asking me what I'm trying to do? Open your dog eyes and look at the evil you've done. Tang Meng stepped forward and pointed the brick in his right hand at the ordinary people's clinic and the clothing store. He then pointed at the 2 piles of charred corpses not far away and gritted his teeth as he said, "That's a place for healing. How did the ordinary people's clinic offend you? How did this clothing store offend you? Why did you blow them up for no reason at all? 2 fresh human lives. How could you blow them up alive? Didn't you think that there might be people in such a big store when you detonated the bombs? Weren't you afraid that their vengeful spirits would come and take your lives?" Tang Meng was already squatting down beside Xia Zhenyan. The brick in his hand was aimed at Xie Zhenyan's head and smashed down mercilessly. Pa! Xie Zhenyan's head was split open, and blood splattered everywhere. Xie Zhenyan, do you still remember how you beat me until my head bled 3 months ago? Revenge is a dish best served cold. Tang Meng didn't need Xie Zhenyan's reply. He felt better every time he said it. He reached out with his left hand and pressed down on Xie Zhenyan's right hand. Tang Meng raised the brick high above his head. Xie Zhenyan struggled with all his might, but he was dragged along like a dead dog. He had no strength left in his body. Stop! Right at this moment, an anxious shout could be heard. Xie Zhenting and Go Lianqing had finally arrived at the scene. After these two people left the Triumph Hotel. As soon as they walked out of the hotel entrance, they each made a phone call. However, their sons' phones were turned off, and they couldn't get through. The two of them knew that something was wrong. They immediately called their friends and relatives, as well as their subordinates. They mobilized everyone. They had to find them before their sons committed a grave mistake, even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground. It was a pity that Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa were too smart and well hidden. Since they wanted to commit such a shocking crime, how could they be found? Xie Zhenting and Go Lianqing split up and sent people to the places that their sons liked to go. They searched for more than 4 hours, but to no avail. In the end, the two of them thought that since it was already past midnight and Xianxia City was still peaceful, perhaps their son hadn't returned to Xianxia City yet. Thus, they lied to themselves that perhaps they would be able to get through the night peacefully and wait for the sun to rise before mobilizing everyone to search for their son. Who would have thought that before the two of them separated, they would hear an earth-shattering explosion? After hearing the explosion, their reactions were almost exactly the same as Ling Yun's. Instinctively, they knew that something had happened. Xie Zhenting quickly received a call from his subordinates saying that something had happened at the intersection of Gufeng Road and Qingxi Road. Ling Yun's clinic and clothing store had been bombed. Their brains buzzed when they heard that. Without another word, they rushed to the scene in their cars. They were just in time to see Tang Meng swing the brick. Xie Zhenting instinctively felt that the person lying on the ground was his son. Of course, he shouted for them to stop. When both of them rushed past the cordon, they came to Tang Meng's side. Indeed, the two young men lying on the ground were their sons. Xiao Tang, let's talk this out. What are you doing? With Xie Zhenting and Go Lianqing's temperament, they immediately understood what had happened the moment they arrived at the scene. However, they had no choice but to feign ignorance. No matter what, they had to save their son's life first. Right now, he would rather Xie Zhenyan be taken away by the police and go through the legal process than to see his son beaten to death by someone else. Tang Meng sneered, still holding the brick in his hand. What am I doing? Won't you know if you look closely? Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, the brick in his right hand came crashing down again. Pa! Xie Zhenyan's wrist was a mess of flesh and blood. His tendons were broken. Ah! Xie Zhenting didn't expect Tang Meng to act so suddenly. He couldn't stop him in time. He closed his eyes and let out a scream on behalf of his son. 3 more. Tang Meng moved 2 steps to the side and pressed down on Xie Zhenyan's other hand. Tang Tianhao, as the director of the Public Security Bureau, how dare you allow your son to commit murder? Xie Zhenting's heart wrenched when he saw his son's broken arm. He turned his head and roared at Tang Tianhao, who was a distance away, before pouncing towards his son. Xie Zhenting thought that Tang Meng wouldn't lay a finger on him since he was still the deputy mayor of Xianxia City. However, he was wrong. Before he could pounce on Xie Zhenyan, his body was pulled back by the victim's relatives. Tang Tianhao's cold voice could be heard. Xie Zhenting, you'll find out soon enough who allowed your son to commit murder. Pa! Kacha! Pa! Kacha! Xie Zhenyan's pitiful cries could be heard. Tang Meng's revenge was finally avenged. Xie Zhenyan's limbs were all broken. He was hovering between life and death. Finally, he fainted. His body was a mess of flesh and blood. Tang Meng was covered in blood. He seemed to have turned into a bloodthirsty demon as he stood up and walked towards Go Junfa. And you? Go Junfa was so frightened that he lost control of his bowels. An awful stench emanated from his lower body, and everyone around him covered their mouths and noses. Young Young Master Tang, I was wrong, I really know my mistake. I'll kowtow to you, kowtow. Go Junfa was trembling all over as he knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly, begging for mercy. Tang Meng sneered, wrong? Now you know your mistake? It's too late. He slowly squatted down and used the brick that was stained with Xie Zhenyan's blood and flesh to slap Go Junfa's face. Then, he coldly said, the enmity between us is just a matter of jealousy in school. It's not something that can be brought to the table. It doesn't matter who suffers a little, or who benefits a little. But you guys couldn't take any losses, so you jumped up and down to deal with us. When Big Brother Yun wasn't around and you guys had the upper hand, you made things difficult for Lingyu. You even broke my head and limbs. Then you guys ran away in fear. I didn't have the time, and I couldn't be bothered to look for you because I knew that you couldn't run away from me. Go Junfa, do you know that just a few hours ago, your father gave all of your family's assets to Big Brother Yun just to save your life? Go Junfa's eyes widened. Since we're classmates, Big Brother Yun doesn't want to kill you. He's already agreed to let you live. For the sake of the 3.5 billion, I even thought that I would at most give you a good beating and teach you a lesson. After that, this matter would be over. Tang Meng was drunk, but his mind wasn't. He was extremely carefree after taking care of Xie Zhenyan. He was only a little tipsy now, and his thoughts were clear. But who would have thought that the two of you would be so heartless and do such a cruel thing? Tell me, how can I forgive you? You didn't do anything wrong, but you committed a crime. A crime punishable by death. Tang Meng raised the brick in his hand once again and smashed it down violently. Smack. There was a scream. This time, it's for the explosion of the Ordinary People's Clinic. Smack. There was another scream. This time, it's for the clothing store that was destroyed. Go Lianqing was held tightly by the victim's family members and could not move at all. Just like Xie Zhenting, he could only watch as Go Junfa's blood splattered all over the place. What's wrong with being rich? So what if it was 3.5 billion? So what if it's 10 billion or 100 billion? Tang Meng roared. The brick in his hand had already been completely shattered. Grabbing a huge rock, he threw it at Go Junfa's ankle. Amidst a series of screams, Go Junfa's arms and legs were all severed, and he lay on the ground in an unrecognizable state. These 2 hits were for the 2 girls who were killed in the explosion. Tang Meng had finally gotten his revenge. He tossed the stone aside and stood up. He felt as though he had finally released all the anger he had been feeling. Even though his face and body were covered in blood, his eyes had calmed down and became clear. Men! Tang Tianhao shouted angrily. Yes. Cuff Tang Meng up and bring him back to the police station. Yes. Under Tang Tianhao's command, 2 policemen stepped forward and handcuffed Tang Meng before escorting him away. Tang Meng had severely injured 2 people in front of so many people. Even if the 2 people were sentenced to death, he still had to put on a show. Watching his father take care of his son, Ling Yin smiled. He did not move at all. When Tang Meng passed by him, he said in a low voice, "Well done." Tang Meng laughed. Big Brother Yun, I didn't expect smashing people with a brick would be so tiring. It wasn't easy to break a human's bones. Tang Meng naturally used all of his strength to smash the bone into the ground. Who asked you not to cultivate? I'm tired just watching you, not to mention you. Ling Yin said in disdain. Tang Meng laughed. Then I'll go to the police station to take a shower. My body smells terrible. You have to get me out of there as soon as possible. I don't care, let Uncle Tang lock you up for 2 years. Ling Yin said disdainfully. Seeing the 2 of them joking around, the policeman who was holding Tang Meng was new and did not know what was going on. He said in a low voice, "Behave yourself and leave." Tang Meng frowned. It's not like I've never worked in the police station before. What are you yelling for? The new policeman thought that Tang Meng was a repeat offender. Just as he was about to explode in anger, he heard his partner say in a low voice, "What do you know? This is Bureau Chief Tang's son." Tang Meng and Ling Yin were giggling while the policeman was dumbfounded. Seeing that Tang Meng was not willing to leave, Ling Yin smiled and pushed him. Get lost, there's nothing for you to do here. Ling Yin watched as the police car with Tang Meng in custody sped away. He walked a few steps to the victims' families. Without even looking at Xia Zhenting and Go Lianqing, he said directly to the family members, "I'm just as sad as you are that such a tragedy happened in the clothing store. Don't worry, no matter what conditions you have, I guarantee that the owner of the clothing store will compensate for everything." The current manager of the clothing store was Wang Hongyuan, and Wang Hongyuan's boss was Tang Meng. Naturally, Tang Meng's boss was Ling Yun. What he said was ironclad. The families of the two victims already knew that the culprit was caught by Ling Yun. Tang Meng had just beaten the two thugs half to death right under their noses. They had also let out a huge sigh of relief. Now that they heard Ling Yun say this, they were naturally very grateful. "May I know who you are?" the father of the victim's accountant asked Ling Yun. "All you need to know is that what I say will definitely work." "My condolences," Ling Yun said courteously. Ling Yun said politely and nodded at them. Then, he turned around and went straight to Tang Tianhao. "Uncle Tang, how's the situation over at Shui's pharmaceutical company? Have you caught Lu Qingtian?" Tang Tianhao greeted him with a smile. "The fire over there has been completely extinguished. Lu Qingtian hasn't been found yet, but don't worry, I've already sent people to increase the search area. He won't be able to escape even if he has wings." Ling Yun nodded and asked again, "Are there any casualties over there?" "No, only 2 storerooms were blown up, and some medicinal ingredients were burned." "Nephew Gu, you've suffered quite a loss tonight," Tang Tianhao said. As he spoke, Tang Tianhao looked at the Ordinary People's Clinic and clothing store that were still smoking. This Ordinary People's Clinic, what a pity. Tang Tianhao lamented as he recalled the grand opening of the Ordinary People's Clinic. Compared to human lives, these are nothing, Ling Yun said faintly. Then, the two of them talked about Qingshui Wharf Mansion No. 9 and the Triumph Hotel. Tang Tianhao said that he had already sent the police over, and nothing had happened for the time being. Only then did Ling Yun feel relieved. A few minutes later, the clothing store manager, Wang Hongyuan, finally rushed over with some people. Ling Yun hurriedly called him over to discuss with Tang Tianhao how to clean up this mess. In the southeast corner of the intersection, in a room on the 13th floor of the 4-star hotel that Ling Yun had arranged for Yao Ro to stay in. Exciting. Lively. Really lively. I really didn't expect this Ling Yun to be able to make a name for himself in Qingshui City. He actually reacted so quickly to such an unexpected incident. A tall and burly figure in a snow-white robe said faintly with his hands behind his back. He stood by the window with a cold and mocking smile on his face. He was just speaking normally, but his voice was sonorous and powerful, like the sound of metal and stone colliding. It was so strong that it caused the room to buzz. However, no matter how loud his voice was, it wouldn't travel out of the room. He didn't have to worry about the people outside the room hearing him. This person could control his voice to the point where he could do as he pleased. Xianxia is right, this kid does have some tricks up his sleeves. However, these little tricks aren't enough for us to take notice. Beside that tall and burly Xianxia stood an extremely ordinary-looking old man. His face was sallow, and he looked haggard. His body was as thin and weak as a piece of firewood. It seemed as though a gust of wind could blow him over. Hearing this, Saint Sun Tian retracted his gaze. He suddenly turned around and used his eyes that were as sharp as lightning to glance at the elder. His gaze was as solid as a sword. "Mr. Jean, you can suck up to me, but don't underestimate anyone, especially Ling Yun." That withered old man, Mr. Jean, felt as though his eyes were being swept by lightning. He didn't dare to meet Tianxingzi's gaze. He immediately lowered his head and replied carefully, "Yes." Mr. Jean was one of the 3 managers of the Hudong branch of the Assassins organization in Huaxia. He was the king of assassins at the intermediate stage of Xiantian realm level 8, but he couldn't even withstand a single glance from Tianxingzi. "Tianxingzi, isn't it time for our people to make a move?" Tianxingzi smiled faintly. "Mr. Jean, what's the rush? I'm going to stay in Qingshui City for a while and plan to walk around. We have all the time in the world to play with Ling Yun. Tonight, our actions are just a wake-up call to Ling Yun." According to the news from Beijing, the ninjas from Japan, the Blood Clan from America, Grand Duke Dracula, the people from the Chen family, and the experts from the ancient martial arts world invited by the Sun family have all arrived in Xianxia City. I want to see how Ling Yun and our devil sex Xianxia are going to deal with them. Mr. Jin's withered body trembled slightly when he heard such a huge lineup. He seemed to be a little surprised. So many experts. Isn't Xianxia City going to be in chaos? Xianxia strode forward and smiled proudly. What are these people? The Shaolin Temple, Maoshan sect, Shiman family, Nangong family, and Shangguan family have all sent people to Xianxia City. Oh, and the young master of the Divine Fist sect, Tai Ming, is here too. Mr. Jin was even more shocked as he asked, just to deal with Ling Yun? Xianxia laughed hysterically. His laughter caused the items in the room to tremble. To be exact, it's for a legend. Mr. Jin mumbled, then, what about our devil sect? Should we send more people over? Xianxia stopped in his tracks and turned around. His eyes shot out two disdainful glances as he said arrogantly, it's enough that I'm here. Go and settle our people down. Tell them not to be impatient. When we get out, find me 8 women. Yes, sir. To be continued. After Mr. Jin left the room, Xianxia, who was standing proudly in the middle of the room with his hands behind his back, calmly took a step forward. His tall and sturdy figure once again arrived in front of the window. He slightly lowered his head, and his sharp eyes looked through the window glass towards the crossroad below. Xianxia didn't even look at anyone else. His gaze was locked onto Ling Yun, and a trace of doubt gradually appeared on his cold and emotionless face. He actually found those 2 pieces of trash so quickly. How did he do it? The 2 pieces of trash that Xianxia was referring to were naturally Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa. The 2 of them thought that the Assassins organization would definitely protect them, but they didn't expect that they were just disposable pawns in the eyes of the Assassins organization. Could the black blade in his hand really be the legendary Devil's Underworld Essence Blade? However, the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade has already disappeared for thousands of years. How did it end up in Ling Yun's hands? Xianxia pondered in his heart. His eyes were as cold as a wolf's and as cold as a falcon's, but his face was even more confused. If it really is the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade, then why didn't he carry it with him at all times? Also, according to Ling Yun's dossier, he has a soft sword that can cut through metal like mud. Where did he hide that soft sword? If the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade and the Dragon Vein Sword were to be placed in the pugilistic world, they would definitely be godly weapons that everyone would fight over. It could be said that for either of these 2 weapons, a bloodbath wouldn't be too much. Xianxia felt that there was no reason for Ling Yun not to carry such godly weapons with him at all times. Thus, he was extremely curious. In the middle of April, Ling Yun came out of the crater. The next day, he dealt with the former director of the Public Security Bureau, Luo Zhong. That night, he brought Shui Lao and Du Guimo to the Zhuang family's villa in the western suburbs of Xianxia City. In that battle, the enraged Ling Yun killed until the sky was dark and the earth was dark. Blood flowed like a river, and the dozens of experts that Sun Tianbiao brought from Beijing were almost wiped out. However, in the end, Ling Yun was moved by compassion and didn't kill them all. He let a few seriously injured experts go. The news that Ling Yun possessed the Devil's Blade and the Dragon Vein Sword was spread by those few survivors. Of course, this information wasn't something that any random ancient martial arts expert could obtain. However, Xianxia was one of the 3 leaders of the Assassins organization in Huaxia. If he wanted to investigate Ling Yun, it was naturally a piece of cake for him. However, since Ling Yun dared to leave him alive, he naturally wouldn't care if the news of him possessing the Devil's Blade were to spread. If anyone wanted it, they could snatch it from him as long as they weren't afraid of losing their lives. Strange, I actually can't see through his cultivation. This is truly unimaginable. Xianxia couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it, so he simply stopped thinking about it. The corners of his mouth curled up, and a playful and greedy smile appeared on his face. He slowly shook his head and said, "Interesting, Ling Yun. You're really too interesting. No wonder Yi Xingchen couldn't forget you after seeing you." The Devil Sex Saint? Who said that whoever possessed the Devil's Blade was the Devil Sex Holy Son? If you're the Devil Sex Holy Son, then who am I, Sikong Wuji? When Sikong Wuji said those last words, the greed in his eyes turned into arrogance, and the playful smile on his face turned into a cruel sneer. The fire was extinguished, and the culprit was arrested. The residents who came to watch the commotion, as well as the passers-by, gradually dispersed under the persuasion of the police. Tang Tianhao went to pick up the phone again. Ling Yan pulled Wang Hongyuan to the northeast corner of the intersection and told him alone that he had full authority to handle this matter. He had to do it properly and appease the victims' families. Boss, then, our clinic. Wang Hongyuan pointed to the charred ruins of the Ordinary People's Clinic and asked worriedly. Ling Yan patted Wang Hongyuan's shoulder lightly and said with a smile, I have other plans for the clinic. We'll talk about it after tonight. Let us go over. What's going on? How did our clinic become like this? Along with a few angry cries, 3 women actually broke through the police cordon and rushed towards the Ordinary People's Clinic. Ling Yan turned his head and saw that they were the 3 female nurses of the Ordinary People's Clinic, Sun Yujiao, Li Jinlian, and Xianxia. I'm here. Why are you guys here? Ling Yan smiled and waved at them. There was a hint of satisfaction in his voice. Ah. Boss, you're back? When did you come back? Xianxia's anxiety turned into excitement when she saw Ling Yan. She rushed over immediately, even forgetting about the bombing of the Ordinary People's Clinic. The flirtatious nurse, Li Jinlian, also trembled when she heard Ling Yan's voice. However, her reaction was the exact opposite of Xianxia's. Once she saw Ling Yan, she slowed down and adjusted her clothes with both hands. Then, she jogged towards Ling Yan in her best posture. Only Sun Yujiao felt her body tense up when she heard Ling Yan's voice. She didn't turn around and continued running towards the entrance of the Ordinary People's Clinic. Noticing Sun Yujiao's reaction, Ling Yan was amused. He sighed in his heart and turned to Xianxia. 2 of my shops have been blown up. How can I not come over to take a look? Xianxia was stunned when she heard that. Then, she noticed that the clothing store opposite had also been blown up. She was furious and scolded, where did this lunatic come from? How dare he take revenge on our clinic? If he's caught, he should be cut into 1,000 pieces. Xianxia was panting from running. Her huge breast shook up and down violently, which was very pleasing to the eye. Li Jinlian glared at Ling Yan coquettishly. Boss, our clinic has been blown up, and you're still in the mood to joke, Ling Yan chuckled. So be it. I'll just treat it as a long holiday. Well, a paid holiday. You can come back to work when the clinic is rebuilt. Ah, really? Xianxia was initially worried that she would lose her job. Hearing this, she was so excited that she wanted to hug him and give him a few kisses. At this time, Sun Yujiao, who had been silently watching the destroyed Ordinary People's Clinic, turned around and walked over to Ling Yan and the others. She glanced at Ling Yan carefully before quickly shifting her gaze away. Boss, are you all right? Ling Yan's eyes were like lightning. He had long noticed that Sun Yujiao was blushing even though she was pretending to be reserved. Thank you for your concern, I'm fine. Sun Yujiao knew that Ling Yan was fine from his expression. She was really worried for nothing. What about Manager Yao? She asked immediately. Yeah, where's Manager Yao? Xianxia and Li Jinlian asked in unison, remembering that Yao Rou usually liked to stay here. Don't worry, your Manager Yao didn't stay here tonight. She's fine, Ling Yan said with a smile. At this time, Tang Tianhao finished his call and waved at Ling Yan from afar. It's not a big deal that the clinic was bombed. It's fine as long as you guys are fine. It's getting late, go home first. We'll talk about the rest later. Ling Yan smiled as he finished speaking to the 3 nurses. He immediately instructed Wang Hongyuan, Manager Wang, it's not a peaceful night tonight. Go and tell the people from Green Dragon to send these 3 beauties home safely. As for the rest, you can handle it as you see fit. As Ling Yan spoke, he pointed in a direction. The people from Green Dragon were all standing there. Because the police had taken control of the scene, they didn't come over. Ling Yan immediately walked over to Tang Tianhao's side after making the arrangements. Ling Yan, Lu Qingtian has been caught. After he detonated the explosive device, he turned around and realized that his accomplice had disappeared. He was so scared that he didn't know where he was going and got into a car accident 4 kilometers away from the scene of the explosion. His car crashed into a tree and he's seriously injured. He's unconscious now. Ling Yan couldn't help but laugh. He thought to himself that this saved him the trouble. He said faintly, he deserved it. Tang Tianhao nodded heavily and sighed. Sigh, I really didn't expect that these three brats would do such a thing just to deal with you. Ling Yan laughed coldly. If the heavens wanted to kill a man, it would first make him mad. Once a man was driven to a dead end, he would really do anything. Tang Tianhao's face turned solemn. There's another piece of news. Oh? Tang Tianhao said, the police who were sent to Xianxia Wharf Mansion No. 9 just reported that they found the corpses of two masked men in black outside your mansion. They were also carrying bombs. Obviously, they wanted to bomb your mansion. However, the strange thing was that they died outside your courtyard. They were actually crushed to death by some huge rocks. Ha 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 ha, Ling Yan almost burst out laughing when he heard that. He thought to himself that it was good that he had died. Fortunately, he had the foresight to set up 1,000 opportunities 9 slaughter formation outside the villa. He didn't expect to use it today. At the same time, Ling Yan felt a lingering fear. Xianxia Wharf's mansion No. 9 was worth more than 50 million. If it was destroyed, he would be heartbroken for a long time. At the same time, Ling Yan's hatred for the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect increased. Damn it, I didn't even provoke you. Why did you have to destroy all my assets in Xianxia City? Could it be that the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect wasn't Mom's disciple? That shouldn't be the case. Tang Tianhao naturally didn't know what Ling Yun was thinking. He looked at Xiaxia and Go Lianqing and asked Ling Yun, what do we do with them? Uncle Tang, it's time to end things once and for all. Let's go and take a look. Ling Yun smiled leisurely. After the fire caused by the explosion was extinguished, under Lu Jinlai's command, the fire trucks began to withdraw one after another. A few ambulances were finally able to drive in. On the ground, under the dim street lights, 2 snow-white sheets covered 2 piles of charred bones. It was a striking sight to behold. At that moment, most of the victims' families had already rushed into the destroyed clothing store. Together with the firefighters, they were heartbroken as they searched for the remains of their children. The 2 girls had suffered an undeserved calamity, and their deaths were too tragic. Their relatives, of course, would try their best to leave their bodies intact. Lu Jinlai was also a part of it. His slightly plump figure crawled into the destroyed clothing store, stepping on the rubble and bricks, smelling the unpleasant burnt smell. His hands were pitch black as he pulled the bricks and the goods shelves that had been blown apart. From time to time, he would command his subordinates, and his whole body was covered in mud and dust. Tang Tianhao was in charge of the overall situation. Naturally, Lu Jinlai had to focus on the important details and perform well. No matter what, Lu Jinlai had to bear a huge responsibility for such an atrocious explosion in his jurisdiction. With Bureau Chief Tang at the scene, he naturally had to perform well. When Ling Yan and Tang Tianhao walked over, a group of paramedics came down from the ambulance and surrounded the unconscious Xiaxia and Go Junfa. They were giving them basic treatment and resuscitation. Xiaxia and Go Lianqing were enduring the curses of the victims' families. They watched the scene unfold in front of them in silence. At that moment, no one cared about their status. It didn't matter if they were the deputy mayor or the richest man in the country. Their sons had killed 2 people and were caught red-handed. They had to bear with it. It's the father's fault for not teaching his son properly. Mayor Xia, Boss Go, your sons have done such an inhumane thing. As his father, you have to bear some responsibility, right? Ling Yan said to the 2 people beside him as he looked at Xiaxia and Go Junfa who were being resuscitated. Did he have healing talismans with him? Yes. And he had quite a few of them. For a moment, Ling Yan even had the thought of treating these 2 young thugs. However, he immediately dismissed that idea. Tang Meng had just gotten his revenge, and now he had healed their injuries. This was not something that brothers would do. Moreover, these 2 young thugs had indeed committed heinous crimes. Even if they weren't sentenced to death and executed immediately, the crimes they had committed would definitely be enough for them to spend the rest of their lives in prison. They didn't deserve any sympathy or pity at all. Xiaxia and Go Lianqing also knew that their sons had committed a grave mistake, and it was too late to say anything now. Thinking about the sins their sons had committed, the two of them didn't say a single word to refute. Instead, they lowered their heads in shame. However, Ling Yun's next sentence made the two of them feel both relieved and even more ashamed. Even though Tang Meng looked a little ruthless just now, don't worry. Both of their ankles were not broken. Only their wrists were fractured. Even though Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa's wrists and ankles were badly mutilated, Ling Yun could tell that their injuries weren't as serious as the crowd thought. In fact, even though Tang Meng was angry and used all his strength, he only used a brick to smash their wrists and ankles once. In terms of sturdiness, a brick couldn't compare to the bones of a human arm or leg. That was without a doubt. Ling Yan's cold voice sounded again. At most, they will only suffer some pain. Compared to Tang Meng's broken limbs, this is already a great bargain. Xie Zhenting and Go Lianqing trembled as they looked up at Ling Yun. They knew that Ling Yun's medical skills were miraculous, and they believed that Ling Yun wouldn't lie to them. There was no need for Ling Yun to lie to them. Ling Yun naturally stared at the two of them. With a straight face, he said, "Mayor Xia, boss Go, from now on, all the grudges between us are over. I won't find trouble with you anymore. I hope that you won't find trouble with me either. Of course, if you still want to deal with me and take revenge, I'll accept it all. However, I won't be so polite next time." Ling Yun personally said that the grudges were over. At the same time, he gave the two of them a final warning. Xie Zhenting and Go Lianqing felt as though a huge rock had been lifted off their chests. They wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads and said that they wouldn't dare. Ling Yun nodded and said to Go Lianqing, "Boss Go, don't worry. I'll send someone to the detention center tomorrow to treat your brother, Go Lianshan." After that, Ling Yun said to the silent Tang Tianhao, "Uncle Tang, Go Lianshan has been locked up for almost 3 months. I don't think he has committed any serious crimes. Why don't we release him tomorrow?" Tang Tianhao replied, "Yes, Go Lianshan's crime is bribery. Furthermore, the amount he bribed wasn't small. Other than that, he can be released on bail in advance." Even though Tang Tianhao had made it sound simple, the Public Security Bureau couldn't arrest or release people casually. Tang Tianhao had to speak the language of the government as it was his duty. Thank you, Bureau Chief Tang. Thank you, young Master Ling." Go Lianqing saw that Ling Yun still meant what he said at the Triumph Hotel. He nodded his head profusely and thanked Ling Yun profusely. His son was completely crippled, and he had become a eunuch. Now, only his brother, Go Lianshan, was normal. After he was rescued, he could still carry on the Go family's bloodline. Go Lianqing was naturally grateful to Ling Yun. "Mayor Xia, I'm sorry. I have to make a move first." At this moment, Go Junfa had already been carried into the ambulance by the medical staff. They were preparing to return to the hospital. Go Lianqing naturally had to follow. At the same time, he wanted to draw a clear line between himself and Xie Zhenting in front of Ling Yun and Tang Tianhao. He was only a wealthy businessman who had fallen from grace. He had nothing left. Naturally, he didn't want to be involved in the political battles of Xianxia City. Go Lianqing bade farewell to Ling Yun and Tang Tianhao before rushing to the ambulance in which his son was being escorted. It was as if he was escaping from something. Xie Zhenting was different from Go Lianqing. Not only was he Xie Zhenyan's father, but he was also the executive deputy mayor of Xianxia City. Ling Yun said that he had settled his grudge with him. However, the grudge between Tang Tianhao and Li Yifeng, who was far away in Beijing, hadn't been settled yet. "Mayor Xia, now you should know whose son is so deranged and who allowed him to commit murder, right?" Tang Tianhao finally opened his mouth to question Xie Zhenting when he saw that Ling Yun wasn't speaking anymore. Xie Zhenting was speechless. Tang Tianhao continued, "Mayor Xia, tonight's explosion case has tarnished the reputation of the Xianxia City Committee and the municipal government. The provincial government will definitely demand an investigation. I hope that you can give us an explanation when the time comes." Xie Zhenting couldn't hide the bitterness in his heart. He knew that his son had committed a heinous crime. He couldn't absolve himself from the blame. This case had become the biggest stain on his political career. From this moment onwards, his career had completely come to an end. "I will take the blame and resign. I will listen to the arrangements of the organization." Resigning was the only step he could take. As for how the organization would deal with him after he fell from power, he could only let it be. After all, his own butt was not clean, and there was no end to wiping it. Tang Tianhao didn't bat an eyelid as he watched Xie Zhenyan being carried into the ambulance. Mayor Xia, your son is going to be sent to the hospital. Please accompany him. Tang Tianhao and Xia Zhenting were almost of the same rank, but at this moment, he was speaking to Xia Zhenting with a commanding tone. Victory! It was a complete victory. At this point, the entire Qingshui city was firmly under the control of Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao. There were no more political opponents. They had become an iron plate. Xia Zhenting took his leave embarrassedly and entered the ambulance. He left the scene of the explosion amidst the shrill siren of the ambulance. Chief Lu, come over for a moment. After Xia Zhenting left, Tang Tianhao's expression relaxed. He called Lu Jinlai, who was squatting in a small puddle to wash his hands, over. Lu Jinlai ran over quickly. Chief Tang, do you have any other instructions? I'll do it immediately. Tang Tianhao smiled and patted Lu Jinlai's shoulder. Chief Lu, it's been hard on you tonight. You came just in time and handled the matter appropriately. Well done. Lu Jinlai was ecstatic. He knew that he had finally obtained Tang Tianhao's approval. There was hope for him to be promoted in the future. In Linjiang New City, the chief of the Public Security Bureau will be transferred away soon. There will be a vacancy. When Secretary Li comes back, I will recommend you to him. Lu Jinlai never dreamed that his promotion would come so quickly. He was overjoyed and didn't know what to say. He could only say with all his might, Jinlai will definitely not let down Chief Tang's efforts. Tang Tianhao was very satisfied. He patted Lu Jinlai's shoulder again and smiled. Then go do what you need to do. Evacuate the crowd as soon as possible. Don't let the situation get out of hand. Follow the old rules. In order to prevent the situation from getting out of hand, they naturally had to seal the news as much as possible. Lu Jinlai instantly understood Tang Tianhao's meaning. He hurriedly said, I understand. I'll go now. After Lu Jinlai left, Ling Yan smiled. This Chief Lu is really good at handling matters. Tang Tianhao smiled. He was very good at handling matters when Luo Zhong was still in office. He was promoted very quickly. It was just that he followed the wrong person. Why did you arrange for him to be in Linjiang New City? Tang Tianhao smiled. Have you forgotten? Your medical research center is going to be built there. You need a reliable person to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Ling Yan suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Uncle Tang is so considerate. Tang Tianhao finally opened his mouth and asked about Ling Yan's serious matters after he was done with the topic. Ling Yan, according to the situation tonight, these explosions were all directed at you. What do you plan to do? Do you want me to help you track down the mastermind behind this? To be continued. Tang Tianhao had been in the criminal investigation unit for many years. He wasn't someone to be trifled with. He had already deduced that he wouldn't have the guts or ability to carry out the bombing case with Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa. There had to be a mastermind behind it. Ling Yan frowned. Ever since he had captured Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa, he had felt a prickling sensation on his back. It was a familiar feeling. It was as though he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. It wasn't that he hadn't secretly expanded his divine sense to the maximum in an attempt to find the source of this feeling. However, everything was normal. He couldn't find anything. This made Ling Yan very cautious. However, he obviously couldn't tell Tang Tianhao about this. Uncle Tang, you don't have to investigate this case anymore. I already know who the mastermind is. The other party is very powerful. This isn't something your public security department can interfere with. Ling Yan said with a faint smile. Based on Ling Yan's current understanding of the Assassin's organization, he naturally knew how powerful they were. He didn't want to cause more casualties. He was even more unwilling to let the police be mobilized. That would alert the enemy instead. Xie Zhenyan, Go Junfa, and Lu Qingtian have all surrendered. This case is over, Ling Yan suggested. Tang Tianhao pondered for a moment before nodding. All right then, we'll do as you say. Leave the rest to me. Thank you, Uncle Tang. Ling Yan began to use telepathy. However, Uncle Tang, you should know that I brought back a lot of trouble from Beijing. There will definitely be many mysterious people coming to Xianxia in the near future. You must increase your vigilance and try your best to prevent such incidents from happening. Once your subordinates notice anything unusual, you must have them inform me immediately. Tang Tianhao waved his hand. I know. However, the enemy has already started. You have to be careful. Ling Yun nodded to show that he understood. Then, he looked around casually and bid farewell to Tang Tianhao. Uncle Tang, I don't know how anxious Mansion Number 1 is right now. I have to rush back immediately. To Xianxia City, Mansion Number 1 was Ling Yun's base camp. Since he was almost done here, he naturally had to rush back. Just as Ling Yun was about to leave, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. He raised his head abruptly and activated his yin-yang eye, scanning the upper floor of the 4-star hotel. At the same time, the Devil Sect's holy son, Sikong Wuji, also violently leaned back. His majestic and imposing figure silently flew backward, only stopping when he reached the door of the room. He noticed it. Impressive. Sikong Wuji's expression changed slightly as he was shocked beyond belief. Ling Yan's gaze swept through all the windows of the hotel, but he couldn't find anything. He had no choice but to withdraw his gaze with a solemn expression. How many assassins did the Assassins Organization send to deal with me? Ling Yan shook his head and waved goodbye to Tang Tianhao. After walking out of the explosion site, he could no longer feel the sense of danger. That was when he stopped. That's weird. Why didn't Ro Air call me when such a huge incident happened at the Ordinary People's Clinic? Did she not receive any news at all? That was obviously impossible. The 3 nurses had rushed over. Even if they didn't think about it, they should have called to inform her, right? Forget it, let's go home first. Auntie and the rest should be waiting anxiously at home. In the dark of the night, Ling Yun moved his body, choosing dark, secluded alleys, flashing and moving all the way back to Mansion Number 1. Who is it? Ling Yun heard Qin Dongshua's alert voice the moment he got close to Mansion Number 1. It's me. He answered and flew into the courtyard. Using his body movement technique, he leaped into the villa's hall. All the lights in Mansion Number 1 were switched on. Other than Bai Xianer, Qin Dongxue, Ning Lingyu, and Chao Shanshan, there were many others waiting for Ling Yun. Paul and Chester were there, of course. Miao Xiao Miao and Shui Mining were also there. Even Miracle Dr. Shui was there. Big Brother Yun. The moment he entered the house, Bai Xianer and Shui Mining rushed towards him before he could even stand still. Miracle Dr. Shui was there too. He stood up and asked Ling Yun, what happened? Ling Yun gestured for everyone to sit down. He sat on the sofa and summarized what had happened. The enemy has already made their move. The mastermind behind tonight's incident is the Assassins Organization. However, this is just an insignificant probe. It's just a small loss. As long as Ling Yun's 2 mansions were fine, the other losses were nothing to him. Ling Yun, how do you plan to deal with it? Miracle Dr. Shui asked solemnly. The corners of Ling Yun's mouth curled up into a bright smile. He said calmly, now that the enemy is in the dark and we are in the light, the only thing we can do is to defend ourselves and deal with all the changes. Uncle Tang has already told me that from tonight onwards, all of my visible properties in Xianxia City will be under strict protection 24 hours a day. I don't think the enemy will make a big fuss about it. We don't have to worry about that. Then, the main focus of our defense now is this Mansion Number 1. Of course, all of you will be heavily protected in case anything happens to you. The people around Ling Yun, regardless of whether they were his relatives, women, brothers, or friends, as long as one of them was captured by the enemy, he would fall into a passive position. He could not afford to be careless. As for this mansion, Ling Yun was confident that the defense would be impregnable with him, Bai Xianer, Qin Dongxue, and the 2 blood clan viscounts, Paul and Chester. Of course, Ling Yun, Bai Xianer, and the rest couldn't just sit at home and wait for the enemy to come knocking. They would have to go out eventually. However, Ling Yun had already planned for this. He still had to set up a few formations in the mansion to ensure that the enemy wouldn't be able to return. Based on the current situation, this is the best we can do. Miracle Dr. Shui was relieved to see Ling Yun's confidence. He knew that Ling Yun already had a plan to repel the enemy. Grandpa Shui, this time, the Assassins organization sent many experts that even I can't see through. You have to be more careful when you go in and out, Ling Yun said seriously. Miracle Dr. Shui laughed heartily. Hee, thank you for still remembering this old bag of bones. However, you don't have to worry about me. The Assassins organization wouldn't provoke a useless old man like me. Furthermore, even though I'm living in seclusion in Xianxia City, I still have some old connections. If the Assassins organization wants to deal with me, they would have to consider their own strength first. Ling Yun knew that the old connections that Miracle Dr. Shui mentioned were the connections in the upper echelons of Beijing. The Assassins organization wouldn't provoke the big shots in Beijing just for an old man living in seclusion. That would be a losing deal, and it wasn't worth it for the Assassins organization. Kid, I'm telling you, this old man has worked so hard for most of his life to buy these assets. Don't let them all go to waste in your hands. If one of the 6 companies that I gave you is bombed, I'll teach you a lesson. After Miracle Dr. Shui relaxed, he cracked a joke with Ling Yun. Obviously, he was heartbroken to hear that one of Ling Yun's 6 companies had been bombed. Even though the losses weren't huge, he was still heartbroken. This wasn't a problem of money, it was the blood and sweat of his life. Naturally, he took it to heart. Ling Yun scratched his head in embarrassment. With this, the enemy will know that we will increase our security. They probably won't make a fuss about this anymore. Everyone laughed. Miracle Dr. Shui stood up suddenly. Alright, since there's nothing else, I'll go back first. It's almost daybreak, you guys should rest early too. Ling Yun stood up immediately. Grandpa Shui, let me send you off. Miracle Dr. Shui waved his hand, and he was already outside the courtyard. His voice came from afar. It's just a few steps, why bother sending me off? Just do what you need to do. Out of courtesy, Ling Yun and Qin Dongxue flew out and waited for Miracle Dr. Shui's figure to disappear before returning to the room. Swoosh! Ling Yun took out the Dragon Vein sword from his spatial ring. Auntie, I don't need this Dragon Vein sword anymore. I'll leave it for you to protect yourself. The Dragon Vein sword formed a perfect arc as soon as it appeared. The tip of the sword trembled slightly, and the blade reflected the lights in the room. It was a peerless sword. Qin Dongshua's heart trembled slightly, but she shook her head firmly. Auntie has her own sword, the enemy's main target is you. This sword is a peerless godly weapon, keep it for yourself. Ling Yan shook his head and forced the Dragon Vein sword into Qin Dongshua's hands. Auntie, just accept it. I still have some golden black devilish silk left. I'll use it to make a scabbard for you in the next 2 days. Qin Dongxue had no choice but to accept it. An inexplicable tenderness surged in her heart, but she pouted coquettishly. I really don't know when you'll listen to me. Then, she added, after we get through this danger, when you think it's useful, I'll return it to you. Qin Dongxue knew that this Dragon Vein sword was obtained by Ling Yun together with the Devil's Blade in the crater. It was fated with Ling Yun, so she didn't want to keep it for herself. Ling Yun didn't bring up the topic after giving the sword away. Instead, he asked, how are the 2 brothers from the Chen family now? Boss, everything is normal. They're still locked up in the small warehouse in the backyard, Chester said in a strange and exaggerated voice. We can't lose them. I'll hold all of you accountable if they go missing. Ling Yun smiled. After arranging everything, Ling Yun finally felt more at ease. He stretched his arms and said to everyone, all right, it's getting late. Everyone, go back to your rooms and rest. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning and not everyone was as energetic as Ling Yun. After a night of torment, Xianxia, Shui Mining and the rest were exhausted and went back to their rooms to rest. Soon, only Ling Yun, Qin Dongxue, and Ning Lingyu were left in the huge living room. Ling Yun leaned lazily on the soft sofa and pretended to be distressed. Sigh, I still can't avoid it. I'm finally going to be taught a lesson by Auntie, Qin Dongxue giggled. Look at your pitiful face. Who said I'm going to teach you a lesson? Alright, since you lent the Dragon Vein sword to Auntie, I'll let you off this time. If you dare to be rude to me again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Qin Dongxue disappeared from the living room without waiting for Ling Yan's reply. Only Ling Yan and Ning Lingyu were left in the living room. Lingyu's face was flushed red as she lowered her head, not saying a word. She waited for a long time, but Ling Yan didn't say anything. She raised her head slightly and scanned him with her beautiful eyes, only to find that Ling Yan's expression had already changed. His brows were slightly furrowed, the corners of his lips were tightly pursed, and he was sitting there with his arms crossed. Who knew what he was thinking? Big brother, what are you thinking about? Are you thinking about what happened tonight? Ning Lingyu finally couldn't hold it in anymore and asked worriedly. Ah? Ling Yan was stunned, realizing that he was distracted. He smiled and said, nothing, I was just counting how many enemies I've offended. Ning Lingyu's beautiful eyes widened. Her thin eyelids fluttered slightly, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. She was actually thinking carefully as she counted with her slender fingers. Big brother really has a lot of enemies. There's the Sun family, the Chen family, the Japanese ninjas, the Blood Clan, and of course, the Assassins organization. There's too many, I can't even count them all with one hand. At the end of the countdown, Ning Lingyu was so frightened that she did not dare to count anymore. She pursed her lips and pretended to be worried. She looked at Ling Yan mischievously. She was so cute and beautiful that it instantly captured Ling Yan's attention, attracting all of his attention to her. Ling Yan was stunned. Suddenly, he waved at Ning Lingyu and said, Lingyu, come here, big brother has something to say to you. Ning Lingyu's face turned even redder, but she pursed her lips and stood up. With 2 light steps, she arrived in front of Ling Yan. Ling Yan pulled Ning Lingyu's little hand gently and pulled her to sit beside him. This time, Ning Lingyu was even more embarrassed. Her heart was thumping wildly, and she did not dare to raise her head. However, she did not know what to say. Brother, I'm very happy that you gave the dragon vein sword to Auntie, don't change the topic. Big brother has something important to ask you. Ling Yan's expression turned serious. Oh. Ning Lingyu's voice was as soft as a mosquito. She did not dare to raise her head. Lingyu, tell me the truth. What's going on with you these past 2 days? Your emotions have been fluctuating too much. Tonight, you almost went berserk. You really scared me. To Ling Yan, the whole of Xianxia City, including the 3 spiritual herbs in Mansion No. 1, and everything else, could not compare to the importance of Ning Lingyu. Not only was Ning Lingyu an opportunity that he had stolen from the heavens and spent a huge amount of immortal spiritual energy to create an immortal spiritual body, but she was also his sister. Now that Ning Lingyu's cultivation was facing a problem, how could Ling Yan not be concerned? Ning Lingyu's pretty face instantly turned bright red, even redder than a bride's red veil. She had never expected Ling Yan to ask about this. Could she tell the truth? Could she say that she was jealous? That was her biggest secret. What if she said it and scared her big brother? Moreover, Ning Lingyu was confident that at this moment, Auntie, and even Bai Xian'er, as long as they could hear their conversation, would be listening to them. Just as Ning Lingyu was hesitating, Ling Yan spoke again. Lingyu, do you really miss mommy? When Ning Lingyu heard this, she inexplicably let out a sigh of relief, but at the same time, she was also angry and hateful. She secretly complained that her brother was really a pig head and a big idiot, but she still said insincerely, yes, so that's how it is. Lingyu, don't worry. Once I'm done with this, I'll definitely bring you to Heaven Mountain to look for your mother, okay? Ling Yan let out a long sigh of relief and said, I see. Lingyu, don't worry. Once I'm done with this, I'll definitely bring you to Heaven Mountain to look for your mother. Even though Ning Lingyu couldn't reveal her secret on the spot, she had already calmed down after such a long period of adjustment. Moreover, she was smart and could tell that her big brother treated her and Auntie much better than others. Otherwise, why would Ling Yan give the precious dragon vein sword to Qin Dongxue? Ning Lingyu smiled sweetly and said, Big brother, you have to keep your word, okay? Ling Yan rubbed Ning Lingyu's nose affectionately and said, Silly sister, as long as you can stay calm and focus on your cultivation, I promise I'll keep my word. Yes. I'll definitely cultivate well and not be a burden to big brother. Ning Lingyu nodded firmly. All right. Go and rest, I'll sit here for a while more. Ling Yan let go of Ning Lingyu's hand. Big brother, you should rest early too. Ning Lingyu got up and reminded Ling Yun. To me, cultivation is the best rest. You don't have to worry about me, go and sleep. Ling Yun smiled. After Ning Lingyu returned to her room, Ling Yun jumped up from the sofa and flew to the courtyard. Soon, he was on the lawn in the backyard. The Heaven grass, earthine grass, and dragon saliva grass were all growing healthily. It was especially so for the Heaven grass and earthine grass. With the help of Ling Yun's Yin True Qi and Black-Yellow True Qi, they were about to mature. Ling Yun's heart was filled with joy, and all his frustrations were swept away. He smiled and said that it was not bad. Ling Yun cultivated the yin-yang harmony balance. If he could get the help of these two herbs to break through to the qi cultivation stage, the effect would be immeasurable. That was why he valued them so much. Dawn came especially early in the summer. The sky was already bright at 4:30 a.m. Ling Yun didn't intend to return to his room. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. The yin-yang true qi was abundant here, so Ling Yun cultivated the yin-yang harmony balance with half the effort. He cultivated for 4 hours in one go until 6 in the morning. He felt the true qi in his body was abundant, and the yin-yang qi was like a raging river. Only then did he stop cultivating the yin-yang harmony balance. I've improved again. After Ling Yun got up, he stretched his body and felt extremely comfortable. He was getting closer and closer to the qi cultivation stage. However, Ling Yun wasn't satisfied with just this. He turned his body and flew up to the roof of the villa. He stood at the easternmost point of the roof and faced the east. He started to absorb the great sun true fire and started to cultivate the stellar condensation technique. This was also a cultivation that was twice the result with half the effort. Ling Yun's divine yang cultivation technique and the stellar condensation technique complemented each other. Of course, only a godly genius like Ling Yun could do such a good thing. Others definitely wouldn't be able to reap such benefits. The divine yang cultivation technique was the strongest pure offensive cultivation technique in the cultivation world. It was extremely demanding on one's physique. Only a weirdo like Ling Yun could cultivate it. At this time, Qin Dongxue, Ning Lingyu, Bai Xian'er, and Miao Xiao Miao had already gotten up and washed up. The four of them came to the courtyard to stretch and cultivate. When they saw Ling Yun standing on the roof with his hands behind his back and facing the rising sun, they couldn't help but cover their mouths and giggle. Miao Xiao Miao's sudden words made all the beauties burst out laughing. Come down, the foreman has agreed to pay. F***ck. Ling Yun only felt his vision darken, and he almost fell from the roof. He looked down at Miao Xiao Miao with an incomparably cocky expression. Miao Xiao Miao, are you looking for a beating? Can't you see that I'm cultivating right now? Ling Yun could already multitask. His talking didn't affect his cultivation at all. As if sensing Ling Yun's threat to Miao Xiao Miao, Little Gold flapped its wings and circled around Ling Yun rapidly. From its expression, it seemed to be baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at Ling Yun. Of course, Little Gold was very far away from Ling Yun. It obviously knew that it was no match for Ling Yun. The beauties giggled and went to find a suitable place to cultivate. Ling Yun flew down from the roof at 7:30 in the morning. Everyone stopped cultivating and returned to the living room. Ling Yu, call for breakfast. Ling Yun shouted casually, but Qin Dongxue glared at him. Why are you calling for breakfast so early in the morning? Go and make breakfast. Can't we get Paul to do it? He's a professional. Ling Yun tried to negotiate softly. No way. All the beauties rejected in unison. Seeing that all the beauties had returned to their rooms to take a shower, Ling Yun felt helpless. He could only sigh that he was born at the wrong time and obediently went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Fortunately, there was everything in the kitchen. Breakfast wasn't complicated. Ling Yun focused on the porridge. When it was almost done, he added some dragon saliva. The aroma was indescribable. After breakfast was prepared, even Chao Shanshan was woken up by the smell of food. However, Shui Mining was still sleeping soundly in her sweet dreams. There's no need to wake her up. Let her have a good sleep. Ling Yun's heart ached for Shui Mining. He didn't get anyone to wake her up. Instead, he ate breakfast with everyone. After breakfast, Ling Yu and Xianxia took the initiative to clear the table. Ling Yan made a phone call. The first call was to Tai Xiaohu. Xiaohu, where are you? Why didn't you come back last night? Tai Xiaohu went to cultivate last night in the heavy rain. He cultivated the raging waves' internal skill and endured the impact of the Xianxia River's tides every night. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of the rain. Tai Xiaohu didn't bring his phone since it was raining. Ling Yan only managed to contact Tai Xiaohu after getting the phone number of one of Tai Xiaohu's cousins through Abing. Tai Xiaohu's voice sounded a little hoarse. Big brother Yun, when I heard that something happened last night, I was still cultivating on the dam of Xianxia River. I knew that it would be too late even if I rushed back then, so I brought my brothers directly to Xianxia Wharf. I heard from Abing that you settled it quickly, so I didn't go back. I stayed at mansion number 9 for the whole night. After sending Morong Feishue home last night, Tai Xiaohu went to the Xianxia River to cultivate. Just as he was about to finish his cultivation, he heard the news of the incident in the city. He knew that he wouldn't be able to help Ling Yan much even if he returned to Xianxia City at that time. Therefore, he made a prompt decision to rush to the nearest Xianxia Wharf villa with his 6 brothers as fast as possible. They waited there for the entire night. Ling Yun nodded. Tai Xiaohu was indeed his most capable right-hand man. He made the wisest decision the moment he heard about the incident. Ling Yan was very pleased. What about the 2 people who died? Did you find out their identities? They should be assassins from the Assassins Organization, but their ranks were very low. They barged into mansion number 9 and triggered the killing formation. They were crushed to death by the boulders. Tai Xiaohu answered. Their brains were split open, and their corpses were smashed into 2 piles of mud. They'd been cleaned up by the police and taken away. Ling Yan chuckled when he thought about it. Alright, you don't have to stay there anymore. I have something for you to do. Get Abing to buy some shot balls or iron balls for me. They have to be solid, and each ball can't be smaller than half a meter in diameter. Ling Yan needed to set up a formation to repel the enemy. His main target this time was a Xiantian realm master. Using boulders was obviously ineffective. This time, he changed to shot or iron balls with a diameter of half a meter. Tai Xiaohu was stunned when he heard that. Such a huge shot put? How many do you need? At least 108. Ling Yun replied. A solid iron ball with a diameter of half a meter would weigh at least 100 kilograms. Shot balls were even heavier than iron balls. This time, Ling Yun was willing to pay any price to deal with the enemy. This put Tai Xiaohu in a difficult position. Dumbfounded, he said, Big brother Yun, I don't think this thing can be found on the market. We'll have to contact the manufacturer to customize it. Ling Yan smiled. I want you to customize it. Contact more manufacturers, the faster the better. Don't be afraid of spending money. Alright. Tai Xiaohu agreed immediately. He then heard Ling Yan say, Go back and rest after you're done with this. The enemy has made a move on us. Take care of yourself. Don't get caught by the people from the Assassins Organization. I understand, Big Brother Yun. I will be more careful. Big Brother Yun, is Big Sister Moro on the plane already? Tai Xiaohu wanted to hang up, but he couldn't help but ask. Ah? Ling Yan was dumbfounded by Tai Xiaohu's reminder. He cultivated all the way to 7 in the morning. By the time he finished his breakfast, it was already past 8. He had completely forgotten about sending Morong Feishue off. I'm hanging up. Ling Yan immediately hung up the phone and turned to Ling Yu. Ling Yu, give me your car keys. Big brother, are you going out? Ling Yu and the rest of the beauties were confused when they saw Ling Yan making a phone call. Ling Yu still passed the car keys to Ling Yun. Ling Yan took the car keys and flew out of the living room. I have something urgent to attend to, I'll be leaving first. He drove the Maserati out of the mansion. Qin Dongxue watched as Ling Yan drove away. She pouted helplessly. It's like my butt is on fire. There's no time for me to rest. Ling Yan drove out quickly and called Morong Feishue immediately. He prayed that Morong Feishue would pick him up, that the plane hadn't left yet. Who knew that Morong Feishua's phone would really get through? It only rang once before the call was picked up. Where is he? Ling Yan thanked the heavens. He knew that he couldn't turn on his phone on the plane. If Morong Feishue could pick up the call, it meant that she hadn't left yet. He's at home, Morong Feishue giggled at the apologetic tone in Ling Yan's voice. Where's the plane? Ling Yan asked. It's already flown away, Morong Feishue replied faintly. Ling Yan was dumbfounded. Ah? Then what should we do? Last night, he swore that he would get Morong Feishue on the plane. Now, it was all delayed. What else can we do? Come and pick me up. Morong Feishue pouted. Her voice sounded a little unhappy. All right, wait for me at home. I'll be there in a minute. Ling Yan couldn't care less about anything else. He sped up again, and the Maserati sped all the way to Nanqui Gardens. Screech! Ling Yan slammed on the brakes and stopped the car in front of Morong Feishue's villa. Big Sister Morong, I'm here. Get ready to go. Morong Feishue's slender figure appeared at the door. She had just washed her hair, and her waist-length hair was still wet. She was wearing a loose and comfortable set of home clothes, but it gave off a simple and elegant vibe. She leaned against the doorframe and smiled at Ling Yan. Why are you still wearing the clothes from last night? Come in. She didn't mention anything about going to the airport. Since the plane had already left, Ling Yan wasn't in a hurry. He looked Morong Feishue up and down with admiration. Big sister, you're so pretty today. Where's Grandpa Morong? Morong Feishue giggled. You're such a sweet talker. Why didn't you say it last night? Grandpa went to the antique market. As she spoke, she turned her body slightly to let Ling Yan into the house. When Ling Yan entered the room, he lifted Morong Feishue up by the waist and sat down on the sofa, ignoring Morong Feishue's shyness and struggles. What are you doing? Let go of me. Morong Feishue's face was as red as blood. Her little hands pounded on Ling Yan's chest, but it was more comfortable than a massage. Grandpa isn't home anyway. It's just the two of us. What's there to be afraid of? Ling Yan chuckled. Then, his big hands started to get naughty. Morong Feishue was gasping for breath, but she soon gave up on struggling and allowed Ling Yan to do whatever he wanted. Ling Yan's hands explored Morong Feishue's smooth and delicate body. Big sister, why didn't you catch the plane? Morong Feishue's face was red, and her breathing quickened. You're still calling me big sister? How can you be so disrespectful to your big sister? I won't leave if you don't come, she said gently. I won't leave if you don't come. This sentence was enough to express Morong Feishue's feelings. Ling Yan smiled, and the dimple on his left cheek trembled. Morong Feishue was dazzled. Won't that delay things in Hong Kong? He asked softly. The conference officially starts tomorrow morning. The organizers only arranged a welcome party tonight, so it won't be delayed, Morong Feishue said in a daze. Hearing this, Ling Yan was finally relieved. He let out a long breath and waved his hand to send out a gust of wind, closing the two antique doors in the room. What are you doing? Morong Feishue was obviously flustered. Her breathing became more rapid, and her eyes were filled with fear as she stared at Ling Yan. Big sister even delayed the plane to wait for me. Of course, I have to make it up to you, or I'll feel guilty. Morong Feishue let out a squeal instinctively. Ling Yan suddenly reached out and tore off Morong Feishue's loose home clothes that were wrapped tightly around her. Morong Feishue only felt a chill on her body. Her smooth, snow-white skin was exposed to Ling Yan's eyes. Her upper body was only left with a lavender bra, binding her voluptuous breasts. Her deep cleavage trembled slightly, as if telling of its amazing elasticity. Scoundrel, you're the one who sent me on the plane. Not only are you late, but you're also bullying big sister. Ling Yan and Morong Feishue had already done it once in this room. Morong Feishue was extremely shy, but she didn't struggle much. Obviously, she was thinking about the same thing as Ling Yan. Big sister, don't worry. I promise you won't delay work. Ling Yan laughed heartily and lifted his hand to remove the last bit of cover on Morong Feishue's body. He lowered his head and kissed her on the lips. After a moan, the whole room was filled with spring. It was as hot as fire and as mellow as wine. After more than an hour, Ling Yan walked out of Morong Feishua's bedroom with a satisfied smile on his face. Another half an hour passed before Morong Feishua walked out of the bedroom, fully dressed. Her pretty face was filled with an intoxicated and satisfied smile. She was even holding a brand new set of men's clothing in her hands. Scoundrel, I had to take another shower because of you. Morong Feishua changed into a pink silk skirt and sat lazily on Ling Yan's lap. I bought it for you. Try it on. Big sister, how am I supposed to wear it? Ling Yan frowned. Morong Feishua giggled and stood up. TSK, as if you weren't the impatient one just now. Morong Feishua said with a glare. Ling Yan had already taken a shower in Morong Feishua's bathroom. He changed into the brand new clothes and looked even more suave and elegant. Morong Feishua couldn't take her eyes off him. You're really a natural clothes rack. You seem to have grown taller again. Morong Feishua would never have dreamed that the fat fatty would become the handsome young man that she yearned for day and night when they first met. Ling Yan had indeed grown taller after more than 3 months of crazy cultivation. He was now almost 1.85 meters tall. Ling Yan put his hands in his pockets and smiled coolly. Sister, let's not catch the flight. I'll send a private plane to send you directly to Hong Kong. To be continued. Morong Feishua was elated to hear that Ling Yan wanted to send her to Hong Kong on a private plane. However, she wasn't a wasteful woman. Alright, stop trying to make big sister happy. I'm alone, why would I need a private plane? It's only 2 hours from here to Hong Kong. I can definitely make it in time. A private plane to Hong Kong would cost a few $100,000. Morong Feishua wouldn't be willing to spend it no matter how rich she was. I'm talking about sending. When did I say anything about a private plane? Don't worry, we'll use our own plane. What? You have a private plane? Why didn't I know about it? Morong Feishua was shocked. She had been staying in Xianxia City all this time and hadn't heard about Ling Yan buying a private plane. She was most concerned about Ling Yan's news. She would definitely know if Ling Yan bought a private plane. To be exact, it's my grandfather's private plane. I took it back this time. Oh, I see. Morong Feishua suddenly remembered that Ling Yan had returned to the Ling family and was now the young master of the Ling family. It was normal for one of the 7 big families in Xianxia to have 1 or 2 private planes. Seems like your grandfather dotes on you a lot. Ling Yun, congratulations. Morong Feishua said faintly as she thought of the crux of the matter. Morong Feishua was congratulating herself. The original Ling Yun could be said to have had a miserable life. Morong Feishua fell in love with Ling Yun purely because of Ling Yun. She didn't care about Ling Yun's background or status. Morong Feishua knew that she wasn't good enough for the heaven-defying Ling Yun, but she had her pride. That was her family background and her status in the jewelry industry. But now, Ling Yun had become the young master of the Ling family in Beijing. His status was far above Morong Feishua's. Morong Feishua was naturally glad. She was even afraid that she didn't hold back for too long. If she had been a step later, Ling Yun would have had reason to suspect that she didn't love Ling Yun and had other motives. That kind of relationship would inevitably be flawed. Morong Feishua would regret it if that was the case. Of course. Big Brother Yun was very arrogant. He took out his phone and called Chongjun, asking him to contact Xianxia City's airport and arrange the flight route so that they could send Morong Feishua to Hong Kong. Alright, let's pack up and go to the airport. Ling Yun hung up and spoke to Morong Feishua directly. Tianqi Pavilion naturally had its own shop in Hong Kong. Morong Feishua also had her own house in Hong Kong. Hence, she didn't have much luggage. She only had 1 suitcase, and she had already packed it last night. Morong Feishua packed up, and Ling Yun helped her carry the suitcase. They went out first and loaded the suitcase into the car. After locking the door, Morong Feishua turned around and was slightly embarrassed when she saw the Maserati. My car. Ling Yun could only scratch his head and laugh awkwardly. If big sister wants it, I'll give it back to you. It hasn't been registered anyway. Humph. Who told you to return it to me? Now that you have a private jet, why do you still want this car? Morong Feishue said shyly, I just remembered how you bullied me the other day. Ling Yan laughed heartily. Morong Feishue said, I'll give this car to Ling Yu. Just treat it as a gift from me to her. Ling Yan sat in the driver's seat and asked Morong Feishue to get in. Doesn't that mean I didn't get anything? Morong Feishue pinched Ling Yan's waist. I even gave you 1,000,000 yuan and a heavenly seal, Anne. Morong Feishue said hatefully. Morong Feishue quickly shut her mouth. If she were to continue, she would say, I even gave myself to you. Chang Jun and Su Rui didn't dare to delay after receiving Ling Yan's order. They rushed to the airport early and arranged the flight route. By the time they saw Ling Yan and Morong Feishue, everything was already arranged. They were just waiting for Morong Feishue to board the plane. Ling Yan, remember to miss me. If I miss you, I'll call you. You can't reject me. Okay. Don't let those little girls steal your soul. If I hear that you ate someone else first, I won't care about you anymore. Don't worry. Since ancient times, it had always been painful to part with one's emotions. Morong Feishue's trip to Hong Kong would take more than a month. Naturally, she was filled with emotions and couldn't bear to part with Ling Yun. She displayed the emotions of a young girl to the fullest. However, even though the plane was hers, the flight route didn't wait for anyone. Morong Feishue waved goodbye to Ling Yun and boarded the plane. Ling Yun also left the airport hall and went to his car. However, he didn't drive away immediately. Instead, he stood there and watched the plane take off. The plane with Morong Feishue soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. Sigh. If I wasn't about to break through to the Qi cultivation stage, if I didn't cherish that opportunity to cultivate, Ling Yun retracted his gaze and shook his head. He got in the car and left Qingshui City International Airport. Big brother Yun, where are you? Hurry up and tell my dad to let me out. Ling Yun received a call from Tang Meng as he drove. He could tell how depressed Tang Meng was from the sound of his voice. They haven't let you out yet? Ling Yun chuckled. Yeah, but they didn't really lock me up. I'm drinking tea in Uncle Kang's office now. They won't let me out. Tang Meng said anxiously. Ling Yan was happy to see Tang Meng make a fool of himself. He laughed and said, then you should just stay there. Who knows, there might be a beautiful policewoman who will take a fancy to you and throw herself into your arms. F***CKU, Big Brother Yun. Seriously, give my dad a call and ask him to let me out. I still have so many things to do outside. Alright, don't worry. I'll make the call now. Ling Yun was done joking. He hung up and immediately called Tang Tianhao. Ling Yan's words were effective. Tang Tianhao didn't make things difficult for his son after receiving the call. He immediately ordered Tang Meng to leave on his own. It was almost noon. Ling Yan didn't forget to call Zhang Ling to ask about the situation at the Triumph Hotel. He asked Zhang Ling to treat her classmates to a good meal at the hotel before letting them leave as soon as possible. He told them that Qingshui City wasn't peaceful and that they shouldn't stay there for too long. The assassins' organization was different from Li Jiujiang and his nephew. Ling Yan did not wish for them to be involved in this endless vendetta and lose a day of their lives for nothing. Before hanging up, Ling Yan reminded Zhang Ling, tell Teacher Kong and Shuang Meina that they don't have to worry about me. After lunch, go home as soon as possible. Don't go out if there's nothing important. Be careful. Of course, Zhang Ling and the rest had also heard about the explosion last night. She expressed that she understood and reminded Ling Yan to be more careful. Only then did they hang up the phone. Sigh. I really can't do without Tang Meng. After hanging up, Ling Yan sighed deeply. These trivial matters should have been handled by Tang Meng. However, Tang Meng was locked up. Naturally, he had to do it himself. Even though it was trivial, it was related to his family's life. He had no choice but to do it. Why did Ling Yan let Tang Meng handle all the mundane matters from the start? It was because he knew himself too well. A hen and an eagle couldn't fly side by side in the sky because it couldn't. Even if it could, it would fall to its death. Similarly, ordinary people in the secular world and cultivators were two different kinds of people who lived in different worlds. Their lives, their encounters, their opponents, and so on were completely different. They couldn't be compared at all. Ling Yun was a cultivator. As long as he reached the qi cultivation stage, he would officially embark on the journey of cultivation. The mundane world would gradually drift away from him until there was no longer any interaction between them. Ling Yun needed to explore the mysterious world, face strong opponents, and search for all kinds of elixirs to increase his strength. Every day, besides the long and boring secluded cultivation, he experienced life and death battles to temper his willpower and improve his cultivation. Mortals couldn't stay together with cultivators. It was the same logic as a hen couldn't stay with an eagle. For example, if a cultivator with the same strength as Ling Yun came to his doorstep and Ling Yun wasn't around, he could kill everyone around Ling Yun as easily as killing ants. Moreover, it would be an instant kill. What would Ling Yun do? Another example was if Ling Yun reached the Anidia period. He could eat the wind and drink the dew, traversing the mountains and rivers day and night. Would he still have to think about what the people around him wanted to eat next? Then he wouldn't need to cultivate. All he had to do was take care of the people around him every day. To put it simply, as Ling Yun's realm increased rapidly, the people around him would automatically leave Ling Yun's circle. Ling Yun would only bring them danger, and they would only bring trouble to Ling Yun. Humans had their own paths, and immortals had their own paths. At this moment, when Ling Yun was about to reach the qi cultivation stage, the huge difference between immortals and mortals was highlighted coldly and mercilessly. It was very cruel and very realistic. Ling Yun knew that this was not only his fate, but also the fate of every cultivator. He had to face it. However, humans would always have a starting stage, and it was the same for cultivators. Ling Yun began his cultivation in the mundane world. He needed to find all kinds of cultivation resources in the mundane world, and he had to solve all kinds of problems that came with it. This was called ending one's ties with the mundane world. Starting from the mundane world and ending one's ties with the mundane world, only then could one have no distractions and embark on the path of cultivation. Ling Yun thought silently as he drove. Unknowingly, the car had already entered mansion number 1. The engine had stopped, but he was still in a daze. To be continued. Big brother Ling Yun, big brother Ling Yun? Ling Yun. Seeing that Ling Yun had returned, Xianxia ran out of the living room excitedly. However, Ling Yun did not seem to hear her even after she called out to him twice. There was no response at all. Xianxia suddenly exploded. She bent down and shouted at Ling Yun, who was in the car. "You're not welcome." Ah. Ling Yun, who was deep in thought, was startled and snapped back to his senses. He turned around and saw that it was Xianxia. Frowning, he said, "What are you shouting for? My ears are going deaf." Everyone had their breakfast prepared by Ling Yun in the morning, except for Xianxia, who had overslept and missed it. She was fuming in her heart as she said angrily, "I'm calling you softly, can you hear me? Seriously, you're so lost in thought. I don't even know how you drove the car back." Ling Yun thought about it seriously. It seemed that Xianxia did call out to him twice, but he did not respond. He felt a little embarrassed. Ning, I'm sorry, I was thinking about something just now and got carried away." Ling Yun got out of the car as he spoke. He happened to see a sexy and graceful figure bent over in the southwest corner of the courtyard, tending to the various herbs seriously. It was Xianxia. That herb garden took up more than an acre of land. It was originally a man-made lawn. After the Qingming festival, Ling Yun asked Tai Xiaohu to bring some men to mow down the lawn and transplant all the precious herbs from Miracle Dr. Shui's courtyard over. Then, he fenced it up and turned it into a small herb garden. Xianxia and Xiaoxiao moved in, so the responsibility of taking care of the herbs naturally fell on them. However, Xianxia was lazy and spent her days fooling around. Gradually, the herb garden became Xiaoxiao's responsibility, and she enjoyed it. The entire mansion number 1 was a spirit gathering array. The spirit qi in the courtyard gathered and did not dissipate. The spirit qi was extremely dense. As the herbs grew, they absorbed the spirit qi in the courtyard day and night. They were full of vitality and exuberance. Every single herb exuded a wave of spirit qi and was changing in the direction of spirit medicine. Of course, this was also closely related to the meticulous care of a professional like Xiaoxiao. Otherwise, these spirit herbs would have grown wildly long ago. Even when they were ripe, no one would pick them. Miao Xiao was a young girl who came from the Miao village in the 100,000 mountains. She had a natural intimacy with the flowers and trees in the mountains since she was young. She had a natural beauty and freshness about her. At this moment, she was wearing a jade green dress, quietly walking through the colorful spirit herbs, blending perfectly with the spirit herbs in the garden. It was natural and harmonious, like a beautiful painting created by the hands of the heavens. Ling Yan stared blankly and almost fell into a trance again. However, he remembered that there was a little demon girl standing beside him. He immediately withdrew his gaze and scanned the villa. Surprised, he asked, "Why are there only the two of you? Where's Auntie and the rest?" He was asking about Qin Dongxue, Ning Lingyu, Bai Xianer, and Chao Shanshan. Xue Mining was still angry at Ling Yun. She placed her hands on her waist and said angrily, "I don't know." Ling Yun was left speechless after receiving the cold shoulder. However, he saw Miao Xiao straighten her back and turn around gracefully. She smiled sweetly at Ling Yun and explained, "Auntie and Ling Yu have gone to the Triumph Hotel. They said that they had an appointment with Qi Xiaoqing and her sister last night. They're going to pick them up. They're also going to mansion number 9 to get some daily necessities." Xianxia left in a hurry the last time she returned to Beijing. She also said she wanted to go back to her place to pack her things. Auntie was worried about her going alone, so she asked Xianer to accompany her. Ling Yan understood. Women always had some personal necessities that they were used to. Since they were going to stay in mansion number 1 for a long time, Auntie and Ling Yu had to go to Qingshui Wharf to pack their daily necessities. As for Chao Shanshan, she hadn't visited her house since she came back. She was in a lot of trouble these few days, so it was good to bring some of her daily necessities over. However, Ling Yun couldn't help but worry that Auntie dared to bring Ling Yu out alone with such a tense atmosphere in Qingshui City. Sigh, Auntie is really bold. Ling Yun sighed. He wasn't worried about Chao Shanshan at all. One reason was that Chao Shanshan's villa was very close to mansion number 1. The other reason was that Bai Xianer was protecting her. It was safer than being by Ling Yan's side. Miao Xiao giggled. Her big eyes curved like the crescent moon in the sky. Her neat, white teeth reflected the sunlight. It was an indescribable beauty. Big Sister Qin said, Miao Xiao said, mimicking Qin Dongshua's tone. "What's there to be afraid of? Don't tell me you don't dare to go out just because the enemy is coming? If there's anyone who doesn't have eyes and comes to die, just kill them." Ling Yan secretly swallowed his saliva and clicked his tongue. Auntie is indeed Auntie. She's so domineering. She treats the enemy like they're nothing. However, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. His expression changed instantly. What? What did you call my auntie?" Miao Xiao twisted her body and flew out of the herb garden. "Big Sister Qin, she told us to call her that, hee. Ling Yan was speechless. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that Ling Yu and I are 1 generation younger than you guys? Ling Yan asked gloomily. Miao Xiao's slender waist swayed as she walked gracefully. Her black hair fluttered in the wind as she smiled brightly. Ling Yun, you're wrong. Ling Yu and I are talking about our own matters. As for you, if you want to call me little aunt, I won't be angry, ha 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 ha. Xue Mining couldn't hold back her laughter anymore. She laughed so hard that tears almost came out of her eyes. Ling Yan looked at Xue Mining helplessly. Why are you so happy? He turned around and glared at Miao Xiao. You want me to call you little auntie? Dream on. Who knew that Miao Xiao would be the first to sigh and take advantage of Ling Yun? Then, she said with a face full of anticipation, since you've already called me that once, why don't you call me again? Xue Mining watched as her sister and Ling Yun bickered. She did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. She laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. She held onto her stomach and bent over. Ling Yun then remembered that the one who shouted, "Come down, the foreman has agreed to pay" when he was practicing on the rooftop in the morning was this beautiful Miao Xiao. As the saying goes, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. Why did he have to argue with her? Ling Yun grumbled in his heart. He might as well admit defeat and run back into the house. If he really touched Miao Xiao, wouldn't miracle Dr. Xue come over and fight Ling Yun to the death? Miao Xiao Miao and Shui Mining chased after Ling Yun into the house. Seeing Ling Yun sitting on the sofa with an unfriendly expression on his face, Miao Xiao Miao felt that her joke had gone too far. Biting her lower lip, she asked cautiously, "Hey, are you really angry?" "Stingy." Ling Yun squinted at Miao Xiao Miao. "No, it's not worth it." Actually, his heart was already itching with hatred. "Miao Xiao Miao, Miao Xiao Miao, there will come a day when you'll fall into my hands. At that time, we'll settle our old and new debts together and see if I don't take care of you to death." On second thought, he started complaining about Qin Dongshui. Why did Auntie make them call her big sister for no reason? Tang Meng isn't here yet? Ling Yan quickly changed the topic and got down to business. Shui Mining said, he called to discuss some things with Wang Hongyuan. He'll be here once he's done. Ling Yan nodded and took out his phone to call Abing. Abing, where are the 3 from the Sun family last night? Send someone to send them to mansion number 1. At that moment, Abing was contacting manufacturers to discuss the purchase of the big shot and steel balls. Once he heard that Ling Yun wanted them, he immediately arranged for the 3 masters from the Sun family to be sent to mansion number 1. 20 minutes later, 2 black vans drove into the courtyard of the mansion. 6 underlings from Green Dragon got out of the vans. They formed groups of 2 and carried the 3 experts from the Sun family out of the vans. "Throw the 3 of them under that big tree." Ling Yun pointed at a big tree and ordered. The 6 underlings from Green Dragon acknowledged and carried the 3 people under the tree. Then, they threw them on the ground as if they were throwing dead dogs. "There's nothing for you to do here. You can go back first." "Yes." After sending the 6 of them away, Ling Yan's figure flickered and appeared under the tree. He released a few gusts of wind from his fingers and unsealed the acupoints of the leader. The leader's forearm was smashed and fractured by Ling Yan last night. Now that his acupoints were unsealed, he immediately felt a piercing pain. He groaned and looked up at Ling Yan with eyes full of fear. He finally understood why the Sun family only sent them to protect Li Jiujiang and not to provoke Ling Yan. It was because Ling Yan was too strong, and they couldn't afford to provoke him. You helped a tyrant bully the weak. You helped a nouveau riche bully a family of 3. You didn't even let a 15 or 16-year-old girl off. You even dealt such a heavy blow. Tell me, don't you deserve to die?" Ling Yan said coldly with his hands behind his back. He stood there like a javelin and looked down at him. The leader broke out in cold sweat. He had nothing to say and didn't dare to answer. He was already a piece of meat on the chopping board. His life was in Ling Yan's hands. He couldn't make the decision. "I can let you live. As for whether you want your life, it's up to you." Ling Yan couldn't be bothered to say anything else. He asked directly, "Name?" "Woof." "Wang Feihu." Ling Yun nodded. "Tell me your purpose for coming to Qingshui City, how many people are here, and everything you know about the Sun family. Tell me everything without missing a word. Remember, if you dare to lie to me, I'll make you regret coming to this world." Ling Yan said as he glanced coldly at the 2 unconscious companions beside Wang Feihu. To be continued. Wang Feihu understood that Ling Yun was silently reminding him that Ling Yun wasn't afraid of him lying. After interrogating him, Ling Yun only needed to wake the other 2 up and ask them a few details. As long as one of them didn't match up with what he said, it would be his death. He was now faced with 2 choices. He could either sacrifice his life for justice, or he could tell the truth. There was no other way. However, it was obvious that Wang Feihu wasn't a soldier of sacrifice for the Sun family. He wouldn't risk his life just to protect the Sun family's secret. "Don't worry, I'll speak, I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything I know." Wang Feihu moved his body slightly and leaned his back against the big tree trunk. He tried to find a comfortable position and started talking to Ling Yun. "The main purpose of the 3 of us coming to Qingshui City is to protect Li Jiujiang and his nephew, to prevent you from using underhanded methods to deal with them. The other main purpose is to be the front line, to collect all kinds of information and movements about you, and to report to the Sun family in time. You've killed too many people from the Sun family, so they will definitely send more experts. As for how many people, I'm not sure. However, I heard that the Sun family invited a super expert from the ancient martial arts world. and they will join forces with the Chen family to kill you. As for the Sun family's situation, it's like this. Wang Feihu had already reached the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 4, the middle stage of the Xiantian realm. An expert of this level naturally had a very high status in the Sun family. He was treated as a distinguished guest by the Sun family and could even participate in some of the more confidential core meetings. His understanding of the Sun family was naturally very comprehensive. Wang Feihu spoke for more than 20 minutes in one breath. During the process, he also answered many of Ling Yan's key concerns. Finally, he concluded, "This is the current situation of the Sun family. This is all I know. If you don't believe me, you can ask them." Ling Yan listened quietly and suddenly grinned. "I believe you." Actually, Ling Yan only wanted to understand the situation of the Sun family in advance. If he really wanted to understand the situation of the Sun family, wouldn't he ask his grandfather, Ling Lai, or his second uncle, Ling Yu? The 7 big families of Huaxia had been competing in Beijing for so many years. The Ling family's understanding of the Sun family was definitely much more than Wang Feihu. Then, I wonder how young Master Ling plans to deal with us. Wang Feihu's bloodshot eyes had a hint of yearning in them. I haven't thought about it yet. Let's talk about it after I've thought about it. Chester. Chester had been cooped up in the small house in the backyard for a long time. When he heard Ling Yan's call, he rushed out of the door like an arrow. Honorable boss, how can I help you? Your loyal servant Chester is willing to serve you. Ling Yan glared at Chester and said with a slight frown, "Can't you put away your Western ways? Can't we be more straightforward?" Chester shrugged his shoulders, spreading his arms. "Oh, boss, this is the etiquette we should have between us. Take the 3 of them to the warehouse in the backyard and guard them well." Ling Yan couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on Chester. His fingers moved like the wind and sealed a few of Wang Feihu's acupoints with his unique technique. "I'm sorry, but I'll have to trouble you for a few more days." Wang Feihu's acupoints were restricted once again, and his blood flow became sluggish. He coughed violently and realized in shock that the pain in his injured arm was gradually lessening. He knew that his life was temporarily saved. "Thank you, young Master Ling, for sparing our lives." Wang Feihu suddenly stared at Ling Yan and asked, "Young Master Ling, I heard that the Devil's Blade is in your hands. Is this news true?" "Oh? The Sun family even knows about this?" It seems like news travels fast in the pugilistic world. Ling Yan was slightly stunned. "That's right, the Devil's Blade is indeed in my hands." "So what?" Wang Feihu's eyes flashed with surprise as he said seriously, "The Devil's Blade has been missing for thousands of years. Legend has it that the person who can find and use the Devil's Blade will be the new Devil Master of the Devil sect. Everyone in the pugilistic world has the right to punish him. Young Master Ling, you're in big trouble." "Oh? Is that so?" Ling Yan laughed and nodded. "Thank you for your reminder, I appreciate it. All the treasures in the world had always belonged to the fated and the powerful. Ling Yan was used to such things in the cultivation world, so he didn't care at all. Moreover, Ling Yan already knew that his biological mother was the previous holy virgin of the Devil sect. He definitely had all sorts of entanglements with the Devil sect, so he couldn't avoid them even if he wanted to. So what if he had the Devil's Blade? Whoosh! After Chester brought Wang Feihu and the other 2 to the backyard, Ling Yan took out the Devil's Blade and unsheathed it with his left hand. The entire blade was pitch black, and the blade was wider than a grown man's palm. The blade was more than 3 feet long, and the scabbard was engraved with a lifelike black demonic dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. The entire blade exuded a terrifying murderous aura, causing the air within 10 feet of Ling Yan to turn eerie and cold. The new Devil Master of the Devil sect? Everyone in the pugilistic world has the right to punish him? Hee hee, come at me then. Since the Sun family wants to use all their power to kill me, I won't hold back then. Ling Yan held the scabbard in his right hand and the blade in his left. His aura was terrifying. What a strong murderous aura. Miao Xiao Miao, who had been standing not far behind Ling Yan, retreated in shock. Not only did she feel the strong murderous aura, but she also saw that Ling Yan's entire body seemed to be shrouded by a rising black aura after the demonic blade was unsheathed. Ling Yan maintained his posture and turned back to glare at Miao Xiao Miao. The corner of his mouth curled up as he said fiercely, "It's good that you know. If you dare to tease me again, I'll use this to smack your butt." "You dare?" Miao Xiao Miao didn't want to be outdone. She glared back at Ling Yun and even took 2 steps forward. Clang! Ling Yun retracted his aura as he sheathed the demonic blade. A cheeky smile appeared on his face as he said, "We're just joking. Why take it so seriously?" "Humph." Miao Xiao Miao snorted coldly. Suddenly, her pretty face darkened as she said faintly, "Ling Yun, this blade isn't good, it's too demonic." Ling Yun knew that Miao Xiao Miao was concerned about him. He was touched and stopped smiling. He said seriously, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Miao Xiao Miao smiled and sighed softly in her heart, but she didn't say anything else. At this moment, 2 luxury cars drove into the villa one after another. One was Ning Er's Ferrari, and the other was Chao Shanshan's Lamborghini. Qin Dongxue, Ning Lingyu, Bai Xianer, and Chao Shanshan got out of their respective cars, their long hair flying in the wind. When they saw Ling Yun and Miao Xiaomiao standing in the courtyard staring at each other, they were stunned for a moment. Qin Dongxue was surprised. "Rascal, what are you doing? Is lunch ready?" Ling Yun was speechless. He almost begged, "Auntie, do you still want me to cook lunch? Let's call Qingshui restaurant to send us lunch." Ling Yun knew that he couldn't do it this time. If he continued like this, he wouldn't be a cultivator anymore. He would be promoted to a glorious chef. All the beauties giggled. Ning Lingyu saw that Ling Yun really didn't want to cook, so she whispered, "Auntie, why don't I cook lunch?" In the end, Qin Dongshua's heart softened. She glared at Ling Yun and giggled. All right, I'll let you off this time. Order lunch and call Qingshui restaurant to send it over." Ling Yun relaxed as though he had been pardoned. He hurriedly flattered, "Auntie, you're so wise. Hee, food made by a professional chef is still the best." Everyone took their things into the living room. After everyone sat down, Ling Yun asked, "Auntie, didn't you guys go to pick up Qi Xiaoqing and her family? Why aren't they here? Why did you guys come back together?" Ling Yun asked. "This is already a battlefield. Did you want them to come and watch you kill people?" Qin Dongxue pouted. Ning Lingyu smiled and explained, "Big brother, Auntie has already arranged for Qi Xiaoqing's family of 3 to stay in Shanshan's villa. Shanshan won't be staying there anyway, so there's no point in staying there." When Ling Yun heard this, he immediately praised that it was a good idea. At the same time, he secretly gave Chao Shanshan a suggestive look. This reminded Chao Shanshan of something and her face instantly turned red. Qi Xiaoqing and her sister are very suitable for ancient martial arts. It's a pity to waste them. Qin Dongxue seemed to be talking to herself. Ling Yan had long noticed that Qi Xiaoqing and Qi Xiaohong weren't just suitable for ancient martial arts. They were even more suitable for cultivation. Their aptitude and comprehension weren't inferior to Shui mining and the rest. It seemed like Auntie wasn't speaking without thinking. She had the intention of taking them in as disciples, Ling Yun thought to himself. "Ling Yun, both of them want to see you, especially Xiaohong. She kept making a fuss and insisted on coming over. We tried our best to persuade her to stay there. If you have the time, go and see them," Qin Dongxue said. "Oh, I understand. I'll go and see them when I have the time." Ling Yan agreed naturally. Qi Xiaoqing and Qi Xiaohong weren't much. The main problem was that their mother, Qi Yuzhen, hadn't fully recovered yet. She needed the help of an immortal doctor like him. Sigh. "I'm so angry." Qin Dongxue suddenly bit her lip and said angrily. Ling Yun was shocked and asked quickly, "Auntie, what's wrong? Who made you angry?" "Big brother, it's because of your dragon vein sword. It's a great sword, but it doesn't have a scabbard. I can't carry it around with me." Ning Lingyu explained with a giggle. Qin Dongxue couldn't use it if she couldn't carry it around with her. It was no wonder that she was depressed. "Can't I wrap it around my waist?" Ling Yan asked. The blade of the dragon vein sword was extremely soft. It could even be tied into a knot. Moreover, the swordsmith had already thought of this during the forging process. There was a special mechanism in the hilt that could not only form a loop but also expand and contract according to the girth of the waist. It was just that Ling Yun didn't have to wrap it around his waist since he had the spatial ring. Qin Dongxue, of course, couldn't do that. From this, one could see how much help Ling Yun's spatial ring had given him. Qin Dongxue was even more depressed after hearing Ling Yun's idea. You've already torn 2 of your clothes, and you don't even dare to walk. Ling Yun chuckled and didn't reply. He had already made up his mind. To be continued. After lunch, everyone sat on the sofa in the living room to rest while discussing various countermeasures. Do you still have the talismans I gave you with you? Ling Yun asked the crowd. Before Ling Yun went to Beijing, he gave many talismans to the people around him for self-defense. The main ones were the fire talisman, healing talisman, gold talisman, and defense talisman. After all, these were useful in life and death situations. The fire talisman and fire talisman were naturally used to attack the enemy. The gold talisman and defense talisman were the best choice for defense. The healing talisman was the best treasure for instant healing. Almost everyone had dozens of these talismans, especially Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu. The beauty smiled and nodded. Qin Dongxue giggled. Everyone has them. We're just waiting for the enemy to come and give them a few to test their power. Since the enemy dared to attack Ling Yun, they must have a rough idea of Ling Yun's strength. Even so, they still made a move. That meant that there must be someone Qin Dongxue couldn't handle. Qin Dongxue was a member of the Qin family and a direct disciple of the deity Sword Villa. Although she was domineering, she wasn't muddle-headed. She knew how dangerous this crisis was. If she didn't have so many talismans with her, she wouldn't have brought Ling Yu out. Formations and talismans were Ling Yun's trump cards against the enemy. Without these 2 magical treasures, Ling Yun wouldn't be so foolish as to wait for the enemy to come knocking on his door. These should be enough. But just in case, I still have to make more as soon as possible. It was better to be safe than sorry. The talismans that Ling Yun had made previously were all made before he reached physique tempering stage 9. Now that he had reached the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9, the quality of the talismans that he made were naturally much higher. Naturally, the more the better. As he spoke, Ling Yun had already written down a few recipes for the decoction. He handed them to Xianxia and smiled. Make the herbs according to the recipe. Don't overdo it and don't make any mistakes. Hearing Ling Yun talk about making talismans, the uneasy barks of the 2 big black dogs came from the courtyard. Their voices revealed the misery of the end of the world. The 2 big black dogs ate raw meat every day, and now they were plump and strong. They looked mighty and majestic. Moreover, the spirit chi in the courtyard was rich, and they were almost psychic and could understand human language. Ling Yun's creation of talismans was equivalent to letting them bleed. It would be strange if they didn't scream. Shui Mining did not like to tend to the herb garden, but she liked to raise these 2 big black dogs. She had a general understanding of the process of making talismans and knew that the dogs had to be bled. She felt a little heartache, but she still said in surprise, these 2 dogs seem to be getting smarter, they can even understand human language. However, jokes were just jokes, business was more important. The beauties were also quite curious about Ling Yun's talisman making, so they began to busy themselves. There was still yellow joss paper, weasel bristle, and cinnabar in the villa. Xiao was the expert in matching the medicinal herbs, and it was still too early to brew the medicine. In an instant, Ling Yun became the shopkeeper. He leisurely sat on the sofa, tasting the top-grade Dahong Pao, happily watching the beauties walk around him like butterflies. That feeling, it was really wonderful. However, at this time, Ling Yun received a call from Tai Xiaohu. He said that he had rested well and had finished his meal. He wanted to come to mansion number 1. Ling Yun smiled. Come, I have a task for you. Tai Xiaohu only took 10 minutes to reach mansion number 1. Ling Yun did not wait for him to enter the house. He flew out and pulled Tai Xiaohu under the shade of a tree. Watch carefully, I'll teach you a set of techniques. After saying that, Ling Yun used the index and middle fingers of his right hand like a sword and continuously tapped on the acupuncture points on Tai Xiaohu's body. After 3 repetitions, Ling Yun stopped and asked Tai Xiaohu, have you memorized the acupoints and the sequence? By now, Tai Xiaohu had already memorized all the acupoints and positions on the human body. Therefore, he nodded and said, "I've memorized them." Ling Yan nodded his head in satisfaction. His fingers moved like the wind and tapped on Tai Xiaohu's body again. At the same time, he murmured, "Lighter here, heavier here." What was a unique technique? The problem did not lie in the understanding of the acupoints and the sequence, but in the amount of force applied to each acupoint. A little lighter or a little heavier would bring about a different effect. This was Ling Yan's secret, which was why it was called a unique technique. Ling Yan quickly taught Tai Xiaohu the method of setting up the restriction. Then, he said, "Now, I'll teach you how to remove the restriction." After knowing the method of setting up the restriction, it was much easier to learn how to remove it. Tai Xiaohu only needed to watch it twice to learn how to remove it. Not bad, not bad. It's good enough. Ling Yan was satisfied. After praising Tai Xiaohu sincerely, he smiled and said, "That's all for today. This is only the simplest restriction technique. I'll teach you the more complicated ones in the future. Now, go to the detention center and remove the restriction on Go Lianshan. Then, ask them to release Go Lianshan. Tell them that I said it." Since Ling Yan had promised Go Lianqing, he would naturally keep to his word. He did not want to be ruthless, and there was no need for that. "Yes, Big Brother Yun, I understand." Tai Xiaohu suddenly learned a method of setting up and removing restrictions. Even though it was the most basic, he was extremely excited. Of course, he couldn't wait to try it out. Therefore, he immediately went to the detention center. "Come back immediately after you're done. There's a big job waiting for you here." Ling Yan shouted at Tai Xiaohu, who was driving away. Then, he smiled and looked at the two big black dogs under the tree. He was waiting for Tai Xiaohu to come back and bleed them. Seeing the two big black dogs looking at him uneasily, Ling Yan's majestic calf-like body shrank back. Ling Yan chuckled and went back to the house to brew the medicinal herbs. To refine so many high-level talismans all at once, even a great connoisseur like Ling Yan would inevitably be overwrought with work and be overjoyed. This was because every type of talisman required a different combination of medicinal herbs. The requirements for the talisman paper and the talisman ink were different as well. Furthermore, the amount of spiritual energy required was different. This was an extremely complicated task. It was no less complicated than performing the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot due to an illness. This was a talisman that could attach the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to a thin piece of yellow paper. As long as one shouted, the talisman would be extremely powerful. If it was so easy to make, it would be a common item on the streets and worthless. However, in the process of brewing the medicinal herbs, Ling Yan looked at the beauties around him with their eyes wide open. Their eyes were filled with unconcealable curiosity, shock, and admiration. He was secretly pleased with himself. To be able to attract the attention of so many beauties, he naturally had to have the ability to make them look up to him. When the fire talisman and healing talisman were completed, Tai Xiaohu rushed back. He was excited. "Big Brother Yun, it's done. This technique is really good." Obviously, he was still immersed in the wonderful feeling of using the restriction technique. Ling Yan found it a little funny. He asked lightly, "Have they been released?" "It's done, but they can't be released immediately. The police have to go through some necessary procedures. It'll be done in 2 days, Tai Xiaohu replied. "Good. This matter ends here. Don't make things difficult for Go Lianqing's family anymore." Ling Yan didn't care about this matter anymore. He pointed outside the house and said to Tai Xiaohu, "Go and bleed them to make talisman ink." Therefore, Ling Yan, Tai Xiaohu, Qing Dongxue, Ning Lingyu, and the other beauties spent the entire afternoon making all kinds of talismans. Ling Yan made a total of 200 fire talismans, healing talismans, gold talismans, and defense talismans. He also made 100 God Strider talismans. The God Strider talisman, as the name suggested, was naturally used to increase one's speed. Once used, one's movement speed would double. It was very useful for both fighting and escaping. With the fire talisman, there was naturally no need to make low-level fire talismans. That was purely a waste of resources. Ling Yan finally stopped making talismans at around 5:30 in the afternoon. He didn't expend much spiritual energy in his body, but the two dogs couldn't take it anymore. They didn't even have the strength to bark because of the excessive blood loss. Ling Yan was really tired after all this work. Qin Dongxuan naturally wouldn't let him make dinner again. She called for food, but they were already sick of the food at Qingshui restaurant. This time, they went to a more local Sichuan restaurant. Ling Yan meditated outside the courtyard alone, but he didn't absorb the spiritual energy in the courtyard. He only relied on the yin-yang true qi in his body to accelerate his recovery. After dinner, Tang Meng suddenly called. He sounded a little anxious, saying that Tang Tianhao had been taken away by the higher-ups in the province. Because of what? Ling Yan was furious and asked straightforwardly. Big brother Yun, it's because we arrested Li Jiujiang without following the proper procedures. Someone in the province is unhappy. Tang Meng said anxiously. If there was a problem with an official like Li Jiujiang, it should be ordered by the higher-ups. Then, the Commission for Discipline Inspection would set up a special investigation team. Only after various investigations could the Public Security Bureau proceed with the arrest. Tang Tianhao arrested Li Jiujiang without permission last night, which was considered overstepping his authority. Naturally, the higher-ups wouldn't tolerate it. Ling Yan said angrily, what? Li Jiujiang and his nephew knowingly broke the law and committed a heinous crime. All the evidence is irrefutable. How can they not be arrested? Who's the unhappy one? Ling Yan asked angrily. It's the people from the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection and the Provincial Public Security Bureau. They want to release Li Jiujiang immediately and make a decision after a thorough investigation. Then, Tang Meng added, Big brother Yun, I think this is an urgent response from Li Jiujiang's connections. Of course, it could also be the Sun family in Beijing. Ling Yan sneered. He raised the phone and said, okay, I got it. Where are you now? I'll meet up with you immediately. After Tang Meng told her the address, Ling Yan put down the phone and brought Tai Xiaohu along. After saying goodbye to the beauties at home, they left in the car and found Tang Meng in no time. Seeing Tang Meng, Ling Yan asked immediately, where was Uncle Tang taken to? Tang Meng was anxious. It must be the provincial bureau. Ling Yan chuckled. Let's go, follow me to get her back. Tang Meng got into the car and sat beside Ling Yan in the back seat. Tai Xiaohu started the engine and the Benz started. Where's Kong Ruiyong? Give him a call and tell him to wait for us at the entrance of the provincial office. Ling Yan asked. Big brother Yun, think about it. My old man was taken to the provincial office. How can Captain Kong be fine? He's being questioned by the task force now. Where is he now? Ling Yan asked. City Public Security Bureau, Tang Meng replied. Turn around and go to the Qingshui City Public Security Bureau. Ling Yan sneered. It was already past rush hour. Tai Xiaohu drove the Benz as fast as he could and arrived at the entrance of the Municipal Public Security Bureau in 10 minutes. Tang Meng rolled down the window and stuck his head out. Open the door and let us in. We're looking for Captain Kong. The guard saw that it was the son of the director of the Public Security Bureau who was looking for Kong Ruiyong, so he opened the door and let them in. Tai Xiaohu stepped on the accelerator and drove the Benz directly to the entrance of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. The three of them got out of the car and walked straight in. I know where Uncle Kang's office is. Follow me. Tang Meng led the way while Ling Yan and Tai Xiaohu followed silently. They arrived at Kong Ruiyong's office in no time. Ling Yan used his divine sense to scan the room and walked in without knocking. There were a total of 3 people on the task force sent by the province. 2 of them were interrogating Kong Ruiyong. Their expressions were very strict, and their words were very aggressive. The other one was a female comrade. She had a serious look on her face as she sat there silently recording something. They had been interrogating Kong Ruiyong for some time now. Kong Ruiyong had already explained the specifics of the situation to them and explained everything that needed to be said. However, the other party just wouldn't let go of one thing, leaving Kong Ruiyong helpless and unable to answer. Who gave you the right to arrest people at will? Moreover, you arrested so many people in one go without distinguishing between right and wrong? Speak. Kong Ruiyong naturally couldn't answer this question. Firstly, he didn't have the authority. More importantly, he couldn't possibly say that Tang Tianhao ordered him to arrest people, could he? Although this was the truth, he would be betraying his superior if he were to say it out loud. This would become a huge stain on Tang Tianhao's reputation. Kang Ruiyong could only remain silent in the face of the continuous questioning from the members of the task force. Just as the two parties were in a deadlock, Ling Yun and the other two rushed into the office. "Who are you? Who allowed you to barge in?" A member of the task force was enraged when he saw three young men barging into the office without knocking on the door. His face darkened as he shouted at Ling Yun. "Uncle Kong, where are the people we caught last night?" Ling Yun asked Kang Ruiyong. Kang Ruiyong was overjoyed when he saw the three of them. He stood up and said, "They're still locked up. They want to release them immediately." Ling Yun smiled coldly. "Have you interrogated the main culprits?" Kang Ruiyong nodded and was about to answer when the staff member stood up, pointed at him and shouted angrily, "Captain Kong, we haven't finished interrogating you. Who allowed you to stand up?" "Noisy." Ling Yun frowned slightly. With a flick of his finger, a gust of wind shot out and hit the acupoint of the member of the task force. That member of the task force couldn't move at all. He was completely dumbfounded. Ling Yun snorted and ignored him. He turned to Kang Ruiyong and said, "It's good that the interrogation is over. Arrange for a few cars to detain Li Jiujiang, his two secretaries, and the witnesses who reported him. Oh, right, don't forget to bring all their testimonies and evidence with us to the entrance of the provincial hall." "Okay." Kang Ruiyong nodded in agreement. He leaned towards Ling Yun and whispered, "What about them?" Ling Yun looked at the staff member of the investigation team with disdain and said faintly, "Let them do as they please." Ling Yun didn't use too much force. That staff member's acupuncture point would be unsealed and his body would return to normal in 10 minutes. Seeing that Kang Ruiyong was about to leave, the female staff member stood up and shouted, "Captain Kong, you're being interrogated by us. You're not allowed to leave without permission. You can rest here for a while too." Ling Yun pointed again, and that female staff member couldn't move at all. The other member of the investigation team who was in charge of the interrogation was scared out of his wits by Ling Yun's imposing manner and methods. He didn't know what to say as his whole body started to tremble. After Kang Ruiyong left, Ling Yun turned to the three of them and sneered. "Remember, I'm Ling Yun. I just don't follow your procedures. What about it? You can call your superiors now. If you want to arrest someone, arrest me. Let's go." Ling Yun left with Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu after saying that, leaving behind only the three members of the investigation team who were scared out of their wits. After Kang Ruiyong was freed, he immediately followed Ling Yun's instructions and called his subordinates. He asked them to bring the interrogation materials and all kinds of evidence to escort Li Jiujiang and the rest to the provincial hall. Ling Yun, Tang Meng, and Tai Xiaohu got into the car once again and left the Public Security Bureau for the provincial hall. In the car, Tang Meng was excited and nervous as he recalled the scene just now. He swallowed his saliva and asked, "Big brother Yun, what you did just now? Wasn't it a little inappropriate?" Ling Yun didn't say a word and directly used a method to suppress a government official. This was the first time in Tang Meng's memory. "Hee, if you want to talk about inappropriate, it was really inappropriate last night." Ling Yun smiled faintly and said nonchalantly. Seeing that a big battle was imminent, and it might even be a thrilling battle of life and death, Ling Yun didn't have the time to waste with these people. 20 minutes later, the Bens finally arrived at the entrance of the provincial hall. Ling Yun was the first to get out of the car and directly said to the guard, "Open the door." This was the Provincial Public Security Department, so it was different from the city's Public Security Bureau. The two guards at the entrance were both armed with live ammunition. "Please show your identification." One of the guards raised his hand and pointed to the east side of the door. "Go over there and fill out the form. Tell us who you are looking for and why you are here." "Huh." Ling Yun was a little annoyed. It was really easy to meet the King of Hell, but difficult to deal with. Why did everything become so troublesome these days? Of course, he didn't have the time to fill out some bullshit T form. He raised his hand and pointed to the coffin-shaped office building of the Provincial Public Security Department. He said calmly, "Look carefully, I am looking for the person with the highest authority in this building. Open the door. What arrogance! When the two guards heard this, they were both shocked and angry. One of them glared at him and shouted angrily, "Kid, do you know what this place is? This is the provincial hall, not a place where you can make a scene. Hurry up and leave." The other guard was even more direct. He actually lifted the gun in his hands. Seeing this, Ling Yan laughed loudly. "Alright, since you guys aren't opening the door, I won't be responsible if the door breaks later." With that, Ling Yan turned around and walked 2 steps with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, he used the dragonfish phantom ability and flew backward. Bang! Gotcha! Although it was said to be a door, it was actually a horizontal railing that was as thick as the mouth of a bowl. With a light bump from Ling Yan, it broke from the root and flew far away. Not good. The 2 guards were shocked at the same time. They raised their guns and aimed at Ling Yan. TSK. As Ling Yan flew backward, he raised both of his hands and shot out 2 gusts of wind from his fingers. The 2 guards immediately froze as if they were under a spell. "Remember, my name is Ling Yan." Ling Yan smiled faintly and gave a look to Tai Xiaohu, who was in the car, for him to drive the car in. Tang Meng had already gotten out of the car. He stood outside the door and swallowed his saliva as he watched this scene. Big Brother Yun was really too fierce today. He was going crazy. "Tang Meng, wait here. If Captain Kong arrives, ask him to drive the car in directly." After instructing Tang Meng, Ling Yan turned around and went straight to the office building. "Lil Tang, you're an old cadre. How could you do something so unprincipled? Even if Director Li broke the law, you can't just arrest him so casually. This is work, we still have to pay attention to the methods. We, the Public Security Department, have to follow certain procedures when we arrest people." In the director's office, a leader in his 50s was talking to Tang Tianhao. He was dressed in a uniform and had a dignified appearance. He was the director of the Provincial Public Security Department, Liao Zhizing. Other than him, there were 3 other people listening in. One was a leader from the Provincial Party Committee, one was a cadre from the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, and one was a deputy director. Liao Zhizing's face was full of pity. The leader of the Provincial Party Committee for Discipline Inspection had a solemn expression. The cadre from the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection was gloating. The deputy director looked at Tang Tianhao with a hint of worry. In the entire office, only this deputy director, Du Pengfei, had a good relationship with Tang Tianhao. The other 3 people were actually watching Tang Tianhao make a fool of himself. Especially Liao Zhizing. Even though he sounded righteous and seemed to feel sorry for Tang Tianhao, the previous director of Qingshui City's Public Security Bureau, Luo Zhong, was personally groomed by him. Liao Zhizing's face was naturally unhappy that Luo Zhong was brought down by Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao. Now that he finally saw something wrong with Tang Tianhao, he was actually secretly pleased. "Xiao Tang, listen to me. Release them immediately. Release all the people you arrested last night. The Provincial Party Committee will form a special task force to take over the investigation. As for the mistakes you made in this matter, you have to write a written self-reflection." Liao Zhizing spoke with fervor and assurance, not giving Tang Tianhao a chance to speak at all. Who knew that before Liao Zhizing could finish his sentence, the office door was pushed open with a bang. "Release them? Dream on. To be continued." Someone suddenly barged into the office, causing everyone in the room to be stunned. Of course, Tang Tianhao was the only exception. He smiled when he saw Ling Yun enter. He thought to himself that Ling Yun was really fast. Liao Zhizing frowned slightly. His expression darkened as he looked at Ling Yun sternly. This was his office. Ever since he had taken over this office, no one had ever dared to barge in like this. "Who are you?" Deputy Director Du Pengfei also stood up at this time. He was really shocked in his heart. Never in his dreams would he have thought that someone would dare to barge into the director's office and even speak such arrogant words. "Ling Yun. I'm Ling Yun." Ling Yun smiled as he looked at everyone. "What?" After Ling Yun introduced himself, the 4 leaders in the room were shocked at the same time. 4 pairs of eyes stared at him at the same time with different expressions on their faces. Ling Yun, on the other hand, was extremely relaxed. He didn't feel the slightest bit restrained in front of these big shots. Instead, he laughed heartily, found a random sofa, and sat comfortably. Leaders, don't make the atmosphere so tense. Sit, sit. Everyone was stunned. Wasn't Ling Yun overshadowing the host? Wasn't he too arrogant? Did he think this was your house? Asking us to sit, Liao Zhizing finally showed his anger. Ling Yun, what did you say just now? You're dreaming to release him? Do you know who you're talking to? Ling Yun chuckled. Of course I know. I'm talking to whoever said to release him. If you didn't hear me clearly, I can repeat myself. You want to release Li Jiujiang? Dream on. You. Liao Zhizing was so angry that he raised his finger and pointed at Ling Yun. However, he was speechless for a long time. Ling Yun really did not take him seriously. How could he, who had always been high and mighty, endure this? Where could he put his face? Tang Tianhao didn't say much at first. Now that Ling Yun was here, he was even more silent. He let Ling Yun do whatever he wanted. He knew that Ling Yun definitely had a way to solve the problem. Ling Yun leaned back on the sofa and narrowed his eyes. His gaze swept across everyone as he smiled and asked, I think everyone here should know by now that Li Jiujiang has committed a crime, right? Since he committed a crime and is a sinner, why can't Director Tang arrest him? Could it be that it was wrong to catch a criminal and get rid of a scourge for the people? And I have to be brought here for questioning? What kind of logic is this? No one answered. The room was filled with silence. The atmosphere in the room instantly became strangely awkward. Was there a need to ask? When the police caught criminals, they caught them. After a long while, Du Pengfei looked at Ling Yun with interest and said, Ling Yun, I heard that this incident happened because of your college entrance examination. Now that I know you're the victim, ahem, Du Pengfei said a few words to ease the tension in the office. Actually, we called Bureau Chief Tang here to understand the situation. We don't mean to blame him. It's just that such a huge incident happened in Xianxia City. As a leader of the province, we have to show some concern, don't we? Du Pengfei asked. That's right. Also, Director Tang didn't handle this matter properly. He didn't report it to the higher-ups, and he didn't go through any procedures in advance before he arrested Chief Li. You have to know that this is not in line with the procedures of the case. Wait, Ling Yun suddenly waved his hand and stopped Du Pengfei's words. He smiled and said, case procedures. You guys have been repeatedly emphasizing case procedures. I finally understand now. Look at you guys, are you saying that Uncle Tang doesn't have enough power? Am I right? Du Pengfei smiled awkwardly. Of course you can't say that. But it's really like that. Director Tang doesn't have the authority to arrest Chief Li without orders from above. Understood. Ling Yun chuckled. He raised his hand and pointed at the four of them. Then let me ask you something. Since Uncle Tang doesn't have enough power, then who among the four of you has enough power to arrest Li Jiujiang? The four of them looked at each other awkwardly. No one dared to answer again. Ling Yun's words meant that whoever said that they had enough power would be arrested by Ling Yun. Who would dare to answer him? At the same time, the four of them were secretly shocked. Ling Yun was only an 18-year-old boy. But after he came to the office, he didn't show any fear or restraint. He said whatever he wanted to say. Every word he said made them speechless. He didn't give them any face at all. This created an illusion. It was as if the power in their hands was nothing in front of Ling Yun. He didn't even put them in his eyes. What did he have to be so arrogant? What did he have to be so arrogant? To an official, when he finds that his power has lost its proper function, his majesty, his mystery, is no longer worth a penny. This young man controlled the entire situation with just a few words. Ling Yun laughed coldly. You don't dare to answer? That means you don't dare to arrest him? Then why are you still talking about procedures and the law here? All of you are shamelessly boasting. The leader of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection couldn't help but speak. His voice was very low. Ling Yun, it's not that we don't dare to arrest him. It's that we have to investigate thoroughly before handing Li Jiujiang over to the judicial authorities to convict him, Ling Yin immediately retorted. If you don't even arrest him, how are you going to investigate and hand him over to the judicial authorities? Are you kidding me? That leader choked again. He couldn't say a word for a long time. If they were talking about double dealing. In the official circles, they were all masters of words. They were definitely more than enough to deal with Ling Yun. However, the problem was that Ling Yun didn't want to talk nonsense with them. Ling Yun was like an old master who killed a master with a flurry of punches. He didn't play by the rules at all. Frankly speaking, at this moment, the four leaders in the room wanted Ling Yun to leave and stop messing around. However, they didn't know why, but none of them dared to stand out and say this. After Ling Yun's words left everyone speechless, his expression suddenly changed, and his face darkened. I only have one question for all of you. If the one who broke the law was not Li Jiujiang, not a department head, but an insignificant civilian, or a small official, would you also send an investigation team to investigate first, and then let the public security department arrest the person? The four of them wiped their sweat and didn't dare to reply. Ling Yan laughed maniacally. I'm afraid you don't have the time or the leisure to talk about the law and procedures for an insignificant character, right? Double standards. Ling Yan retracted his smile, glared, and asked sternly. Tang Tianhao was shocked by Ling Yan's domineering attitude. He wondered what was wrong with Ling Yan today. Whether it was against Luo Zhong or Li Jiujiang, Ling Yan didn't do this. He was basically ignoring everything. However, even though he was puzzled, Tang Tianhao still secretly gave Ling Yan a look. That meant that it was enough. Otherwise, the other party would really retaliate. Who knew that Ling Yan would just wink at him and laugh nonchalantly? He wasn't afraid of the other party's retaliation at all. He had already heard the few police cars that Kong Ruiyong brought in. Kong Ruiyong was talking to Tang Meng, so Ling Yan took out his phone and called Tang Meng. Bring everyone here. Bring all the information. Where is it? Oh, the department head's office. With that, Ling Yan hung up the phone. Liao Zhizing, Du Pengfei, and the rest looked at Ling Yan suspiciously. They didn't know what he was up to. 5 minutes later, Kong Ruiyong brought a large group of people, accompanied by Tang Meng. They escorted Li Jiujiang, Secretary Wang, Li Xiaowei, and the rest to the office. Ling Yan's cold voice sounded. Tang Meng, don't wait outside. Bring everyone in. So, under Kong Ruiyong's order, Li Jiujiang and the others, as well as the few witnesses who had taken the initiative to report him, and the 2 financial representatives who had helped him receive the congratulatory gifts, all lowered their heads and were brought into Liao Zhizing's office by the criminal police. All of a sudden, the office was full of people. Ling Yan didn't care about the reactions of the leaders. He gave Kong Ruiyong a look and asked him to hand over all the information, evidence, and testimonies from the interrogation to Liao Zhizing. Testimonies, physical evidence, testimonies, videos, and interrogation materials are all here. You can come and take a look. See if there's anything else that needs to be investigated. See if Li Jiujiang should be arrested. Ling Yan said coldly. No one came over to take a look. They already knew that Li Jiujiang was in trouble. They were just using Tang Tianhao's unauthorized arrest as an excuse to stall for time. Of course, it was also to deal with Tang Tianhao and Li Yifeng in Beijing. Now that all the evidence was here, everything was set in stone. There was no way to change it. Ling Yan was slapping them in the face, loud and clear. Ling Yan suddenly laughed. I know that you're not convinced. I also know that some of your leaders are from the Sun family in Beijing. However, don't worry, I'll make you submit very soon. Ling Yan finally used his trump card. He took out his phone and dialed a number directly to Ling Lai. Old master, I've arrested Li Jiujiang, but some people are not convinced. They want to reverse the verdict for Li Jiujiang. Their backer is the Sun family. What do you think we should do? Why was Ling Yan so arrogant tonight? It was because he wasn't just a cultivator now. He was also the 4th young master of the Ling family in Beijing. Seeing that his precious grandson had finally called him, Ling Lai was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He didn't rush to talk about the matter first. Instead, he chatted with Ling Yan for a while and expressed his concern for him. Finally, he told Ling Yan not to worry and that he would settle it immediately before hanging up. 2 minutes later. In the silent office, Liao Zhizing's phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and picked it up immediately with a pale face. Liao Zhizing stood at attention, raised his hand to salute, and said in a loud voice, "Hello, Chief." He didn't even dare to breathe. He listened to the instructions on the other end of the phone and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes. Yes. Understood. Understood. I'll definitely do it. Yes. Without waiting for him to hang up, Ling Yan sneered and stood up. He scanned the room and said to Tang Tianhao, "Uncle Tang, there's nothing else. Let's go." Tang Tianhao's heart skipped a beat as he watched Liao Zhizing answer the phone. He was so shocked that he forgot everything. He didn't even hear Liao Zhizing asking him to leave. Of course, even if he did hear it, Tang Tianhao couldn't just leave like that. He had to inform Liao Zhizing first. This was the Provincial Public Security Department, and Liao Zhizing was the head of the Provincial Public Security Department. What kind of big shot was qualified for Liao Zhizing to address him as chief? He even had to stand at attention and salute him. He had to be submissive and obedient. Tang Tianhao knew that even the leader of Jiangnan province didn't have the right to make Liao Zhizing answer the phone like that. The person on the other end of the phone had to be the leader of the Ministry of Public Security. No wonder Ling Yun was so aggressive and murderous this time. He didn't put Liao Zhizing and the rest in his eyes at all, but the question was, when did Ling Yun get to know those big shots in Beijing? Tang Meng didn't tell him about it either. Tang Tianhao wasn't the only one who was shocked. In the office, the officials from the Provincial Party Committee, the leaders from the Provincial Procuratorate, and Du Pengfei had already stood up respectfully. It was as if they were accompanying Liao Zhizing on the phone. Their expressions were uncertain, and their gazes towards Liao Zhizing were mixed with indescribable fear. How did this Ling Yun come from such a big background? His connections were so deep. How was this possible? That was what they were all thinking at the moment. At that moment, another melodious ringtone sounded. The provincial government official also took out his phone. He glanced at it and his expression changed. He immediately picked up the phone. The person on the other end of the phone seemed to be very anxious. He didn't wait for the leader to speak and said directly, "Don't get involved in this case. Leave it to the comrades from the provincial department. Come back immediately." The tone was completely commanding. There was no room for negotiation. He hung up immediately without waiting for the provincial party committee official to reply. Yes. Although there was already a busy tone on the phone, the provincial party committee cadre still said yes and hung up the phone mechanically. He put away the phone and looked up with a blank look in his eyes. Almost at the same time, the leader of the provincial procuratorate cell phone rang. He quickly picked it up and heard the voice on the phone say, "Don't say anything now. Listen carefully. Quickly withdraw all the investigation team members and come back immediately. Carry out the order." Yes. Du Pengfei was completely dumbfounded when he saw how the three leaders of different departments in the province kept quiet out of fear after receiving the call. They could only obediently say yes. What did Ling Yun say? "Don't worry, I'll make you submit very soon." Are you convinced yet? They were all convinced. No matter who it was, they didn't even have the chance to say a word. They could only nod and say yes. Some of them didn't even wait to answer the phone before the other side hung up the phone. This was a sign that the higher-ups were afraid of getting themselves into trouble. Humph. Not enough power? Wasn't it just a competition of relationships? Who doesn't have a relationship? Ling Yan sneered in his heart and waved at Tang Tianhao again. "Uncle Tang, Tang Meng, and I won't wait for you. We'll be leaving first." Ling Yan gave Tang Meng a look as he walked out of the office. "Please wait a moment." Seeing that Ling Yun was about to leave, Liao Zhizing, who had just hung up the phone, shouted anxiously. Unknowingly, he had already used the word please. "Oh?" Ling Yan stopped in his tracks and turned around. He smiled at Liao Zhizing and said, "What's wrong, leader? Can't I leave?" Up until now, Ling Yan hadn't asked who Liao Zhizing was. He couldn't be bothered to ask. Liao Zhizing's face was filled with an incomparably warm smile. He walked a few steps to Ling Yan's side and grabbed Ling Yan's hand. Ling Yun, look at you. It wasn't easy for you to come to my place. How can you leave just like that? No matter what, you have to eat before you leave. Ling Yun was instantly speechless. This Liao Zhizing had changed his attitude too quickly. It was just a phone call. Was there a need to be like this? There was a saying that went from arrogant to respectful. Yes, that was what it meant. Ling Yun retracted his hand without batting an eyelid and said faintly, "Oh, are you eating?" "I'm really sorry, but I've already eaten." Liao Zhizing held Ling Yun's hand with both of his hands. He was about to express his friendliness when he didn't expect Ling Yun to let go of his hand so easily. He didn't know where to put his hand and felt awkward. Moreover, Ling Yun said that he had already eaten and rejected his treat on the spot. This caused him to be at a loss of what to do. He couldn't continue the conversation and ended up embarrassed. Ling Yun couldn't care less about whether Liao Zhizing was embarrassed or not. He frowned slightly and said, "I want to ask, does Uncle Tang still need to write a self-reflection and do a self-reflection?" He raised his hand and pointed at Li Jiujiang, who was shivering in the crowd. He said coldly, "Do you still dare to let him go? You really know how to joke." Director Tang has a clear vision and caught the criminal. This is a great achievement. Our provincial office can't wait to reward him. How can we still let Director Tang write a self-reflection? Liao Zhizing said this with a thick face. Then, his face immediately darkened and he gave a dignified order, "Come. Take Li Jiujiang and all the criminals away and investigate his crimes one by one. We must investigate them thoroughly and not tolerate them." Bang! Hearing this sentence, Li Jiujiang seemed to be sentenced to death. His whole body shook and his body suddenly fell to the ground. He was paralyzed with fear. 2 criminal police officers were escorting one person. How did they bring these people in and how did they bring them out? Of course, Li Jiujiang was dragged out like a dead dog. After those people were all out, the big office seemed empty again and became a lot quieter. The leader of the provincial party committee and the cadres of the provincial procuratorate wanted to take the opportunity to get close to Ling Yuntao. However, when they saw Ling Yun's posture of rejecting people 1,000 miles away, they all retreated. Of the 36 stratagems, retreat was the best. Director Liao, I still have an emergency meeting to attend. I won't disturb you any further, Director Liao. I just received instructions from the higher-ups. This case will be handed over to your department. We will be leaving first. The 2 of them said goodbye to Liao Zhizing at the same time and then left the office with their tails between their legs. Director Tang, you see, you've made such a great contribution, but as your superior, I've let others see us as a joke. It's all my fault. Please don't take it to heart. After the 2 of them left, Liao Zhizing immediately came to Tang Tianhao and shook his hand tightly. He was full of apology. As Tang Tianhao's immediate superior, not only did he address Tang Tianhao as Director Tang, but he also used honorifics for Tang Tianhao. The impact of the phone call just now was obvious to Liao Zhizing. Ling Yun was both angry and amused. When he entered the office, he was lecturing Tang Tianhao one after another. Now, Tang Tianhao was the one who took the initiative to admit his mistake and reflect on himself. This official was really good at being a good official. Old leader, please don't say that. I was the one who didn't do it right this time. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. There was no need to mention how happy Tang Tianhao was right now. However, he still had to do his homework on his face. This was only good for him. Ling Yun knew that Tang Tianhao was definitely fine. He was extremely unaccustomed to this kind of officialdom, so he prepared to leave. Who knew that at this moment, a loud shout came from outside the office. Who dares to barge into the director's office? Where are they? Arrest them all. It was the chief of the security department. He had finally arrived with his men. He was furious when he heard that someone had broken the door of the provincial public security department and subdued 2 guards. He immediately rushed to the scene with the members of the security department. In the end, he heard that the other party had already barged into the director's office. He was scared out of his wits, but at the same time, he was even more furious. He charged over with more than 10 men. Tang Tianhao was speechless when he heard that. He looked at Ling Yun helplessly. I was wondering how you got here so quickly. So you barged in, Ling Yan chuckled and secretly sent a telepathic message to Tang Tianhao. Hee, I heard that Uncle Tang is in trouble. Didn't I come to save you? Tang Tianhao smiled and glared at Ling Yan, but his heart was incomparably gratified. Report. The chief of the security department had already rushed to the office door and didn't forget to report. Liao Zhizing was fuming. He was racking his brains to think of a way to invite Ling Yan to stay for a meal when this blind chief of the security department rushed over and said that he wanted to arrest Ling Yan. Wasn't he trying to get him into trouble? Scram. Liao Zhizing exploded at the chief of the security department. Yes. The chief of the security department stood at the door. He hadn't even figured out the situation when he was scolded by Liao Zhizing. Ling Yan was amused by this scene. He laughed and turned to Tang Tianhao. Uncle Tang, it seems like you still have work to report to this leader. I'll leave you to your work, I'll go back first. Tang Tianhao nodded and said, okay, you guys go first. Be careful on the road. Before Ling Yan left, he said to Liao Zhizing in a half-threatening and half-reminding tone, Leader, I hope that you can investigate Li Jiujiang's case to the end. It's not easy to enter this door. I don't want to come back here again. With that, Ling Yan patted Tang Meng's shoulder and swaggered out of the office. Ha, the two of them got into the car. Before the car drove out of the main door, Tang Meng couldn't help but hold his stomach and laugh hysterically. He laughed so hard that he almost cried. Big brother Yun, I really didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. You really opened my eyes today. You're really too arrogant. Haha. Ling Yun was naturally pleased. It seemed like the old man was quite impressive. To be continued. Ling Yun, the fourth young master of the Ling family, had just experienced the wonderful feeling of being a nouveau riche. He was sincerely impressed by old Master Ling's strength. However, he didn't know that the power of the government was complicated. The other party had the backing of a large secular family like the Sun family. It wasn't just the Ling family that was able to defeat the other party in an instant. Ling Lai was still in Beijing, biding his time. No one knew that he had reached the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8. The power of the Ling family hadn't been revealed yet. It was impossible to defeat the Sun family with the power of the Ling family in the past. However, it wasn't just the Ling family behind Ling Yun. There was also the Chao family, the Qin family, and the Lin family. Old Master Chao made 2 phone calls, and Chao Juanxiong from the Chao family made a decisive move. Old Master Qin from the Qin family didn't want to fall behind either. With the combined forces of the 3 big families, the Sun family was forced to give up, allowing Ling Yun to act tough for once. However, no matter what, Big Brother Yun did experience the feeling of suppressing others with his power. It was a really good feeling. Of course, to Ling Yun, this incident was just an insignificant interlude. He couldn't be bothered to think about it now that it was over. Xiaohu, how long do you think you'll need to break through to Hotian realm level 7 if you don't force yourself? Ling Yan was concerned about Tai Xiaohu's cultivation. Big brother Yun, I've already touched the barrier of Hotian realm level 7 last night. However, I'm still lacking a little in terms of making a breakthrough, Tai Xiaohu replied honestly as he drove. Ling Yan nodded and pondered for a while before saying, yes, you can't rush this point. I've cleansed your meridians and tendons twice, so your energy center and meridians are much wider and stronger than those of the same realm as you. You still need to be steady and steady. Don't try to break through on your own. Even if Tai Xiaohu managed to break through to Hotian realm level 7, he wouldn't be of much use against a Xiantian realm master. Ling Yan didn't want to lose the bigger picture because of a small gain. Focus on your cultivation in mansion number 1 for the next few days. Try not to get involved in other matters. Tai Xiaohu nodded. I understand, Big Brother Yun. Big Brother Yun, even the blood clan is no match for you now. You must be very powerful, right? Can you help me increase my strength as well? Tang Meng's eyes lit up at the mention of cultivation. Tang Meng remembered Ling Yun's words. Even in his dreams, he dreamed of the day when Ling Yun could turn him into an unparalleled expert with just a wave of his hand. Ling Yun was speechless towards Tang Meng, who was always thinking of reaping without sowing. He frowned and said, in your dreams, I don't have a solution for now, If Ling Yan wanted to forcefully raise Tang Meng's cultivation level, he would have to refine pills. However, he had yet to reach the qi cultivation stage and had no suitable pills for Tang Meng. How could he help Tang Meng raise his cultivation level? Tang Meng's face fell as he said disappointedly, "Then how long do I have to wait?" Ling Yan chuckled. "Don't worry, it won't be long. Don't keep thinking about this now. Focus on what's in front of you first." Tang Meng's eyes lit up again, even brighter than when he was talking about leveling up. He asked excitedly, "Big Brother Yun, now that we've gotten so many assets from Go Lianqing, can we establish the Heaven and Earth Group?" 3.5 billion in assets, and most of them were ready-made fixed assets. Once they were successfully acquired, they would become Ling Yan's assets. Ling Yan really didn't lack money now. He just needed to inject some capital into the company to revitalize all of these assets. He would then be able to make this gigantic company generate shocking profits for him. However, now wasn't a good time. Ling Yan thought for a while before saying, "We're currently in a perilous situation. The enemy is already in front of us, and we're in the dark. It's best that we don't make a big fuss about it. I feel that we should make proper arrangements for now. We should stabilize our footing and consolidate all of Go Lianqing's assets before considering the establishment of the Heaven and Earth Group." Whether it was Tai Xiaohu's cultivation or Tang Meng's establishment of the Heaven and Earth Group, Ling Yan wanted stability. He didn't want anything to go wrong. Ling Yan's words made sense, and Tang Meng wasn't stupid either. He immediately gave up on the idea of establishing the Heaven and Earth Group and changed the topic. "Big Brother Yun, there's something strange today." Ling Yan thought to himself. "You've seen so many things with me. What else could make you feel strange?" He turned his head and asked, "What's strange?" Tang Meng was puzzled. "After I was released today, the first thing I did was to find Wang Hongyuan to discuss the aftermath of last night's explosion," Tang Meng said. Ling Yan could guess that Tang Meng hadn't been idle this afternoon. He nodded and said, "I know that. What else is strange?" Tang Meng looked at Ling Yan suspiciously before saying, "Because the Ordinary People's Clinic has always been managed by Big Sister Ro, there are some things that I have to discuss with her. However, I've been calling her all afternoon, and her phone has been switched off." "What?" Ling Yan almost jumped out of the car when he heard that. Yao Ro's phone was switched off? How was that possible? To be honest, Yao Ro was poisoned by the Xianxia people during the renovation of the Ordinary People's Clinic. In her eyes, the Ordinary People's Clinic was more important than her life. Almost everyone in Qingshui City heard the earth-shattering explosion last night. Yao Ro was at Xiantian Realm Level 9, so there was no reason she couldn't feel it. However, she didn't make it to the scene last night. Ling Yan found this strange last night. However, he was afraid that something would happen to Mansion Number 1, so he rushed back. As time went by, he forgot about this matter. Today, Ling Yan was even busier. In the morning, he sent Morong Fei Xue onto the plane. In the afternoon, he rushed to make 900 talismans. He was exhausted. After dinner, he came to rescue Tang Tianhao. How could he have the time to think about this? Switched off. Yao Ro kept her phone on even when she slept because she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to pick up Ling Yan's calls. How could she have switched off her phone? Yao Ro should be with Lin Menghan. Didn't you call Lin Menghan? Ling Yan suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong. "Big Brother Yun, this is what I find strange. I also called Big Sister Lin a few times. Her phone is also switched off." Tang Meng frowned. "It's over. Xiaohu, don't return to Mansion Number 1 for now. Go to the luxurious hot springs manor as fast as you can." Ling Yan's heart sank as he spoke subconsciously. "Yes." Tai Xiaohu was also anxious. He slammed on the brakes, and the black Benz made a U-turn. In an instant, it accelerated to more than 150 miles per hour and sped towards the northern suburbs of Qingshui City. Soon, the black Benz entered the luxurious hot springs villa and arrived at the entrance of Lin Menghan's villa. Ling Yan got out of the car. He didn't even enter the door. Instead, he stood there and released his divine sense. There was no one in the villa. The blankets were neatly folded. Lin Menghan's car wasn't there either. Ling Yan's face was dark. He quickly took out his phone and called Lin Menghan, but the call couldn't be connected. Let's go to Nangqi Gardens. The three of them were anxious. Lin Menghan's and Yao Rou's phones were switched off. If they weren't at Yao Rou's place, there could only be one conclusion. Something must have happened to them. When we get out later, the two of you don't need to follow me to Nangqi Gardens. We'll split up. Tang Meng, give Kong Ruiyong a call. Get him to do his best to find any clues. Xiaohu, inform everyone that Lin Menghan and Yao Rou can't be found. Let's split up and search. Oh yes, get Abing to be busy too. Mobilize all three branches of the Green Dragon clan. Start from the entrance of the Triumph Hotel. Follow the route that Lin Menghan and Yao Rou must take to get home. Remember, don't let go of any suspicious places. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu nodded and immediately started making calls. After the car left the entrance of the luxurious hot springs villa, Ling Yan got out of the car and rushed towards Nangqi Gardens where Yao Rou was staying. Ling Yan rushed to Yao Rou's place as fast as he could. He flew into the villa and scanned it with his divine sense, but there was no trace of anyone. Something happened after all. At this point, how could Ling Yan not know that Lin Menghan and Yao Rou didn't return home last night? The two of them had disappeared into thin air. Just as he stood in the courtyard, deep in thought, the phone in his hand started ringing non-stop. Big Brother Yun, there's news from the traffic police. They said that all the surveillance cameras near the Triumph Hotel were destroyed at the same time last night. Tang Meng said. Big Brother Yun, the people sent out by the Green Dragon clan said that someone found a blue car door. According to the photos they sent, that should be the back door of Sister Lin's car. Tai Xiaohu said. These were two crucial pieces of information. They clearly told Ling Yun that someone had set up an ambush on the route that Lin Menghan and Yao Rou must take to get home. They destroyed all the surveillance cameras and kidnapped them along with their car. God damn it. The devil sect. Ling Yan's mind raced. At this moment, his heart was calm. This was Ling Yan's habit. The more difficult the situation, the more he would force himself to remain calm. The explosion last night was orchestrated by the Assassins' organization. As such, they were the most likely culprits behind the kidnapping of Lin Menghan and Yao Rou. Ling Yan tried hard to recall if he had missed anything. 10 seconds later, he called Abing. Abing, tell me clearly. Did you send Longwu home last night? Ling Yan didn't see Longwu for the entire day. I sent her home, Brother Yun. I saw her enter the house with my own eyes. At that time, Uncle Long's house was lit. Ling Yan heaved a sigh of relief and said, that's good. After hanging up, Ling Yan threw his phone into his spatial ring and looked up at Nan Suifeng. Then, he spread his arms and soared into the sky. Like an L, he flew past 7 or 8 villas and headed straight for Nangqi Peak. At the same time, a large flock of black bats was circling in the night sky of Xianxia City like a dark cloud. To be continued. Nangqi Peak and Dragon Mountain faced each other from a distance, one in the south and the other in the north. Nangqi Peak was more than 700 meters tall, 200 meters taller than Dragon Mountain. The mountain was extremely steep, and from a distance, it looked like a sharp sword piercing through the clouds. Nangqi Peak was covered in lush greenery all year round. That was why it was called Chui. Even though it was within the scenic area of Xingshui Lake, it was only a tenth of the entire peak that had been developed for tourists. Of course, Ling Yun wouldn't climb the mountain from the mountain path. Relying on his peerless qigong and powerful eyesight, he picked the deserted places and leaped between the cliffs. It only took him a few dozen leaps to reach the top of Nangqi Peak. This was the peak of Nangqi Peak. It had never been developed before. Even during the day, tourists wouldn't be able to come here. They could only admire the scenery from afar. Ling Yan stood on a protruding rock with his hands behind his back. He exhaled slowly and looked toward the east. He could see the entire night view of Xingshui City. There were rows of skyscrapers, neon lights, and dazzling lights. Do you really want me to start a massacre? Come on then. Ling Yan suddenly muttered to himself. There was a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. This time, he was really angry. Ling Yun, who had reached the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9, had a rough idea of his current strength after his trip to Beijing. Of course, it was only relative. Anyone below Xiantian realm level 7 was an ant. With the Devil's Blade, the Dragon Vein Sword, and the Dragon Elephant Divine Force, Ling Yan could kill an ancient warrior at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8. He didn't know where Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi were. His father, Ling Xiao, was nowhere to be found. His adoptive mother, Qin Qiuyue, had gone to the Sky Mountain Heavenly Sword sect and hadn't returned. Ling Yan managed to save Chao Shanshan after a near-death experience in Beijing. He didn't expect to lose Lin Menghan and Yao Rou again, but this time, it was different from the past. This time, the two of them were practically lost right under his nose. He didn't even think about it. Whoosh, the Devil's Blade appeared in Ling Yan's hand, and he casually swung it behind him. Kacha. 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 Wherever the black saber light reached, all the trees within a 20-meter radius, no matter how thick or thin they were all chopped in half. The tree trunks toppled over, and the forest birds fluttered away in fright. Anyone who touches my woman will end up like this tree. He didn't know who had kidnapped them. He didn't even know if they were dead or alive. However, he was sure that as long as the two of them were harmed, the other party would definitely die. Retracting his gaze, Ling Yan turned his head slightly and looked down at the crater in the valley. In the darkness of the night, the huge pit was dark and irregular in shape. But because of the terrain of the valley, the center of the pit was slightly lower, while the north and south sides were slightly higher. It was as if the mouth of a fierce beast had drilled out of the ground and was about to devour everything outside. After observing silently for a while, Ling Yan's figure moved. He spread his arms and took a step forward. In an instant, he flew tens of meters in the air. Repeating this cycle, he arrived at the valley, and his figure disappeared into the dense forest. At this time, there were still wanderers on the peak of Dragon Mountain. In order to not be discovered by them, Ling Yan used the dense forest and the darkness as cover to approach the crater quietly. Tens of meters away from the crater, Ling Yan stopped under a large tree. He released his powerful divine sense and confirmed that there were no wanderers sneaking down from the crater. Then, he used the dragonfish phantom ability and traversed tens of meters like a bolt of lightning. His tall figure drew a perfect parabola as he rapidly fell into the crater. The height of the water in the crater was about 150 meters from the mouth of the crater. Ling Yan needed a few seconds to reach the water surface. In this extremely short period of time, Ling Yan took out the water trap talisman and used it on himself. Plop! Ling Yan finally fell into the water. The strong inertia caused him to sink more than 10 meters into the water surface. However, with the magical effect of the water trap talisman, not even a strand of hair on his body was wet. Ling Yan knew how dangerous it was under the water surface. The moment he entered the water, he held the Devil's Blade in his hand. Ling Yan's figure slowly descended in the water. The water was unfathomable, but he knew that the deepest part of the crater was 400 meters. The depth of the water was at least 200 meters. Because of the torrential rain last night, the water was very muddy. However, this wasn't a problem for Ling Yan. Not only did he have divine sense, but he also had the yin-yang eye. He used his divine sense to the maximum and the yin-yang eye to the limit. However, because he was in deep water, the range of Ling Yan's divine sense was reduced by at least half. His vision could only reach a radius of 20 meters. As he descended, Ling Yan carefully observed his surroundings, waiting for his prey to appear. Of course, that was also his prey. It's finally here. Very quickly, a huge black shadow appeared at the edge of Ling Yan's divine sense and swam towards him rapidly. This was the unknown huge water monster that Ling Yan had killed the first time he entered the crater. At that time, Ling Yan was only at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 3. If not for the help of the Emperor Brush, he would have been eaten by the fish. That time, he escaped from the fish's mouth and didn't even get a clear look at what the monster looked like. So it's a big fish. Now, with the help of Ling Yan's divine sense, he could finally see clearly that this huge black shadow was actually a big black fish. It looked like a whale or a shark, with a black and smooth back and a white and shiny belly. Its head was the size of a small car, and its body was nearly 10 meters long. It had a huge mouth with fangs, and it looked very terrifying. That huge fish noticed Ling Yan. It swung its tail agilely and swam towards Ling Yun at an astonishing speed. At this time, the effect of the water-repelling talisman disappeared, and the water around Ling Yun drowned his entire body in an instant, giving Ling Yun a heavy sense of pressure. Now that Ling Yun had already sunk to a depth of 100 meters, the huge water pressure was imaginable. However, this bit of pressure was still easily withstood by Ling Yun. He opened his eyes as usual, and his yin-yang divine eyes were as sharp as lightning as he stared at the big fish that was swimming towards him. That big fish finally came to Ling Yun's side, and it opened its huge mouth unceremoniously, biting down on Ling Yun. Good timing. Without the big fish coming, Ling Yun had no leverage and could only continue to descend. It was still very difficult for him to withstand the water pressure of more than 200 meters. Seeing the direction of the big fish, Ling Yun swam with one hand and dodged sideways, dodging the huge fish's huge mouth. At the same time, both legs exerted force, and in an instant, he was on top of the fish's head. Sorry, go to hell. Ling Yun shouted in his heart, and the devil's underworld essence blade in his hand stabbed violently into the big fish's eye. This was the weakest spot on the fish's body. The tip of the devil's blade hit the fish's eye, and Ling Yun's wrist twisted and flicked, directly picking out the eyeball that was the size of a goose egg. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. That big fish was in excruciating pain after one of its eyes was picked out, and it began to thrash about in an attempt to shake Ling Yun off its body. How could Ling Yun let it succeed? The devil's underworld essence blade stabbed into the big fish's eye, and at the same time, he freed his left hand and took out the dark storm. His body turned abruptly, and the tip of the dark storm stabbed fiercely into the big fish's other eye. The big fish was blind. Amidst the excruciating pain, the big fish frantically shook its head and tail, swimming rapidly towards the surface of the water unknowingly. That's right. The water pressure on Ling Yun's body decreased rapidly, and in no time, the big fish was on the surface of the water. Its momentum didn't stop, and it actually jumped more than 2 meters out of the water. A shocking scene appeared. Under the dark crater, Ling Yun held the dark storm in his left hand and the devil's underworld essence blade in his right. He stood upside down on the head of the big fish, leaping quickly on the surface of the water, and then dove back into the water. That big fish realized that it couldn't shake Ling Yun off with its crazy charge, and it instantly went crazy. It swam even faster, but it couldn't figure out the direction. After blindly circling the surface of the water, it actually wanted to dive back into the water. Since you're out, don't go back. Ling Yun knew that there was no time to lose. He smiled faintly, and his right hand pulled out the blade. He raised it high up and slashed at the big fish's head. Clang, clang, clang. This big fish's body was really incomparably tough. Ling Yun's eyesight and knife skills were extremely accurate, and he used all his strength to slash at the same spot 3 times consecutively. However, he only managed to leave a small cut. It's really F***king tough. Ling Yun praised in his heart, and he continued slashing. It was good enough that there was a cut. If he continued, it would be meat. Ling Yun slashed twice, and the big fish's upper jaw was forcibly cut off by Ling Yun. Half of the big fish's head was separated from the big fish's body. The big fish struggled, and with inertia, it swam crazily on the surface of the water. After a while, it finally crashed into the stone wall of the crater, and it died unwillingly. While the other big fish hadn't come over, Ling Yun hurriedly swam to the back of the big fish. He quickly found a few toughest spots on its body, and he cut off 3 or 4 pieces of fish skin. Each piece was half a meter wide and more than a meter long. Ling Yun stored all of them in his spatial ring. Hee, Auntie's scabbard has been found, thanks. Ling Yun smiled faintly, and the tip of his toes lightly tapped the big fish's body. He flew up the stone wall, and with a few leaps, he returned to the top of the crater. Splash! Just as Ling Yun returned to land, a few huge splashes appeared on the surface of the water. The carcass of the big fish was quickly divided. Phew, that was close. Using the darkness, Ling Yun flew into the dense forest and used his pure yang true qi to evaporate his entire body. Then, he left through the Dragon Mountain in the north. 10 minutes later, Ling Yun returned to Mansion Number 1. At this time, no one in Mansion Number 1 could contact Ling Yun. Everyone was extremely anxious, and everyone was on tenterhooks. Ling Yun's figure flashed, and he appeared in the living room of the mansion. you don't have to panic, I'm back. Ling Yin was now the backbone of everyone's hearts. At such a critical time, his phone suddenly couldn't be reached. One could imagine how worried and anxious everyone was. Now that Ling Yin had returned safely, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Big brother. Ning Lingyu no longer hid her true strength. She used her movement technique and with a twist of her body, she appeared beside Ling Yun. She grabbed onto his arm tightly, as if she was afraid that he would suddenly disappear. Qin Dongshui couldn't help but blame him. She frowned and said, "Rascal, you're really something. You didn't even inform us and just turned off your phone. Do you know how worried we were at home?" Seeing by Xiener, Chao Shanshan, Shui Mining, Miao Xiao Miao, Tang Meng, and Tai Xiaohu looking at him anxiously, Ling Yan's heart warmed up. "So you guys don't believe in my strength?" Ling Yan's smile had a natural calming effect. He smiled faintly and said this half-jokingly, causing the tense atmosphere in the room to ease up a lot. "Big brother Yun, this is the back door of Sister Lin's car." Tang Meng walked forward and pointed at the corner of the door. Ling Yan's gaze followed the direction of Tang Meng's finger. There was indeed a blue car door on the wall to the right of the door. "Are you sure this is Sister Lin's car door?" 100%. I've seen Sister Lin's car many times. It can't be wrong. Did you find any witnesses? No. We've gone to every shop on the road where the car door was found. We've asked every single household. They said they didn't see anything. Tang Meng was getting more and more reliable. He had checked everything that needed to be checked. Unfortunately, there was nothing but this car door. Ling Yun nodded and said faintly, "All right, you and Tai Xiaohu call everyone back now." "What about the two of them?" everyone asked anxiously. "If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. They must have been kidnapped. If the other party wants to harm them, even if we can find them, we can only find 2 corpses at most. If the other party wants to use them to threaten us, we should be able to receive the news very soon. At that time, we can find the right medicine." But, everyone was indignant, but they knew that Ling Yun was right. Lin Menghan and Yao Rou had been missing for almost 24 hours. In such a long period of time, the enemy had already done everything they could. Not to mention Ling Yun, even a god wouldn't be able to do anything. "But don't worry, as long as a single strand of hair is missing, I promise to make the person who hurt them beg for death. I'll make them regret ever being born." When Ling Yun said this, his expression was very indifferent and his tone was very calm. However, everyone in the room knew that Ling Yun's words were filled with anger and murderous intent. "Tang Meng, I'll give you 1 whole morning tomorrow to buy all the mansions around our villa," Ling Yun said to Tang Meng without hesitation. Tang Meng was shocked. "Huh? Buy a villa? Brother Yun, why are you buying a villa?" Mansion number 1 was located in the north, facing the south. To the west was Qingshui Lake, and to the north was a green mountain that was less than 200 meters tall. To the east was naturally mansion number 2, and to the south, across the road, were 2 smaller mansions that were right next to each other. Currently, mansion number 2 on the east side was already occupied. However, the 2 villas across the road were still unsold due to the bad terrain. "For the convenience of killing," Ling Yin said lightly. Once the enemy arrived, it would be a life-and-death battle. Intense fighting would inevitably cause the sound of metal clashing and intense shouting. This would definitely alarm the residents nearby. Ling Yin didn't want to scare the ordinary people, so he came up with this idea. It was very simple. Buy all the houses around mansion number 1. Naturally, it wouldn't alarm the ordinary people if no one lived there. Tang Meng instantly understood Ling Yan's intention. He couldn't help but look towards the east. "Brother Yun, mansion number 2 on the east side is already occupied." Ling Yan looked at Tang Meng and asked, "Do you need me to teach you how to do such a simple thing?" Tang Meng was speechless and could only nod his head. Of course, there was a way. They could just use money. If the other party didn't know what was good for them and demanded an exorbitant price, then they could only think of another way. Ling Yan smiled slightly and suddenly thought of something. "Oh, right. Speaking of buying villas, there's something else I need to tell you. Do you still remember the 100 acres of land that Uncle Lee allocated to us?" It's used to build a medical center. This 100 acres of land was the main focus of Tang Meng every day. Of course, he remembered it. He nodded and asked, Brother Yun, what do you mean? Take the money and continue to buy land around that 100 acres of land. The more the better. We have to buy at least 1,000 acres. Ling Yun said casually. Tang Meng was so shocked that he couldn't wrap his head around it. He mumbled, 1,000 acres, that's 700,000 square meters. Even if we sell the land at a cheaper price, 1 acre would still cost at least 2 million. That's... Oh my God, more than 2 billion. It turned out that the 100 acres of land was the king of land that all developers fought over because of its unique location and good environment. That was why the final auction price was more than 1 billion. 1 acre of land was equivalent to 10 million yuan. Most of the land was surrounded by wilderness and mudflats. Naturally, it wouldn't be worth 10 million yuan per acre. However, considering the future development of Linjiang New City, 5 million yuan per acre was normal. Tang Meng said that he could buy it for 2 million yuan per acre. That was already his limit. Ling Yun smiled confidently. Just buy it. Don't worry, when the medical center is built, I guarantee that the value of the land will increase by dozens of times. Ling Yun had absolute confidence that once the medical center was built, it would be one of the most expensive places in Xianxia. It would be a place where the world's celebrities gathered. It would be an understatement to say that the value of the land would increase by dozens of times. All right. Then I'll listen to Brother Yun, buy it. Tang Meng understood Ling Yun's meaning immediately. Naturally, he was incomparably excited and agreed without hesitation. After discussing this matter, Ling Yun turned to Qin Dongxue. Auntie, I need some communicators, the kind that you usually use. Make sure that everyone has one. What do you think? Ling Yun didn't want to see Lin Menghan and Yao Rou being kidnapped again. The exquisite communicators used by the Assassins organization had a positioning function and were incomparably convenient to use. Of course, he needed them urgently. Originally, Ling Yun wanted to wait until he visited the Qin family before asking for them. However, he couldn't afford to wait now. If another one of his people went missing, Ling Yun wouldn't be able to do anything else but look for them. Qin Dongxue smiled sweetly. That's easy. I'll get Auntie May to bring some over tomorrow. I guarantee that it'll be enough for everyone. After saying that, Qin Dongxue suddenly asked Ling Yun, Rascal, I don't think the enemy is friendly this time. Do you want Auntie to find some helpers for you? Ling Yun smiled proudly and shook his head. Auntie, I'm the one who caused all the trouble and brought all the danger. If I can't even solve such a small problem, what right do I have to do anything else? Ling Yun's words were filled with arrogance and dominance. All the beauties in the living room couldn't help but admire him. If he wanted to find helpers, Ling Lai, Cui Lao, and Marquis Edward would have rushed over a long time ago. Why would he wait until now? Also, Tang Meng, help me contact the people from the television station tomorrow. I want to go on the most popular show. Ah. Tang Meng was completely dumbfounded by Ling Yun. After Ling Yun came back, he talked about buying a villa, buying land, and even asking for a communicator. Now, he even talked about going on the most popular show. What was going on? These things were completely unrelated and couldn't be connected at all. Not only Tang Meng, but the beauties were also dumbfounded. They had no idea what Ling Yun was up to. Qin Dongxue was puzzled. Rascal, don't tell me you've gone crazy because Lin Menghan and Yao Rou are missing? Why do you want to go on a television show all of a sudden? Ling Yun was an expert in the ancient martial arts, and he was mysterious enough to keep a low profile. Wasn't it ridiculous for him to suddenly want to go on a television show? This was the time to keep a low profile. Wouldn't Ling Yun become the target of public criticism if he insisted on going on a television show? Ling Yun chuckled. Just as he was about to speak, his expression changed. He turned his head and looked outside the courtyard. Someone's here. Ling Yun didn't wait for anyone to react. He flew out and arrived at the entrance of the villa in a flash. Two extremely ordinary-looking people arrived at the door at this moment. They were none other than Li Yi and Jiao Fei. Ling Yun was stunned when he saw them. He thought hard for a long time before remembering who they were. It's you guys? Plop. Plop. Li Yi and Jiao Fei knelt on the ground and kowtowed at the same time. Li Yi, Jiao Fei, please save us, young Master Ling. Since Ling Yan recognized who they were, he naturally knew why they were there. He suddenly smiled. I didn't expect you guys to still be alive. The past 3 months must have been tough, right? Li Yi and Jiao Fei didn't dare to raise their heads. We wouldn't dare. Young Master Ling is already being merciful by not killing us. Ling Yan smiled faintly and released a few gusts of wind from his finger, instantly breaking the restriction on their bodies. Alright, you guys are fine now. Let's go. Li Yi and Jiao Fei trembled at the same time. They felt an unprecedented sense of relief. They knew that their restriction had been broken by Ling Yun. The two of them knelt on the ground and looked at each other in disbelief. Happiness came too easily and too suddenly. A few seconds later, the two of them suddenly sprawled on the ground at the same time, banging their foreheads on the concrete floor. They said loudly, "We have nowhere else to go. Please take us in, young Master Ling. We're willing to do anything for young Master Ling. We won't hesitate to go through fire or water for you." Ling Yun was speechless. Li Yi and Jiao Fei were two yellow-ranked assassins from the Assassins Organization. Their abilities were at most at Ho Tian Realm Level 2. With such abilities, it could be said that they were of no use to Ling Yun. They really could only serve Ling Yun like dogs and horses. Back then, Ling Yun had placed a restriction on them on the Tiger Cliff of Dragon Mountain. The main reason was to prevent them from causing trouble for him. He didn't want them to attack his family and classmates out of desperation. Now, the two of them had endured for 3 months and were begging him to remove the restriction. Ling Yan had countless enemies now, so he wasn't afraid of these two small fries. He also knew that they really had nowhere else to go. After taking them in, they would definitely be loyal to Ling Yun. The problem was that there was no use in taking them in. Qin Dongxue and the rest flew out and landed beside Ling Yun. Rascal, what are these two people doing? Why are they looking for you? Other than Xiao Mimi and Shuang Meifeng, no one else knew about Li Yi, Jiao Fei, and the 4 snipers. Hence, they were all baffled. They're 2 old friends. They said they wanted to seek refuge with me. Ling Yan smiled. As he said that, Xiao Mimi's figure appeared in his mind. He sighed in his heart. Xiao Mimi, where are you? Old friends? Qin Dongxue was even more confused. Since when did Ling Yun become friends with 2 experts? She frowned slightly and turned to ask the 2 people on the ground, what are you two doing? Why are you here to seek refuge with Ling Yun? Li Yi and Jiao Fei felt bitter in their hearts. They didn't know if they should tell the truth. Auntie, both of them are yellow-level assassins from the Assassins Organization. They tried to kill me 3 months ago, but I defeated them instead. I spared their lives, but I placed a restriction on them for 3 months. Now, the restriction is acting up. Ling Yan could only explain with a smile. Humph. You're courting death. Without waiting for Ling Yan to finish, a few shouts came from beside him. The beauties frowned and widened their eyes. Bai Xian'er couldn't help but want to make a move. Xian'er. Ling Yan stopped Bai Xian'er, opened his arms, and said, forget it, they are just doing their job. The one who wants to kill me is someone else. Do the 2 of you know how to drive? Ling Yan asked the 2 of them. He thought about it and decided to let them drive for the time being. When Li Yi and Jiao Fei saw that Ling Yan had the intention to take them in, they were overjoyed and nodded their heads vigorously. It would be a joke if a professional assassin didn't know how to drive. Ling Yan pointed at Tai Xiaohu and said, from today onwards, the 2 of you will follow him and be his servants. If you're willing, you can stay. If not, you can leave now. I won't stop you. Tai Xiaohu was currently at the stage where he was training with all his might. His basic necessities were taken care of by 2 people. At the very least, he didn't have to arrange for someone else to take care of him. I'm willing. We're willing to do anything young Master Ling wants us to do. If you're still worried about us, you can place more restrictions on us. There's no need to place more restrictions. Don't worry, if you're disloyal, you'll die a horrible death. Tai Xiaohu felt uncomfortable having 2 servants. He was about to reject them when he heard Ling Yan's telepathic message. When you advance to the Xiantian realm, let them join the Green Dragon sect to carry out some special missions. It's better than the Green Dragon sect's underlings. Alright, it's not the new year. You don't have to kneel anymore. Get up. Ling Yan asked the two of them to get up. Do you have any contact with the 4 snipers? Why aren't they here? Reporting to young Master Ling, we've been hiding in Xianxia City all this time and haven't had any contact with those 4 snipers. However, I think that if they're still alive, they'll probably come tonight. Jiaofei replied obediently. Once Ling Yan's restriction was activated, a living person wouldn't be able to withstand it. They would rush over even if they were dead. As expected, at around 11 o'clock in the evening, 3 more people came to mansion number 1. They were 3 of the 4 snipers. Ling Yan naturally removed the restriction for them. After asking casually, he found out that one of the snipers had been found and killed by an enemy. Since there were 2 sheep and 5 sheep, Ling Yan decided to take them in as well. He allowed the 3 snipers to join the Green Dragon squad and be in charge of protecting Abing. After dealing with these 2 trivial matters, Ling Yan told the beauties to go back to their rooms to rest. He called Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu over and started working through the night. For a master refiner like Ling Yan, creating a scabbard was child's play. It was an extremely easy task. He was very familiar with the dragon vein sword. According to his memory, he used the devil's blade to carve out 2 pieces of fish skin that were slightly larger than the sword. Then, he applied strong glue on the surface of the 2 pieces of fish skin and stuck the golden black devilish silkworm cloth firmly. Next, Ling Yan glued the edges of the 2 pieces of fish skin together, and the scabbard was fresh out of the oven. The skin of the giant fish was extremely tough. Ling Yan wouldn't be able to cut it even if he used all his strength with the devil's blade. With the golden black devilish silkworm cloth on the surface, he didn't have to worry about the dragon vein sword cutting it. After making the scabbard, Ling Yan let Tang Meng rest in his room. As usual, he and Tai Xiaohu practiced hard in the courtyard. The next morning, Qin Dongshui carried her dragon vein sword and got up early to practice. She couldn't help but fly up to stand beside him when she saw him practicing the stellar condensation technique on the rooftop. Brat, tell me the truth. What were the 3 of you secretly doing last night? Ling Yan stopped his practice and turned to Qin Dongshui. Auntie, I have a gift for you. Qin Dongshui was puzzled. Gift? What gift? Didn't you give the dragon vein sword to Auntie? As she spoke, Qin Dongshui flashed her dragon vein sword and twirled it a few times, smiling gently at Ling Yan. Auntie, look, what's this? Ling Yan took out the scabbard and threw it to Qin Dongshui. Ah? This is... Qin Dongshui caught the scabbard and was pleasantly surprised when she saw that it was a brand new scabbard. Ling Yan chuckled. Try it, does it fit? If it doesn't, I'll make another one. Qin Dongshui couldn't wait to put the dragon vein sword into the scabbard. The shiny blade slid into the scabbard without a sound. This, rascal, where did you get it from? Qin Dongshui couldn't believe her eyes. She couldn't help but grab the hilt and move the blade around in the scabbard. Of course, the scabbard was fine. Hee, it's a secret. Ling Yan laughed and looked at Qin Dongshui proudly. Auntie was beautiful when she smiled. Qin Dongshui was testing the scabbard repeatedly when she felt Ling Yan's gaze on her. She panicked and felt her face heat up. Ah, I forgot about last night's important matter. I have to contact Auntie May and get her to send the communicator over as soon as possible. Without waiting for her to finish, she twisted her body and landed back on the ground. She ran back into the house as if she was escaping. That morning, Tang Meng completed the task that Ling Yan gave him. Not only did he buy the 3 mansions around mansion number 1, but he also contacted the provincial television station and waited for Ling Yan to do a program. Abing had already delivered the first batch of shot and metal balls that Ling Yan had requested. Ling Yan didn't let anyone else do it. He unloaded the 200 to 300 kilograms of shot balls like sandbags in his hands. There were a total of 4 carts of 60 balls, and it only took him 10 minutes to unload all of them. Ling Yan spent the entire morning calculating the distance in the mansion. He used the shot balls to set up 1,000 chance 9 layer killing formation around the entire mansion, The lethality of this 1,000 opportunities 9-layer killing formation was more than 10 times stronger than the one formed by the boulders. Even if a middle-stage Xianxia expert came, once the killing formation was activated, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. After setting up the formation, Ling Yun piled the remaining 7 or 8 shot balls under a big tree in the mansion's courtyard. He said that he would keep them for everyone's practice. With this killing formation and the various talismans in everyone's hands, mansion number 1 will be impregnable. Ling Yun was very satisfied with the results of his labor. He didn't have to worry about enemies anymore. He could finally go out and do something big with peace of mind. After a quick lunch, Ling Yun prepared to bring Tang Ming to the provincial television station. He didn't expect an uninvited guest to come to mansion number 1. Bai Yuanjia was an expert at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 8. He was known for his qinggong. After the Qingming festival, Sun Tianbiao brought over 100 people to turn Qingshui city upside down. He was one of them. After that, Ling Yun killed his way into the Zhuang family's mansion in the western suburbs for the sake of a beautiful woman. He killed all the experts that Sun Tianbiao brought with him. In the end, he let Bai Yuanjia lead the way and spared his life. Bai Yuanjia came to the entrance of mansion number 1 and asked to see Ling Yun. Naturally, Ling Yun went out to welcome him. "Yo, you've broken through to Hotian realm level 9. Congratulations." Things were different now. Bai Yuanjia definitely had something important to say for him to rush over at this critical moment. Naturally, Ling Yun welcomed him with a smile. Bai Yuanjia was shocked when he saw Ling Yun. Then, he scratched his head and said, "Young Master Ling, you flatter me. 3 months ago, after experiencing that earth-shattering battle, I managed to escape with my life. I didn't expect to have a breakthrough. It can be considered a blessing in disguise." Ling Yun nodded his head and asked with a smile, "May I know why you're here to find me?" Bai Yuanjia's face suddenly became incomparably solemn. He used telepathy and said to Ling Yun, "Young Master Ling, I can't thank you enough for sparing my life the last time. This time, I actually rushed over because I heard some news. Every piece of news is related to you, and it's extremely disadvantageous to you. I'm not talented, and I know that I can't be of much help to you with my meager skills. However, I have to come over and tell you the news I heard. I want you to be careful. Otherwise, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. P.S. Ling Yun is ready. Qingshui City is in turmoil again. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes to welcome the climax. To be continued. Saving one's life was a favor, but sparing one's life wasn't. In a battle of life and death, when one side won by force but didn't kill their opponent, those who were lucky enough to escape would usually be thinking about revenge or escaping as far as possible. Very few people would repay the other party for sparing their life as a favor. He didn't know how many enemies had come to Qingshui City and were hiding in the dark, waiting to kill him. He didn't expect Bai Yuanjia to rush over to inform him at this moment. Just this point alone made Ling Yun look at Bai Yuanjia in a higher light. Ling Yun's impression of Bai Yuanjia changed. Ling Yun looked at Bai Yuanjia with admiration and smiled. "Thanks. Let's go and talk across the road." "This isn't a good place to talk." Ling Yun waved at Tang Ming, and the 3 of them went straight across the road to the small mansion in the east. These 2 small mansions were just bought by Tang Ming in the morning. The keys were still on Tang Ming, and they hadn't warmed up yet. Mansion number 1 wasn't a bad place to talk, but Ling Yun knew that the news that Bai Yuanjia was about to tell him would definitely be shocking. He didn't want his family to worry about him. "What exactly is the news that is worth Mr. Bai making a trip here personally? Please tell me." After entering the house, Ling Yun didn't stand on ceremony and went straight to the point. Bai Yuanjia wasn't used to Ling Yun's sudden politeness. He smiled and said, "Ling Yun, you're a rare cultivation genius. Please don't call me Mr. anymore. If you don't mind, just call me by my name." Ling Yun smiled. "Alright, how about I call you Brother Bai?" "Please speak, Brother Bai." Bai Yuanjia was only 27 or 28 years old, which was about 10 years older than Ling Yun. It was just right for Ling Yun to call him Brother Bai. There was no point in pushing things around anymore, so Bai Yuanjia agreed and immediately got to the point. Ling Yun, the news that you have the Devil's Blade is now an open secret in the pugilistic world. Many hidden families and famous sects in the pugilistic world already know about it. This was within Ling Yun's expectations. He smiled and nodded. Thank you, Brother Bai, for telling me this. However, I've never intended to hide the fact that I possess the Devil's Blade. It doesn't matter if they know. Seeing Ling Yun's nonchalant attitude, Bai Yuanjia was a little anxious. But Ling Yun, do you know that the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade is the top of the Devil Sect's 9 great holy artifacts? Once they find out about this, the Devil Sect will definitely do everything they can to snatch it. Ling Yun snickered in his heart. Indeed, the Assassins' organization had come to Qingshui City to stir up trouble because of the Devil's Blade. But now, would he be afraid of some bullsh** T Devil Sect? Thank you, Brother Bai, but a mere Devil Sect isn't worthy of my attention. Since they want to come and snatch it, then come. I, Ling Yun, will take it all. Ling Yun said lightly. Seeing Ling Yun's nonchalant attitude, Bai Yuanjia was stunned on the spot. He had never imagined that Ling Yun would treat the Devil Sect, which everyone in the pugilistic world would turn pale with fear at the mention of it. For a moment, he didn't know how to continue. After organizing his words in his mind, he continued, Ling Yun, according to the news I've heard, your opponent this time isn't as simple as the Devil Sect. Oh? Ling Yun was finally a little interested. The Assassins' organization had already made their move the night before with a shocking explosion. In addition, Ling Yun also blamed the disappearance of Lin Menghan and Yao Rou on the Assassins' organization. In addition, the Sun family and Chen family would definitely send people over. This was within Ling Yun's expectations. He wanted to hear who else would come to deal with him other than these enemies. If it's the Sun family, Brother Bai, you don't have to say any more. I know they'll come looking for me sooner or later, Ling Yun reminded Bai Yuanjia with a smile. Bai Yuanjia had appeared in Sun Tianbiao's team before, so he must have had some history with the Sun family. If he only talked about the Sun family, it would be better not to talk about it. This was because Ling Yun had already understood most of it from Wang Feihu. As for the Chen family, Ling Yun didn't even mention it. From the looks of it, the hatred between Ling Yun and the Chen family was definitely deeper than the hatred between the Sun family. Bai Yuanjia looked at Ling Yun in surprise, then said in realization, it seems like young Master Ling has his guard up against the Sun family. Naturally, I don't need to remind you about their matters. Then I'll talk about some other news. Bai Yuanjia wasn't a long-winded person. With a slightly serious expression, he said again, young Master Ling, I'm not sure if you've heard of the saying, the human sovereign and earth sovereign come out of the clear water, and the world depends on one person? Ling Yun was shocked. The human sovereign and earth sovereign come out of the clear water, and the world depends on one person? F***ck, isn't this talking about me? Back then, before Master Xingqi died, he once said that Ling Yun was a person destined to deal with tribulations. These words were still ringing in Ling Yun's ears, but Ling Yun still hadn't figured it out. Now, he heard this saying again, the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book were both in Ling Yun's body now. Who else could it be other than him? However, even though Ling Yun was shocked to the extreme, he still put on a confused expression and said, what human sovereign, earth sovereign, heaven's mandate, why don't I understand? Ling Yun had to act dumb. This wasn't the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade. This was related to the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book. This was one of his biggest secrets. Bai Yuanjia looked at Ling Yun's expression very seriously. After looking for a long time, he still couldn't tell that Ling Yun's expression was fake. He couldn't help but frown and shake his head. He said in surprise, it seems like you really don't know. Strange, Ling Yun continued to ask, Brother Bai, I'm completely confused by your words. Can you please tell me what exactly it means? Bai Yuanjia said, the human sovereign and the Earth Emperor come out of the clear water, and the world depends on one person to deal with tribulations. This is a legend in Xianxia that has been passed down for many years. The meaning of this sentence is that the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book will appear in the clear water. At the same time, as long as the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book appear, the person destined to deal with tribulations will appear. Ling Yun was even more shocked. He decided to play along. The Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book? What are these things? Why haven't I heard of them before? Ling Yan had no choice but to ask the obvious. What he really wanted to know wasn't what the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book were, but he really wanted to know why everyone was so sure that the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book had appeared. The 3 heaven-ranked assassins of Hotian Realm Level 9 knew about the Emperor Brush. Du Guimo came to Xianxia City for the Earth Emperor's book. In fact, it wasn't just Du Guimo. Ling Yan met Dongfang Ting, Shiman Gang, Nangong Jian, Shangguanju, Tai Jingping, Lei Wenxing, and a bunch of other young experts at the bottom of the crater. How did these Huaxia ancient martial arts sects and hidden families know about the Emperor Brush? And how were they so sure that the Earth Emperor's book would appear in the crater? This wasn't the key point. The key point was that the Emperor Brush had really appeared in Xianxia City, and the Earth Emperor's book had really appeared in the crater. Ling Yun was puzzled. Other than not knowing that the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book were with me, what else did you not know? This was really too strange. Why did they say that the person who obtained the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book was the person destined to deal with tribulations? Could this have something to do with him coming to Earth? Who knew that Bai Yuanjia would laugh bitterly and say, "Young Master Ling, you think too highly of me. I'm just a junior from a mediocre martial arts sect. How could I possibly understand such earth-shattering Huaxia legends? As for the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book, I really don't know what kind of brush and book they are. As for what I said, it's widely spread among the Huaxia ancient martial arts sects and hidden families. As long as one has cultivated to Hotian Realm Level 7 and above, he or she will basically hear this sentence. It's similar to the Huaxia commoners saying the first few sentences of the 3-character classic or the 100 family surnames. Humans are born kind, but their habits are different. Zhao Qian, Sun Li, Zhou Wu, Jing Wang. As long as one was from Huaxia and had read books, almost everyone would recite these sentences. This was common knowledge. Ling Yan understood what Bai Yuanjia meant. He understood that the legend of the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book was just a widely spread legend in the Huaxia ancient martial arts world. Countless thoughts flashed through Ling Yan's mind. However, he pretended to be curious and asked, according to what Brother Bai said, the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book should be extraordinary treasures, right? Ling Yan asked despite knowing the answer. Of course, he knew how heaven-defying the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book were. They were existences that surpassed immortal weapons. Bai Yuanjia scratched his head and said, "Young Master Ling, I really don't know. However, these are all legends and aren't important. What's important is that the person destined to deal with the calamity seems to have something to do with you." F***CK. Ling Yan jumped up from the sofa and exclaimed, "What? The person destined to deal with the calamity is related to me? Who the F***CK wants to harm me?" Ling Yan couldn't sit still anymore. Master Xingqi was the only one who said this before he died. However, he used telepathy to say it. Only Ling Yan and the dead Master Xingqi knew about it. How did it get out now? The shock in Ling Yan's heart was indescribable. However, his sudden jump was, of course, an act. He was just exaggerating on purpose. Bai Yuanjia seemed to have expected this reaction from Ling Yan. He shook his head helplessly and sighed. "I don't know if the person destined to deal with the calamity is related to you or not. However, your last sentence is correct. Indeed, someone wants to harm you." Ling Yan's face darkened. He frowned and asked, "Who is it?" Bai Yuanjia shook his head again. "Of course, I don't know who it is. I only know that many ancient martial arts sects, hidden families, and of course, the devil sect have all rushed to Xianxia to look for you." End of chapter 900. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.